It was a sunny, beautiful day. A father and son are standing on a hill looking down at the workers cutting down trees. The father asks his son what he thinks about a question. What does he think is the most necessary virtue for a lord? The son looks at his father with curiosity and uncertainty. He is surprised by this turn of events. Why this question? He answers uncertainly that it is probably generosity. The father says that this is not a bad answer. The son then asks, what is the right answer if he is wrong? The father replies that the most important virtue for a lord is a kind and warm heart. The father is Richard Valencia, Lord Leshill. The son did not understand his father's answer and asked him if he thought he had a good heart. Then the father began to explain that the virtue required of a lord depends on the situation in each case. A lord must be able to be a friend, a part of the family, and sometimes a villain. And his son must learn to be in all these different roles. And no matter what situation he finds himself in, as long as he does his best, he will be able to form an alliance with anyone he meets in his life. Their conversation was interrupted by a shout from outside. A laborer was running toward them with a question. When the worker came running up, he apologized for interrupting their conversation and asked the Lord to do one thing he knew of, if it was not difficult. Richard replied that yes, he would do it without any problem. But before he did, he asked his son Simon and the laborer Charles to step aside. The tired laborer breathed a sigh of relief. And the Lord stretched out his hand and began to say the spell. Simon watched his father's magic with admiration. Richard summoned a portal from which waves of black magic began to erupt, covering the ground in front of him. Where the magic hit the ground, it began to boil and bubble. From this boiling liquid, skeletal hands began to appear. And in a second, almost a dozen full-length skeletons rose from the puddle with the characteristic sound of bones clattering. The skeletons began to stare at Simon and the worker. With a smile, the worker pointed to the skeletons at a pile of large trunks that the workers had cut down earlier. They looked at him carefully, and then at the trunks that were pointed out to them, and walked over to them. In a moment, they began to move them to the joyful applause of the worker, who was glad to be able to take a break. The worker was very grateful and thanked the foreman loudly. He replied that he had no problem with that, as long as the worker continued to work hard. Simon was proud of what a great necromancer his father was, that he could provide his workers with additional labor using skeletons. A small digression follows, which tells the story of necromancers. In this world, necromancers are special magicians who use black and dark magic. With its help, they can summon and revive long-dead creatures. Once upon a time, an emperor lived in this world who wanted to destroy necromancers so that they could not influence his empire in any way. He ruled the empire of Thalhern, and for this task he sent 50,000 soldiers. This army was called the Rose Brigade. The headquarters of the necromancers was in Kizan, and they knew what the emperor was planning against them, so 10 necromancers opposed the emperor's army. Only 10 necromancers, but all 50,000 soldiers of the Rose Brigade were destroyed and turned into the undead. Thus began the destruction of the empire. The destruction of the Rose Brigade eventually led to the surrender of the remnants of the Thalhern Empire. In order to take revenge on the arrogant emperor, necromancers turned him into the undead. And the emperor met his miserable end in the form of a rotting corpse, permanently sitting on the throne of the empire. Thus began a new era of necromancers' rule. They were able to conquer half of the entire continent without meeting any worthy resistance. But another force stopped and threatened the dominance of the necromancers, ruling the other half of the continent. These were the priests. The only antagonists of the necromancers who served and worshipped the goddess Devi. But for now, there was a fragile peace between the two opposing forces on the continent. But this did not apply to our domain, where the workers and the undead worked together. Under the watchful eye of their lord, who also liked the way they worked together. This was the town of Leshill. Here, too, humans and undead worked well together, and the power of necromancers was used for good. If you look at the map, it is barely visible, surrounded by large cities and castles. Not even all the neighboring villages knew about the existence of this town. Our main character's name is Simon. He is the heir to this property, and in the future he is to become its lord. He is still a very young and joyful boy, but his father was sure that he had a great future ahead of him. So, the Academy of Necromancers and a Genius Recruit. This is the title of our fascinating story, which I invite you to dive into. Simon returned home after helping his father. They had a small, but nice house for lords. His mother was already waiting for him at home and welcomed his return. Her name was Anna Valencia. Simon was also happy to see her and told her that he had just been helping with the logs. Simon walked over to the stove. His mother told him that he must be hungry by then, but to wait a little longer. He looked at what she was cooking and asked what it was. It was water infused with leharka mushrooms. They looked dangerous even at first glance. And Simon told his mother that they were poisonous, but she was not at all fazed and assured him that he should not worry about anything. She would make them edible with magic. And she began to use her bright light magic on her brew. Dazzled, Simon was shocked by the holiness of this magic. His mother was a former priest and her power fully proved it. Every time he saw her power, Simon wondered how his parents could have met if they were complete opposites. And he imagined his happy parents together. But his thoughts were interrupted by his mother's voice telling him to stop staring at those mushrooms. She asked him why he wasn't going to eat. Hungry, Simon could not disagree. He walked over to the table, which was filled with various tasty and fragrant dishes. They waited for his father to come and started eating together, but Simon ate very little, and his mother noticed. She asked if he was sick. While his father absorbed everything with incredible strength. In the afternoon, when Simon was about to go to his room, he noticed his mother making his father a cucumber face mask. And looking at them, he thought it was as if they were still on their honeymoon, they were so happy. In the evening of that wonderful day, Simon watched the full, beautiful moon from his room. And when he said good night to his parents and was about to close the door to his room, a letter suddenly flew in and stuck right to the face of the surprised Simon, who lost his balance from the surprise. He got up and peeled the letter away from his face, wondering what it was. And when he turned to the window, he noticed a girl sitting on it. She had appeared there as if with the rustling of leaves. And now she was greeting him with a smile on her face. Surprised, Simon was a little scared and could not say anything in response. He turned his back on her without answering, as if he had not seen anything. He thought it was a hallucination or a dream. So he decided to lie down on the bed and fall asleep. However, the girl was not going to give up and jumped into the room screaming. She was screaming at him not to pretend not to see her. But Simon just laid down on his bed and covered himself with a blanket, hoping that by ignoring her he could get rid of her. But the girl didn't give up. She said she knew he could see her. She began to pull off his blanket. She asked him to get up now. But none of them gave up, and each of them pulled the blanket in his own direction. Simon realized that they would not let go of him and exhaled tiredly. Then he sat down on the bed and asked who she was. How did she get here? Was she lost? The girl irritably assured him that she was not lost and that he was stupid. She said confidently that she was here to see him, Simon Valencius. She pointed her finger directly at him. He asked in surprise how she knew his name. And she started to explain about the letter, when... Bam! Simon's parents heard strange noises in his room and burst in. They asked what was going on. Wasn't it a burglar who broke into their house? Both of them in their pajamas, armed with a frying pan and a rolling pin, they looked rather funny or scary, but... The girl who was already sitting on Simon's bed greeted them happily, calling them by name. She knew Richard and Anna. And they knew her. Her name was Naftis and she was very happy to see them. Amazed, Simon watched as his parents greeted this strange visitor with happiness. They noted that she had not changed at all and how much they missed her and she missed them. His parents told Simon to introduce himself with all due courtesy. This is the legendary Neftis Arkbold. And she began to look proudly at Simon. And then he began to remember everything he had been told. He looked at her with disbelief. Was it really Naftis Arkbold? No way. Are you sure it was Neftis Arkbold? She was the one who had made the emperor of the Thalhern Empire her dead puppet. Could she be the same witch of death who had lived for over 300 years? And she told him that yes, she was the very same Nephthys Archbold of Kizen. Excited, Simon began to understand what the letter that had come to him meant. Could it be the same one? And he began to open the letter. Nephthys asked for permission to make him a formal proposal. With a trembling hand he began to take the letter out of the envelope. Opening it, he began to read. It was indeed an invitation. The letter informed him that he had been accepted to study at the Necromancer Academy in Kizen because of his great potential. After he read the letter, Nephthys extended her hand to him and invited him to come to Kizen. As she said goodbye, she told him that they would see each other in Kizen. And she was looking forward to seeing him there. And she disappeared into the moonlight. Simon was left to contemplate the breeze that picked up the leaves and the moonlight that filled everything around him. His father interrupted Simon's thoughts by asking to see the letter. He wanted to examine everything in detail because he was worried about his son, although he always knew that this day would come sooner or later. Simon couldn't help but agree, so he quickly gave the letter to his father. Richard began to read the letter aloud. But Simon interrupted him with a question. He asked his father what the letter meant when it referred to Kizen. His father began to explain to him that it was the center of the Dark Alliance and the headquarters of the Necromancers. This place also serves as a school for the education of young necromancers. The chancellor of this school in Kizen is Nephthys, whom he had just seen. Simon asked incredulously, "Chancellor?" And his memory flashed back to her behavior when she was here, more like a child than an adult. Richard noticed the expression on his son's face and told him that she really didn't look like a chancellor, but that it didn't matter at all, because looks can be deceiving. Simon had so many questions. And he didn't know where to start. The first thing he asked was where was Kizen? Was it far from their home? His father, plunging into old memories, answered that it was really far away. Kizen is located on an island called Roke. And you can get there only by ship, which sails from Langerstein, the capital of the Kingdom of Dresden. Then, on that ship, you have to sail for quite a long time to reach the right island. However, his father assured him that he shouldn't worry, there were many interesting and fun things to do in Langerstein, and the island of Roke itself was an incredibly beautiful place. And Kizen is also known for its stylized uniforms worn by its residents. Surprised, Simon repeated, uniforms. Simon asked what was going to happen and how. His mother replied that this would keep him busy until the initiation ceremony began. His father assured him that there was still much to prepare and do to become a necromancer. He should study hard at school to gain the necessary skills. However, first they were going to open his core. The mother asked the father if he wanted to teach his son a little bit of black magic. The father was all for it and said he would be happy to teach him. He also told Simon that he should learn how to breathe properly, so he shouldn't expect to sleep until tomorrow. They had a lot to do. Joyful and confused at the same time, he did not even know what to say to his parents. He was breathless about the upcoming trip. After meeting with Nephthys that day, Simon began the busiest week of his life. There were so many things to prepare for Kizen. His mom and dad had nothing but good things to say about the school and convinced him that he would have fun there and would love it. But the sudden news of their son's departure worried them both. His father continued to teach him. He told him that some spells might hurt, but he had to be patient. And Simon endured all the pain and tried his best. For 3 days this week, he didn't sleep at all as he formed the core with his father's magic. After the grueling hours of core formation, he needed to spend the rest of the day learning breathing techniques and taking a crash course in black magic from his father. A week later, the boy, who had never left his native Les Hill and had spent his entire life here, set off on a journey. He was accompanied by all the servants and his mother. His father went with him. His mother had tears in her eyes and asked them to be careful. The servants were also very concerned about their masters and wished them a safe journey. That was the beginning of their departure to Kizen. They had already traveled some distance and the father continued his black magic lessons. He advised Simon to draw the magical power into his body, which surrounds him everywhere in the air around him. And slowly start to control the mana inside. After that, Simon had to move it through his core. It was as simple as that. His father wondered if he could feel the mana getting harder inside him. Simon did not answer, he was completely focused on the process. The blue energy began to surround him from all sides and it seemed that he was drawing energy from the environment into his core. His father advised him to direct the mana to flow through his hands. He did exactly what his father told him and he succeeded. Now he had to let the mana flow through his fingers. And streams of blue drops flowed down his fingers. Large blue drops seeped out at the tips of his fingers. His father praised him, he was a good boy and a quick learner. Now he knew the source of a necromancer's power. Darkness. Simon looked closely at the dark blue drop on his finger. His father went on to explain to him that the biggest difference between an ordinary magician and a necromancer is in the darkness. Mana has the property of being a gas, which makes it low density and prone to dispersion in the air. On the other hand, darkness is closer to solids or liquids. Therefore, it is easy to bind and change its shape. And he showed him on his hand. So if he uses the properties of darkness, he can shape it into a shape like this. And he showed him a miniature doll on his hand that looked like his mother with a frying pan and a spatula in her hands. Simon was fascinated by this skill. But his father continued to tell him that those who practice and improve their skills in controlling the power based on darkness are called necromancers. And he clenched his fist and smashed the icon he had created before. But since they didn't have a lot of time now, he suggested that Simon focus on the basics of mining the darkness into his core. Simon agreed with his father. And he began to gather the darkness on his hands. At first, it was just a few drops. But then, thanks to his diligence, he managed to form a whole puddle of darkness. Then he began to form something that looked like a hair from a distance, but his creation was shaking and too liquid. And as expected, in a moment his hair spread all over his hands, not holding its shape. His father watched his attempts with a smile. He thought to himself that he could not believe it. He was very impressed and surprised. It usually takes about 6 months to 2 years to learn how to form objects using darkness. But Simon moved in leaps and bounds and achieved it in just 3 days. After a few attempts, he was able to create a stable structure with flowers and a bird. His father, meanwhile, continued to reflect that he knew his son was talented, but he didn't think he was that talented. Such an incredible talent could have shot him in the back. He didn't put off helping him with the core until now, hoping that he wouldn't repeat his mistakes that he made in his youth. Many dark mistakes that he did not want to remember. But on reflection, he realized that it was time to let his talent explode. He hoped his son would do better than him and not make as many mistakes. In the meantime, Simon was busy making something. Then he showed his creation to his father. It was a dark blue fire. He said it was called a midnight glow, a very special kind of fire. His father thoughtfully remarked that his darkness was a beautiful shade of blue. Simon was very excited and asked his father if it was a good thing that his darkness was this midnight blue color. Is it a rare shade for necromancers? Did it make him talented? Father just smiled in response. And then he said that it was just a color and it didn't affect anything. At this news, Simon's hands dropped and his sparkle evaporated. Their carriage stopped with a squeak of wheels. And the driver of their carriage said that they had arrived. His father told him that not at all, this was just the border of the kingdom of Dresden. Here he had to leave it. Simon was saddened by this news, but just in case he asked what he meant. His father replied that he was sorry that he could not tell him the reason. But because of ancient events, he could not enter the territory of the kingdom of Dresden. It was a long time ago and it is a long story. The father began to instruct Simon that he should decide for himself and think before every action. Simon was very confused. Richard assured him that he shouldn't worry, he could guarantee him that he would cope with everything that awaited him better than anyone else. And he is really proud to have such a wonderful son. The father remained standing on the road, watching the carriage that was taking his son to a new life. He wished him good luck and safety on his journey as he saw the last outlines of the carriage in the distance. A week later, they were on the road to the kingdom of Dresden. Simon finally arrived in the capital, which looked like an ordinary city of the late Middle Ages. However, when he entered the city, it was clear that everything was not so simple. In the capital, in the crowd of people, there were no less skeletons, and perhaps even more. And skeletons not only of people, but also of other creatures. It was a beautiful city, Langerstein. One look at it took Simon's breath away. He had never seen such majestic buildings and lively crowds of people before. He realized that this city was very big and he should be on the lookout for trouble. As he walked through the crowd, he kept looking back nervously and clutching his leaflet with the address of his destination. It read, 239, Kamel Road, Langerstein. The conductor would be waiting for him. But this told him nothing at all. He didn't even know what street he was on. He decided to ask some of the people in the crowd. Simon noticed a beautiful girl in the crowd and approached her. He asked if he could ask her to help him. But when she turned to face him, it turned out that one of her eyeballs was just hanging on a muscle and dangling at the level of her chin. She politely asked how she could help. Simon was in a very uncomfortable position. He could barely stop himself from running away or pulling away from her, because that would be rude. Restraining himself and stammering, he managed to ask how he could get to the address written on the note. He handed her the note with trembling hands. She leaned over and looked at the note with her abnormal eyes. She made Simon hold back even more, and he was ready to run away. But she quickly replied that she knew where Kamel Road was. And she pointed to a square up the street. He was to walk across the square, turn right, and there he would see a street covered with gilded tiles. This would be Kamel Road, one of Langerstein's famous landmarks. Simon was happy to hear that it was not far away. He politely thanked this strange young girl. She appreciated his behavior and called him a polite boy. She wished him safety and good luck with his business in Langerstein. Simon wished her the same and hurried to the square through the crowd. Simon did not notice it, but as soon as he got away from the lady, a man who was secretive and unnoticeable in the crowd approached her. He started asking her questions too. With all his charisma, he asked her for a favor. But Simon did not notice this and carefully reread his note again as he walked to the square. Meanwhile, the person who was supposed to meet Simon could not wait for him and asked herself why he was taking so long. She wondered if he might have gotten lost himself. Simon was in trouble. The man who had been chasing him turned out to be a common mugger who had spotted the rich newcomer as a gawker in town. And now Simon felt very sorry for letting his father down. He was in an alley with a whole gang of robbers, who were now ordering him to throw everything he had on the ground. His bag, his clothes, absolutely everything. They were laughing at such a foolish commoner who was so easy to deceive and trap. Simon thought that now he would probably have to arrive in Kiezen later than expected. And now we fast forward an hour earlier to see how he got into such trouble. Simon was standing on Kamel Road looking at the house numbers. Suddenly, someone approached him. A young man asked him if he was going to 239, Kamel Road. Simon was excited, he thought it was the guide mentioned in the note. And the man confirmed it to him. He said that he was his guide. And he is here because he did not come on time to the address. He thought that his guest must be lost and so he started looking for him until he found him here. Simon shook the man's hand and told him that he was glad to meet him. He introduced himself and said his name was Simon Valencia. The man also introduced himself as Rowley, the Langerstein guide. This so-called guide invited him to follow him, he would lead him first to his accommodation. On the way, the guide told him that he was glad he found the boy before he got into trouble. There are so many bandits in this city trying to rip off inattentive tourists. This is when Simon started to have questions. Something was wrong here, and he knew what it was. Seeing his questioning expression, the guide clarified that he meant pickpockets, muggers, overpriced vendors, all those things. But Simon didn't let on, he was watching this pseudo-guide carefully. When they came to an alley, Simon said to this guide, "So that's why you're trying to rob me like this too?" The guide froze in his tracks, not expecting this turn. However, he quickly composed himself and quickly put a smile on his face. He casually replied that he didn't quite understand what the guy meant. Simon then began to explain to him that he was constantly looking down, and constantly holding his lower vest pocket to check if his thing was still with him, right? Then he went on to say that judging by the size of the pocket and the crease, it was a knife. The guide was very surprised by the boy's observation. He started to make excuses again, saying that it was all just for self-defense and that he had misunderstood. But it was already clear that his lie was falling apart. Finally, Simon pointed out to him that Howl was the name of a goat living in Loss Hill. Guide Rowley was terrified. The guide was shaking. He asked Simon why he followed him knowing all this. What kind of a madman is he? And he pulled his knife out of his pocket. This seemed to be a sign to his accomplices, who immediately surrounded Simon. Feeling the support of his accomplices, the pseudo-guide felt more confident. And swearing, he told Simon that in the end it didn't matter who he was. He would beg for mercy in front of all of them. Now he will put everything he has on the ground. His bag, his clothes, absolutely everything. Simon calmly refused, even though he was surrounded by robbers on all sides. Another of the robbers threatened him with a knife and told him that he was a guy from the village and did not quite see the whole picture. Simon made a quick movement and asked if it looked like he couldn't see anything now. The angry robber rushed at him with a knife and shouted that they would kill him right there. But Simon easily dodged his stab. And he calmly looked at the surprised robber, preparing for a counterattack. Then he quickly grabbed his wrist and squeezed it so that he dropped his knife to the ground. A loud crunch of broken bone followed, and the accomplices were frightened and shocked. Simon told them that sometimes he met people like them on his property. He was still holding the unfortunate thief's hand. He called them scum, mixing with good people and then ripping them off in the name of protection fees and other nonsense. And it was his duty as the heir to the Lord to cleanse and destroy all such filth as they were. And when they heard that he was a nobleman, they told him that this was even more reason why they would not let him leave. Their leader, Riley, shouted for everyone to come. And more robbers came out of the houses nearby. Simon thought that unfortunately he was going to have to stay here because of this trouble. Then a beautiful black-haired girl appeared in the alley, wearing gold earrings decorated with rubies. She said with relief that she had finally found him. She walked down the alley, clacking her high heels. Some of the bandits began to pay attention to her. But she was talking to Simon. She had been waiting for him for so long that she had to go look for him herself, since he hadn't shown up. Riley asked irritably, "What else?" The girl with black hair stopped holding one of the locks of her luxurious hair in her hand. She turned to Simon that it looked like he was dealing with some small annoying things at the moment. Riley replied to her not to worry, they were outnumbered and were going to deal with him quickly and get out of here. But the girl advised her to do her math. The wall of one of the houses nearby cracked and began to fall apart, scattering debris. With noise and cracking, bones began to break through the wall of stone and wood. The girl asked if they knew that this building was a skeleton shop. Dozens of skeletons began to emerge from the gap in the wall, banging their bones. The frightened bandits only managed to shout that it was a necromancer. But it was too late. One word from the girl and all the skeletons attacked the robbers. None of them could escape. They did not know mercy and did not pay any attention to the screams of these poor idiots. Riley was speechless at the sight of the skeleton. But the fear for his life overcame everything and he began to shout that he was very sorry that they did not recognize her, begging for mercy and mercy. The girl asked him what clan he belonged to. Riley replied that they were from the Claven clan. She was not impressed by his answer. Why, if he was from such a great clan, was he picking the pockets of a poor tourist? Let me go and explain to the clan leader myself. And then she ordered the skeleton holding him to put his head on the ground with both his hands behind his back, and then make him crawl on his face all the way to the city guard headquarters, where he would have to confess to them and turn himself in. Riley was still begging for mercy. The girl quietly whispered to him that she did not know what mercy was. Then, furiously, she asked if it was an order to her. Then she calmed down a bit and told everyone present that if he did something differently than she told him, or if his face was not wiped enough, she would know. And then his entire clan would be wiped off the face of the planet in the name of Kizen. The bandit asked for nothing more, only that he was sorry and would remember her words forever. Simon just watched this performance from behind the girl's back. When the skeletons dragged the robbers away, the girl turned to him and said that he must be Simon Valencia, right? He answered in the affirmative and immediately thanked her for her help with the robbers. But he still did not know her name or who she was. To which she replied with a smile that she was his true guide. She quickly grabbed his hand and pulled him along. On the way, she told him that her mother was waiting for them. Simon did not understand what her mother had to do with it. When they arrived, her mother was not there. And the girl started looking for her. She wondered where she could have gone again, since she had been told to wait here. Then her eyes fell on an ice cream cart and a girl with white hair next to it. A scream interrupted her as she was about to take the ice cream and was covered in it. The girl with black hair was annoyed and told her that she had told her to stay here. Why didn't she listen? She started to make excuses, saying that she was waiting. But her daughter didn't stop arguing, because she was always getting lost, so she should stop going everywhere alone. She started wiping her dirty face with a handkerchief. The girl's mother kept making excuses that she only went because there was an event with free ice cream samples to try and she couldn't resist. Her daughter replied to her, what if they had lost Simon because of that? What if she hadn't found Simon first, what would have happened to them? Simon watched this family quarrel and was shocked to find out that Nephthys was the girl's mother, not her younger sister, as he had first thought. In the background, Nephthys said that she was not sorry for her behavior, because everything was fine and they had not lost the student. Then, having ended their quarrel with nothing, Nephthys finally turned her attention to Simon. She told him that he was probably tired after the trip and she hoped he had learned something from his father. Simon replied that he had indeed learned something. And then he decided to show what he had learned and lit his midnight blue fire. The two girls stared at him in awe. Nephthys said that she had not seen such a shade of darkness for a long time. But it still had the properties of mana. Because this light was swirling like real fire, which meant that it was still in a gaseous state. She was also sure that he would learn to use his core more effectively. And they would definitely teach him that at school. So everything was fine and there was nothing to worry about. Then Nephthys asked her daughter Lorraine to do something for her. She asked her to be a guide for the new student. And she assured her that she believed in her. Lorraine wasn't thrilled with the idea because her mother always left her with the heavy lifting. But for Nephthys, there was no such thing as a no, so she ran off merrily with the ice cream for more ice cream. Then Lorraine finally introduced herself officially to Simon. Her name was Lorraine Arbold and she was a student at Kaysen like him. And she unceremoniously grabbed his hand again. She asked him if he was ready to go now. When he asked where they were going, Lorraine happily told him they were going shopping for the new semester at school. Simon, do you know what the most exciting moment of the entire school year was? Lorraine asked him. He didn't know, so he just asked what it was. She told him that it's when you buy your uniforms, notebooks, textbooks and other supplies before you get to school. This is the most exciting moment, so he should enjoy it. So they went to the bookstore together. Lorraine asked if he wanted to get his textbooks first. There was a very large selection, so she would help him. Simon was all for it because everything was new and different for him. At first Lorraine threw him one book and Simon thought it would be easy. But as soon as he picked it up, he almost dropped it. It was very heavy. He read the title on the cover. It was Introduction to Summonology by Elric Moore Trimble. As soon as he read the title, another book was already flying into his hands. A flurry of books flew at him, and he barely had time to cover himself with his hands, trying to shout to Lorraine. Simon was frightened by so many books, so he said he hoped he wouldn't have to study all these subjects in the first year. Lorraine reassured him that of course not. He has to take them all in the first semester of his freshman year. She told him not to be a crying baby and threw another book of toxicology at him. Beaten by books and surrounded by books, he sat on the floor. Lorraine, meanwhile, was about to go get the last book for him, Dynamics of Darkness. While she was gone, he had some time to himself, put his books in a pile and began to think. He had never met so many people his age. This made him only wait and dream about his future life at school. Then a girl with pink hair appeared in the background and started running fast. She was running somewhere and didn't notice Simon at all. Then she noticed him and looked right into his face. But because of this, she lost her balance and ran right into a shelf of books. And while she was screaming about her nose, which she hit, the shelf started to wobble and books started to fall right on top of her. But our hero reacted quickly and decided to cover her with his body. She just squinted her eyes helplessly. When everything calmed down, the girl began to apologize, convincing him that it was her fault and that she was fine. Simon told her that everything was fine and that he was partly to blame, as he was standing in her way and distracted her. Then he asked her if she was okay, if she could help him pick up all these scattered books. Otherwise, if they didn't, they might get yelled at. She gladly agreed. While they were picking up the books, they started a conversation and she asked if he was also a new student at Kizen. Simon confirmed her guess. Then she happily introduced herself, saying that her name was Cindy Vivace and she was a new student. She asked what his name was. He introduced himself as Simon Valencia. She was very pleased to meet him. Cindy told him that she was from a remote town in the north, so she didn't have any close friends here yet. Simon assured her that she was not alone, and they were in this boat together, because he had no friends yet either. Cindy's eyes lit up. She could not believe her ears. Then she asked if it would be okay for him if. And she stopped in mid-sentence. Finally, she made up her mind and asked if she could say hello to him at school. Simon happily replied that of course he would. He was going to ask her the same thing. When they finished putting their books away, Sandy said she had to run because her father was waiting for her. Simon assured her that he would be waiting to meet her at school. And when she was about to leave, Simon asked her to wait. He asked her if she would mind returning his wallet. She was caught and surprised, but it didn't upset her at all. Cindy began to make excuses. She thought she wouldn't get caught because she had used spiritual magic to steal the wallet. She wondered how he had noticed. Simon began to explain that he had noticed his wallet flying out of his pocket along with the books falling down. Cindy wondered how he could have just noticed that. He must be playing a trick on her. She asked if he was going to become a master in spiritualism as well. Simon replied that he hadn't decided yet. Then Cindy poked him right in the chest with her finger and assured him that she knew it. Kizen is on a whole other level. She can't believe it. Kizen must be full of kids like him. She can't wait any longer to start school. Simon, on the other hand, was worried about something else entirely. Why is she so shameless, pickpocketing and looking so cute at the same time? Cindy was jumping for joy. She was so excited about the possibility of going to school with Simon and seeing him for 3 years. She suggested that they compete to see who would be the best when the time came. And she finally gave him back his wallet. Cindy assured him that she was looking forward to seeing him at school and that she hoped he wouldn't be a stranger when he met her there. And she just walked through the bookshelf with her magic. Then Lorraine finally returned. She informed him that the store did not have Introduction to Dark Dynamics in stock right now, but as soon as it did they would deliver it along with his other books to his dorm. Simon was completely satisfied with this option, but his mind was on something else. Lorraine also asked him who the girl was and if he had already made friends with her. Simon answered with some hesitation that he had. But Lorraine completely misunderstood his uncertainty and winked and assured him that he shouldn't be so embarrassed. He could be honest with her, and she could tell him if he liked the girl or not. Simon just thought to himself that she had almost stolen his wallet. So he just didn't show any emotion and Lorraine lost interest in the conversation. Then Lorraine said they had to go. They had already found all the books they needed and it was time to put them all in a bag. Simon looked at his bag and at the huge pile of books. And he had questions. Lorraine saw his look and understood. Not the bag he had. It was a different bag, a bag used by necromancers. It's called a magical inventory, and to put it in simpler terms, necromancers call it subspace. Simon was fascinated by such an amazing thing. They went to another store, where they were greeted by a nice elderly lady, who probably owned the store. She knew that Lorraine had recently purchased a special bag for herself, which meant that it was time to find a bag for this gentleman. Lorraine confirmed her guess, but added that he was a beginner, so he should choose a bag with the fewest restrictions. When the saleswoman approached the display case, Lorraine read an inscription on one of the rings that were actually magic bags. You don't need walls or floors to use subspace, often we fight on the open plain when it comes to the real battle. To which the store owner replied that she has great eyesight and taste. And if it is a special case, she can show a prototype that has not yet been released to the mass market. She would make an exception just for them. And she held out this special ring to Simon. He immediately put it on. Lorraine told him that he should feel the darkness flowing through him into this ring. Then he should feel something like a touch. And Simon felt it as if he had touched a handle or a lever. Then Lorraine told him to pull and imagine it was a lever. And when he pulled it, a huge rectangular hole appeared on the floor. The salesperson explained to them that this was the latest product from Gelen Eclipse, a young master craftsman of the next generation. This subspace can withstand a load of up to 4,000 pounds. And it can open on any surface, even on slopes and uneven surfaces. The subspace itself is enchanted with 7 spells, including level 1 preservation and temperature control. And more importantly, using this bag activates invisibility to hide your location from enemies. Lorraine asked about the function of releasing the contents. And she was told that it was also included. Simon was delighted. Lorraine asked if he liked it and Simon said that he was thrilled, but he wasn't sure if he could afford it. This bag must be very expensive. Lorraine didn't understand his question. Maybe. And she loudly asked the saleswoman Stephanie how much it cost. She answered 5,000 gold coins. Simon's jaw dropped at the price. It was the amount of Lascelles' budget for several years. But Lorraine didn't seem to be embarrassed by this amount of money. She said she would take it. Simon was shocked that she was going to buy it for him. But Lorraine told him that he had nothing to worry about, it was not her money, it was her mother's. Lorraine then explained to him that she didn't know all the details, but that Naftis owed Simon's parents a lot of money. And so it's like she's returning the favor. So he shouldn't turn down the offer. But Simon knew that this was a big gift for him. How could he ever repay Neftis? Lorraine advised him not to even think about it. If he wanted to repay her mother, he should just study hard and behave well at Kizen. Simon was sure that he would try his best and do his best. And they left the store together, thanking him for his services. Now that they had everything they needed, they could have some fun. Lorraine was very insistent on it, but Simon was not sure. But Lorraine assured him that it was part of their routine and dragged him along. She took him to a shooting range where toy skulls of skeletons wearing helmets were lined up in several rows. Lorraine put a crossbow in Simon's hands and told him to shoot at the stuffed skulls. He started to try and as it turned out he was very good at it. It was evening and as they walked up one of the streets of the city, Lorraine said it was the highest point in the city. Around them were many couples lighting flying lanterns. They also lit one and sent it flying. Lorraine said that this city is one of the most popular among tourists and is called the Square of 1,000 Lanterns. She asked him what he thought. Simon simply replied that he wondered if there were really thousands of fools here who wanted to spend 200 silver coins on a piece of flammable, oily paper. Lorraine, after this answer, said that he would be successful in Kizen. Simon thought it was a compliment and thanked her. But it turned out that it wasn't. And Simon continued to stare at the lights in the sky, a little embarrassed. Then they went to dinner. They chose a nice place on the waterfront. And as they began to eat, Lorraine noticed something. Simon's manners were very different from hers. She asked if he really came from a noble family. Simon replied that his father was very strict about etiquette. Lorraine noticed that he had learned well from his parents. But he should know that 30% of the population of Kizen are ordinary people. Therefore, he should not show his superiority over them by using his status. She started to explain to him that in Kizen there is a strict system based on merit, not on origin. Simon promised to remember that. Lorraine also asked him if he had any more questions, since tomorrow was his first day at school. And he remembered that girl, Cindy, whom he had met in the bookstore. She said something about majors. Lorraine beamed. Majors, a tough question for a newcomer. She began to explain that he would have 9 courses in the first semester of freshman year. 7 majors and 2 minors. From the second semester, he will be able to choose his own electives. And when he reaches the second grade, he will have to declare what specialty he chooses. He asked how the girl he was dating was doing. Lorraine said yes. Then Simon realized that this meant he had to quickly figure out what subjects he was good at. And choose one of them. Lorraine supported him that he was absolutely right, and that she advised him to focus on his core courses and put all his energy into studying them. Also, students with clear strengths are more popular among students when it comes to group homework. Simon's imagination was unstoppable. And he definitely remembered this advice. Lorraine asked him if he had any ideas about what specialty he would like to choose. He replied that he was interested in summonology, a little bit. Simon was grateful to Lorraine for helping him with the bandits and was impressed with her skills. Lorraine appreciated his potential choice. She also thought that summonology was great. This science is imbued with the mood of orthodox magic. She also began to tell him about the professors at Kizen, one of whom was the legendary Professor Hongpeng. Lorraine shared that she is still sometimes in awe when she meets him. As well as other famous professors. Simon was excited and wanted to meet them in person as soon as possible. Their dinner passed quickly and unnoticed behind the conversation. Lorraine took Simon to his hotel and wished him a good rest. Because if he was late tomorrow and tired from walking with her today, her mother would beat her to death. Simon thanked her for the wonderful evening. He didn't think he would ever forget this day for the rest of his life. Lorraine was very happy to hear him say that. She was about to leave and say goodbye to him when she suddenly remembered something and stopped. There was actually something she had to tell him. She wasn't going to deceive him or anything. But for some reason she hadn't found the right time to tell him. That she would also be a new student at the school. Simon was shocked and couldn't say anything. So Lorraine continued that she hoped they would be friends when they met each other at school. Simon almost lost his bag. And she definitely said goodbye to him, leaving him with a lot of unanswered questions. The next morning, Simon came to the port where their ship was supposed to be. He was amazed at how many things were around him, but most of all he was impressed by the passengers. Everyone had their own unique style. He thought that they made him seem the most ordinary person here. But when he heard that the ship to Kizen was leaving soon, he quickly hurried to get there. Lorraine had told him yesterday that she would be taking a different route to the island, so the next time they would see each other would be at school. Simon handed his ticket to the ticket taker. And while he was checking his ticket, Simon began to look around the ship. It was big and beautiful, but it was moored with its bow to the shore, whereas they usually did the opposite. Meanwhile, the ticket taker confirmed that his ticket was fine and he could go through. Simon thanked him. But before he could get on the ship, a noise distracted him. Someone was yelling and proving to someone that something was wrong. It was another young man shouting at another ticket taker at another entrance to the ship. He was arguing that he was number 1 on the waiting list, and how could it be that no one gave him an invitation? Is this how they do things in Kizen? The guy was very angry and started clenching his fists. He was shouting to get in touch with Casanova, because it was some kind of mistake. Someone standing next to Simon said that this happens every year. There are always kids like this one who can't accept the results. But still, he is number one on the waiting list and he must be very sorry. The boy did not calm down. He shouted that he was Lucius Carroll, heir to a county in the kingdom of Dresden. He demanded to contact the headquarters, and that was an order. The ticket taker asked him to leave because he was not on the list of accepted students. Lucius' teeth clenched at this statement. He was furious. He grabbed the poor ticket taker by the hair and was about to hit him, saying how dare he. But someone grabbed his arm. Simon smiled at him and asked him to stop. Lucius screamed, "Who is he? Let him go right now." Simon looked at him with a murderous look and squeezed his arm hard, making it crackle. Lucius screamed in pain. He turned to Simon, saying that he must be looking for an easy death if he dared to do such a thing. But someone was already rushing to them, asking what was going on. A gray-haired man in a strict suit was walking toward them, tapping his cane. It was Professor Siage. Their quarrel immediately stopped and everyone looked at the professor. He asked Lucius if he had any last words. He quickly stood up and began to ask him to contact Nephthys urgently. The professor knew that he was first on the waiting list, but he also knew the result of his application and that he was not selected. And the professor was about to snap his fingers with an expressionless face. And he snapped them, asking Lucius if he thought he could get away with that kind of behavior. And blood spurted from the poor fool. After that, leaving him in a pool of blood, the professor said that they didn't have time and all students should get on board. And then he personally addressed Simon, saying that he should also get on board. He couldn't help but agree. Professor Siage was the first aboard, while the students began to whisper that it was bloody black magic. They wondered if the first graders could also take the class. Simon felt sorry for this poor proud fool. He wondered if he was still alive. Then the professor turned around, adjusting his hat, and told him not to worry, Lucius was still breathing. And when everyone got on board, the gangway creaked open by itself. All the students were on board and the professor personally checked their presence. After that, he asked everyone to sit and not get up. The professor was preparing a spell. The students looked at him in awe. He explained that the ship might go through turbulence during the journey, so he asked them to sit until his next announcement. Simon sat down and wondered how this ship would make it to Kizen. He couldn't see what was happening outside. The professor used his spell to surround the ship with a magical barrier. Simon thought that they would need to reverse somehow to be able to sail out to sea. The professor said to keep going. All the students heard something plop into the water. Someone suggested that it was just a big wave hitting the ship. But he was told that the sound was too loud. And then a huge whale jumped out of the water, right above the ship. Everyone was shocked. Where did the whale come from? They thought it was about to crush them. But the whale opened its mouth wide as it flew down on the ship. And it completely swallowed the ship with the frightened students inside. This giant whale was an underwater undead creature that obeyed Kizen's orders. It was a whale from the underworld. And if you look closely, you can see that it is a huge skeleton with a shell. It had a large amount of debris and other garbage in its stomach. The students wondered if they were inside the whale. And it seemed so. It was a monster that traveled the oceans around the world and attacked any port that Kizen pointed out to it. And only once a year. It transports the new students of Kizen to school. He was the high-speed transportation of Kizen. Their ship docked at a floating island. And all the students were surprised how nice it was, especially considering that they were inside a stomach. It seemed as if people lived here too. One guy came up to Simon. He told him that he was good and did a great job. Simon didn't understand what he was talking about. Then he explained that he was talking about the incident at the port, which was not a comfortable situation, but he was impressed with the way Simon had handled it. Simon replied that it was nothing special. The guy was delighted that Simon was also humble. He finally introduced himself. He was also a new student and his name was Rowan. Simon also introduced himself in return. And then a question from Rowan took him by surprise. He asked what kind of entrance exam he had. Simon didn't know what to say. But Rowan insisted. He began to tell him about his exam, how he made the darkness change shape. Simon thought that he hadn't taken any exam, that Nephthys had just come and given him an invitation letter to study and that was it. What if he got in trouble if he told the truth? So when Rowan asked what kind of exam he had, Simon lied and said that he had the same exam with the change in the shape of the darkness. Rowan was happy about this coincidence. An official announcement was made over the loudspeakers above them, calling for all students to return to the ship. They were almost at their destination. Simon could not believe it was so soon. As they climbed onto the ship, Simon noticed something strange. The water around them began to get more violent. All the students went down into the hold, but the professor stayed on deck. The waves were getting bigger every minute. The professor again created a barrier around their ship when the waves almost hit the deck. The students had been warned that it would be a little bumpy before they arrived, so they held on tight to their seats. They were told not to get up under any circumstances. Meanwhile, their ship was being tossed around like a ball with other debris on the waves. Almost all the students with their suitcases were in the air. They were all asked to hold on to the railings to avoid injury. And to be ready for any push. Simon could barely hold on to his seat. Then there was a thud and a blinding flash that blinded him. Their ship popped out like a cork from a bottle and they could see the whole island from above. It was a very breathtaking view. Simon stared mesmerized out the window while his new friend flew in the background all over the hold. Professor Sillage clicked his rallying points, mentally controlling the magic barrier. And the ship began to rapidly approach the ground. Thanks to the barrier, the ship didn't fall as fast as it would have under gravity, but it was still fast enough. Eventually, the ship hit the water with a loud crash, but thanks to the barrier, it remained intact. It docked at the pier and the students were informed that they had arrived in Kizen. The students all approached the metal gate with guards. There they were told to line up in lines of 4. When they were done, they were given uniforms. They were each given a uniform and told that the locker rooms for girls and boys were separate. For boys on the right, for girls on the left. They were given 5 minutes to change, and then they were waiting outside. Simon looked with delight at his new uniform. Simon quickly put it on and began to look at himself in the mirror. He liked the way he looked. The uniform was stylized, just as his father had said, so he could wear it even to formal banquets. Meanwhile, the other students were discussing the properties of this uniform, and it turned out that it had a magic spell on it that made it stronger than ordinary armor in battle. They were being urged outside. They had to hurry. The guys started to come out of their locker room. All of them were kind of crumpled up. They were staring at the girls coming out from the other side, fascinated. It seemed that their uniforms were much better than theirs. Then they were going to be taken to the main auditorium. And as soon as Simon relaxed a bit, Rowan ran up behind him and started shouting at him that he looked great. And without restraint, he began to rejoice that he was finally in Kizen, asking him if this was really happening. He couldn't believe it. Everyone around him looked at him as if he was a weirdo who they felt sorry for. Simon just answered quietly and confusedly, telling him not to worry, that everything was real. After a while, Simon asked him if all these people were new students. There seemed to be a lot of them. Rowan assured him that of course, there were only 1,000 first-year students. Simon's jaw dropped in amazement. 1,000? But as Rowan knew, in the second grade, the number dropped to 300, and in the third grade, there were less than 150. Simon was shocked by this strict selection. For him, it meant that out of 1,000 students, only 30% of the best would be able to get into the second grade. That's how fierce the competition was. And there are already several of them worth watching. For example, there is Sir Nine Dark. Rowan pointed to a beautiful girl with blonde hair. She was the official heir to the Ivory Tower. And also other rising stars, all here. There's that one, Darwin Carradine, and then there's Jay Sanders. And also. But they heard a whisper from the front row. And Simon asked, who is this giant guy? He was really big. He was blocking the stage for everyone sitting behind him. But Rowan knew him, too. Châtelmaire was the name of this guy. And he was a semi-giant. Most likely he was a specialist in magic combat. No one could have beaten such a huge psycho. Then Rowan pointed him across the hall to a girl who was definitely the most capable in the entire class. It was Lorraine Archbold. She was an acquaintance of Simon's. Everyone thought she had been admitted on a special basis because she was the only daughter of Nephthys, but Rowan had heard that she had taken the entrance exam and passed with flying colors. She wasn't listed as the first or second student to take the test, but everyone already knew she was the best student in the class. One of the teachers took the stage. He asked for the students' attention and announced the beginning of the ceremony. The professor congratulated all the new students on their enrollment. And as a proud Kizen participant, he continued his speech inspiring students to study. And finally, he expected the students to do their best. They also warned them to be very careful and not to go to the local forest. Next, they were going to introduce the professors who would teach them in the first class. All of them were legendary masters in their field of necromancy. Rowan could not help but exclaim with joy that he had seen them all in magazines. They were introduced to Professor Bakil. He smiled and waved to everyone. The other professor in the background seemed to be very tired of these ceremonies. Simon applauded the professors who were introduced to him. But he noticed to himself that Nephthys was not there. Surely such a distinguished chancellor was not going to come to this boring ceremony for newcomers. It would be an honor to meet her even in the third grade. Is it really true? The host continued to lead the ceremony. Then he announced that the student representatives would now take the oath of office. All the students had to stand up from their seats. When they stood up, Simon asked Rowan if this was the final part of the ceremony. He replied that it was. The top two students, a male and female student, would come up and take the oath. Simon was curious who they could be. The presenter continued that the students whose names he called would come to the podium. The second best student was Sernine Dark. And she walked up to the podium to the admiring gazes of the students. And then the number one best student was Simon Valencia. He did not even realize at first that his name had been called. The huge hall was silent. The host asked if Simon Valencia was even here. And then the realization hit him like a bolt of lightning. What? Simon finally got up from his seat and walked to the stage to the whispers of students who did not understand who he was and why he was the number one student. They all looked at each other. He stood next to Sernine Dark, sweating with excitement. But then he decided to pull himself together, to stop being nervous and just read what he was told. Together with Cern, they raised their hands and began to recite the oath. After they said the oath, he went back to his seat and began to think. It was true when he was told that Kizen was a very intense school, he could never have imagined that they would keep the whole class together all day for the initiation ceremony. There were 14 groups with more than 1,000 new students and every group was full. After everyone found out that he was number one among the freshmen, everyone started whispering about him. No one had ever heard of him before, and no one had ever heard of his family with the last name Valencia either. Simon was very tense because of this. Simon started his first day of school very stressed, he was on pins and needles about how many lessons he had to have. It was a good thing he had written down his schedule in his notebook. Looking through it, he settled on summonology, which was the class he wanted to take the most. Because it was the type of magic his father had used. This meant that he would be able to be like his father if he took this course. But Simon's first lesson was on catarology, and it began with the students rattling their pens and writing down the teacher's introduction. The professor paced from side to side and said that some people associate necromancers with dark and gloomy images of handling corpses in the dark. But all this is in the past, modern necromancers are smart, practical, with a sense of style and trends. This is the new generation of necromancers, and this is how Bahil Amagar, a professor of catarology, started his career. He was a young star necromancer, a member of the Crow's Kizen's Corps battling group in his late 20s, and an idol of unrivaled popularity among Kizen students. He greeted everyone and explained that he would be teaching them catarology this year. The students were delighted and began to applaud him. He was a legend to them. Professor Bahil decided to start his class by checking attendance, and since they were probably seeing each other for the first time, he asked everyone to briefly introduce themselves when he called their name. And he called the first name Jamie Victoria, and a girl with green hair and glasses jumped out from behind the first desk raising her hand. She shouted that she was present and it was a great honor for her to meet him. She was going to become a specialist in catarology, following in the footsteps of the professor. But the professor stopped her with a wave of his hand. He advised her to introduce herself to her classmates, not to him, so let her try again. Jamie Victoria tried again, this time introducing herself to the students. Eventually it was de Simon's turn, but as soon as he said his name and where he was from, everyone started whispering about him again. After him, another guy named Hector Moore introduced himself. When everyone had finished introducing themselves, the professor noticed that they were all full of charm, but they should start their lesson. He began to draw a fundamental question on the board with chalk. Why should they study catarology? And he broke the chalk on the board. He asked all the students in the classroom if any of them could say the definition of catarology as a subject, and Jamie Victoria immediately jumped up from her seat with her hand raised. She said quickly and memorized that it is a type of dark magic that retains its power by weakening the enemy. The professor praised her answer. But he noted that some of the students would not quite understand what he was talking about, so he would rather just say that catarology is about weakening the opponent. Then he started drawing them an example on the board. And then he continued, let's say that there are two knights with approximately the same skill level, they start to fight vigorously with swords. They try to tire each other out and wait for the opponent to make a mistake, they exchange about 20 blows, but neither of them gives up. Simon listens to the story with fascination. However, one knight starts shouting loudly at the other and looking at him with a murderous look. His opponent is frightened, trembling and turning pale with fear. Finally, the knight's sword cuts the opponent's shoulder. He begins to bleed and his movements slow down and shake. The other knight realizes that this is his chance to win. He corners the enemy and attacks his leg to make him unable to move. Then he throws sand in his eyes and hits him on the head to distract him and keep him off balance. The battle is getting tense and finally, the knight finally cuts off his opponent's head, which falls to the ground. The professor has put the final point in his scheme. He asked the students whether they now see that even the most primitive and barbaric battles with cold steel are simply a series of actions that weaken the opponent in order to gradually achieve victory. The students were delighted with how the professor was able to explain a complex term in an interesting way. Now he was going to show them how modern necromancers fight. Professor Bahil began to draw on the board again. He depicted a conventional person, and then voiced his rhetorical question, how a modern necromancer would defeat this person. And he began to move the chalk quickly across the board. Then he hit the chalk against the board, death by curse after the first movement. And the necromancer won. The students were delighted, but did not quite understand what had happened. The professor began to explain that a curse is the lightest and simplest structure among all types of dark magic, and its other characteristic is that it is quickly activated. Moreover, it is effective as a low effort, allowing you to completely shake and confuse your opponent. The professor took a few steps and came close to the boy's desk with a smile. He continued to look at him smiling for several seconds. The boy did not understand what was happening and smiled nervously back. At the same time, unbeknownst to him, the professor was cursing him. And in a moment, this student fell helplessly on his desk with a dull thud. The professor took the knife out of the student's bag and made a pretense of swinging. He said that this is how modern necromancers fight, and he pulled the knife towards the student and then put it away. All the students were delighted with the performance, except for that student. They shouted that it was so cool and that catarology was the best. The professor lifted his curse on that poor student with one snap of his fingers and continued his speech that he didn't want to know what subject they would choose to specialize in, but he dared to guess that more than 80% of them would choose his subject for the second semester. Simon was also excited about this class. He believed that catarology had the best compatibility with other subjects. The professor concluded his class by urging them to practice their specializations, but not to forget to curse their opponents whenever they have the opportunity. This will be the most effective way to win. He personally believes that catarology is the core of modern necromancy. The reason for this was that, having stopped, the teacher turned around and looked at the class, which was listening attentively to him and taking notes. Then with a sharp movement he revealed to the whole class the inscription he had written. Priests, this inscription was on the board, and that is why catarology was the most effective way of confronting their main enemies. With a serious voice explained the teacher, looking carefully at the class. Then turning to the students, some of whom looked at him with confusion, he asked them if necromancers had curses and priests had blessings. The difference was that one strengthened the target while the other weakened it. The question was to see when a curse was better than a blessing. The green-haired girl with glasses, who had been introduced earlier, jumped up from her seat, raising her hand in the air and calling her name again. Then she answered the question posed earlier by the professor, explaining that curses were quicker than blessings. Which meant that curses could accumulate a weakening effect on the target faster, which was a huge advantage in real combat. Hearing the girl's answer, the teacher rubbed his chin thoughtfully, saying that it was an interesting opinion. But then added that it was wrong. The girl who answered froze in place with a raised hand and a bewildered look on her face. Seeing that no one else was willing to answer, the teacher began his explanations. Beginning with the fact that if you consider only the speed of application, the scientists come to a consensus that the curses that are imposed through the resistance of the enemy, a little slower than the blessing of the priest. After finishing his explanation, the teacher asked if anyone had anything to add, and immediately a hand went up. The guy who raised his hand introduced himself as Hector Moore. Turning to the instructor, he replied that there was almost no one who trained in a weakened state. Intrigued by the boy's answer, the instructor looked at him with interest and then asked him to state his name again. After the yellow-haired boy repeated his name, the professor said that he would remember it, to which he sat down in his seat to the applause of the class. The professor continued the lecture, explaining that Hector's words were correct, because weakening spells really can't be blocked by training. Then the professor continued, saying that everyone when practicing is conditioned while in a normal state. And the measure of skills depends on how much and how well a person will train. It is also important to take into account all environmental factors and whether they are under our control. Raising his index finger up, the instructor emphasized that humans were more sensitive creatures than they appeared and could break even at the slightest change. In other words, you didn't need to take your entire arm away from an archer who was targeting you for victory. You just had to load his vision with conjunctivitis, make him nauseous and vomit, confuse his sense of distance and blur his vision, or simply divert his attention to another object while he escaped. With such simple and uncomplicated solutions, you could avoid the arrow flying at you, the teacher summarized. Then turning to the blackboard where the diagram was drawn, he said that necromancers have many ways to disrupt the state of the enemy. He then gave an example, saying that no one would practice to prepare for curses when they had a stomach ache or were tired. The instructor continued by saying that they could just take the day off. Hearing his words, the class chuckled. After waiting for the class to calm down, the teacher said that they should remember one important thing. And that was that they should think how to weaken others instead of thinking how to strengthen themselves, because the best defense is offense. The door opened. And 3 female assistants entered the classroom carrying boxes with the academy's emblem on them. After everyone had a set of what they would need for training, the teacher announced in a solemn voice that they would now have to learn how to cast curses on others. Simon, as you can see, was easily dumbfounded. Because he couldn't believe they were learning dark magic in their first class. The teacher reminded the class that it should be a shame if a Kaizen student used a proofreader, but made an allowance since it was the first class and also the first lesson. For Simon it was a shot in the eye, not in the eyebrow, because he was the one who used the corrector. The reason why the teacher didn't want the students to use it was because it was quite useful in mastering, but there was a risk of becoming addicted to it, so one had to be careful. Finished with the theory, the teacher clapped his hands and then turned to the class saying that now it was time to practice the curse of exhaustion. He then began to explain that the students had to hold on to the handles of the corrective device and squeeze their darkness into the patterned shape of the corrective device. He further explained that the key to successfully forming the perfect magic circle was the rune word, which was a set of letters possessing magical power. After that, the teacher raised his hand on which appeared a dark magical sign, around which there were many magical letters. After showing an example, he explained that writing the words of the rune with darkness causes magic. Seeing that everyone had finished creating magic circles, the teacher told everyone to raise them up. On top of the pattern of the magic circle that was on the device appeared another magic circle consisting of darkness. Simon was delighted to see this, as he had succeeded the first time. However, to Simon's surprise and incomprehension, the class was filled with cheers of students who managed to fulfill the teacher's task. In addition, his magic circle looked much more unreliable than the others and threatened to collapse at any second. Which happened in the next moment. Noticing Simon's failure, the teacher explained that this happens if you don't refine the darkness properly or loosen the binding of the magic circle, and then he ordered the boy to try again, to which he nodded in response. Walking up the steps of the classroom, the instructor said that those who could keep the magic circle in the air would move on to actual practice. He added that everyone had to have a plant that was given with the corrective device. Simon went on to create a stable magic circle. To the students who succeeded, the teacher told them to aim at the plant on the table. Then use the curse on the poor plant that was just beginning to enjoy life. To the students who succeeded, the plant shriveled up and took on a sickly appearance. In the next second the plant dramatically fell on its back with its arms spread out, ending its not long but very useful life, which will serve for the formation of a new generation of necromancers. The teacher explained that if the plant had noticeable changes, it meant that the magic circle was working properly. The golden-haired boy saw that the plant had taken a lying position and did not look healthy at all and exclaimed joyfully. The teacher noted that he was beginning to see the difference in skills between the students. At the same time Simon once again tried to stabilize the magic circle, which despite all his attempts did not become more stable. The teacher did not pay attention to Simon, who failed to create a magic circle, turned to the other students, saying that if they succeeded, they should repeat it to practice the speed of creating a magic circle. Simon failed at creating a circle once again. He clutched the knobs of the corrective device in frustration. He couldn't understand what his problem was, and why he was the only one failing. The other students, having successfully completed the first step, began casting the curse on the plants. Simon could not help but wonder what he was doing wrong. But suddenly a phrase he had heard before popped into his head. When Lorraine and Nephthys looked at the clot of darkness that had formed on his arm, they were amazed to see that it also had the properties of mana, and that it was swirling like a flame, which meant that it was in a vaporous state. Nephthys added that this was why he was entering the academy, to learn how to use his core effectively. Realizing that what Lorraine and Nephthys had said about him being very bad at operating mana was absolutely true, Simon decided to start with the basics in order to move from where he was stuck. Putting the device aside, he set his thoughts aside and concentrated only on the task at hand. Remembering Professor Bahil's words that the problem was either a lack of purification or a binding to the circle, he decided instead of sending the mana directly to the core, he would collect it as much as he needed. Then would send all the collected mana into the core at one time. Now that there was enough mana in the core, and his darkness was much stronger, all Simon had to do so it was to pour his darkness back into the device and create a magic circle. As expected, it worked now, and the guy managed to form a perfect circle, which he immediately directed at the innocent plant, which had already given up hope that the guy would succeed. Fully prepared, Simon shouted a curse and activated the magic circle. He cast the curse on the plant, which immediately became painful and covered with a dark aura. Then he looked at his abuser one last time with resentment and tears in his eyes. The plant dramatically passed away. Simon couldn't be happy that he had finally succeeded, though not the first time. There was a man in the middle of the class who had been watching Simon closely all this time. Hector had been praised by the teacher and was one of the first to do the task. When he saw Simon's success, he clucked his tongue in annoyance. Clapping his hands to get the students' attention, the teacher said that that was all that applied to practice. As for those who failed, they would have to practice after they returned to the dormitories. Hearing the teacher's words, Simon breathed a sigh of relief as he was still able to complete the assignment, even though it was not the first time. However, Professor Bahil continued, saying that now they had to show what they had learned in this lesson. The teacher's words took Simon by surprise. The next moment the teacher noted with surprise that special admission number 1 was in this class. Then calling the name of the main character he asked him to come forward. The eyes of the whole class were immediately directed at Simon, who, feeling uncomfortable, hesitantly agreed. The students, hearing that he was a special admission student, speculated about how good he would be. Professor Bahil decided that a special admission student needed a worthy opponent, so he decided to choose one from the students who had passed the entrance exam with impressive results. Calling Hector Moore's name, he asked him to step forward. Simon stood in the middle of the class opposite his tall and confident opponent and listened to the rules explained by the teacher. Simon and Hector were given corrective devices, and then Professor Bahil explained that they were only allowed to use the curse of exhaustion. The task was to create a magic circle and use it on the enemy. The first one to fail to stay on their feet would lose. After hearing the rules, Hector raised his hand, saying that he would compete without the corrective device. The professor nodded his head and praised him, saying that such an attitude was welcome. Looking at the boy, who was staring at his opponent with drained confidence, Professor Bahil noted to himself that he seemed quite intelligent for his weak bare form. Remembering his words about using the device being undesirable, he noted that the boy had remembered that and decided to impress him by demonstrating his skills. Turning to Simon, he asked if he was going to use the corrective device, to which he replied in an uncertain voice that he was. With a disdainful look at the protagonist, the professor said yes. The next moment, with a smile on his face, he raised his hand, saying that they could start as soon as he gave the command and also wishing them good luck. There was silence between Simon and Hector. Hector frowned at Simon, while the latter didn't feel very confident against such an experienced and formidable opponent. In the next second, Professor Bahil gave the command to start the contest. Holding the corrective device in his hands and beginning to release the darkness into her, he calmed himself, telling himself not to be nervous and just do it like last time. Assuring himself that if he tried hard enough he could do it. Suddenly, however, a previously unknown horrible feeling enveloped him. With a blurry look at his opponent, Simon couldn't believe his eyes. Hector freely steered the circle with one hand and pointed it at Simon. The students were surprised and praised how Hector was able to create a circle so quickly without a device. The boy held the circle in one hand and looked at the hall with a satisfied face. Simon didn't know what to do, as not only was he creating a circle slower than his opponent even with the device, but the mere hitting of his opponent made him feel very tired. Deciding not to wonder, Simon raised the device in front of him and resumed creating the circle. However, just like last time, his circle was very unstable and began to collapse. He decided that such a circle would be useless even if he managed to use it on his opponent, and having destroyed the circle himself, he decided to start from scratch. The next moment he felt tired again and almost collapsed to the ground. Noticing that Simon had not given up and was trying to keep fighting, Hector used the curse on him again. But it didn't end once like last time. This time he continued to use the curse on the protagonist over and over again. The rest of the students looked at this scene with confusion. Stopping at 5 iteration, Hector said that should be enough. Barely able to stay on his feet, Simon could hear the chatter of a student who wondered with disdain if he was really number 1 once unable to start a single spell. Turning to Simon, who was breathing heavily, Hector told him to give up, adding that he was pathetic to look at. Not seeing that the guy was going to give up, Hector asked irritably if he wanted to see how it ended. He used another curse that was noticeably stronger than the previous ones, causing Simon to groan in pain and clench his teeth. As Professor Bahil watched the contest from the sidelines, he pondered the potential of the contestants. Concluding that Hector was a gem that did not lie in the road, besides his talent, he also possessed the mindset of a Kaizen student. He would most likely become an outstanding student who could survive to the 3rd grade. On the other hand, a special admission number 1 who had no prior training or basic knowledge of dark magic, let alone any real experience. Professor Bahil couldn't help but wonder why Nephthys had chosen this particular boy. Numbers 1, 2, 3, and 4, who are officially invited into Kaizen without passing preliminary exams, are supposed to be talents that are born once every few centuries. Especially number 1, who was always chosen by Nephthys herself and was bound to achieve outstanding results in his field. However, in the guy he was looking at now, he did not at all see the potential that was supposed to be in a person called the most talented. Looking at Simon, who despite his opponent's numerous attacks continued to stand on his feet, Bahil speculated that perhaps his specialty was stamina. Since normal students of his age kneel down after the 4th graduation, but he continued to stay on his feet even after the 9th graduation. Furthermore, he continued to maintain the magic circle while it was incredibly difficult for him to just stay awake, which was a testament to the fact that his spirit was also incredibly strong. But unfortunately that wasn't what was needed to pass the test, as magic combat professors valued physical and mental strength, so his specialty had nothing to do with it. But to his surprise, Simon, despite all the weakening curses placed on him, not only managed to stay on his feet, but also managed to complete the magic circle. After which, he shouted the exhaust spell. He released a weakening curse directly at Hector, who did not expect such a repulse from an opponent who could hardly stand on his feet. Bahil's teacher froze in place with admiration on his face, unable to believe what he had just seen. Simon was also glowing with happiness, even though he was only able to land a single blow. Holding his hand to the floor, Hector couldn't believe what had just happened. Nor could he believe that such an exhaust power could even exist. Not even during the prep session had this happened. Unwilling to accept that he could be attacked at all, he promised himself that he would never miss another spell again, and that he would end this annoying fight right now. Creating a new spell, he furiously shouted an exhaust spell and used it on Simon, who groaned painfully. The next moment, the adjustment device fell to the floor, followed by the defeated Simon, who had no strength to stand. The match was over, and Professor Bahil congratulated Hector on his victory with a smile on his face, but Hector didn't look happy about the victory, even though the whole class was cheering and shouting his name. Then turning to Simon, who was still on his knees, and having removed the effects of the weakening, the teacher also praised him, saying that he had done a great job and was able to show a great match. He then clapped his hands and announced the end of today's class. At the end of the class, one of the students approached Bahil and said that she had some questions about today's lecture. To which he replied that she should come to his office after today's class and he would answer all her questions. Hearing this, the girl glowed with joy and thanked the professor. Bahil, however, told himself that he couldn't lose such a precious moment for the sake of some frivolous girl. Simon Valencia, said Bahil alone standing in the middle of the empty classroom. That last release he was able to make at the end, it was far more valuable than the 9 exhausts Hector performed. That was the best strike, muttered Bahil with a delighted smile on his face. That genius should specialize in catarrhology by all means. Walking down the corridor, Simon felt very tired, as did the plant, which turned out to be more resilient than expected. Simon sank down in his chair and sighed heavily, then rested his forehead against the desk. He wondered why all the classes at the academy were so difficult. The blonde guy who sat down at his table said that it was because he was the first special admissions. Simon asked in confusion what that had to do with his classes being so hard. The guy explained that at Kaizen there was tough competition not only among students, but also among professors. Incompetent professors could be fired even in the middle of a semester, and there were cases when the monthly salary suddenly changed. But those who show great results have great influence in the academy. Simon asked what he was getting at. The guy continued, saying that it was because of the competition that all the professors were trying to recruit good students, and now they just had to turn on their brains and think about what would happen if there was a student who was rated as the most talented. It finally dawned on the boy that the professor had called him in front of the class to test his skills. Confirming Simon's speculation, the blonde-haired guy also mentioned about the girl who was called his colleague. Even though it was hard for Simon to think in his condition, he could still remember that her name was Malin Willen. The boy said that Simon was right, adding that she was the best in the whole course, so it was easy to see how good he was compared to her. But that didn't cheer Simon up one bit, since he'd never been able to beat her, and even Hector could barely cast a single spell. The light-haired boy replied that that was why all the professors were confused, because they expected him to be a genius, but in fact he turned out to be a novice. After understanding the explanation, Simon turned to the guy and thanked him, and then with a nonchalant face asked for his name. This question made the blonde-haired boy resentful, as he couldn't understand how Simon couldn't remember his name, which he had told him during Professor Bahil's class. Then he added loudly that his name was Dick Hayward, and that he was in the same class as Simon. Standing up from the table, Dick asked Simon about the talk that was going on about him. Realizing what he was talking about, the protagonist replied that they were probably talking about the fact that he was probably not so special anymore. Dick laughed and replied that he shouldn't take it to heart, because it was normal to be himself, and he also didn't understand what all the fuss was about on the first day. Then he noted that even though it was only noon, Simon looked exhausted. He grinned and replied that it was because he had used up all his stamina in Professor Bahil's class. Remembering that his new friend had gotten 10 curses at a time, Dick agreed that it was probably normal to be exhausted after that. It was fun, though. This phrase shocked the blonde-haired boy, who stared at Simon in surprise. The same one glowing with joy said that although it was a bit difficult, the class itself was fun. Leaning over to Simon, who was looking at him in bewilderment, Dick wagged his finger at him, saying that he was strange because it couldn't be fun, then added that that wasn't their main problem right now. Then whispered that Hector had already started forming his clique. Not understanding anything, Simon asked what he was talking about. Dick pointed to Hector, who was being introduced by a boy, and explained that he had impressed a lot of the guys in Professor Bahil's class, so it wasn't surprising that there was a lot of excitement about him. He was also the eldest son of an influential family, which made him popular among the noble children. But all this information did not interest Simon, who indifferently replied that he was not interested. But Dick was not going to be so easy to ask, and approaching Simon he said emotionally that politics was also important. Then he asked Simon if he knew what would happen if the whole class fell under Hector's influence. Those who would lose their favor with him would be outcasts, as well as unable to find team members for the group. Realizing that Dick was well versed in politics, Simon asked him why he had come to him and not to Hector. He scratched the back of his head and replied that he was a commoner from a merchant family. Simon was surprised, for he had heard that everyone was treated equally at Kizen. Dick grinned and replied that it was true. But unfortunately there were still some children from noble families who wanted to show their superiority. Hearing this, Simon replied that at least he was not, which pleased Dick, who was about to offer him something. "Join my group, Simon," said Dick enthusiastically, pointing a finger at himself. Then he assured Simon that whether you lacked skills or were told you had them, he was special admission number 1. In addition, kids who took the prep courses might seem better in class now, but with time, if you worked hard, things would even out. And there was no way Nephthys would pick him for nothing. Then, pointing his finger at Simon, Dick said excitedly that, to put it another way, he was hiding talents that even he didn't know he had. There was an awkward pause. After which Simon replied with a laugh. That he couldn't say anything about joining his band yet. But smiling and holding out his hand to Dick, Simon suggested that they start with friendship. The offer seemed to surprise the boy. He waved his hands and said that in Kizen it was a very awkward word that was rarely heard, adding that it sounded cringeworthy. But seeing that Simon was serious and not even joking, he scratched the back of his head awkwardly. Then, holding out his hand in return, Dick replied that it would be nice to have a friend, and Simon agreed. Dick said that they would soon be leaving again for the next C class. Simon agreed and asked what the next class would be. Dick looked at the schedule and said that it was summonology. This news made Simon very happy, which made him glow with happiness. For now he could summon creatures on his own, just as his father had done. Hopefully, he and Dick headed to the next class. As Simon climbed the stairs in search of empty seats, he heard conversations that mocked him, calling him the biggest failure in Kizen's history. Hector's jackal sitting next to him mockingly mentioned that he was also said to be better than Cerna, Châtel, and Lorraine, mockingly adding that it was bullshit. Hector just stared at Simon in silence, not saying a word. Dick sat down next to Simon and told him not to pay attention to them, because they just wanted to assert themselves at the expense of others. But the protagonist did not care. His only desire and the object of all his attention was the draft class, and all he did was to stare at one point with the look of a fool in love, waiting for the class to begin. Watching this, Dick could not help noting that his new friend was rather strange. Suddenly footsteps were heard in the corridor. At the same time Simon could not understand why his friend called him strange, for no one had ever said such things to him before, to which he replied that from now on he would hear part of it. At the same time a man came into the hall yawning, his appearance did not match the professor's, and the students began to whisper, wondering who it could be. The man walked to the table and put his hands on it. Then raised his head and introduced himself as Aaron Dia, their recruitment teacher for this semester. Then without changing his tone he began his lecture, beginning by saying that summonology was the root of all necromancers, as well as their history. Starting to write something in chalk on the blackboard, he continued, telling the bewildered students that even though the scholars did not recognize it, that necromancers were descended from thieves of Thrun, gravediggers, and other similar occupations. Pointing behind him to the blackboard where the single word summonology was written in chalk, he continued, saying that if the students had ears, they had probably heard many stories about summonology. Lagging behind the times, badly treated, hard to learn, lots of flaws and nuances, he said. Exactly the kind of prejudices you might have heard towards necromancers, said Professor Aaron. However, most of them are true, he added, contrary to all the expectations of the students who were shocked by his words, to the last hoping that he would say that they were all just rumors. However, the reality turned out to be cruel. A murmur went through the class, as the students did not understand how the professor of the draft could say such things. However, the professor, who looked more like a common warrior than a teacher, went on to say that they must have enjoyed all the previous classes, as the professors had only told them the delights of their specialty. However, he said he didn't support that attitude, adding that he thought everyone should know both the pros and cons of a specialization in order to make the right decision. Therefore, he started with the disadvantages, which surprised the students who had encountered it for the first time. The first disadvantage was that it was expensive, and no matter how much you calculate it, it still comes out to be several times more costly. The materials fee for conscription can be several times more than for all other specialties combined. This price for materials is due to the fact that suitable materials were not very common, but that was no reason to kill people or animals to get materials. Therefore, in modern times, summoners use skeleton kits or specially processed corpses for summoning. He went on to explain that most often summoners spent more money on materials than they received in reward for the mission, so he advised students who were going to study summonology not to expect to earn money. And the second drawback was that the summoner depended heavily on summoned creatures, because if you think about it, summonology is all about battles with summoned creatures. But when the summoner's creatures are destroyed, the summoner's power is drastically reduced by more than 80%. Part of the problem was the first drawback, but these days summoners are more likely to use a semi-permanent remade undead rather than a disposable one. If they lose these semi-permanent undead, they suffer both strategic and financial damage. Until they rebuild their summoned creature or replace it with a new one, they can only watch from the sidelines as their counterparts fight. The third and most important disadvantage was that the summoners were weak against the priests, to be precise. Summonology was no match for modern howling, and that was no joke. The time when summonology could fully realize its potential was total war, as during battles summoners get an unlimited supply of materials for summoning undead, because dead bodies could be found literally everywhere. But even after the truce, modern warfare continues in the form of small localized battles. And for such quick and traceless battles best suited mages who specialized in curses, as well as spirit controllers. While necromancy was very weak against priests, who could destroy the entire army with a single holy spell, which was very inefficient, as the cost of recovery would be enormous. After telling the disadvantages, the professor added that there were a few more, but in any case the choice was left to the students. As soon as he finished, Jamie immediately raised her hand, calling out to the professor. Having introduced herself, she asked with interest, "So what were the advantages of summonology?" The professor looked at the girl with a frown. He replied that he didn't remember allowing her to ask questions, which took the girl by surprise, and she confusedly sat down and apologized. Advantages. The number as well as the possibility of applying different tactics in battle using summoned creatures, without enthusiasm in his voice replied the professor, which sounded like he was omitting too many advantages, and in general was not interested to interest the students. Without naming more advantages, he turned to the students and said that only they should decide whether to take summonology in the second semester or not, but added that they should not forget one thing. Don't even dream of setting foot in this field if you don't have the guts for it. After this motivational speech, the professor added that if anyone is going to cry, whine, turn away or consult him about changing their major after the second year for financial reasons or whatever, they shouldn't even consider majoring in that field with such a characterless mindset. As the students listened to his words, they looked at him in confusion. The assistants, who had already listened to these words apparently not for the first time, sighed tiredly. The professor did not stop, saying that if someone hopes to specialize in summonology only because there is less competition for survival, I will personally expel you. Okay, that's it, let's get to class. To which the class tentatively agreed. Simon picked up a box with unknown contents, which was provided by his assistants, and listened to the professor's instructions, who explained that these boxes contained the bones of sharp-blooded rat catchers. Opening the lid, the guy saw a lot of different bones that were signed and sorted into compartments. The choice towards rat bones was justified by the similarity to human body structure, making it cheaper and easier than normal human skeletons. Tossing one of the skulls into the air with his hand, the instructor explained that most beginning summoners start with island rat bones. Pointing to a poster that the assistant was trying to hang on the wall at the time, he explained that it was the Pied Piper's bone structure. Then deciding to start practicing, he ordered everyone to pull out skull number 1. Adding for them the skull was already assembled by default. One of the girls took the skull in her hands and remarked that it was quite creepy, to which the other girl replied that despite that it was very clean. Seeing that most of the students had already examined the skulls, the professor told the students to put their hand through the hole that was located right under the skull. There should be a magical corrective circle inside. He added that it was exactly where they should put their hand and activate the magic circle. Simon held the skull in his hands and followed the professor's commands. Soon the boy managed to find the hole where the magic circle was located, which was supposed to work as a corrector, and then he stretched out his hand, deciding to try. Once the magic circle is complete. But he didn't have time to finish, as the next moment there were squeals and frightened screams from the students around the classroom. Who, without listening to the end, activated the circles, causing the heads of the island rat catchers to come to life and start wreaking havoc around the classroom. While the students, obviously unprepared for such a turn, were frightened, not realizing what was going on. The professor smirked as if he hadn't seen this coming and said that he was going to tell them not to be frightened by the fact that the undead would come back to life after the activation. But unfortunately he was too late, to which there were angry voices from the class saying that it was rather cruel and low. Simon, who had also activated the skull, ordered him not to move, which he immediately did. Seeing that Simon had been able to calm the skull so quickly, and that he was treating it as something ordinary, Dick asked if he had ever experienced such things before. To which Simon replied that he'd just seen them a lot before. With a loud clap on the table to attract attention, the professor told the students to get used to it, as they were necromancers, and then added that once the magic circle was activated, the process of creating undead could be considered complete. Since the head couldn't move on its own, it needed to create a body, and for that, necromancers needed to be familiar with the bone structure of the summoned creature. Unlike the human body which had 206 bones, the body of the island ratcatcher only had 53 bones, which was much simpler. Following the instructions of the professor, who said to take the number 2 neck bone and connect it to the skull, Simon found the right bone and began to carefully bring it to the skull. Suddenly the bone, like a magnet, jumped out of the guy's hand and stuck to the skull. The professor explained that skeletons have a tendency to return to their original form, and therefore, if you follow certain rules, the assembly should not be difficult, to which Simon replied in surprise that it was, while the skull of Dick, who decided that the head of his summoner was not necessary, tried to correct this misunderstanding. The professor continued to explain what to do, saying that now they should move on to bones number 3, 4, and so on up to 11. The students, despite the fact that it was not the easiest thing to do, followed his instructions with interest, and also consulted with each other. But not everyone had a good time, because some of them, before hearing the professor's warning to be careful not to mix up the bones of the upper back with the lower bones, which was very important, had already made this mistake, which again led to incidents with rodents, which, out of control, began to attack the innocent neighbors of those who had managed to mix up the bones. The professor said that if the creature is assembled incorrectly, it will not move smoothly. And in some cases it could break in the most important places at the most crucial moment. Hector folded his arms on his chest without showing any emotion, sitting in front of his perfectly assembled undead, while his minions sucked up to him praising him and telling him that he was the best. While the rest of the students following the professor's instructions were at 16 dice, Malin finished assembling her undead and sat with a bored look. Soon most of the students were able to get to bone 53, which was almost the end. The professor told the students not to be silent and to raise their hand if they were stuck somewhere and didn't know what to do. Immediately after his words, several students raised their hands to say that they were not doing well. At the same time he finished his first skeleton, which he had created with the help of his darkness. Simon smiled contentedly at his creation as he heard the voice of his new friend calling helplessly for him. Pointing to his undead, which was sitting on the table in a strange pose, Dick tearfully asked Simon why his skeleton was always trying to put a leg bone in his hand. After a glimpse of the undead, Simon pointed to the shoulder joint, adding that he had probably placed the leg bone where the arm bone should have been, which made the summoned creature move so strangely. Dick looked at his undead more closely and was surprised to see that Simon was right, then grumbled about why the bones were so similar. After a while, Professor Aaron announced that the time for collecting skeletons had been exhausted, adding that there would now be a demonstration of what they had gone through in class. As expected, he called Simon first, who had already accepted his fate and nodded obediently. Dick patted him on the back and wished him luck. The next student to be called by the teacher was Hector Moore. Hector Moore, whom he also summoned to come to the front of the class. Once again standing opposite each other and keeping their eyes on each other, they listened attentively to the teacher, who informed them that they had 10 minutes until the end of the class. Then he began to explain the essence of the competition, which was to collect the skeleton of his undead and using it to get a necklace. The winner will be the one who at the end of the class and will have a necklace. He also said that they could not take it with their hands and use dark magic, except for these 2 rules everything else was allowed. After the professor finished explaining the rules he told the guys to get ready and start as soon as he gave the command, after which they immediately knelt down and opened the box of bones. As soon as Professor Aaron gave the sign, the boys immediately grabbed a skull each of their future summoned creatures. Holding the skull in his hands, Simon told himself with a smile on his face that he could definitely win. After activating the magic seal, he decided to start with the spine and then move on to the other parts. Holding the skull in his hand, Simon looked at the board where the mouse skeleton structure was supposed to hang. However, to his surprise he found that one of the assistants had already started to remove it from the board. Noticing the boys' puzzled look, Professor Aaron explained that in this match was not allowed to cheat, and peeking at the skeletal structure was just that. The boys were quite shocked by this news. Despite the fact that the scheme was unavailable, Simon still had hope for the numbers that were labeled all the bones, which greatly simplified the task. So he immediately decided to collect everything in order, starting with number 1. But the next moment, to his confusion, he discovered that the bones had no numbers on them, contrary to his expectations. Seeing Simon's confusion, the teacher Aaron explained that of course there were no numbers on the real bones, and the ones they used for training were training bones, adding that it was only through the teacher's hard work that they could use the bones with numbers for training. Then he asked Simon in a cold voice, "Didn't I already tell you that? A necromancer should be familiar with all of this." Hector was the first to start assembling his skeleton. He was concentrating on putting the bones together according to the way he had memorized them, and he was doing quite well. Meanwhile, Simon could not quickly recover from the lack of clues he had received earlier, but he was not going to give up and was serious. He convinced himself that since he was able to put it together last time, he should be able to do it this time. He just needed to recall the sequence of the main bones. Simon started with bone number 2, which was supposed to be attached to the skull. Professor Aaron silently watched the student's attempts without expressing any emotion. It seemed that he was interested in very few things in life, and teaching students was definitely not on that list. But he still watched the students, and it seemed that special admission number 1 had never assembled a skeleton in his life, and now he would not succeed. While the other student, a big boy, had memorized the order and structure of the skeleton and had already completed it. The professor noticed that he relied on his knowledge and memory, and the preparatory courses he took before the class helped him with this, but he also avoided critical mistakes thanks to his intuition. He definitely had a bit of talent, but as far as special admission number 1 goes, he almost broke down. It was obvious that he hadn't taken the preparatory courses, and the professor didn't understand why. Simon, meanwhile, was hesitating whether he was picking up the bones in the right order or not. Professor Aaron looked at the students watching the competition and thought that only Hector seemed to have a bit of talent in this class. Hector was the first to get his island mouse skeleton to stand on its own 2 feet. As the students cheered, he thought he was going to win. He had almost completely assembled the skeleton, only the arms were left. Hector thought that since he was the first to assemble the skeleton, the victory was in his hands, and after that Simon would never have a chance against him again. His rodent skeleton was already completely ready. He looked at Simon with a strong desire to make him a laughingstock in front of the whole class, destroying his credibility and his reputation as the number 1 special admission. And with an angry gnashing of his teeth, he added quietly to himself that he wanted to watch Simon fall to the floor. Hector didn't waste a minute and set his skeleton on the target. And step by step, he approached the table with the decoration. To the delighted shouts of the students, Hector's mouse jumped onto the professor's desk. The mouse immediately ran to the necklace. Then it immediately ran with the jewelry in its paws to its owner. Simon saw all this and realized that he had 5 minutes left before the bell rang, and if Hector still had the necklace, he would win. Simon could not let that happen. He continued to assemble his skeleton with trembling hands. Simon thought he couldn't jump in over his head, since Hector was more prepared and he had only assembled the skeleton once before. The chances of winning it were slim. His only way to win was to give up trying in vain to do what he was taught in class. He wouldn't succeed anyway. He just had to trust his own gut feeling, and he smashed what he had tried to put together before without success. Simon was just going to put the bones back together the way he imagined and felt. The students started whispering in surprise and seemed to be asking, "What is this? What is he doing? Did he start all over again wrong? Maybe he's giving up." Gradually, their whispers turned into mockery. They said that he had no talent or inner sense. Simon did not pay attention to them. His new friend Dick was very worried about him, while the other students did not understand why he was number 1. Simon reflected that when the professor announced the rules, he said to get the necklace using the skeleton, not to make the skeleton perfect, so all was not lost for him. He had no time. He had to forget about complex structures and make his skeleton as simple as possible. He began to assemble the new skeleton and started by adding the front legs, which he remembered were number 20. Then he added part number 27, because it was the main part, and it went very quickly. He skipped some parts, put others in the wrong places. The professor noticed his attempts and wondered what he was doing. Then he looked closely and was very surprised. How could this be? It was the first time he had ever seen such a thing. The professor could not believe that Simon had done it and how he had managed to do it at all. It was the bone structure of a gray rat. And its eyes were burning with Simon's midnight darkness. The gray rats were the ancestors of the rat men who now lived on the island. And he was able to do this because they had similar bone structures, but the gray rats were much simpler in structure. Professor Aaron could not believe that he was able to recreate another creature simply by rearranging the bones. Of course, the skeleton was not exactly the same, but it was definitely an undead thing that could move. The professor was beginning to realize what Simon had done and was very impressed that a student with no training could do it. How could he come to this conclusion based on his gut instinct instead of knowledge? The professor was beginning to understand why he was the #1 choice of Nephthys. Meanwhile, Simon's friends were supporting him fiercely, telling him not to stop and to keep going. The mood of the students in the classroom also began to change. They no longer considered him a complete loser, although they did not quite understand what was happening. Only the upstart Jamie Victoria kept saying that she had made the perfect skeleton, and he was not acting according to the rules. But the smarter students realized that the shape didn't matter. Even those who were the first to assemble their training skeletons without looking at the diagram realized that they could not have done it that way. And all the students were on Simon's side and supporting him, which was very annoying for Hector, who believed that he should be the center of attention. He was furious and did not understand why everyone was supporting his rival. With all his anger, he directed his skeleton at the mutant that Simon had made. His skeleton remained intact due to its greater mass and more complete structure, while the other one was shattered. Hector looked at Simon's confused face and mentally proclaimed himself the winner. He was sure he had won and smiled smugly. But something was very wrong. Simon was smiling instead of being sad. He made a quick movement with his hand. And parts of his skeleton flew into the air, taking the necklace with them. The paw of his skeleton pulled the necklace off his opponent with a loud thud. The confused Hector did not have time to react and his unwilling servant stood there frozen. A paw of bones clutching the necklace flew toward Simon. And then the bell suddenly rang, first once. Then again. Hector didn't understand what had happened. The victory was in his hands, how could he lose? He said it was not fair and demanded that the professor stop this nonsense. After all, he had said at the beginning of the competition that you had to get the necklace using a skeleton, and it was just a piece of bone. Hector was shocked and furious. But Simon interrupted his whining with a surprised question, just a bone? Hector flinched. Simon said he didn't think so and made a confident movement with his hand. Suddenly, with a crash, the parts of his skeleton began to come together. Hector watched in horror as part by part, bone by bone, Simon's undead body came together on its own. It was the first time he had seen this. A moment later, the whole skeleton stood in front of him again. Simon asked him, "So what now, is it really just a bone?" The necklace remained in the skeleton's mouth. On the orders of its master, the skeleton spat the necklace right into his hands. And he raised the necklace right in front of Hector's face, laughing in his face. Furious, Hector could barely contain himself and gritted his teeth to keep from lashing out at Simon. But they were stopped by the professor, who said enough is enough. As usual, he tiredly began to announce the winner and it was Simon Valencia. At first Simon hesitated for a second, but then he quickly grabbed his skeleton and picked it up. And he raised it above his head in front of the whole class. He was very happy. Simon was sincerely happy to win with his skeleton. He finally won, and not to be disgraced as he usually was before. After the first day of school was over, the professors met to discuss the students' results, and they started by saying that everyone agreed that there were many capable students enrolled this year. The special recruitment students and those who got the highest marks in the entrance exams were the best, especially Malin Villeneuve, who was even better than expected. She was able to do Shanif poison on the first try. It was impressive. The other teachers completely agreed with this opinion, and one of them added that the blood of the Villian family is thicker than water. All 7 children from this family have incredible abilities. Then they mentioned the heiress of the Ivory Tower, Saren, who also showed excellent results, and it was clear why her parents were so proud of her. Châtel Mayer was not forgotten either, as he completely broke the stereotypical notions of half-giants, as there was a prejudice that they had no magical skills at all, but this was not true at all, and Châtel was very capable in the field of specialization of magic. Professor Bahil mockingly asked them if they had already chosen their favorites and reminded them that it was forbidden to force students to specialize during the protected period for newcomers. But they did not respond to his words, instead asking how his class went today. Bahil asked with an innocent smile what they meant. But they told him not to pretend, and that he knew they wanted to hear about special admission number 1, whom Naftis had personally selected. He shrugged and calmly replied that the student had lost 10-1 to another student in the class, and he was not at all convinced that he had much talent. The other professors reacted with some restraint, saying that this was not expected, but he was still special admission number 1, so was he sure that there was nothing special about him. Professor Bahil pretended to think about it and then added that he had good stamina, having endured 9 curses of exhaustion before he collapsed in his first class. The other professors were not at all pleased. 9 times is certainly a lot and stamina is good, but not at all impressive for special admission number 1. While everyone was discussing the students, Professor Aaron, as usual, was bored on the sidelines. Unfortunately for him, Bahil noticed him and told him that he was also teaching a class today, wasn't he? Aaron was in no hurry to answer and calmly poured himself some tea. Then he turned to them and said that yes, he was teaching the class. But this answer did not satisfy Bahil at all, and he asked him directly what he thought about special admission number 1. Aaron realized that he couldn't avoid answering, so he said that in his opinion special admission number 1 is a slow mediocre guy, but he has a little originality to make some creative though defective designs. Bahil's hand with the cup trembled from this answer, although no one noticed. Everyone started whispering and discussing that the number 1 special admission was not so special this year and wondered how that could be, since it was chosen by Neftis herself. Bahil couldn't believe what had just happened. It seemed that only he had noticed it, so Aaron had put up a smokescreen in front of everyone and not said everything, which could only mean one thing. Aaron was known to be a complicated person and such a statement from him meant only one thing: he liked special admission number 1 very much. Bahil knew it for sure. After all, a slow and mediocre guy with originality in making creative defective designs. It was the best compliment Aaron could give. Bahil continued to think, the guy chosen by Neftis and set on by the fastidious Aaron was becoming more and more interesting to Bahil, and he had a desire to play with Aaron for a while. He approached him and the latter turned to him with a questioning look. Bahil asked about the statement he had made last year. Did he still stand by it? Aaron did not understand what he was talking about and asked again, last year? Yes, that statement that Aaron was no longer going to directly mentor students. Bahil said it with a seemingly friendly and innocent smile, but Aaron understood what was behind the question and lost all his confidence. He started to stammer out an excuse that he didn't mean it, when suddenly, bam! Neftis herself joyfully burst into the room, greeting everyone there. Immediately, all conversation stopped and everyone bowed their heads in respect to her, and she continued to greet them carefree as if they were not her subordinates, just friends. Bahil took out an ice cream from his magic pocket and was about to give it to Neftis with a smile. She kind of exclaimed in surprise that she was surprised and had already told him to stop spoiling her like a child, but nevertheless reached out for the ice cream. Bahil told her that the virtue of being a gentleman included preparing snacks for a lady. Neftis was pleased, waiting for the opportunity to taste her gift, and said what a smooth talker he was and she just had to take this ice cream since she was given it. The other professors were shocked that he was carrying around a subspace freezer. Another professor pulled out a chair for her and invited her to sit down. She gladly sat down and asked how the students had performed on the first day. And the professors began to praise the different students they had talked about before, and Neftis began to eat her ice cream with pleasure and agreed with everything. She was very pleased with so many talented students in this year's first year and hoped that the protection period for new students would soon be over. Aaron looked at Neftis and hesitated. Neftis smugly said that it was all great and they could report any problems to her, and if there were none, then because it was the first day of school, they could go home early and rest. Everyone was all for it. But Aaron was not going to leave and asked Neftis if they could discuss something in private. All the professors were very surprised and looked at him questioningly, but Neftis was not at all confused by this question and she gladly agreed. Bahil watched them leave the room. As they left, Neftis asked what Aaron wanted to discuss, but he said he would tell her only when they were alone. Bahil noted to himself that Aaron was as straightforward as ever. But he didn't worry about it, because Neftis would never just say what they wanted to know. Let's get back to our students. Simon and Dick were looking for a place in the dormitory, and in all the rooms they had visited there was only one free place left, and they wanted to share a room. Simon knew what the reason was. They had come to the dorm too late. All the students who were looking for a room were from their group, because summonology lasted 3 hours, so students from other groups had already taken almost all the rooms. They approached the girl in charge of student accommodation and asked if there were any rooms with 2 more free places. But she told them that unfortunately there were no such rooms on the first and second floors. Also, after looking at the scheme, they found out together that even on the third and fourth floors there were no 2 free places, as well as on all other floors. They asked if they could go to the rooms and try to negotiate with the students to change places. And when they were told yes, Simon told Dick that he wanted to go look around the floors and try to find something, in case something worked out. The girl said she would go with them and help them, and she didn't notice that a group of students was approaching them from the side. Suddenly, they told the girl to move away and then immediately hit her with a tray with their suitcases. The girl fell down and the suitcases fell apart. One of those students claimed that it was all her fault, he had told her to move. The poor girl started apologizing. They told her that a caretaker like her only gets in the way, and all this happened because of her. How would she compensate them for the damage? The girl only managed to apologize under a stream of accusations and insults. When she apologized, they told her to excuse her ass for standing there, to quickly pack up her things and get out of their way. The poor girl agreed and said she would do it. But they were interrupted by Simon, who told them he was sorry, but can't they see he was talking to her? And he stood between the girl and these hooligans. Dick backed him up, saying that they were here first, so they shouldn't cut in line, and that they saw them deliberately hit the girl. It seems that these guys were nobles, so they asked them arrogantly if they were out of their minds. They were commoners, what do they think they are? However, one of them noticed something and started to push his friends. He pointed at Simon and said that he had seen him before and that he was special admission number 1 and that he had taken the oath in front of all the students. Simon's appearance scared them. They quickly and nervously packed their bags and quickly got away, threatening the girl to be careful next time. Dick laughed at those losers, and the girl thanked Simon for his help and he assured her that she didn't need to thank him, he just did what he had to do. The girl was very grateful to them and invited them to follow her. She checked her notes again more carefully and happily reported that there was actually 1 room left with 2 free beds. It was on the 4th floor, room 409, it had a great view and was close to the main staircase. She started checking which students had already moved in while our friends waited behind her. But something was wrong. The girl turned to them and uncertainly said that rooms 412 and 413 also had vacancies and were located next to each other and invited them to look at them. The friends did not understand what was wrong with room 409 and asked her. The girl began to clumsily excuse herself by saying that students were already living there. And one of them. But Simon didn't seem to care and just wanted to join those who were already living there. Then she told him a story about a student who lived there. His name was Kajan Edvald, and he had already studied here last year. Simon then had a logical question about what he was doing in the freshman dormitory. The girl explained that he was unable to transfer to the second year. She had heard that he had some problems and had to start over. She whispered to them that she was just a dormitory supervisor and didn't know all the details, but she had heard that many of those who shared a room with him had asked for permission to change rooms. Those students had bruises on their faces and he got into trouble because of it. Usually Kizan quickly expels problem students, so it was strange that they made an exception for Kajan Edvald. Dick started to ask Simon to choose another room. But he wanted to at least say hello to the residents of room 409, and Dick was shocked by this idea. He asked if he was really going to go in there. Simon took hold of the doorknob and creaked the door open. They walked into a room that was in semi-darkness. Simon said hello and apologized for the intrusion and for waking the residents. The silhouette lying on the bed stirred. A bandaged hand gripped the edge of the bed as Simon asked if they could move into the room. Dick was terrified at the prospect of living with such a neighbor, but Simon seemed to have no qualms. A man got up from the bed, looking at the uninvited guests with a murderous look. When Simon entered the room, he asked the man with all his politeness if he would mind if they shared a room with him. Although the man's look and appearance was quite scary. But the look of his red eye with a scar made goosebumps run through his body. It turned out that he was not as angry as he seemed at first glance. He sat up on the bed holding his head and remarked that time was flying fast since today was the initiation ceremony for the newcomers. He added that they didn't have to be so nice to him, he wasn't a professor, and after all, he was a freshman like them. Dick was still scared and hid behind Simon, who came closer to the bed and agreed, but made another mistake and called his new roommate Mr. Kajin. He told him to drop it and just call him Kajin. He turned to them and told them that he didn't know how long they would be staying at this school, but they should remember two things. The first thing was to keep their noses out of his business. The second thing was not to make any noise or fuss until he went to bed, and once he was asleep, they could dance, sing, or do whatever they wanted. But Kajin still hadn't answered whether he allowed them to stay here, so Simon asked if they could stay. Kajin replied that it didn't matter, did it? Someone would come here anyway when there were no more rooms, so they should stay. And he immediately dozed off under their astonished gazes. Simon confidently told the dormitory manager that they were taking the room. She couldn't quite believe it, so she asked if they were sure they would be okay. Simon was sure that they would be fine, because it seemed that their neighbor was not as bad as they had heard about him, although he looked a bit rough. The dormitory manager agreed and just warned them that if they had any problems later, they shouldn't hesitate to let her know. She would then immediately notify the head manager of the dormitories to take care of it. Simon was very grateful to this girl for her concern. They said goodnight and closed the door behind them in their new room 409 with a creak. Dick asked if he really thought their neighbor would not wake up. Simon wasn't sure, but he had just told them to do whatever they wanted as long as he was asleep. So Dick decided to check it out. He threw the stack of books he was holding and they hit the floor very loudly, scaring Simon. And it turned out that Kajin was indeed still sleeping despite the noise. Dick was beginning to like him, and he said that in the end he didn't think Kajin was a bad person, as long as they followed his rules they had nothing to worry about. And since they had found their room and moved their stuff, it was time to take a shower. He had seen the bathhouse on the second floor on their way up and he was going to check it out. Simon asked quite cautiously, "A bath?" A minute later he was already shouting in excitement how much he loved her, and it was obvious because he was beaming with happiness. He had never felt so warm and soft. As they walked back together from the bath, Dick was surprised that he had never seen anyone so enthusiastic about an ordinary shower stall. He asked Simon with a smile if he had ever lived far away in the mountains or something similar. Simon replied that yes, something like that. Dick continued to talk and asked him to at least stop saying, "Wow," every time he pressed the buttons in the shower. Other students would not understand this behavior. Simon asked if he really did that. Dick assured him that he was, and now the whole school would not only be talking about him as special submission number 1, but now he would be called a bumpkin on top of being called a fake. Simon was ashamed of this prospect. They went into their room talking about how good it was to be in Kizen and how lucky they were to be here. They probably all wanted to be here. But whether or not they could stay here depended on their grades. Simon had heard that only 300 or so students in their second year were supposed to stay. Dick said that this was true. There are so many cohorts of students now only because there is still a period of student protection and they just have to wait a little bit and they will see at least half of the students drop out right away. But Simon didn't know what the protection period meant, so he asked what it was. Dick explained to him that it is a period when professors cannot officially evaluate students and give them grades. During this period professors cannot personally communicate with students and they cannot expel students at their discretion. They also can't harm students, and there are so many other things that are forbidden, he can't remember them all. Simon was shocked by this information, so he was still being lenient in everything that happened today. What would happen next? Dick continued that after this period, expulsions would be a constant occurrence due to lack of academic performance, lack of visibility of future success, rule violations, unsatisfactory homework, and other lesser reasons. But, if he can hang in there at least until the end of his first year, he can expect to find a job almost anywhere in the future. And if he can survive the intense competition and officially graduate, then he will be a leader in an era that will move entire continents. And Dick pointed his finger directly at the surprised Simon. Then he added that he would be able to become absolutely anything, except a member of the royal family. Although in fact, some small kingdom might offer him a princess to marry if he could graduate from Kizen. Simon heard this and asked if he wanted to become a nobleman. Dick replied that no, although there would be many advantages if he were one, it was not his goal. Simon then clarified his question, what then is his goal? Dick held up his hand and showed him how he rubbed his fingers in a well-known gesture. Money, that was his main and probably only goal. Simon now had an idea of what lay ahead and was serious about working hard to stay in Kizen as long as possible. He started rubbing his ring that Lorraine had bought him. Dick had already started to say that if he ever needed money, he would. When suddenly Simon opened his subspace and a box with a set of dice flew out, surprising and maybe even scaring his friend a little. The latter was amazed and did not hesitate to show it, he just bombarded Simon with questions. What is this? And how did he just do that? Simon explained that it was subspace. And in his hands he was holding a skeleton kit for an island ratman. He had bought it when he was shopping with Lorraine, now he was going to practice to catch up with the other students who were taking the preparatory courses. Dick couldn't believe that he was going to practice after they had just come from class, and Simon replied that he just didn't want to forget everything he had learned and experienced today in summonology class. Then he asked that this time he was going to put it together in the right order this time, right? But Simon replied that he wanted to try again to trust his gut feeling this time. He began to assemble the bone by bone, following his gut instinct. Dick watched him fascinated. A few minutes later, another unusual skeleton Simon had assembled was walking across the floor. Dick looked at it and noted that it was the same as the one he had collected in the classroom. Simon replied that yes, in general it was the same, but it should have been better, because he spent more time on it, but one of its legs was wobbly for some reason. Despite the fact that it was a skeleton, it was even somewhat cute. Dick said that despite his shortcomings, Simon had made a skeleton that he probably would never be able to. Simon apologized to his incomprehensible creature, who was looking at him questioningly. And the next moment he broke it into its component parts with a crunch. His friend was very surprised by this behavior. He asked what was wrong. It was such a beautiful skeleton, why did he destroy it? Simon did not answer, absorbed in his thoughts, and this made Dick worry about him. He was absorbed in the memories of today's summoning class, recalling the words of Professor Aaron, who said that skeletons formed with summoning magic have a tendency to take their original form, and showed how easily two bones can be joined as if by attraction. The official name for this phenomenon is restoring force. Simon also remembered that this phenomenon was also called the attraction in the field. He closed his eyes, exhaled, and focused on his inner sense. And he began to clearly feel every bone scattered around the room. Nothing else mattered to him now. Because skeletons have a tendency to go back to their original form, so if he remembers the sequence, assembly shouldn't be hard. With a rattling sound, the bones that had been lying close to each other began to slowly move closer together. Simon looked closely at the skull, which was quietly clicking on the floor, and he had an idea. Instead of manually reassembling each bone by hand, he could simply use summoning magic to make them reassemble themselves to their original shape. So he stood up and pointed his hand at the pile of bones on the floor and said, "Restore." And in a moment, the skull's red eyes lit up and the whole room was filled with the sound of bones breaking. Dick was a little scared as the bones started flying by him with a whistle. A minute later, with the last snaps and clicks, the whole island ratman was on the floor of the room. Dick remarked that it was incredible to see the skeleton put itself together, and Simon was pleased that he could entertain his friend a little. Meanwhile, Ratman was running and jumping around the room. Dick was very sleepy and yawning, but he still wanted to know how Simon could do it even without training. But eventually sleep overcame his curiosity. He told Simon that it was late and he was very sleepy, he should go to bed. Then he asked Simon if he was going to sleep, but he couldn't get enough of his summon. He kept petting his Ratman and said that he wanted to try it out more. Dick didn't mind and he would just go to bed first. But before he went to bed, Simon managed to ask him what time was their first class tomorrow. Dick asked again, tomorrow? And he immediately answered, darkness dynamics. While they were talking, Simon was stroking his skeleton and his eyes changed from red to midnight blue. Dick had long since fallen asleep, and Simon was still sitting on the floor studying the diagram, his skeleton sitting across from him, tapping its bones softly. Simon was wondering how he could connect the bones so that the knees could rotate, although they might be Ratman's bones, but maybe they could move like human bones if he put them in a different order. He held one of the bones in his hands and thought about what to do with it. But after twisting the bone in his hands, he came to the conclusion that it wouldn't. Just putting the Ratman's inverted joint. The other way around wouldn't work. He began to add and correct something in his notes. He wrote the following: the assembly formulas are the standards that necromancers have established over a long time, so there must have been numerous trials and errors to get to this point. Just like he is now. Every task has its reason and meaning, and after repeating the assembly himself, he realized how great the previous generations of necromancers were. After the inspection, he put the skeleton's leg back in place. Then he added another arm, trying to replace number 25 with number 31. He asked his creatures if they were comfortable, to which they swung their heads in different directions. He realized that this combination was not very good and decided to put the bones back in their places. Then he thought that no matter how reasonable the structure is, there is always a more efficient way to assemble a motor mechanism for a skeleton. He wondered how he could learn all this quickly. He picked up the book and decided that he would research this question in more detail. He remembered his father, whose skeletons had helped people with their possessions. And Lorraine, whose skeletons had helped them deal with a gang that had attacked him. He looked at his Ratman, whose eyes burned with blue darkness, and wondered what he was missing compared to his father and Lorraine. Simon just couldn't wait for his next summonology class to learn more. The next morning at the first class, the students were listening to a lecture on darkness dynamics. The professor stood in front of the class and told them how important darkness dynamics was to the students. The professor's name was Eric Ora, and he was the one who was going to teach the class. He was quite monotonous in his talk, which caused most of the students to doze off, but not Simon, who was listening intently. The professor asked a rhetorical question: so then how does this darkness create the miracle that is black magic? And went on to explain that to answer this question they needed to understand the flow of darkness, runic words, and the mechanisms of the magic circle. Professor Eric Ora decided to delve into history and explain to them the origin of runic words, which had its roots in the eternally burning torch of the Temple of Del. Initially, none of the ancient people wondered why this torch never went out, even though no one fed it with fuel. Why? Because people then deemed doubting God to be blasphemous in itself. But one day they noticed that the ashes from the torch resembled letters. And they were very surprised by the fact that behind such a miracle as the eternal torch were ordinary letters. The professor concluded his story by saying that this is the story behind the origin of runic words. Simon was fascinated, while the other students were already falling asleep from boredom. The professor continued, telling them that the wizards and necromancers who discovered and researched the ancient runic words made countless improvements to create the modern runes of today. He began drawing runes and magic circles on the board, commenting that runic words after all the improvements today look like this, and these two magic circles are examples of how the improved runic words are used. This magic circle on the left that they saw could not have been activated. And the difference between it and that circle on the right, which can be activated, is how the runic words are used. Simon listened carefully and took notes. The professor continued and the students took notes that thanks to the corrective devices they used they had the ability to use the darkness more freely and quickly even without training. Finally, the boring lecture was over and the professor put the piece of chalk back, but before all the students left, he gave them a homework assignment to do before the next class. The assignment was as follows: they had to use one of the magic circles that could not be activated that were demonstrated for them as an example and then provide possible ways to modify it, with the corresponding calculations and formulas they used to make those circles work. The bell rang to announce the end of the lesson. And the teacher said that in the next class he would call 3 students to present their assignments. And he said goodbye to them, saying that he was looking forward to seeing them next time. After the lesson was over, Simon and Dick went outside on their way to the next class, which was to be held outdoors. They complained to each other about how difficult darkness dynamics was. Dick compared it to the arithmetic he learned with his father, wondering why he couldn't just memorize a formula, but had to understand the principles. However, Simon noted that it wasn't so bad. Although he didn't understand more than half of it, he liked the way the professor described everything in order, starting with the principles. Dick countered that he just loves everything about Kizen. Even this morning, when he was admiring the soap in the bathroom. Simon hit his friend on the shoulder for this remark. The island looked incredible in the sunshine as our friends walked farther and farther away from the school buildings. As they walked across the dandelion-filled meadow, Dick asked Simon what class they were going to. Simon replied that they were going to a magic combat class. When they arrived at the clearing where their lesson was to take place, the professor was nowhere to be seen and they were beginning to have doubts about whether they had come to the right place. When Jamie Victoria pointed somewhere to the side, attracting the attention of everyone present. A cloud of dust was approaching them with a thud and they did not understand who or what it could be and why the ground was shaking so much. A flock of creatures was running toward them. It turned out that it was a whole flock of hippos running right at the frightened students. The frightened students gathered in a circle and trembled as the pack of hippos surrounded them and ran around. The students did not understand what was happening and where the hippos came from. But suddenly someone from the middle of the pack greeted them. A guy was sitting on one of the hippos and he told them that Professor Homping would be teaching his class today in the Roque Mountains. So they all had to get on the hippos to get there quickly. The students and our 2 friends were not at all excited about the prospect of riding these animals. Dick said that he was not surprised at all, because the professor of magic combat is known in Kizen for being a weirdo. He had even heard that she camps in different parts of the Roque Mountains. Simon couldn't quite believe it. Some of the students began to resent the fact that they had to ride it, even though the hippos looked friendly enough. But the noble students demanded that they put a rug or something on the animal's back before they got on. But the man who brought the hippos here was not at all happy with this attitude and began to gather darkness around his feet. And then he jumped incredibly high with a flip in the air under the admiring gazes of the students. And he began to land directly on that disgruntled nobleman who was shocked by this turn of events. And the man landed right on top of him, driving him into the ground. The others began to complain about what he had done. How could he stand in their way? They were Kizen students. How dare he be so brazen? The man asked again, a servant? He angrily told them how uneducated the new students were these days. He told the already frightened students that they should call him Ta, not servant. The students began to nervously apologize, especially the one on the ground. Simon, watching this scene, commented that they don't change, do they? Dick completely agreed with him and added that he was an exception to the nobility. After dealing with the impudent nobles, the man told everyone that they were a little behind schedule, so everyone had to get on the hippos quickly. One hippo could carry 3 students, and our 2 friends immediately chose one and began to get on it, some more successfully, some less. Dick finally managed to get on the back and sit behind Simon and whined about how big these hippos were and how difficult it was to climb them. Simon noticed a little girl trying to climb on their animal as well. While she was trying to climb, their guide saw that almost everyone could see and was about to give the animals the command to move. Simon asked her if she needed help and offered her his hand to help her up. She grabbed his hand and was very grateful for the help. Simon quickly lifted her up and sat her down in front of him. The guide told them to hold on tight. And he commanded the hippos, "Let's go." They quickly ran off with the students on their backs, kicking up clouds of smoke. During this fast trip, the girl Simon helped tried to thank him, but because of the speed and stomping, she only gave Simon a few slaps with her hair and he heard nothing. The other students were in no better shape, almost falling over and wondering what they had to hold on to. The man advised them to overcome this test with a strong will, because this was also part of the test. And he smilingly reminded them that if they fell, the hippos running after them would trample them and they would die. This seemingly logical message only made the students have more questions. Ta continued to frighten the students by telling them that every year there are 1 or 2 accidents in which students die. Frightened, they began to beg for help, demanding that he stop and let them get down to the ground. But Ta was relentless and told them to just keep going, because Kizen doesn't need students who can't hold on to a hippo. Finally, they arrived at a clearing in the mountains, and after such an intense trip, all the students were lying on the grass and were glad to be alive. One of the professor's assistants walked among them and offered each of them a bottle of water. The students were so exhausted that some of them could not even say thank you properly. What a grueling start to the class. Simon, Dick and their new friend sat together on the grass and drank water from the bottles, and it was really nice for them to relax and drink some water after such a trip. But suddenly the girl noticed that birds were flying overhead, which worried her a little bit. And the birds didn't just come for no reason. Someone came up to them and greeted them, saying, "Welcome to my class, everyone." The friends almost choked on their water from this voice, and the water stood up in their throats. The professor had a bird sitting on her shoulder, which also greeted the students with joy. The professor greeted them and introduced herself. Her name was Hongping Tun Soka Marlat. She smilingly informed them that she would be teaching their magic combat class this semester and punched her chest to confirm. A bit of history: this is what the giant undead monster that burned 4 feudal lords to the ground looked like and was called Kunder Hydra. It was this monster that Hongping fought. Professor Hongping is a legend among necromancers because she once fought a mega undead monster for 5 days and she broke all of its 100 necks by herself to win a dramatic victory. And now she was teaching the new generations of necromancers how to fight magically. Now she asked all the students to stand up and to line up in a column of vurs. But the students did not understand what she wanted from them and what the word vurs meant. One of the assistants came to their aid and explained that the professor meant that they should line up in columns of 4 and move quickly. It was only then that the students realized what was being asked of them. When they lined up, the professor said that it was good and now they would go now, but this time the students had questions about where to go. But she didn't answer them and quickly ran down the slope without waiting for anyone, leaving a bunch of confused students behind. But after a moment of hesitation, they were all running after her, as she told them that they should have a sound mind and a sound body. And that the basis of magic combat begins with physical fitness. The students watched her with admiration and agreed that she was incredible and wondered how she could run like that. Simon thought that they also had 2 arms and 2 legs, but their professor was on a completely different level. She continued that the basis of the subject of magical combat is to enhance one's body with darkness and learn combat strategies that their body can use. But there was something strange in her pronunciation of the words, and so the students who ran after her did not understand everything she said. The professor was saying that necromancers who mainly use magic combat are called the battle necromancers. If they reach a certain level of training, the darkness will flow over their bodies as softly as silk. It will also form something similar in shape to a garment that necromancers call the dark robe. This is the very skill that characterizes combat necromancers, and she also warned them to be careful, because of the large number of trees ahead. Poor Dick, who was not used to moving around so much, whined about how he envied the children who had a talent for magical combat. Simon, who looked a little better than him, asked, "Talented kids?" He looked around and saw students running and jumping through trees as if gravity were a joke. And he agreed with Dick that it seemed that while they were suffering here, those students seemed to be having fun. Dick could barely stand up and sweat was pouring down his face. He asked Simon if he was okay. And he answered that yes, he was fine. This answer surprised his friend, who asked him how he could still be fine. Simon told him with a smile that he also had many mountains in his country and it was fun to run around in the mountains like he used to. Dick told him that he was a monster and he was so jealous of him. They kept running until they came to a huge chasm with water raging at the bottom. Professor Hongping explained to them that now their task would be to jump over the gap in front of them using the darkness. One of the students hesitantly asked if they really had to jump over it. Hongping said they could do it using one little trick. Just as they were collecting the darkness in their palms, they could instead direct it into their souls. And she was going to show them an example. So she asked them to be careful. The darkness enveloped her soles before she jumped. And she jumped vertically high up the hill under the astonished gazes of the students. But that wasn't all, she added that if you direct the darkness to your soles several times, you can do this. She moved like a shadow and did somersaults and several sideways movements, as if gravity did not affect her at all. She asked if they could see everything, but there was only silence. Simon and Dick were mesmerized by her movements and just stood there with their mouths open in amazement. She continued, emphasizing to them that as they jumped, they should direct all the darkness they had gathered to their feet as if they were going to spray it from their feet. It should feel as if they were pushing off that darkness and it was pushing them forward. And they jumped from one edge of the gap to the other seemingly without effort or problem, landing on the other side and stopping. She invited all the students to jump with her, but there was not much enthusiasm among them. But some students were brave enough to run to the abyss first. They jumped confidently, as if they had already practiced and had the ability to do so. In a moment, they were on the other side. Some of them landed successfully on their feet, others only managed to grab the edge of the cliff. However, the professor praised all of them for their good work. For those who did not succeed, she explained that if they released the darkness too late it could be dangerous. As it was now, she advised them to release the darkness earlier next time and lifted those hanging on the edge by the hand. Simon repeated to himself in concentration, "Push back on the darkness, push back on the darkness." Dick advised him not to overthink it. Simon objected that it seemed too complicated for him. But his friend assured him that overthinking only makes things more difficult and ran to the edge of the cliff, ready to jump. Simon advised him to be careful, but he jumped right away. As he jumped, a shadow flew right over him. It was our old friend and Simon's sworn enemy, Hector, and he jumped much higher than Dick. The two landed with mixed success. Hector's friends immediately began to congratulate him for the highest jump of all. Dick sat on the ground and dusted himself off, thinking to himself that he didn't like this Hector at all and was getting on his nerves. Simon was one of the last to dare to jump, his friend supporting him as best he could from the other side, telling him that Simon could do it, because even he had done it. Simon was still concentrating on preparing for the jump, repeating the professor's instructions. Finally, he felt ready and ran forward. He jumped and gathered all his darkness in his soles and pushed off. Even Hector and his henchmen had to notice how high Simon had jumped, and they had been waiting for him to fail. He was still flying over the cliff when Dick shouted at him that it was incredible. Simon finally landed and everyone began to congratulate him on his wonderful jump. Dick was especially happy that he had wiped Hector's nose. Simon was over the moon. He shouted with joy, "I did it." Even Professor Hongping was amazed and stunned by his jump, not to mention the other students. Almost everyone was happy for him and congratulated him. It was a real victory for him and he could not contain his joy. However, his joy was not shared by everyone. Hector gritted his teeth and furiously held back everything inside him. His hatred for this Simon, who had already beaten him for the second time, was growing more and more. The professor happily announced that everyone seemed to have crossed the chasm, but they had to wait for the students who had fallen a little bit down, and as soon as they got up to them, they would all go to a new area to continue the lesson. Simon was beaming with happiness and answered her happily, "Yes, Professor." On the way back, Dick turned to Simon and asked him, holding out the book, if he wanted to check it out. Dick looked at the book and asked with interest what it was. When he opened the book he replied that it was a list of students they had to recruit for the group classes that were to start next week. Dick also added that he thought they should start preparing now. In addition, he had already listed and written down everyone's names, strengths, and characteristics in a notebook. Looking at the notes in his friend's notebook, Simon asked with surprise and admiration how he had been able to research all this. To which he replied that it was a trade secret. Watching his friend's joyful face as he continued to talk excitedly in his notebook, Simon couldn't help but notice that while he struggled to keep up with his lectures, Dick managed to find time to observe others even during class. It was clear to him at that moment why he had come to him and not to Hector, for after observing him he had come to the conclusion that he could not get along with him. Turning to Dick, Simon asked him what his opinion was based on the results of the study. He hid his notebook and replied that most of the students in their class were highly qualified, and all of them were pretty good, but... Pointing to the pink-haired girl who rode the hippo with them, Dick noted that she might be expelled as soon as the protective period expired. Adding that there were only 2 kids in their class who couldn't jump over the abyss, and this girl was one of them. She was also very shy, which could lead to bullying. Suddenly, a loud voice was heard from Professor Hongpeng, who started running and shouted to the students to follow her as they were already delayed. The tired students who were hoping for a break sighed pitifully. Simon, saying that this class was so fun and dynamic, followed her with eager eyes, while Dick, who did not particularly share his enthusiasm, marveled once more at his friend's fervor. The next instant, however, something caught Simon's eye. Suddenly a pack of hippopotamuses appeared in the distance and rushed toward the students, creating dust and vibrations on the ground. When some students saw this, they immediately reported it to Professor Hongpeng, hoping that she would be able to help them. However, to their confusion, it was as if the professor had fallen underground and she was nowhere to be found. Realizing this and seeing a herd of hippos running straight at them, the students panicked. Realizing the pitifulness of the situation, Simon noted that it was very bad and something had to be done. Standing in front of the hippos that were about to reach him, he gathered the darkness in his legs. Then at the last moment he jumped high into the air in front of the hippo. Remembering Dick's words that they would not be in any danger during the students' defense period, he was confused, for he could not understand whether it was all a setup or not. Still in the air, he concluded that if someone could not dodge, he would probably be badly hurt. However, as it turned out, his worries were in vain. The students were able to avoid the bull's attack without any problems. Some cast a curse of exhaustion, others blocked the attack with a shield or simply climbed into trees where they were out of range of the behemoths. Dropping to the ground near Simon suddenly appeared Cindy, who greeted him with a smile on her face. As he landed and realized that it was too early for him to play hero and worry about others, Simon heard someone call out to him. It was Dick, hanging from the pole, who asked him if he was all right, to which Simon nodded affirmatively. There were some worries, however, that he had underestimated his classmates, and now he realized that in the future he would have to compete with thousands of them. Seeing his friend's downcast look, Dick told him not to worry too much about anything, for all these behemoths were under the control of Professor Hongpeng. Adding that she was a master of magical combat, but could also use the druid bloodline. When he was on top, he saw the hippos running around the guys who had fallen to the ground. Simon was a bit surprised by this information as he thought things had gotten out of hand. The instructor arrived and said that the guys had no time to sit around and should get up and start moving. They sighed with fatigue and started to rise to their feet. The instructor kept pushing the students, motivating them by the fact that the hippopotamuses were going back soon, and also adding that the professor was waiting for all of them downstairs. The pink-haired girl staggered to her feet with tears in her eyes and stood up abruptly, saying excitedly that she understood. A light breeze blew between the trees. The students ran out of the forest and into a clearing, the beauty of which took everyone's breath away, and with wide open and amazed eyes, they all stared at the picture before their eyes. In the middle of the clearing dotted with flowers stood their Hongpeng professor, who said that there were no more obstacles and called them to her. With delight, all the students rushed to run to her through the incredibly beautiful green meadow, the beauty of which overwhelmed everyone with excitement. When everyone had arrived, the professor said that now they could rest. Then remembering something added that despite the fact that they were supposed to eat only after a glass, she considering how tired they were had contacted Kizen in advance. The students were puzzled, but everything became immediately clear after the professor pointed her finger at something. It was lunch, which was delivered to the students right there. When the professor asked what her idea was, the students broke out into joyous shouts saying that it was the best. Sitting in the lotus posture and holding the tray of food on his lap, Dick noted that Professor Hongpeng was not like the others. Feeding students in her own class was not what one would expect from all the other strict teachers. However, Simon had a question about this very thing. Even before entering the academy, he had heard a slightly different opinion. Namely that Professor Hongping was one of the most typical professors at Kizen. To which Dick contemptuously asked where Simon had heard this nonsense. He answered nothing, thinking to himself that Lorraine would probably not have deceived him. Their conversation was interrupted by the professor, who turned to the students and told them that they had to finish. Some of the students were surprised to be leaving this beautiful place so soon. But Simon had a feeling that this was just the beginning of something. Turning to the students who had gathered in front of her, Professor Hongping asked if they had the bracelets she had given them, to which they amicably replied that they did. She then told the students to let the darkness penetrate them. This action caused the students to immediately feel incredibly heavy and weak, and some of them even fell to their knees not understanding what was going on. The professor, with a smile on her face, pointed to the man with the flag behind her and asked the students if they were all familiar with the curse of exhaustion. She then informed them that their assignment would be to climb the hill with the curse of weakness on it, adding that everyone should be prepared. Then, with a devilish smile on her face, she turned to the students and added that she would be watching them closely. Unable to believe Professor Hongping's new assignment, the weary students didn't want to do another assignment so difficult. Unfortunately, however, they didn't have much of a choice. The next moment, the professor ordered everyone to take their seats. The slumped students, being under the curse of weakening, lined up in a row, barely able to stand on their feet. After the students lined up, Professor Hongping started counting down. The very next moment, she commanded to begin, and the students immediately rushed to run up the mountain towards the flag. After a while, however, the run turned into a very slow walk, each step of which was very difficult. The farther up the hill the students climbed, the closer to the ground they became, some of them even went on all fours. Shaking hands grasped the grass, rocks, and anything else they could grab onto. Simon was no exception, and crawled through the grass like the others. Every step was difficult, and he felt dizzy. But it was nothing compared to the preparatory training, and it was all about endurance and willpower. So he could not give up now, because then he would no longer be able to catch up with the pace of the next classes and would be left behind forever, and that was the decision he made. I will do it no matter what. Simon said to himself in a firm voice as he prepared himself for the challenge he had to overcome. Hector, who was also climbing on all fours and who was only a little taller than Simon, saw him catching up with him and snorted irritably, as he could once again prevent him from taking the first place. He was angry and surprised that even though he had weakened the fatigue spell with his own techniques to get ahead, Simon had managed to keep up with him even without any tricks. But Hector wasn't about to give up. And with more speed he decided that this time he would definitely win. Standing at the top of the mountain, Professor Hongping cheered up the guys telling them that they were almost there. Hector and Simon were ahead of them, crawling on all fours, and they were crawling to the finish line with all their might. And each of them was not going to lose to the other, holding out their hands they said to themselves that this time they would definitely take first place. But their hopes were not to be realized. A foot stepped in front of their outstretched arms. It was none other than Maylene Willen. She walked lightly to the flag as if not feeling the fatigue. Professor Hongping immediately announced that she had won first place, while Simon and Hector stared at the girl with shocked looks, not understanding how this could be. After congratulating the girl on her victory, Professor Hongping asked her what she had done to walk as if there was no curse on her. To which she replied that she had simply unlocked the resistance formula of the fatigue curse. A little surprised and praising the girl, the professor told the one that she could rest. Hearing this, Simon and Hector were even more shocked, as they didn't know that breaking the curse wasn't forbidden by the rules. Suddenly one of the assistants turned to the professor and told him that they had a student with a sprained ankle, to which she immediately replied that she would take a look. She waved goodbye and congratulated them on being almost there and headed off to help, leaving Simon at a loss. With an annoyed sigh, Hector got to his feet and headed up the hill, saying irritably that he must be being bullied. After he climbed the mountain, the professor's assistant immediately informed him that he had won second place. Simon was left sitting on the ground not knowing what to do. Hector approached Maylin, who was sitting under a tree. He asked her in an annoyed voice why she had broken the curse even though they were in a magic class, adding that she wasn't the only one who could do it. However, the girl looked away and said she didn't care what he said. But Hector didn't want to be ignored and said that she really didn't know anything about the world, since she lived like a princess imprisoned in a tower. Maylene looked at him and asked him if he wanted to fight her. He replied that he had no intention of doing so, but was only telling her the truth, saying that professors don't evaluate them during the defense period. However, during that time it's important to show that you're doing well to get attention. Adding that what she just did will most likely only take away Professor Hongpeng's trust. Not intending to be lectured by him, the girl mockingly asked if he was so hurt by the defeat that he decided to take it out on her. He replied that he was just telling her to stay out of his way. Then turning around and intending to leave, he added that he had no interest in her at all. At the same moment, the instructor handed Simon, who had crawled to the finish line, a bottle of water and told him that he had taken third place. With a sigh of relief he leaned against a tree and sat down on the ground. Maylin and Hector, who were nearby, immediately looked at him. They stood silently waiting for the other participants to arrive. Falling on the grass beside Simon, Dick, tired and worn out, complained to his friend that he felt as if he were going to die. He praised him, saying that he had done a good job, adding that he was tired too. Looking up at the sky, catching flashbacks of the day's events, Dick asked Simon what he thought about how they were going to get home. And would they have to climb the hippopotamuses again, adding that if they did, it would be better to bite their tongues off and not suffer. Suddenly Professor Hongpeng turned to the students again, mispronounced a word. She told them to gather together. There was a magic circle on the ground in front of the students gathered in a pile. Professor Hongpeng explained that since everyone looked very tired, she had contacted the academy again and was allowed to use the teleportation magic circle. Then she told everyone to get in line. The surprised and tired students were incredibly happy about this gift. Simon and Dick waited for their turn to enter the circle. Simon was surprised to see that the teleportation sensations were new to him. However, the landing after teleportation was quite painful, as his landing spot was a wooden table, which he landed on with a shriek and a thud. Rubbing his back and not seeing the familiar surroundings, he wondered where he had gotten to, as he didn't think he had gotten to the academy. However, a voice confirmed his hunch, saying that he had indeed gotten to the wrong place. The voice apologized to him for scaring him. Recognizing the voice, Simon turned around and was surprised to see Professor Hongpeng, who turned to him and told him to sit down, adding that she would explain why he was here. Without waiting for Simon to sit down, the professor informed him that the magic circle had been modified in some unknown way, and after examining it, it became known that someone had added a formula to make it react to the darkness of a particular person. Heading towards the table, Simon asked in a surprised voice, "Was it really him?" The professor handed him a metal mug and said that it was, so when the circle was activated it didn't go to Kazan. Pouring water from the kettle into the cup, she asked him if he had any idea who could have done it. He replied confusedly that he had no idea who it could be. Laughing, Professor Hongpeng told him not to worry, because her job was to protect the students, and that was why he had come to her house. However, she added that she wanted to talk to him personally, which surprised him. Putting her hands together, the professor said that it was against the rules to talk to students during the defense period, but from what she had seen there were already professors who had broken that rule. Simon Valencia. She turned to Simon, who replied excitedly. "Don't you want to choose magical combat as your profile?" she asked, looking at the boy. She added that if he wanted to she would be willing to take him on as an apprentice. A little puzzled, Simon asked if it meant that he would become her personal student. Professor Hongpeng replied that it was correct, saying that she would be responsible for his training since professors treat their students with full seriousness and responsibility. She added that the performance of direct students was directly related to the professor's reputation, so they could only choose 3 students from each year. She looked at Simon and said that this was the opportunity she wanted to give him. She held out her hand and asked the confused boy if he was ready to be her student. He asked Professor Hongpeng why she had offered it to him, because he had not done well in class today. He could hardly keep up with the other students, and he could only come third on the hill. Besides, today was only the second day of school, so he was sure that her decision to offer him such a thing was not well thought out. The professor, however, folded her hands in front of her with a smile on her face and told him that rankings might be important to students, but professors looked at talent. Then she reminded him of the moment when they jumped over the river using darkness and asked him if it was the first time he had ever used darkness. To which he replied that she was right. To which the professor replied that even though it was the first time he had used darkness, he had jumped higher than all the students in the class, which was no longer a matter of talent or coincidence. In addition, when climbing the hill he only used his stamina and willpower, unlike those two. Then she added, looking at the confused Simon, that even if he thought he hadn't demonstrated anything, he was mistaken, for it was enough for her. When she finished she asked him with a smile if he wanted more compliments. Without waiting for an answer, she continued, saying that his stamina, thinking and incredible talent in using darkness were the best for choosing magic combat. Adding that they were so good that he would surpass even her in a couple years. But even that wasn't the limit, the professor said with confidence in her voice that if she trained him she could make him stronger than anyone. Simon sitting on the chair listened to Professor Hongpeng's words carefully. He turned to her and thanked her for her generosity in offering to be his student. However, he bowed low and said that he would like to decline. She immediately asked him the reason. Simon replied in a slightly guilty voice that he would like to study another field more deeply at the moment. Upon hearing the answer, Professor Hongpeng smiled and said that it was fine, adding that she was grateful to him for telling her right away so that she wouldn't have any more questions. However, she added that her agreement did not mean that she would give up on working with him. Hearing this, Simon asked in surprise what she meant. The professor replied that she had already told him about the profile, so she would try her best to change his mind. Simon was surprised at her determination, so he asked her why she was going so far. She replied that it was just personal curiosity, adding that she just wanted to see how strong he could grow. With a wave of her hand that left a blue magical glow behind her, she said that it wasn't just about him becoming her apprentice. Adding that he could come to her for help whenever he wanted. Illuminated by the bright magical glow that made him squint his eyes, Simon thanked the professor. Having finished creating the teleportation circle, Professor Hongpeng turned to Simon and told him that she didn't want him to tell anyone about the dialogue. She added that the circle had transported him to Kaizen, to which he smiled and replied that he was glad. Waving goodbye, she said with a smile that she would see him at the next class. Stepping onto the teleportation circle and turning to the professor, Simon said goodbye with a smile on his face. She looked at the guy as he walked away and thought about something, but she didn't hear the voice calling her. The next moment the door opened and the professor's assistant came into the room and asked her how it went. To which she replied that he had refused. Hearing this, the man immediately became indignant, asking how the guy dared to refuse her, and then he suggested the professor to take Hector as a student, who in his opinion was more talented in magical combat. But he was interrupted by the professor, saying only 2 words, "He's a genius." The assistant standing at the door questioned what she meant. She folded her arms across her chest and said that she had seen many geniuses in Kaizen, but she'd never met one like this. He opened the bathroom door. Simon walked in and met Dick, who was toweling his head. He immediately asked him why he'd come in so late. Simon replied that there had been a problem with his teleportation. Realizing that he was all right, Dick said enthusiastically that Simon had no idea what had just happened to him. Not understanding why his friend was so excited, Simon asked what had happened. He replied that when he teleported into the circle, there was a rumbling noise that froze his body. And after he came to himself, he found himself in a completely unfamiliar place. As it turned out, he found himself in the office of Professor Bahil, who was sitting in his chair emitting an eerie aura. Simon remarked that Kajin is a good person despite his appearance. Dick completely agreed with him. Simon asked him what had happened afterwards, wanting to hear the rest of the story. Dick replied that afterward the professor had made him clean his office. In spite of what he was doing, Dick's eyes lit up with joy, because according to the Kazan alumni, professors often guide students in this way. Adding that this was probably what had happened to him and he probably had a chance to be his student. When he realized this, he started jumping up and down and shouting about how cool it was to be a direct student of the professor, because he could enjoy his school life, and if he was a direct student of the professor, he could avoid even being expelled. Simon tried to calm down his restless friend. But he clenched his hand into a fist and said that he couldn't calm down so easily. Hector, who had heard the noise Dick had made, said it was the stupidest nonsense he had ever heard, adding scornfully that a pathetic commoner like him would never be a direct student of Professor Bahil. Hearing the boy's contemptuous words, Dick mockingly asked him if he was so hurt by the words, asking if it was because the professors weren't looking at more than just him. Being angry at the guy's words, Hector said in an irritated voice to watch his words. However, Dick was not going to back down, saying that he had seen the likes of him many times before. Then he added in a mocking voice that he had heard that he had almost fought with Mei Lin in the magic combat class. Then he added that they were equals in this place, so he advised him to stop pretending that he had an advantage because he was trained by the Moore family. He then said that it was probably not Mei Lin who didn't know how the world worked, but him. These words made Hector furious. In the next moment, a large red magic circle appeared in his hand, which was aimed directly at Dick. As a result, many strands of red magic smoke coiled around the guy's body, which, judging by the expression on Dick's face, brought him quite a lot of pain. Simon rushed to his friend, asking what was wrong with him. But Hector did not plan to stop there. He lifted Dick off the ground with his magic and called him a pathetic piece of trash. He slammed him against the wall, angrily asking how he dared to treat him like that. Then he stared at him with a fierce look of murderous intent. He said in a furious voice that he would kill him. Then he intensified his attack and started choking the guy even harder. Simon, who had been standing aside all this time, did not rush at Hector as you might think. No, he just shouted Dick's name in a panic. He grinned despite the pain of the curse. Then gave him the middle finger and mockingly said he could try. One of Hector's friends, who realized that something irreparable might happen, grabbed his hand and asked him to calm down and not to cross the line, as it was forbidden to use magic outside of lessons. However, with a single blow of his hand, telling them to shut up, he threw him and another guy backwards, causing them to fall to the ground. However, in the next instant he sensed something and looked with his eyes that were like Naruto's that were under the control of the nine-tailed fox in the direction from where the danger was felt. Despite the suddenness of the attack, he managed to block the blow, which was delivered by none other than Simon, who stopped dumbfounded and came to his senses and rushed to save his friend. However, this was not unexpected for Hector, who was just waiting for him to jump into the fray. Simon covered his friend with his hands and glared angrily at Hector. Simon punches Hector, but he blocks. Despite that punch being powerful, he slid back, holding his stance. He said that he was expecting Simon to intervene at some point. The curse weakened Dick, so he could not stay at his feet. Simon stood before him, determined to defend his friend. Hector started forming darkness in his hand. He was finally going to show everybody who is strongest here. But when he almost formed the curse, the thrown brick of soap shattered it. They turned their heads and saw Kajin. He looked ominous. He had only a towel cinched around his waist so they could see his muscular upper body with scars. He commanded them to keep it down, warning that he would break their necks if they did not. Hector ignored that and wondered how Kajin was still staying in school. His friends were terrified. They heard rumors that that guy got suspended for beating up other kids. However, Hector couldn't be easily scared and threatened Kajin to watch out. He added that he will not let things slide like this again. At this moment, the guys behind Kajin thanked him for help. But he turned back to go out, telling them to shut up and left, slamming the door. Simon remarked that Kajin is a good person despite his appearance. Dick completely agreed with him. Dick inquired about Simon's weekend plans, to which Simon replied that he had none. Dick explained to Simon that spending weekends with a goal in mind is super important. For example, the weekend schedule is more important for him than weekday classes. He is going to Rachet, a town below the school's land, to make a business there. Money is vital for successfully graduating from Kizen. Despite the school paying living expenses for students, it's not nearly enough to advance to higher grades. Dick would like an academic scholarship for extra money but couldn't get the required high grades. So, he would use his special abilities as early as possible to earn money. He also advised Simon to figure out how to earn extra cash. Professors aren't going to give out in-class materials for free like now once the student protection period ends. The money you get from school isn't enough to buy all the needed materials. So, all upperclassmen have their ways of earning money. And also, because of Simon's interest in summonology, he needs money the most. For this scholarship, students need a lot of expensive materials. Simon replied that he never thought they needed to be self-sufficient in extracurricular activities to survive in school. This thing startled him. Dick offered that he establishes himself in Rocha's town so he would be able to arrange some job for Simon. But Simons told him that he must learn to make money independently. Dick gathered all the needed things and said he was going out to take care of tomorrow's schedule. But Simon worried that then was a late hour and what would be if the headmaster caught Dick. Dick told him that despite the strictness of school, they respected autonomy, so it was okay as long as he didn't get caught. Dick left, and Simon remained alone. He was sitting, eating snacks, and thinking what to do right now. Suddenly, someone appeared outside of the window. He had heard sounds, turned his head, and saw Archbold glancing at him from the window. He opened the window for her and asked how she got there on the 4th floor. She didn't give a serious answer and just climbed into the room. They sat together in the room, and he treated her to snacks. She was happy to have them because she couldn't eat sweets at home. She asked how his first time at school was. He told her it was fun because the professors were incredible, everyone was nice, and the classes were fun. He thinks that he is well suited for this school. Despite a bit of struggle at first with help from friends, he got used to it. She light-mindedly replied that she thought he might suffer a lot because he arrived at school without learning anything beforehand. Nephthys told him their conversation reminded her of when Richard studied at the same place. Simon couldn't believe that his father was also a Kizen school student. She said that Richard was no joke and that although I seemed very mature, he was quite the troublemaker and a walking disaster. On top of that, he was too clever for his own good. He used to get himself into trouble by mocking the professors and attempting to skip classes. On several occasions, he had to be physically brought back to class to ensure he didn't miss out on important lessons. Simon couldn't believe what he'd heard. Father, who he knew was completely different. So he asked Nephthys Archbold if his father graduated from school and was shocked to hear that he dropped out. She said that the school was too small for such exceptional student. She described him as a special case in many ways. Being young at that time, she couldn't handle him that well. Nephthys plopped down on the bed on her back, remembering her youth. And then she suddenly got up from bed while saying that his father practically turned the whole Roke Island upside down. So, if Simon looks closely, he might find traces of his father. She advised him to pay close attention to that for a more enjoyable school life. And then she told him she should leave because she had a schedule. When she climbed out the window, she thanked him for the snacks and left him origami. Unfolded origami turned out to be a map with his location and skull drawn as a destination by a dashed line. He remembered what she told him about his father's deeds and decided that this map somehow connected. He walked in the forest at night. It was filled with owls' hoots and other scary sounds. Simon already wasn't sure that it was a good idea. But still, his confidence won out over his fear and he thought that since he had permission to go out that night, it would be a waste of a chance if he turned back. He cautiously walked on, nervously looking around and constantly swallowing the lump that was coming up his throat. As he walked along the path he noticed a sign on the side that warned him to beware of monsters in the forest. Simon thought that there were monsters in Les Hill as well, but he didn't know what kinds of monsters lived here on Roke Island. He knew he had to be careful. He walked on in his mind checking the route from the map. There was a stream to the east and the outer walls of Kizen to the west. He was definitely on the right track. A howl from the woods startled Simon, and nervous sweat broke out on his face. He decided to check out who was making it and went deeper into the forest, hiding behind the bushes, wondering if it could be some big animal. A moment later he saw red eyes watching him closely from the bushes, waiting for the right moment to attack. A second later, a huge werewolf jumped out of the bushes at Simon. It moved so fast it was like a flash trying to kill its prey instantly, but our hero was ready, though scared. He quickly pulled out his big knife and clattered off the werewolf's claw attack. He didn't know what kind of monster it was too fast to get a good look at in the dark. But after stepping back a bit, he had a moment to look at his opponent. It was a werewolf, a giant humanoid wolf whose goal was to kill anything that moved. Simon went on to think that judging by its size, it hadn't fully grown yet, but still, if he had met it before he came to Kizen, he would have just run away from it. But now, even after a few days of training, he had something to show for it, and he cast a spell after which skeletons of ratmans appeared from the ground, which were gathering themselves together with the sound of bones. Then he pulled two swords out of his subspace with a roar, and they flew upward. And his skeletons grabbed and squeezed these swords with their bony paws. And now he no longer had to run away with such power, because his two ratmans were now standing in front of him with swords in their hands. In response, the furious werewolf only growled. And with a dash, he rushed at Simon and his summons. Simon ordered his skeletons to get ready. And when the werewolf almost reached them, Simon sent his skeletons to attack, and they fearlessly jumped on the enemy and made several cuts. But this was not enough to stop the werewolf, and with one blow he threw one of the skeletons away and smashed it to pieces. Simon felt the blow as if he had been hit, and his eyes blurred, and he screamed in pain. But this did not stop his summon, which continued to attack the werewolf, stabbing and cutting him from all sides. Simon noticed that the enemy was already quite wounded and exhausted, so he shouted, "Now!" He cast a restoration spell, and now again the two ratmans flew in a leap to finish off the werewolf. They took turns one by one stabbing their swords into the monster's back. And they continued to hold it like that. Then Simon ordered them to stab the monster again from the other side. One of the skeletons was able to nail the werewolf with his sword and crush it directly to the ground. And Simon, as if in some anime opening, made an epic leap and ran to finish off the werewolf who was already on the ground. He tried to get up but couldn't. Simon accelerated and jumped to plunge his short sword into the creature's head. He did so in a moment, and the werewolf's blood splashed the ground. He sat down on the ground next to the defeated enemy and exhaled with relief. It was close. Simon noticed that this was his first battle in Kizen, and thanks to the fact that he practiced putting together the ratman skeleton, he was able to win this battle. A few weeks ago, if he had met such a monster in Les Hill, he would have run away as fast as he could. But now he could defeat a werewolf after only 3 days of training in Kizen. How strong he could become if he could last 3 years at Kizen. But then he came to his senses and realized that he didn't have time to delay. He had to clean up the place before the other monsters started to gather here at the smell of blood. There was also another problem. The skeleton that had been hit by the werewolf was now completely out of shape and was falling apart. And in a minute it was completely broken, and Simon was very upset about it. When Simon took a closer look, he noticed that the skull of the ratman was too badly damaged, and he praised his fallen skeleton as he said goodbye. He turned to the remaining skeleton and told it that they should be careful, because they would not be able to win the next battle like this, and it nodded in response. Together they walked on, pushing aside bushes and small trees that rustled in their path, when eventually Simon said they were there. But when they got to the clearing, it was completely empty, not even grass was growing. Suddenly Simon had a thought. Since nothing grew here, it could mean that there is something underground, so he took a shovel and a flashlight from subspace and was ready to dig. He gladly took the shovel in his hands and swept the ground, wishing he had borrowed the shovel before he left the dorm. His ratman held the flashlight for him. With a clatter, they began to shovel the not-so-soft ground on the lawn. After some time of work, they were able to dig a large hole before they came across something. It was some kind of black stone platform with a round hole in the middle, and Simon assumed it was some kind of device. He cleared it better with his hands from the ground and dust to take a closer look. The hole was just big enough to fit his fist. Then he reasoned that since it was some kind of necromancer's device, it must be able to react to darkness, so he put his fist to it and began to fill it with his own darkness. After a moment, a blue flash passed through the device and Simon noted that it seemed to react. With a hum, a passageway with stairs leading down opened up in front of Simon, who was mesmerized. He was surprised as to how there could be a staircase and where it could lead. He stood looking into the darkness ahead and did not dare to go there. But in a moment he had a smile on his face. He was very happy that he had such a cool adventure that night. So he told his skeleton that they would go downstairs and see what was there. Downstairs, a dark large room was waiting for the guests, which looked like some kind of ancient temple or sanctuary, with many obelisks and 2 doors on either side of the largest obelisk, which was entangled with roots. All the walls were painted with ancient runic words, and at the base of the largest obelisk was a human skull. Everything was covered in dust and it seemed that no one had been here for decades. The skull looked quite creepy. Simon and his companion began to descend and Simon was excited to see what this place was. He had a hunch that it was some kind of ancient ruins or something similar. Walking further, he noticed something and tried to reach it with his hand. It looked like ancient runic words and he ran his hand along the wall. He wondered what it was for, but he had an idea that so many ancient runic words all over the building must have been there for a reason and served a purpose. Perhaps this building was some kind of giant magical device. Simon finally reached the main hall and was now looking at the obelisks. Suddenly, his skeleton started knocking its bones to get his attention. Simon asked it what was wrong and if it had found something. The skeleton led him to a skull with a hand-shaped notch in front of it, and Simon wondered what the skull was for. He touched it and felt as if someone had stung him, although the surface of the skull was smooth. Simon was surprised. Even with his little knowledge of the undead, he could tell for sure that this undead thing was extremely old and terribly dangerous. Looking at it he wondered what such a disgusting thing was doing here. Suddenly, with a thud, a whole pile of human bones fell to the floor from somewhere from the top and scared Simon. But when he realized that it was just bones, he went over to take a closer look. They scared him quite a bit, but the question remained, what was it? He picked up one of the bones, turned it around and realized that it was the number 2 bone, which is needed to bring the skull back to life. Although he had never worked with human bones before, he began to attach bone number 2 to the skull. He wasn't at all sure how this undead thing would react when it woke up. It might even try to harm him, but he wanted to try to put this skeleton back together anyway, his curiosity overcoming his fear. He placed the skull on a stone pedestal and decided that now was the time to boldly try something new. Simon gathered the darkness in his hand and prepared to begin. And in a moment, he put his hand to the notch, which shone with a blue glow at his touch. The flames of its darkness grew around the skull, reaching the ceiling of the hall. For some time the skull showed no signs of life. But eventually its eyes glowed with flames and Simon shouted joyfully, "It worked!" He was very happy because he had managed to wake up the skeleton and now the only thing left to do was put it together from the pile of bones on the floor. Simon began to assemble the skeleton, bone by bone against the wall, and as it turned out it was not quite easy, but he was gradually getting better at it thanks to the fact that he had been focusing on studying summonology for the last few days. If he hadn't done that he would not have been able to put the skeleton together even overnight. He wasn't 100% sure he had it right, but it was a human structure, so he knew enough to be able to put it together without any missing parts. Fatigue was gradually showing on his face. But what surprised him the most about this skeleton was its size. It was incredibly tall. If only he had known this at the beginning, he would have definitely attached everything else first, and the arms, and lastly the legs. As he was finishing assembling it, he noticed that this skeleton looked really cool when all the parts were in place, and it was definitely taller than 2 meters. When he finished assembling it, he wondered what he should do now, but a moment later a small star shone over the skeleton. With a blue flash, the skeleton came back to life. And began to laugh ominously. The walls of the building began to move, and the skeleton continued to laugh eerily. Simon did not understand what was happening. Everything around him was shaking. The floor of the building also began to move and began to lift him up. There were flashes of blue light around him and rune words everywhere. The runes were concentrating around the skeleton and spinning around, and he began to exclaim, "Finally! Finally, I'm back!" The ground shook with his words. His eyes burned with a dark flame. In flashes of blue light, his kittens were covered in darkness and he screamed, "Who dared to disturb him?" Simon could barely stand on his feet, such was the power coming from that skeleton. Finally, the skeleton looked at Simon and said to him, "You there, human? Was it you who woke me up? Name yourself." The frightened Simon introduced himself as Simon Valentia, and the skeleton seemed surprised by this answer and asked if he was really Valentia. Then he shouted that he could see that he was indeed a descendant of Richard. Simon covered his ears to avoid going deaf and shouted back that a descendant sounded a bit far away, but yes. His father's name is Richard and he is his son. Finally the skeleton said he now understood. That's why he felt that his darkness was like his father, because only Richard could have awakened him. Simon was not sure if he agreed. Then he gathered his courage and asked who he really was. The skeleton began to pull out his sword, which was tangled in the roots of the trees. The skeleton introduced himself as Fair, the master of the battalion, then slung his giant sword over his shoulder and added that he had once ruled the entire continent with his father, Richard. Simon was very surprised by this news. How could this creepy skeleton be the undead of his father? Then the skeleton asked him who brought him here, and Simon replied that it was Nephthys Archbold who told him about this place. This did not surprise Fair at all, and he added that it was just like her. When Fair had learned all he wanted to know, he said, "Well, good," and stuck his sword in the floor. He began his speech by offering Simon Valentia a contract to lead the battalion. Simon asked again, "A contract?" Fair explained to him that the battalion would be his will and would crush everyone and everything that stood in his way, and all things in the world would bow down at his feet and beg for mercy. However, there was one thing, and Fair warned him. That Simon would then be obliged to go down the road of bloody destruction, and this would become part of his destiny. After all the promises and warnings, Fair asked him again. Is he ready to lead the battalion? But Simon was in no hurry to answer and wanted to ask him something else. He said he didn't know what Fair would be useful for or what type of undead he was, and this was the first time he had heard of the battalion. And then he asked if the battalion he was telling him about was really that powerful. Fair looked at him and told him that the fact that he dared to ask about the battalion's strength without any doubt or fear says a lot about him. It was a great question, one that he did not expect to hear from a human being. So he will answer it. His battalion is very strong, strong enough to destroy Kizen right here and now. However, his father in the past, the former leader of the battalion, freed all of them at once and sealed him up here, and now thanks to Simon he is free again and awake. And now their battalion has taken its first breath of life again thanks to him. If he can gather all the scattered forces of the battalion and restore its strength from the past, no one on this continent will be able to stop him. Simon thought about this tempting offer. And he agreed to it, saying that he would sign the contract. Fair told him that this was a great choice and grabbed him by the collar, pulling him toward him. He put Simon on a pedestal in front of him. And he opened his chest in front of him with a blue core in the middle, then told Simon to put his hand on the core. For the last time he warned him that once the contract was concluded his life would change completely, and he now had one last opportunity to back out if he was scared. But Simon told him that there was nothing to be afraid of if Fair and his brothers were really his father's army. And it was the only right thing for him to do to accept it. Faye hummed in approval, accepted, and thought that although this guy seemed polite at first glance, he had the qualities of a supreme ruler inside. He grinned and told him loudly that he liked his spirit and Richard had raised him well. Faye then proclaimed that he would commence the contract, and a bright blue flame blinded Simon. Finally, engulfed in flames, he shouted, "Don't die, Simon Valentia." Simon was shocked by the news and only managed to ask what. Shrouded in darkness, he began to ask Fair to wait a moment and explain what he meant. When he told him not to die, but it was too late, the darkness was pulling him in. He began to lose consciousness. In a moment he was lying motionless on the pedestal, and Fair only managed to say, "Oops." Then he asked the Ratman if he thought the master was dead, to which he vigorously began to deny, shaking his head. Suddenly Simon came to and shouted, "What?" He stood up under the astonished gaze of Feyre, who already thought he was dead. Simon had a bunch of questions that he was not afraid to ask. What happened? What about the contract? To which Feyre simply told him that the contract had been successfully concluded. And he should feel some changes inside. It was true, and Simon put his hand on his chest to get a better feel of how he was. He felt that his core was not the same as before. Feyre asked him how it felt, if it was bigger and more stable. Simon said yes. Before, the darkness overwhelmed his body even if it stayed in it for a while, but now he felt so comfortable, as if he were in warm water. Feyre then congratulated him on becoming one of the 7 battalion commanders, to which Simon responded with an uncertain thank you. He tried to get to his feet, but immediately lost his balance. Feyre warned him not to overexert himself as his body had gone through a transformation. Simon grabbed his head and said that his head hurt a lot and he would probably have to stay here for the night and rest. Feyre laughed and added that it would bother him for a while. Simon also had what he thought was a side question he wanted to ask Feyre, which he didn't mind. But it turned out that he was not at all prepared for such a question. Simon asked him what a battalion was. Feyre's jaw dropped from this. When he recovered, he began to yell at Simon, how he dared to sign a contract with him without even knowing what a battalion was. But Simon began to justify himself, saying that he had told him he didn't know. He hit his forehead in disbelief, exhaled and said, "Unbelievable, it seems it will take him a while to understand what kind of person Simon is." But he eventually agreed to explain, but having been burned once before, he asked one more question to find out how uneducated this man was. So he asked him how much he knew about the undead. Simon replied that he knew as much as a freshman at Kizen without any preparation for it. Feyre laughed at this answer and said that it was funny that a freshman dared to come here and that it was quite like Richard's son. And he agreed to explain it to him at his level, for which Simon was very grateful. Feyre began his explanation that the undead in this world can be divided into 3 groups: summoned undead, natural undead, and the battalion. First of all undead that necromancers like him control are summoned undead. They are artificially created from black magic and move at the summoner's command. They disappear if the effect of black magic weakens or after a certain period of time. The natural undead are formed without the involvement of necromancers or black magic. Usually when people think of the undead, they imagine this type of undead because of their blind hatred against living creatures and extreme aggression, and people also classify them as monsters. This statement was quite clear to Simon. Feyre continued that the last but not least category of the undead is the battalion and pounded his chest, pointing to himself. He characterized himself as a middle ground between the summoned and the natural undead. The battalion is similar to the natural undead in that it can exist independently with its own core, but like the summoned undead, it obeys the orders of necromancers and higher-level undead. There are only 7 battalions in the world, and if you look at it another way, there are only 7 necromancers who can control the battalions. And then he pointed directly at Simon, telling him that he is now one of those 7 necromancers. Feyre continued that generally a summoning necromancer would lead an undead the size of a platoon. As their summoning skills improved, the size of their undead armies also increased, but there is no direct proportionality. He had once seen it as big as a squadron, but in general they are not that big. Simon wondered what about the necromancers who had graduated from Kizen. He was sure that many of them must have been highly skilled masters. Feyre confirmed his assumption that those high-level necromancers can operate an army of the undead the size of a corps, but he often finds them inefficient. Simon doubted his words and asked why he thought so. Feyre reminded him that he had just told him that all undead led by a necromancer are considered the summoned type and the summoned undead move based on the darkness of the summoner. Simon couldn't help but agree. Continuing his story, Feyre explained to him that both summoning and controlling the undead consume darkness and mental strength, so it's obvious that it burdens them when the size grows large. Simon stroked his skeleton, gradually understanding how necromancer magic worked. He remembered that when one of his skeletons was destroyed on the way here, he felt a severe headache, and now he knew why. The reason was similar to what Feyre had told him before. The summoned undead and the necromancer are connected and a lot of damage burdens the summoner. This is where the huge advantage of the battalion over the summoned undead comes in, as the undead from the battalion move through their own independent power, and that is why there are no limits to the size of the battalion. This allows you to control an infinite number of undead, it can be thousands or millions. Feyre then asked, "Have you heard of a story of a necromancer leading a gigantic army of the undead?" Simon replied that he had. Feyre assured him that all these stories were about battalion commanders. Simon looked at his hands and couldn't believe that he had become one of the 7 necromancers whose summoning quantity is limitless. Feyre finally asked him if he had answered all his questions, and Simon clenched his fist and said that he had, and he was very grateful to him. Then Feyre, pretending to be reasoning, said that now that they had successfully concluded the contract and were now in the same boat, like it or not, should they talk about plans for the future? Simon didn't have anything against it, so they started the discussion. Feyre said that they are both under special circumstances because Simon is a student at Kizen. And then he asked if he was going to leave his studies there. Simon replied that, at the moment, no, because it would be against his father's will and he still has a lot to learn there. Feyre did not agree very happily, that Kizen has some value that Simon can leverage. Seeing his companion's mood, Simon asked what special circumstances he was in. Feyre corrected him, clarifying that he was referring to the special circumstances of his battalion and himself. Simon asked if it was the fact that his battalion had been dissolved that made Feyre feel a little uncomfortable. He replied that it was, but that there was something more necessary than that. Simon asked what that was. He explained to him that his battalion is currently a public enemy of the necromancers and that it was easier to explain it to him. They're a wanted group. Simon was shocked by this news. Feyre began to explain why, because of a crime committed by the former battalion commander, his father Richard. Simon was very excited by this news and could not fully believe that his father was a wanted criminal, but then he remembered what his father had told him when he left him at the entrance to the Kingdom of Dresden and did not explain why. He asked Feyre if it could be related to this crime. He replied that it was most likely the same reason. Then Simon asked what kind of horrible crime it was. Feyre took his time answering and looked at him. He began by saying that it was a crime that could not be forgiven in the world of black magic and that his battalion had also aided and abetted the crime. That crime was treachery. Simon looked at him, still not understanding. Feyre continued the story. Richard fell in love with a priest, while the centuries-old war between necromancers and priests was still going on and the entire continent was engulfed in the flames of this struggle. And even at the most sensitive times, Richard made an order to the battalion to protect his lover no matter what. Even when other necromancers came to kill her, his battalion had to kill many of them, and it was only natural that they gave the order for his battalion to be exterminated. And this order is probably still in effect even after his battalion was disbanded, which is why he cannot openly appear in the public eye. Then Simon had a logical question: does Feyre resent his father? The latter asked in indignation if he was. Such a weak emotion did not exist in the battalion, and he punched the floor to confirm. Of course, if his son did something like that, it would make him very angry, and he began to glare at Simon in earnest. But despite everything he said that Simon should not feel guilty about it, it was all the will of his father and his ex-commander. But then he corrected himself a bit, it was the will of that monumental jerk. Simon asked again, a jerk? And Feyre told him that he was not going to hide it and would tell him everything about him. That bastard was the lowest of scum, the worst. He made girls cry every day, annoyed professors, and skipping class was the least of his deeds. Simon felt a sense of déjà vu with what Nephthys was telling him. Feyre shook his head at those memories and said he could see that the scumbag now had a son. But then he realized something and said, wait, his son, why didn't he think of that before? And he was horrified to ask if he was really Richard's son, and did that mean? Simon smiled, and with the sweetest smile he could muster, said that Feyre had guessed correctly and that his mother's name was Enfalentia. This news caused a piece of Feyre's skull to fall off. He jumped away from Simon in horror, screaming, "What did you just say?" Clutching his head, Feyre couldn't believe that he had made a contract with the son of his friend and enemy. Looking at the guy who was clearly up to something smiling, he couldn't believe how it was possible. Making facial expressions like his mother, Simon said, "Honey, dinner's ready." Such a blow irreparably damaged even the battalion head, who upon imagining this grabbed his head and shouted desperately. "Or do you want to take a bath first?" Not wanting to stop there with the same expression, said Simon. However, for the commander of the strongest battalion that used to rule the continent, this was the last straw. Unable to bear it any longer, he shouted at the guy, telling him to stop already, as he would now be haunted by terrible dreams. Rolling on the floor, the battalion commander tried to forget what he had just imagined, while Simon sitting on the ground laughed loudly. Then with a happy smile on his face he said he couldn't wait to work with Fayer, to which he called him a scoundrel and told him not to smile like that woman. Fayer finally calmed down and came to his senses and sat staring at the floor with a sigh, then said in a resigned voice that since nothing could be changed, he should return to their conversation. Simon agreed. Pointing his finger at the boy, the battalion commander said that from now on he should choose a profile in Kizen and get stronger, besides he should not tell anyone that he owns the battalion. When Simon asked why this was so, he replied that he was not just an outsider, but the son of Richard himself. So the elders might be angry with him because of their blood connection, but that wasn't the only reason. Poking the stupid boy in the forehead with his finger, he asked what he thought about what would happen if the other necromancers found out that a novice student at Kizen owned a battalion. Hearing this, Simon asked Fayer if he meant that the necromancers who were stronger than him would come after him. To which he replied that he did. Then he asked Fayer what he should do in that case. Simon already knew the answer to that question, and it was to become stronger. After praising Simon for the right answer, Fayer told him that now he should learn everything he could in Kizen, and then the battalion would gradually regain its former strength. Simon, having heard such sound advice, replied that he would do so. Then the battalion leader said that now they had to find a way to lead the battalion, despite the special circumstances in which they found themselves. Then calling Ratatouille over to him, he said he had a couple of ideas. He then pointed to the skeleton mouse behind him, where it immediately went to stand on two paws. Simon was a little surprised by the actions of his summoned creature. As he continued to stare at the mouse, he asked Fayer if he too could control his summoned creatures. He replied dismissively that of course he could, adding that they now shared the same darkness, so the skeleton summoned by his darkness would belong to the battalion. However, even though he could command them, Simon was still in charge, while he was second in power. Then looking at the mouse, he informed that this undead had never registered for the battalion. Simon asked in bewilderment what that meant. Grabbing poor Ratatouille by the head, which made his eyes burn even more intensely, Fayer told him to watch carefully. The next moment, streams of darkness rushed into the mouse's head. They enveloped him in a ball of darkness. Simon, who was watching, was stunned, not realizing what was happening. After the ball of darkness disappeared, the remnants of the mouse burst out of the holes. And he started to fall to the ground, unconscious. As soon as he landed on the ground hitting the floor with his bones, the battalion commander introduced him as an already registered undead. Simon looked at the mouse, who looked around in bewilderment, and not finding any differences, Simon told Fayer that he didn't see much difference. The next moment, however, the eyes of the already registered Ratatouille lit up with a darkness that was stronger than before. The battalion commander explained that in simple terms, it was the process of turning the conscripted undead into natural undead. Hearing this, Simon asked if the skeleton now had its own core. The skeleton nodded affirmatively. Simon realized what had happened to his skeleton and said that if he brought it to school, he would be caught immediately. Simon replied that he didn't have to register all the undead, adding that if the undead hadn't existed for a long time, like him, it would be better to use the summoned ones in battle or to gain knowledge. And if any of his undead expire or are seriously injured, he can always bring them to him. He would register them into the battalion and leave them here, and if the damage was not fatal he could always heal them. Hearing this, Simon was delighted with Fayer's plan. After the battalion commander finished explaining the plan, he said that he would only need to become stronger, because if he could summon the flawless undead species, the battalion's strength would increase significantly. The enthusiastic Simon pounded his fists with fire and replied that he would do his best. However, noticing something, he turned to the battalion commander, informing him that his skeleton, who had passed the registration, was acting more like an animal. He explained that it was because it had adopted some of the characteristics of the natural undead. However, that didn't change the fact that the power still remained with the owner, which was the guy, so he would come at any time if he called him. Then turning to Simon, Fayer asked how long he had been studying at Kizen. He replied that it had been 3 days. Hearing the guy's answer, he said that in a few days the first-year students will be able to get their first assignments, and then he will be able to travel all over the island of Roke and the entire continent using teleport. Hearing such great news, Simon's face lit up with happiness. Fayer continued, saying that as soon as the time comes he will go with him, as this way he will have the opportunity to manage the battalion and gather forces that were scattered across the continent. Surprised by the battalion commander's knowledge, Simon asked him how he knew so much. He replied irritably that it was because he had been with his father throughout his time in Kizen, and he was also responsible for the management of his battalion. Then, taking his hand to his chin and leaning toward the boy, he asked if he wanted to know about it. Simon, with his eyes burning with excitement, enthusiastically replied that he wanted to know. Then he asked with interest why the summoned undead sometimes disobey the necromancer. Fayer drew a diagram on the ground and explained that it was because the interrupter lacked understanding of the summoned undead. That was why it was impossible to judge the undead with little knowledge of them. Then he added that the undead were driven by a strong belief in the underworld. Not quite understanding what the battalion commander said, Simon asked what he meant. He replied that in simple terms, the most similar concept was willpower. To give an example, it could be compared to the fact that if you hate someone very much and dream several times a day to kill that person, the undead that will be near him will memorize his will. And so if the undead internalized his will, it would kill that person while he wasn't around. And it didn't matter whether he thought so now or had forgotten about that man, his undead would still remember his will to hate forever. Hearing the battalion commander's words, Simon had a hard time believing it. Seeing the boy's concern, Fayer told him not to worry as he would warn him about such things. Besides, this information would help him understand the world from the undead's perspective. Looking at his natural undead once more, Simon thanked Fayer sincerely for such useful information. The battalion commander decided that while we were on the subject, it was time to teach him how to order the undead to attack. Rising to his feet, he told him that the first thing he needed to do was to strengthen his will, regardless of the target. As an example, he told Simon to imagine that the wall behind him was his enemy, adding that he should try to hate that wall more than anything else in the world. Hearing this, Simon concentrated and replied that he agreed. Fayer began to say words that were not the most pleasant, but that would make him angry, telling him that he had to take revenge on that wall for his parents, and that the wall had killed his favorite person. Then he added in a loud voice that he should tear, throw, and also destroy his enemy. Suddenly it was as if a switch had been flicked in Ratatouille, and his mouth opened in anger. Then he rushed at full speed and crashed into the wall, driven by the battalion commander's words that he should kill him, creating a massive explosion in the process. He then furiously continued to strike the wall while Fayer continued to motivate him by shouting curses towards the wall. And as a result, the mouse's hatred for the wall became really big. Watching all of this, Simon turned to Fayer and said that it was all a bit too much, to which the latter replied that he had added harsh words to make him understand better, but what was much more important was not what he was saying, but what he was actually feeling. Since high-class necromancers must be able to fake their will even in not the most important situations, as well as plausibly think rage, hatred, and the desire to kill, as these negative emotions were the most powerful and effective. Finished with his explanations, he suggested Simon to stop the skeleton by taking control of it. He replied with an uncertain face that he would try. Simon shouted to Ratatouille to stop, but despite his words he did not stop. Fayer was waiting for Simon, who tried to stop his skeleton without losing hope. But despite all his attempts he did not pay any attention to him, continuing to furiously attack the wall. This situation made the guy furious, and he gritted his teeth in annoyance. Then he let out a furious shout that made the whole room change color for a moment, ordering him to stop immediately. Then turning to the mouse that had finally stopped attacking the wall and turned to him. He told him coldly and with fury in his voice that if he disobeyed him again, he would not let it go. Watching the angry Simon with interest and surprise, Feyre noted that he had just been able to use an absolute order. Then looking at the guy with a slightly frightened look, he wondered what kind of monster Richard had created. Simon asked frustratedly as he calmed down and came to his senses, "I failed, didn't I?" Looking at Ratatouille, who had all of his bones broken and one arm missing, he sadly added that he couldn't even control his own undead. However, his sad words were interrupted by Feyre, who informed him that he had done well. However, he emphasized that in this area, one could not lag behind and stop at what he had achieved, but had to constantly practice so that the undead would obey him from the first order. Hearing the battalion commander's encouraging words, Simon replied in a tired voice that he would do so. Suddenly Feyre supported Simon, who had almost fallen to the ground, and told him that his condition was caused by stress and the shock of what he had seen. Simon sat down on the floor and sighed heavily, saying that he would take a break and return to Kizen, since he only had permission to be outside for 24 hours. Hearing this, Feyre threw something to Simon, adding that he should take it then. Catching what the guy threw to him, he asked what it was. He replied that since they would need to communicate with each other in the future, he could use this badge, which was his alternate personality. And with the help of which he could communicate with him at any time, and if he got into trouble, he could not worry and just call him for help. Looking at the thing Feyre had given, Simon thanked him. Then leaving, he added that he would be back in a week. The battalion commander replied that he would be looking forward to his new achievements. Hanging on Simon's uniform and watching everything through his badge, Feyre laughed and said that it had been a long time since he had been in Kizen. Talking to the guy, he asked if the protection period was still in effect, and without waiting for an answer he added that he was eager to see what would happen next. Simon asked with a blank stare what exactly he wanted to see. He hesitated, not knowing what to say. Then, noticing the tension of the guy who was sweating and holding a pen with a trembling hand and even trying to write something, he asked him if the test he was writing was difficult. "Let's go back a day to last night." Sitting in his glasses with a smart look on his face, Dick announced that they were starting to prepare, while Simon folded his hands in front of him, saying he was listening intently. Pointing with his pen to the class schedule, Dick announced that both of their classes, which were to be in the afternoon and morning, were elementary black magic classes. However, the most important point was that this class included the infamous group work. And once assigned, the group remains unchanged until the very end of the semester, which is why this was going to be a crucial moment that could decide the fate of their survival in Kizen. First of all, each group consists of 4 people, so it would be best if each member was good at something specific. Like how he's average in all subjects, but a little better in the dynamics of darkness, while Simon liked summonology the best. So even between the two of them there was a good balance. Then Dick began to explain everything in more detail, starting with the fact that they had 9 different subjects. The first was catarology, then dynamics of darkness, summonology, hematology, toxicology, magic combat, as well as defense against holiness and elemental black magic. Among all these subjects, the largest percentage of all third-year students were involved in catharology, dynamics of darkness, and summonology, and that was why these 3 subjects were called the 3 sciences of necromancers. And since Simon's specialty was summoning and his own was the dynamics of darkness, Dick said they had to find someone who was good at catharology. When Simon asked him what they should do with the remaining space, Dick listed the remaining options, and immediately put aside holiness defense and black magic, since they were mandatory items for everyone. Next was magic combat, where students often had excellent grades only in this subject, as they were fully dedicated to it, which was not suitable for their team. On the contrary, experts in catharology were well versed in defense against holiness, making them perfectly aware of their enemy. Similarly, hematology had many similarities to toxicology, which was why students often studied both subjects at once. Shocked by his friend's knowledge, Simon asked if they really needed to know all this, and Simon replied that they did. When he had finished with the theory and picked up one of the sheets on which the students' names were written, he said with a satisfied look on his face that they needed the guys from that list to join the team. The strategy was to get the first student on the list, but if they failed, they had to move on to the second. In addition, Dick reminded Simon, who was listening attentively, that he should also remember to emphasize his special pass to demonstrate maximum superiority. To which he held up a sheet of paper and replied that he understood. Then stretching their hands to the top they exclaimed with joyful voices that victory was in their pocket. However, reality was cruel. Sitting in front of the test he couldn't solve and holding his hand over his head, Simon looked depressed as he recalled their confidence in victory yesterday, realizing that it wasn't as easy as it seemed. A nearby Dick whispered quietly to him, asking what the woman was doing in the freshman class. Simon didn't know what he was talking about. He replied by pointing to a woman standing in the middle of the class, saying that her name was Jane Olivia, and that she was the vice-chancellor of Kizen, and that she was also known as a walking terror who could expel even a third year. His words, however, did not go unnoticed, for the next moment she called his name, which made him rather startled. Turning to Dick she said in a cold voice that life was full of contingencies, adding that if he continued to talk she would consider it cheating and cancel the result of his examination. Hearing this, Dick quietly apologized. However, Dick was not the only one who felt uncomfortable in the presence of Vice-Chancellor Jane. Addressing the students she said that many students besides Mr. Hayward were also wondering what she was doing here. She then added that they already knew that she was only teaching third-year students, so many may have thought her presence here was temporary, but this semester she would officially be the head of Class 1A. Adding that she hoped they wouldn't disappoint her with too much difference in skills. She then said that they should concentrate on the exam now, to which there were unsure responses from the room that they would. Sitting at his desk and holding a quill in his hand as he drew something incomprehensible on the test sheet, Simon pondered the fact that he didn't know any of the answers. He had finally come to grips with reality and realized that even if something good had happened, and even if he had his father's battalion of foulness under his command, it didn't mean he could easily pass the test, much less stay in Kizen. Even so, he didn't plan on giving up. He turned over the paper and with a firm conviction on his face, he decided that he would try until the very end. After finishing the test, all the students began to leave for a break, as they would have one more class after that. Sitting in front of a stack of students' tests and picking up a pencil, Vice-Chancellor Jane announced that she would begin grading. The assistant sitting next to her also started checking the tests while someone's baby blue-haired head appeared beside them, trying to look at the test sheets with a satisfied smile on her face. Approaching Vice-Chancellor Jane exuding a warm atmosphere. This little girl, who turned out to be Nephthys, lifted up on her toes and looked at Vice-Chancellor Jane, who immediately asked what she was doing here. She answered cheerfully that she had just come for a walk. However, the Vice-Chancellor, who did not share her emotions, just looked at her without emotion. Then she tapped poor Nephthys on the head and told her not to distract her. Then not paying attention to the girl who was clutching her bruised spot with tears in her eyes, she ordered the others to finish grading in the empty lecture hall, to which the aides immediately nodded affirmatively. After the aides left, Nephthys angrily yelled at Vice-Chancellor Jane that when she picked her up she had been such a kind and innocent girl, unlike what she was now. To which she replied casually that the innocent girl had become that way after working and stressing all day and night. Then with a sigh she turned to the girl, saying that if she had already come, why not help her check a few tests. Looking at the next test, Vice-Chancellor Jane's eyes widened in surprise. After all, the student to whom the test belonged could not solve a single basic question, but managed to solve the most difficult last problem. Seeing the stickers on the names that did not allow them to be seen, Nephthys asked Vice-Chancellor Jane why she had done it. She replied that it was a blind assessment, as the names could influence the examiners. Hearing that, Nephthys said it sounded pretty cruel for the first test of the semester, adding that it was scary. However, she was not going to give in, saying that although it was a simple test, it showed a lot of interesting things, like the paper she was drawing on, pointing to it and saying that the person had answered the second question about ingredients in toxicology correctly, but was wrong on the next one, which was in reverse order. Hearing this, Nephthys irritably snatched up the test sheet and said that was what she was talking about, adding that the kid was so stupid she was even curious who he was. Taking another test, Vice-Chancellor Jane began to analyze the test and noted that it was the exact opposite of the previous one. Although the student had failed most of the most basic questions, he had managed to solve the most difficult one. However, the formulas he used for the calculations were almost everywhere wrong. This information surprised Nephthys quite a bit. The Vice-Chancellor said that judging by the formulas used, this student had not prepared well for the lessons, but simply combined superficial knowledge based on the lessons of the last week. Looking over the test, Nephthys also noted that he had used a formula from summonology in a problem to calculate the amount of darkness, simply assuming that in darkness, resistance is proportional to loss. This was a rather interesting statement, and the girl asked with interest what the answer was. To which Vice-Chancellor Jane replied that if one uses Theron's theorem one can arrive at an answer of about 1,200,000. However, to the student's surprise he wrote the value of 1,200,146 and although it was not the answer to the question, he was able to calculate using a completely different formula almost correctly. Turning to Nephthys, the Vice-Chancellor said she had something she wanted to ask. She peeled off a strip of paper with the student's name on it and asked her why she had assigned her to the first-year students. Then picking up the test sheet that was Simon's, she added that they weren't just freshmen. It was the class that the boy was in. Nephthys smiled without answering. Then showing her tongue and laughing she said she didn't know what she was talking about. Realizing that he was the one she couldn't get anywhere. The Vice-Chancellor went back to checking her tests and noted irritably that even at 300 years old, she was acting like a child. Standing at the grading board the students were divided into two groups, those who were happy with their grades and others who did not pass the tests well. Dick and Simon were surprised at how quickly the results were posted. There were more and more students near the results, which only increased the amount of noise. Under Simon's full name were the results for all the subjects. Simon sighed heavily when he saw them, saying that although he thought he had done well, it was not so. Dick reassured him, however, and said that despite this he had managed to get a high score in summonology, which was quite impressive, considering that he had never studied or prepared anywhere before. Then he gave Simon a friendly pat on the shoulder and reminded him that, as he'd said yesterday, it was best to have a clear profile and focus on one thing rather than everything. Simon asked Dick, in a dull voice, how he was doing and if everything was all right. He replied that the highest score was 74 for the subject of dynamics of darkness, while the rest varied from 60 to 70 points, so the average was about 70. Simon looked at Dick with a shocked expression on his face when he heard this, noting that he had excelled at everything. But he replied that these were not very good results, and it was just enough to avoid expulsion. He turned his gaze to the grading sheet and said that there was a little problem with their plan now, then answered Simon's question, who asked what he meant by saying that all the students' grades were posted in the first class of the day. However, their plan would have only worked if this information had been made public before they had set up the teams. But now the test scores are available to everyone. Which meant that if they were unlucky, they wouldn't be able to find even one person. However, the noise near the results was interrupted by someone's voice that asked everyone to listen to her. It was none other than Vice-Chancellor Jane, who crossed her arms over her chest in an emotionless voice and told the students that they had 30 minutes to check their points and unite in teams of 4, adding to the confused students who did not expect such a rapid development of events that if there were no unforeseen circumstances, their group would remain like this for the rest of the semester. After that he also informed that from now on elementary magic would be a group subject, moreover, the tasks that would be given to them could be done only in groups. Also, each student will have 2 separate grades for individual and group work. However, no matter how good a student is at individual work, their grade will not be honored unless they can show teamwork. Having finished with the theory, Vice-Chancellor Jane advised to choose partners wisely. As soon as she finished, chaos broke out. Excited shouts of students could be heard everywhere, either looking for students who were at the top of the list, or those who were just shouting their demands about how many and with what level they needed in the group, or just offering their candidacy by communicating their strengths. Simon stood in the middle of the chaos with a piece of paper, looking at Dick's list and remembering his words that he would talk to Jamie, who was number 1 on the list, while he should talk to number 2, which was Claudia. However, looking in her direction he saw that she had already formed a group with the other players. Looking at the next ones on the list and glancing at them, Simon noticed to his disappointment that the third and fourth option on their list had both managed to merge into one group. Realizing that worrying about it wouldn't do any good, he decided to calm down, telling himself that there was still time, since no one had gathered a group of 4 people yet, since everyone was scrambling because of the time limit. Moving among the crowd looking for possible participants, Simon thought about the fact that what they needed most right now was a catalog. Besides, most of the students who had banded together in groups of 3 or more had average grades, while the best students were still observing. Which meant they still had a chance. So deciding that now was as good a time as any, Simon walked over to Malin, who was sitting alone at her desk, not giving any indication that she was going anywhere. However, Simon didn't care, as this was their chance to create a strong group. So turning to the girl, he said with a serious expression on his face, "Malin Willen, join our group." His words made the jaws of the guys in the background drop open. However, they weren't the only ones who were surprised. The other students also stared in surprise, wondering how he had the guts to just walk up and say such a thing to the best student in the class whose grade point average was above 90. However, there was no plot development where she just walked up and joined in. In response, the girl called Simon ridiculous and asked him contemptuously if he thought she would just join them. Then she said that she only trusted the people she chose, while he invited her despite the fact that he had a grade point average of only 30. He just nodded in agreement. Malin continued to talk despite the noise of the students who were discussing Simon's behavior, saying that she saw that he was pretty good in summonology, but that this was his only high score. Then adding that her grade was still higher than his. To which the man replied in a calm voice that he knew, after which he asked her to promise her something. Then he asked the girl to give him a month, saying that after its completion he would surpass her in summonology, and if suddenly he could not, he promised to leave Kizen. The girl heard his words and stared at him with a shocked look, unable to believe what she had just heard. When she came to her senses, she immediately shouted at him that he must be crazy, then told him to leave if he didn't want to make a fool of himself. However, Simon calmly replied that he wouldn't do that, adding that he was just propositioning her. After hearing his words and calming down a bit, she sat back down, and then there was a pause between them. Reflecting to herself, she realized that this semester she had to keep first place no matter what. Her main problem was Hector. Even though she was able to surpass him in the written exams, there would be difficulties in the combat tasks. And to beat him, she had to excel in group classes. Which meant she would have to fill in the gap in summonology, which was the only subject she wasn't as good at. Looking again at Simon, who was the student with the first special pass, and the man who had beaten Hector without a prep course, she wondered if he was a chance for her to stay in first place. To look for another student with a higher score in summonology or to bet everything on him, that was the question. Standing up from her seat and turning to Simon, Malin reminded him of his promise, asking him if he was sure he was ready to keep it. To which he replied in a firm voice that he was. Then holding out his hand and smiling, he added that he would keep it no matter what. She looked at his outstretched hand and thought for a moment. Malin shook his hand and replied that she would join them. As soon as they were through with the formalities, a joyous Dick ran into Simon, almost knocking him to the ground, calling him a miracle, and began to ask excitedly how he had managed to persuade Malin. The girl didn't understand what was going on and asked who he was. Simon smilingly replied that he was also in their group and reminded her that he had told her that he was inviting her to join the group. Hearing this, Malin was dejected as she realized who she had joined the group. She called Dick a freeloader and said she would never forgive him if he got in the way. And that was the beginning of a legendary team. Turning to Dick, Malin asked what subjects they already had, saying that she would be in charge of catarology in their group. Then she asked him again how many points he had gotten for Dynamics of Darkness. To which he replied that his average score was 70 and for Dynamics of Darkness 74. When she heard that and calmed down a bit, she said that it wasn't so bad for a dummy. Dick noted with a smile that she was rather picky, but not to dwell on it. He raised his hand to the top and asked her enthusiastically who was the last one they would take in their group, adding that she had only to tell him and he would find anyone. Malin simply replied that she didn't care, to which Dick asked who she would pick if she had to choose. Realizing that she had no choice, the girl, folding her arms across her chest with an indifferent face, replied that if she had to choose, she would choose someone with good hematology, as it saved time and made many calculations easier. On hearing this, Dick immediately replied that they wouldn't go anywhere, adding that he would be back soon. There was silence between Simon and Malin, who were left alone, while the rest of the students, watching them in surprise, were bewildered by such a powerful combo of the best student in the class and a boy with special clearance. The silent Simon was approached by Malin sitting next to him, asking if his name was really Simon Valencia, saying that she had never heard that name before, then asked where he lived. Turning to the girl, he replied that he was the heir to a small plot of land in the kingdom of Baldwin, where his family runs Les Hill. He then asked the girl about her family, which shocked her very much. She couldn't believe that he didn't know who she was, so she asked him if he was serious. To which he replied, not surprised by her question, that he really didn't know. Realizing that the guy really didn't know who she was, Malin introduced herself, saying that she was from a highly respected family with deep roots in Ivory Tower. Hearing the girl's answer, Simon was surprised and asked if Ivory Tower was that magic tower. The girl answered that it had been called that 300 years ago. Suddenly remembering something, Simon said that that was where CERN, who was the second student with special clearance, was from. However, his last words seemed to have hurt Malin, as she asked him to be quiet with a fake smile on her face, exuding a murderous aura. To which he, seeing her mood, replied that it was fine. Again sitting in silence, Simon pondered why the girl had such a reaction to the mention of Cerna. Still unable to understand it, he sighed, concluding that noble families were too complicated and he just didn't need to think about it yet. Suddenly Dick returned with someone behind him, apologizing for the wait, cheerfully announced that he had found them a team member who excelled in hematology. Adding that she was an excellent hematologist with an 87 grade in the subject. Then pointing to a shy girl of short stature with pink hair and small wings that moved most likely from excitement, Dick introduced her as Ursula Camabares. The girl excitedly folded her hands in front of her excitedly and a little stammering sincerely thanked the guys for letting her join the group. Then she bowed and in the same excited voice repeated that her name was Camabares Ursula, adding that they could call her just Cammy and promising that she would do her best to help the group. While Malin looked at the girl with interest, Simon marveled at her wings, which he thought looked very unusual. After the girl was done with her introduction, Simon told her that she didn't need to be so formal since they were in the same class. When she heard that, Cammy replied excitedly that she was only 16, but Dick smiled and reassured her that age didn't matter, because there were 20-year-olds in the class. Hearing this, the girl replied that she would be sure to remember it. The next moment, however, she was approached by Malin, who had been silent all this time, and after repeating her surname, asked if that was what she was thinking about. As it turned out, Ursula was a great vampire family. Hearing this, Dick remembered that it was indeed true, adding that now the distinguished lordship of the Ursula family should be in Kizan, but he had never heard from her in all this time. However, Malin angrily ordered him not to say so, to which he replied that he couldn't do so as he was very shocked. At the same time Cammy looked at the guys confused, not knowing what to say. After that she came to her senses and said that it was all because her mom was an ordinary person. This information confused everyone, from which there was an awkward pause. When Dick came to his senses, he apologized immediately, saying he hadn't known about it, to which the girl replied that it was all right. Simon realized that she was the illegitimate daughter of a vampire family and realized why she wasn't talked about as much as he was. Dick, on the other hand, decided to apologize by talking about himself. Starting with the fact that, he was a commoner, however his father was the owner of the White Cow Trade Group. Hearing this, Cammy asked in surprise that wasn't it one of the largest trading groups. Dick went on to say that he was the third of 8 sons, so the heir was his older brother, who would get everything, but because of that he could do whatever he wanted. Cammy clenched her fists and looked at the boy confused. He added that although he was ashamed to say it, he had been sent to Kizan only because his family saw some talent for black magic in him, but he was on a mission to find out what the necromancers needed and to report on the market. A surprised Simon asked his friend if that was why he had said it was important to go to Rochester. He replied that it was, but added that it didn't mean that he did whatever his father told him to do. Then, in an enthusiastic voice, he raised his hand in the air and said that he would graduate from Kizen and start his own trading group in Rochester, so big that even his father would think differently of him. Seeing Dick's attitude, Simon exclaimed that it was cool. Cammy wished him luck, while Malin just snorted that she didn't care. Suddenly the assistant came over, surprised to note that their group was even talking to each other already. Handing them a sheet that had the number 7 written on it, which was the same as the number of Naruto's legendary team, he informed them that they should write down the names of all the members of the group, as well as the subject they planned to focus on. After the examiner left, Simon turned to Malin, who had already started to fill out the sheet, and asked her if she wanted to be the leader of their group as the best student in it, to which she contemptuously replied that she would. The next moment, however, the question of choosing a name for the group came before them. The assistant put a sheet magnetically on the board with group number 7, where the leader was Malin Willen, while the group was simply called Team Number 7. A tired Dick stretched out on his desk frustratedly, adding that he liked the name Everything Malin Does, while Cammy shyly said she wanted the team to be called Pink Bunny Girls. However, their words were suddenly interrupted by someone shouting angrily, asking his interlocutor what he should do if he had such a bad combination. Simon turned around and looked to where the sounds of quarreling were coming from. As it turned out, the blonde-haired boy and his friend were suggesting that the two girls team up, while one of them replied that those two had two toxicologies, which didn't suit them. Elsewhere, someone was discussing a group where 3 students with the dynamics of darkness were gathered together, which in their opinion was not a wise decision. In another place, one of the students was pointing his finger at the other, saying that this was his potential profile and that his other grades were also good, to which the other replied that he didn't care about that, adding that he was going to be a part of their group anyway. Watching all this, Simon noted with confusion that things had gotten a lot tougher. Dick, who was sitting next to him, replied that it wasn't surprising, since elemental black magic assessed all 8 subjects, and that's why all the groups wanted students with different directions for each specialization. So if one got too close to students with the same direction, one might end up not getting any other group members at all, which was how it worked out for those guys. Adding that they were very lucky in this regard. At the same time, a girl with long yellow hair pointed at the guys in front of her and mockingly said that she would only help one of their group. She shouted irritably that if they hadn't taken Lucy, there would be 4 of them in the team. The other girl, who was probably Lucy, apologized to the guys who didn't know what to do and went to the other team. As it turned out, there was a group of girls, who saw the new girl, and also with good grades in hematology, warmly greeted her. Simon, who was observing all this, once again noted that life at Kizen was pretty brutal, but Dick, who turned to him, said that they didn't have time to worry about the others. Since this always happens during student defense, so if they can't do well now, they will continue to fall behind. And falling behind in Kizen meant only one thing, and that was a ticket home. Malin on the other hand couldn't understand what was so cruel about it at all. Saying that they just didn't have enough effort, preparation, and skills, then dismissively asking what they'd been doing all the time since they'd started school. Adding that even if someone's grades were bad, they should have been attracted to the group in other ways. Simon listened to her words and thought depressedly that even though this was happening, there was nothing he could do about it. The next moment Vice-Chancellor Jane came to the middle of the class and told the students who had not yet found a group to go to the front of the class. Immediately there was whispering around the classroom that they would probably not be in Kizen next week, with some saying that they would be finished after just one question on catarology. Vice-Chancellor Jane turned to the students who had failed to form a group and asked them if they were angry. To which one of the girls nodded her head frustratedly. The Vice-Chancellor continued by saying that a difficult start does not mean a bad ending, adding that they should remember this and try harder in the future, and also adding that they will see hope if they try in specific subjects and not all at once. She then informed them that they could return to their seats, which they did in a downcast state. Then addressing all the students sitting in the classroom, Vice-Chancellor Jane said that since not all the groups had been formed, she would make an important announcement, then announced that next week after the end of the student defense period, they would be holding a group performance of the first class in elementary black magic, where they will have to fight one monster. The whole class froze in anticipation of her next words. And that monster will be a Cyclops, Vice-Chancellor Jane announced. Upon hearing this, the students began to talk excitedly, as they were shocked that they would have to fight the Cyclops and wondered if they could do anything at all against such a formidable opponent. Telling the rambunctious class to be quiet, Vice-Chancellor Jane said she would explain the rules. It was to begin with them going into the dungeon with their group to defeat the Cyclops together. However, only one student would personally fight the monster, while the others would have to stay behind and support the one who was fighting. The supporting students were also allowed to weaken the monster. After saying that in such a case, such skills as fatigue, shackles and blinding, as well as bleeding from hematology or poisoning from toxicology would be useful. In addition, attacks from summoned creatures were also allowed, but the direct magic of necromancers, including black magic, was not allowed. After finishing with the basic information, Vice-Chancellor Jane said that they could refer to the papers for more details. She then went on to say that the fighting member of the group would be protected by a vest with a barrier spell. The grade would depend on the success of their fight, but speed, stability, teamwork, creativity, and the degree of completion of black magic would also be taken into account. Malin, who was glowing with joy, wrote something down in her notebook. At the end, she added that in order to successfully defeat Cyclops and pass the test, they would have to improve their abilities as much as possible before the test. After listening to the teacher, Simon's face showed a firmness that he had to do his best. Having finished her explanation, Vice-Chancellor Jane asked if anyone had any questions. A hand immediately went up from the audience. A girl introducing herself as Jamie Victoria excitedly asked if they would really be fighting a real Cyclops, or if it was supposed to be the assimilation fight system that was in Kizen. She replied that they had caught live Cyclops in the east of the continent, then said that she had forgotten to mention something. She added in a grim voice that before the test, they'd have to sign a document accepting all risks, including life safety. After these words, a gloomy atmosphere prevailed in the class. The Vice-Chancellor, seeing that everyone was silent, asked if anyone had any more questions. A boy with bright yellow hair sitting in the front row raised his hand and introduced himself as Scott Schneider and asked excitedly what would happen if they could not induce the Cyclops. To which Chancellor Jane replied that they would then have a minimum grade on all grading standards. Losing would count in 3 cases. In the first case, if the fighting team member can no longer fight; in the second case, if the professor or instructor prohibits the continuation of the fight; and the third, if all members of the team surrender. Hearing Professor Jane's words, Meili with a serious and thoughtful face said that to fight a real Cyclops, they would need to develop a good strategy, while Simon, who hadn't even thought about it, enthusiastically said that it would probably be so cool that his heart was already pounding. While Cammy with a slightly worried face reported that she was a bit scared. Dick turned to the guys and asked who was going to be the fighter, to which Malin immediately replied that she was, as she was the strongest in the group. Simon with a serious expression asked his teammates, since only one person would be fighting, if this test would not be too loyal to those who excelled in magical combat. Hearing Simon's words, Cammy leaned over and said that she was thinking the same thing. Then she added that since the Cyclops blows would not be weak, it would not be easy to defend against them with black magic, and besides, it would take a lot of darkness to defend, so it would be best to just dodge the attacks. Malin replied that she was thinking the opposite. She said that students of magic combat would prefer magical attacks to physical ones, but it would hardly work on the Cyclops skin. Dick agreed with the girl's words, saying that the Cyclops skin was indeed very thick. And even if they strengthened themselves with darkness, they would quickly lose their stamina. Hearing their thoughts, Cammy turned to Malin and asked if she had a plan to defeat the Cyclops. With a wink and a satisfied smile on her face, she replied that of course she had a plan. Seeing that there were no more questions, Vice-Chancellor Jane said that there were 3 lessons of elemental dark magic left before the group performance, saying that in each lesson each group would present their battle strategy, and in the second lesson they would be able to experience virtual combat. The third lesson would be a real battle where they would have a chance to show what they were capable of. After saying that now they had time to discuss strategy, the Vice-Chancellor Jane added that they could go forward if anyone had any questions. As soon as the professor had finished giving time for discussion, Dick asked, without enthusiasm, turning to the boys what their plan was. To which Marilyn said passionately, and Em listened attentively. Then she created a magic circle in the palm of her hand, which shone with a bright golden color. And saying that it was elemental darkness magic. She looked at the circle with an enthusiastic smile and said the words, "Flash of darkness," and released a fiery flame from the circle, which flashed with a bright light. Then she asked proudly, wouldn't something like that help them? Dick was shocked to see it, and asked if she'd already learned the spell. Simon shouted in delight that it was amazing. When she had dispelled the flames, she said with a satisfied smile on her face that she was going to tell them her plan, and they agreed. Drawing a simple diagram in a notebook, Marilyn explained that she would first fight the Cyclops using a flash of darkness, while they would support her by sending curses at the enemy. Finishing with the fact that they would have to use fatigue curses on the Cyclops to slow it down, while she would burn it to the ground. Interrupting the girl's explanation, Dick said in an indignant voice that she had forgotten that teamwork was also important to the grade. Even though she would be able to prove herself, the others would remain empty and would not get any points for teamwork. When Marilyn heard this, she turned and asked in a contemptuous voice what he was proposing. But Simon answered for Dick, asking the girl if she could create a flash of darkness while dodging a Cyclops attack. She answered that she could, and asked him why she was asking such a question. Dick replied in a disgruntled voice that they were worried that she wouldn't be able to, adding that she had fallen behind while running and hadn't been able to jump over the abyss. She said that if their curses worked, she wouldn't have to dodge at all. Dick shouted angrily that their specialties were not curses, and she was the catarologist in the group, but she didn't want to back down and started shouting something back. That's how the Second Shinobi World War began. At the same time, Cammy tearfully asked the group to calm down. However, the next moment there was a loud slap of someone's palm on the table, which made even Malin freeze, not to mention Cammy, who was looking out from behind her. Simon, who was the culprit of the noise, said in a loud and confident voice that since summoning creatures was not forbidden, he could use them to distract the Cyclops, while Cammy and Dick could use their strengths to support him. Then turning to Cammy, he asked what she could do with her hematology, to which she hesitantly raised her hand and said that since she specialized in attacks that changed quickly, she could provide support with curses. After listening to the girl, Simon turned to Dick, who was lying on the desk, asking what he could offer. He sighed and replied the same as Cammy, adding that he would be practicing fatigue all week. At the end of the lesson, Professor Jane informed everyone that for the next lesson they had to prepare a 10-minute presentation of their strategy against the Cyclops, adding that it was necessary to specify the role of each member as well as the types of black magic used. When she was finished, she announced that that was the end of it. Walking out of the classroom and behind Simon, Dick thought to himself that Simon, despite his poor knowledge of necromancy, sometimes said really clever things, and that he could deal with any problems and also guide the members of his team. He was actually a little jealous of him now, and now he understood why he had the first special clearance. When he caught up with Simon and gave him a friendly hug on the shoulder, Dick smiled happily and said that he'd heard they were serving steak in the mess hall today. Simon said cheerfully that they had to hurry then, and Cammy replied excitedly that she would go with them, while Maylene, who was trailing behind, didn't know what to do since she hadn't been invited. Immediately after lunch, Malin came to the next class and resented them for leaving her alone, saying it was their fault she didn't get steak. To which Dick replied that he should have gone with them, for he had already said it was a special dish. Hearing Dick's reply, Malin said irritably that they were annoying. At the same time a voice invited everyone to sit down. After asking what class it was, Jamie raised her hand and said that it was a class. When he heard this he replied that it was the first time they were seeing each other. Then the speaker, who appeared to be an elderly teacher wearing a beret and scarf and shaking hands, introduced himself as Lon Strauss, adding that he would be teaching toxicology. Then with a slight hesitation he said that they were starting the class, ordering the students to open the first page of their textbooks. Then in a monotonous voice he began to explain what toxicology was, and other things, and after a while most of the students in the class were asleep, and even Simon, who had always listened enthusiastically to the lectures, could hardly keep himself awake. Dick had fallen asleep with his head buried in his desk. The professor had sort of finished with the theory, which everyone found very boring. He said it was time to try making a simple potion. Hearing his words, half of the sleeping students woke up and sleepily tried to understand what was going on. When the professor started to say what was needed to make the potion, he suddenly started coughing up blood. The assistant who ran into the classroom excitedly turned to the old man and said that he should rest, as he had probably overworked himself, adding that they would take care of the laboratory. The old man continued to cough up blood in a weak voice and started to say that he had to teach, but the assistant who was taking him away calmed him down, saying that they would manage. Finally agreeing, he breathed heavily and headed out of the classroom. The assistant sighed heavily and opened a large ash textbook with a turquoise eye on it. After that, she noticed the boy, who leaned on her arm peacefully sleeping. The next moment, she launched a thick textbook at his head, which reached its target. Simon, who was near the book, also froze in confusion. She then shouted in a loud voice, telling everyone to wake up. The sleepy students pulled their faces away from their desks and started to look around fearfully. However, the assistant did not stop, angrily asking how they dared to be so rude to the professor. Then she started to reprimand the students and in a furious voice started to ask how they could just fall asleep in the middle of the lesson, adding how they could call themselves students after that. The students hearing her words felt a little guilty and listened silently. After that, she said in a cold voice that they should not dare to forget their manners anymore. To which those guilty voices replied in agreement. When she had finished instructing the unenlightened on the path of righteousness, the girl introduced herself as Professor Land's assistant, Francesco Belmont, and then informed them that today she would be teaching them instead of the professor. While the assistants were handing out the necessary supplies for the lab robotics, the assistant announced that today they would be making low-grade poison potions, adding that they could put aside their textbooks for the time being. While Simon and Dick looked at the potion brewing tools with interest, the girl said that the key to making a low-grade potion was controlling the quantity or order of the ingredients. The point was the dexterity of carrying out the process. She then said that the first step was to light a fire under the cauldron and wait for the water to boil before pouring in the salamander and barley powders. Raising her hand, one of the girls asked how much powder was to be poured in. Professor Land's assistant replied that the volume was not important, adding that they should pour as much as they thought necessary. At the same time, in one of the cauldrons with boiling liquid, some unknown alchemist poured a powder that formed a green vapor when it interacted with the liquid. As it turned out, the alchemist was Simon, who smelled the vapor and noted with disgust that it stank. Dick, who had stopped by to look at it, was surprised to see that it had turned green, unlike his. At the same time, seeing that most of the students had completed the first part, the professor's assistant, who was replacing him, asked for a show of hands for those who had blue smoke rising from the cauldron. Dick, who had blue smoke, raised his hand. Then the girl said that they would make a poisoning potion with neuroparalytic effect. Then she asked the rest of the students who had green smoke, and immediately after her words several hands went up in the class, including Simon's. She told the students who had green smoke from the cauldron that they would be making a poisoning potion that gave them headaches and hallucinations, as well as the ability to deal with other mages and necromancers in battle. Looking at the smoke that became more intense, Simon was surprised. Since the textbooks didn't talk about such a thing, and he didn't know about such a flexible training method either. Then the girl told all the students who had green smoke to hang their jackets on the chairs, as the assistants would give out the necessary ingredients. Then leaning over the cauldron of one of the girls she told everyone to listen to her very carefully, then pointing to the cauldron she said that they had to remove a thin layer of oil that should have been there. This layer of oil was plant-based oxides that were impairing the potion's effectiveness, which was why they had to get rid of them. After that, one had to keep stirring the potion with the ladle until the liquid thickened. In addition, the result could depend on the degree of heat, so one had to be sure to keep an eye on the fire. One of the girls raised her hand and timidly asked if it was normal for her potion to turn yellow. To which the assistant replied that she had done a fine job, as yellow hues characterized the best quality poison potions. Then adding that such a potion could even be sold in Rochester. Hearing this, the girl was very happy, while her friends also started to praise her. Suddenly another girl raised her hand and said that her potion had changed color from blue to green. She turned around and said that it was probably just ingredients from the bottom of the cauldron that had changed the potion's effect, and then advised her to add more ingredients. At the same time, Dick turned to Simon, who had been watching the assistant, saying that he now understood why Professor Lon was still afloat in Kizen, and it was because of a very talented assistant. Simon couldn't agree more. Seeing his friend's overly intense gaze, Dick couldn't help but ask his friend if something was wrong, to which he replied that everything was fine. His gaze rested on a small bottle containing a green potion. After a while Dick turned to Simon and showed him the bottle of blue potion he had made, and asked if it was worth taking it with him to the fight with the Cyclops, adding that he thought it was worth trying everything. The man said with a smile that he had thought about it too. Hearing their conversation, Mei Lin, holding a bottle of high-grade yellow potion, said that it was a bad idea and their plan wouldn't work, since low-grade potions wouldn't have any effect on medium-sized or larger monsters, and the Cyclops was medium-sized, so there was no way this plan could work. Dick leaned back in his chair and muttered frustratedly that it was unfortunate that he'd been unlucky this time. Simon, on the other hand, was concentrating on the book. After a while, he came across a page about a potion that contained Lehark mushrooms. And they were the same ones his mom sometimes made for him. Turning to Mei Lin, he held out the book and pointed to the page and asked her what she thought of the potion. Looking at the page Simon pointed to, the girl, glowing with joy, asked Simon in surprise what page it was on, to which he replied that it was on 254. Cammy and Dick looked at the book in surprise, not realizing what was going on. After looking at what was in the book, Cammy was also fascinated by what she saw. After looking at it, Mei Lin turned to the guys and said that it could work. Hearing that, they were delighted. Pointing her finger at the potion information, Mei Lin explained that this potion briefly paralyzed tendons and also contracted muscles. It was called Nervier, and it was a neuroparalytic that weakened muscles. It also said that it worked on small and harmful monsters from the 3rd level up, Mei Lin exclaimed happily after reading the information. Cammy also added in a cheerful voice that if they used it against the Cyclops, they could at least slow it down. Hearing this, Dick added cheerfully that it would be a good idea to add such an effect to fatigue spells, while Simon continued to read the information about the potion, saying that for the effect to work they had to make the target drink it or apply it to a wound, adding that they could wound the Cyclops and then throw the potion bottle at it. Gathering around Simon, who was holding the book, the rest of the guys were enthusiastically answering that he was right, as well as talking about how it could be used. When they had finished discussing how to use the potion, they decided to make it first, choosing the lab as there were cauldrons available. However, the problem was the ingredients. They could find the bulk of it at the academy, but Lehark mushrooms, blood slime and silk vines were a problem. However, Dick reported that it wasn't a problem, saying that if he went through Rochester, he could get all the ingredients today. Simon asked in surprise if that was really possible. He gave him a thumbs up and said it was no problem, suggesting that Simon go together. Simon pointed his finger at the mushrooms and said that he could help him find them, as he had seen many of them in his homeland and in Kizen. Hearing this, Dick asked him where he could find them at the academy. He replied that he had seen them in the Forbidden Forest. This information shocked absolutely everyone, even Mei Lin sat wide-eyed with her mouth open in surprise. Dick waved his hands, asking how he knew about him, then realizing that it was not important, he asked Simon if he was going to go to the Forbidden Forest. Seeing his friend's concern, he tried to reassure him that it was all right, and it wouldn't take him long to go, and those mushrooms were growing right next to the entrance. But since going into the Forbidden Forest could get them all punished, Simon volunteered to do it alone, saying he wanted to do something for the group. Hearing this, Dick was touched by the words of his friend, who for their sake was going to go alone to such a dangerous place, promising to pick mushrooms by tomorrow. Despite his confidence, Mei Lin raised her voice and said that it was too dangerous as there were many dangerous monsters that could injure him, which could affect the group performance. Cammy, who had been waiting for her chance to prove herself, raised her hand and loudly announced that she would go with Simon. Maylene turned to the girl and said that she had already told her that it was dangerous, but she replied that that was why Simon couldn't go alone, as two heads were better than one. Simon, on the other hand, also agreed to the suggestion, adding that they would leave as soon as they were in danger. They concluded that Dick was mining blood slimes and silk vines. Maylene looking for basic ingredients in Kizen. While Simon, along with Cammy, went mushroom hunting in the Forbidden Forest. Finished with the division of duties, Simon said that they should meet together with the ingredients in the lab in the evening. To which the others unanimously agreed. At the same time, an unfamiliar hooded man was watching team number 7 sitting in the classroom. Although his face was hidden by a shadow, his sly smile clearly indicated his not-so-good intentions. As soon as the lesson was over, the students immediately headed for the exit of the classroom. Hector, who was walking in the crowd of students, was approached by a hooded stranger who greeted him. When he heard the unfamiliar voice, he turned around to look at the speaker. The hooded man said that he had some useful information and asked Hector if he wanted to hear it. Later that night at the horse barn, Dick showed Simon and Cammy a secret passage that only a few people knew about that they could use to get to the Forbidden Forest safely and unnoticed. Dick warned them that the guards near the Forbidden Forest had just finished their patrol, so they had some time until they returned, but they could never be 100% sure of safety, so they had to be quick. His friends were very grateful for his concern. They told him that they would see him later and also advised him to be careful. And they left without delay. As they were walking through the night forest, which was filled with the sounds of night creatures, Simon noticed that Cammy looked excited and asked her why. She happily replied that she loved walking at night. Simon knew why, she was a vampire and it was probably one of her characteristics. As they continued walking through the forest, Simon asked her why she liked nighttime so much, and she replied that for her, nights were soft and comfortable. Simon thought that he did not think so at all. Cammy looked up at Simon with her big purple eyes and began to apologize modestly for saying this so late, but she was very grateful to him for helping her in the magic combat class last time. Back then, she just couldn't climb the huge hippos on her own and looked around for help, but everyone ignored her, so she convinced herself that Kizen was a very competitive school and that this was bound to happen to her. But then Simon showed up and he was the only one who asked her if she needed help. And he offered to help her get up. Confused, Simon, realizing where the conversation was going, began to make excuses that he just did what he had to do. But Cammy sharply closed the distance between them and told him to his face that what he was doing was what he had to do and made him incredible. In an attempt to move the conversation away from such a dangerous topic, he quickly raised a lantern over his head and told Cammy to look up there because he had found something. What a wonderful coincidence it was for him that they had just reached the place where Lehark mushrooms grew. He told her that it was indeed them and there were quite a few of them. Simon added that since they didn't know exactly how many they needed, they should take them all. A few minutes later, they had a basket full of mushrooms, and Simon put it on the ground to rest for a while and noted that they had done it faster than he thought. Cammy took advantage of this short pause and asked Simon what brought him to Kizen. He didn't quite know what to say. And not knowing where to start, he started at a distance. He believed that the initial reason was that his parents sent him here, both of whom were very concerned about Simon and believed that he would make it. But as soon as he started studying, he had his own thoughts and goals. And as soon as he learned about summonology, which he was extremely fascinated by, he seriously started to want to become a necromancer. Simon asked Cammy what about her. Why is she here in Kizen? But before he could finish his question, he heard rustling and distant voices, approaching quite quickly as if they were looking for someone. Simon quickly grabbed Cammy's hand and pulled her to hide. A minute later, the friends were hiding behind a large rock and heard the voices of the guards talking to each other. They had found a place where they had been picking mushrooms and were going to focus their search in that area. They were guards from Kizen, they had dogs and flashlights and were vigilantly searching this part of the forest as if they knew someone must be here. Simon didn't understand what brought the guards here. Cammy was shaking with fear, but she found the strength to explain to him that the guard's job is to protect the area around the school and usually they watch the forest and hunt for monsters. If the guards catch them, they won't be able to get off the hook, even during the period of student protection. Simon emphasized that Dick said that there shouldn't be any patrols here anytime soon, but their presence here meant some kind of emergency and it wasn't a regular patrol. What kind of problem could there be in the Forbidden Forest? A frightened Cammy with tears in her eyes was panicking and starting to regret being here and asked Simon what they had done. Simon decided to calm her down and took her by the shoulders and told her to look at him and listen, they could get out of here. He had an idea and she just needed to trust him, and when he started running right behind him and asked if she could do it, she said yes. Simon, using the device Fayer had given him a few days ago, asked him if he could hear him, and Fayer, from his hiding place, said that yes, he could hear him and asked what was going on. Simon replied that he was in trouble and he was afraid that he would not be able to cope without the help of the battalion and he had to act. He had a plan to solve everything. After some time Cammy informed him, she had put all the nearest stones into his subspace, for which Simon thanked her and said that he had done everything he needed as well. He asked if she was ready and that they should use everything they could. Cammy agreed with that completely. Simon said, "Okay, then. Let's go." And his rat man jumped out of the bushes and ran towards the guards. The guards' dogs immediately started barking and the alarmed guards were about to split into two groups, one to catch up with the fugitive and the other to continue the search. Then another rat man ran by them and the commander of the guards immediately ordered them to chase him and capture him. At the same moment, Simon grabbed Cammy by the arm and shouted to run and they ran as fast as they could. The dogs noticed their movement and perked their ears. And even when the other guards were busy with the skeletons, the dogs rushed at our friends. Simon advised Cammy to use hematology spells on these dogs and that anything would do. She said okay and started preparing the spell. From the magic circle she had prepared, pink fireballs flew at the dogs. They hit the dogs directly. They stopped and howled in pain and now could not continue the chase. However, several guards came to the noise with other dogs and were going to set them on them again. The guards saw that they were going to run further into the forest and were going to shoot at them with their bows. Within moments, a barrage of arrows began to fly at the fugitives, who were trying to hide between the trees. Cammy panicked again, asking what they should do now that they were being shot at with real arrows, but Simon reassured her that they had seen their uniforms. And since they are Kizen servants, they aren't going to shoot them. The guards shouted at them to stop. Simon clenched his fist and told them that only when they stopped. He was about to open his subspace filled with stones. In a moment, in the place where Simon was running and where the guards were now, a subspace opened from which stones flew out. The guards did not understand what it was and told each other to be careful, because it could be some kind of magic and they were forced to stop and let the fugitives go. Our friends managed to run to the edge of the abyss and behind them they could hear the voices of the guards shouting to each other that they couldn't have gotten far and they needed to be found. Simon asked Cammy if she remembered the jumping technique they had learned in the magic combat class and if she could use it now. She shook her head and told him that no, she couldn't, and that he should jump first. And she would be fine anyway. She was exhausted and drenched in sweat, but she was smiling nonetheless. She told him that even if she was caught she would never tell them about him. Simon was amazed at her self-sacrifice and was not about to give up and leave her there. He quickly picked her up, apologized, and told her to hold on to him. Before she could respond, he accelerated toward the edge of the cliff, and Cammy tried to tell him to wait, but it was too late. Simon pushed off the ground with a thud. In a moment he was flying high above the abyss. With the wind whistling, they almost reached the other side together. Simon skillfully landed on the ground without falling. The frightened Cammy just held on to him. Putting her on her own feet, he asked her if she was okay. But he didn't hear an answer, she just sat there staring dazedly into the space in front of her. Suddenly, she seemed to come to her senses and tears began to appear in her eyes. Simon did not understand what was happening to her, so he asked her what was wrong and if she was hurt. Cammy tearfully began to explain that she thought she was going to be caught. Simon wondered how she could have decided to stay there in such a frightened state and be caught. Cammy burst into tears and thanked Simon through her tears for saving her. Simon told her that he was just doing what a friend would do. And it looks like the guards have finally lost track of them, so they should go back to the school because they have a long journey ahead of them to get there. He asked her if she would be able to walk and she nodded and told him that she was fine. Wiping away her tears, she smiled and said again that she was very grateful to him. Together they took a detour through the unfamiliar terrain to avoid running into the guards again, with the bright moon lighting their way. However, this didn't make the forest filled with strange sounds any less eerie, and even Cammy wasn't so excited about the long night walk anymore, so she asked Simon if they were lost. He replied that he thought they were headed in the right direction. Suddenly, Cammy stopped when she heard something strange, a strange sound coming from them. She told Simon that she was hearing something strange, but he doubtfully replied that it might be owls or some other animals. Cammy confidently replied that it was definitely not owls, it was a human voice, and together they looked in the direction of the sound, and even Simon began to distinguish some strange words. He agreed with Cammy and decided to check it out. He started to wade through the bushes that were rustling around him going towards that voice. Suddenly, Cammy flinched and Simon froze as well. Cammy was the first to come to her senses and started tugging on Simon's sleeve, telling him that they had to get as far away from here as possible. In front of them was an unknown person in a white robe, who was reading a prayer. Cammy began to shake from the words of that prayer and covered her ears with her hands to avoid hearing it. Simon did not understand what was happening to her. He held the girl so she wouldn't fall, and he wondered what that man was doing here. They were in Kizan on the island of Roke, so how was this possible? The priest continued to pray to his almighty mother goddess, Devi, in front of the repulsive animal skulls and statue. Simon realized that it was none other than one of the priests offering a blood sacrifice to his goddess. The priest finished his prayer, and for a second there was silence in the forest. And the next moment, the priest looked Simon straight in the eye, which froze him. Simon finally recovered and in desperation shouted to Cammy to run. But a blue barrier appeared right in front of them, cutting off their escape route. The barrier kicked up a pile of dust and small stones that scattered across the clearing, and as soon as it cleared, Simon realized what was wrong with this priest and why he might be here. He was using darkness for his spells. So this was not just a priest who had secretly managed to sneak onto the island. He was a traitor to Kizan, who now summoned a bunch of crosses and chains around him, rattling in the air, surrounded by swirls of mana, and ready to fight. Cammy noticed this as well and told him in fright that this priest was using both holiness and darkness. Simon told her that he thought he was a traitor and that the powers he was using were usually on opposite sides of the battlefield. Then he took her hand and added that he was not sure what was happening, but he was sure of one thing. And again, trying to run away, he shouted to her that if he caught them, he would definitely kill them, and the crosses and chains flew after them. One of the crosses whistled past Cammy and cut her leg, and the wounded girl screamed in pain. But this was only the beginning, and the chains were already catching up with them. Simon only managed to shout to dodge them. One of the chains cut Simon's shoulder, but it seems that he was not their target. Because the next moment the chains wrapped around Cammy's legs and threw her to the ground. Simon did not have time to do anything but shout at her to hold on. The chains were dragging the unfortunate girl toward the priest with a clang, and she could not resist, only asked Simon for help. The traitor made a movement with his hand and clenched it into a fist, and the chain followed his movements and lifted the girl high up like a feather. And with a loud thud, he sealed her to the tree, tying her with chains. The priest was in full control of his chains, which were his weapon. Having dismantled and immobilized Cammy, he then took on Simon, trying to get him as well. However, he turned out to be much more agile than his friend and didn't get caught easily. But he couldn't keep dodging and running away, and one of the chains flew right at him. Simon was going to get something from his subspace, and where he was a moment ago, everything was exploding from the impacts. He pulled out a sword from his subspace and was going to use it to deflect one of the attacks. But after the first strike against the cross of darkness, the sword broke. It was a bit unexpected for Simon, and his hand trembled from the impact and the chains whistled towards him. However, Simon managed to recover at the last moment and dodged the blow. The chains hit a tree behind him as he landed on the ground. He grabbed what was left of his sword and began to fill it with darkness. And then he threw it with all his might at the enemy, hoping to at least see his face as he dodged, but Simon's attack was no surprise to him. He simply turned his head slightly to the side to dodge it, but the priest was surprised to see the tree that the sword fragment had hit explode. They stood there looking at each other for a second, assessing each other's options. After a moment of hesitation, the priest created dozens of dark crosses around him with a creak and a stomp. But then it turned out that this was only the beginning, and in a moment Simon was surrounded by a weapon of apocalyptic proportions, thousands of crosses that were ready to fly at Simon at any moment. Now he knew for sure that he could not cope with this, so he decided to urgently call for help. He took up his communication device. The priest did not understand what was happening and why this crazy student was smiling. The next second there was a powerful blow that demolished half of the clearing. Simon came to the rescue of Fayer, who was now laughing ominously while holding his sword, which was smoking after the blow. Fayer, with his sinister smile, asked Simon if he was okay. Simon replied that he was, but when the dust cleared it was clear that the priest was alive and almost unharmed. Somehow he had managed to conjure a shield that protected him from the blow. Fayer told Simon to retreat and stay away, because this battle was too difficult for him right now and he would definitely not be able to handle it. Simon completely agreed with him. Having dealt with this, Fayer laughed ominously again, saying that it had been a long time since he last fought in battle. And once again he struck at the priest's shield. Each blow was like the explosion of a small bomb. Meanwhile, Simon was able to free Cammy from the chains and tried to bring her to consciousness, asking if she was okay. Although she was still unconscious, Simon was glad that she had not been seriously injured. Simon lifted her onto his back and carried her away from the battlefield. Through the device, he asked Fayer how the situation was on the battlefield. He told him that it would not be easy, as this person was outrageously strong in terms of mastery of darkness. He was roughly at the level of a professor. He also added that his strength would be the same if it were not for the seal. He laughingly launched another attack on the priest. Simon turned to Fayer and said that he had an idea and wanted to ask him to follow his orders. Fayer smiled to himself as this reminded him of something. So he replied that he understood, since Simon was Richard's son, he must have some smart ideas. And Fayer struck another blow so hard that the whole forest shook, and even Simon, who had already moved far enough away, felt its power. Simon was happy because his plan worked. The Kizen guards heard this noise and vibration and were now running to where the priest was. He even heard them shouting to chase someone and let the dogs down. He told Fayer not to pursue the priest, to leave everything to the guards and to return to him. Simon knew that the priest would escape, but it didn't matter, as long as he survived and saved his friend. Fayer quickly turned to him and told him that he was proud of the way Simon had used the guards. Simon looked at his battalion commander and noticed that he was a little wrinkled and asked him if he was okay. He replied that he shouldn't worry about him, he could take a lot more, but this girl seemed to need more urgent help than him. And then he picked them both up and told Simon not to worry because he would help them. Simon thought he was going to heal her wounds and said he didn't know he could heal wounds. Fayer put Simon on his shoulder and took Camus in his hand and said he could not heal wounds, but they were going to get out of this place right now. Simon started to ask how he was going to do it, when Fayer ran away with such speed that Simon could not finish his question and almost fell off him. Now Simon was helplessly crying out for help as Fayer ran, laughing and telling him to hold on tight. Only a cloud of dust remained behind them. After a few minutes, Fayer brought them to the edge of the forest and set them on the ground and told them that they should go on their own. Since he smells some kind of fishy odor, it seems it might be a similar long-range detection spell and so he definitely can't go any further. Simon still hasn't recovered from such a quick trip, but he sincerely thanked him for saving their lives. And Fayer left saying that he had just signed a contract with him and was not going to lose him so quickly and wished him to be careful for the rest of his life. Now Simon had to decide what to do with Cammy. He could take her all the way to the school, but what to do with the girl and how to take care of her without harming her or himself. If he just went to the hospital, the doctors would definitely have questions about how she got those wounds, and he would get into even more trouble with her if he told them what happened today. And that priest could see their faces, and given that he was a traitor and Simon could not see his face, he was also a danger to them and could be waiting for them somewhere on their way back to finish the job. Simon came to the conclusion that Cammy had to be treated by someone he could trust, there was no other way. So he carried her to his dormitory, specifically to the dormitory manager he had once helped deal with the arrogant nobles. He knocked on her door and she told him to come in. With a creak, he opened the door and she calmly began to ask him what brought him here at such a late hour. But when she saw who he was and in what condition he came to her, she screamed in shock, "Simon!" Simon stood in front of her, covered in mud and with cuts and bruises, holding the girl in his arms and asking her for help. She was shocked by his appearance and asked him what happened, and then she saw the girl and said that girls were not allowed to enter the boys' dormitory. Simon told her that he knew all this, but that it was urgent. Then she noticed that the girl was injured and advised him to take her to the hospital, not here. Simon told her that he simply could not do that. He began to explain that it was complicated and he couldn't tell her the details, but he asked her to help them anyway. The hostel manager looked at him without understanding and could only ask, "What?" Simon bowed to her and asked her again to treat the girl here, she just didn't know what to say. In the end, she exhaled nervously and thought that she would regret her soft heart one day. Then she pointed Simon to a bed with a screen and told him to put the girl there so she could treat her first. He was very grateful for her help in such a difficult time. She closed herself behind the screen and began to treat the girl's wounds, asking Simon what could have happened in the world to cause such wounds. Most of her wounds were light scratches and bruises, but one cut had been left by something sharp and large. She advised him that if he has fights with other students, then he should resolve it during the student defense period. And there is only one thing she learned from this job. Students do whatever it takes to survive here, no matter how ugly it is, no matter how much it might hurt them or others around them. Simon clenched his fist and told her that they were not fighting. And he was sorry that he couldn't tell her everything that had happened. The dormitory supervisor finished treating the girl's wounds, left her to rest on the bed, and came out from behind the screen, heading to Simon. She told him that if he didn't want to tell her, she wouldn't ask him again. That was fine, she would not ask him about it again. But she still needed to examine his wounds, so she asked him to roll up his sleeves. She opened her bag of medicines and instruments and told him that she wasn't sure what had happened, but that health was the most important thing and he had to stay healthy if he wanted to have a chance of survival in Kizen. She put on some bandages and asked him if he understood what she was telling him, and of course he did. She added that the other girl was also not badly injured, so she would ask a staff member from the girls' dormitory whom she trusted to take her to her room. Simon told her that he was very grateful for her help. And he will never forget what she did for them. The girl told him that it was okay and she was always happy to help him and then added that he should also go back to his room. Simon was about to go to his room and before closing the door behind him, he apologized again for disturbing her so late at night. When he left, the dormitory manager thought that she wondered how long he would stay here. He was a rare type of student that you don't see often at Kizen. Simon went to his room and immediately told Dick that he was back, who happily jumped out of bed. He immediately started hugging him as if he had seen him for the last time and was very surprised that he was okay, asking what was wrong with Cammy. Simon advised him to calm down and told him that they were both fine. Despite the fact that they were chased by guards and then got lost, everything ended well. But enough about them. How is he okay, and where is Malin? Dick started sniffling and crying that the guards were chasing him too and he barely got away from them, although usually they don't go around at this hour, but for some reason they did today. And he also talked to Malin and warned her about the guards and she advised him to postpone the potion making until tomorrow. Simon noticed that she probably had to go to bed late because of them. Dick told him that at first she seemed a little hurt and annoyed, but eventually she became more understanding once she heard about the guards. Simon put his stained school uniform in the closet, and Dick asked him if Cammy had also gone back to her dorm, to which Simon replied in the affirmative. He added that they should go to bed after such a busy day. Dick said he would turn off the light when Simon was already sitting on his bed, exhausted. But despite his tiredness, Simon could not sleep, his thoughts would not leave him. It was not the first time he had seen someone praying that evening, because his mother is a priest, but Cammy was probably shocked. And the last thought he had before he fell asleep was that he would have to talk to Cammy separately tomorrow. The next morning when he met her, she was just beaming with happiness and wishing him good morning. He was surprised by this mood, because he expected a completely different mood from her, but he asked her if she was okay just in case. She flapped her wings excitedly and replied that yes, she was fine. She added with enthusiasm that yesterday was like a dream. Simon didn't quite believe her, so he asked her again, was it a dream? She happily began to tell him that yesterday they had a night walk, mushroom picking, chasing, some scary things happened too, and it was exactly the type of dream she had in mind. But Simon didn't share her enthusiasm for nightmares, so he told her that it was a good dream at first, but then it started to turn into a nightmare. Maybe that was why the night before didn't feel real. He wondered to himself if she really believed that everything that happened last night was a dream because she was too shocked, and that was not a bad thing if it helped her cope with the shock. Simon took her by the shoulder and told her to listen to him. He told her that the priest ran away as soon as he saw the guards and he probably saw his face, but she probably didn't. Then he asked her not to tell the rest of her team what happened last night and just to act normal. And he would definitely find out who the priest was. Suddenly, Cammy got too close to his face and made him feel uncomfortable and assured him that it was all about the two of them and she wanted to be helpful as well. She started to yell that he couldn't just leave her out of everything, which made Simon feel uncomfortable. He stammered and began to convince her that it was fine to help, but that he didn't have anything so urgent right now and as soon as he needed something, he would ask for her help when the time came. Cammy was very excited and told him to rely on her and she would do everything, to which he replied awkwardly that he would try his best. Then Simon went to his first class, catarrhology, and he was extremely exhausted and sleepy. So he barely listened to Professor Bahil, who told them that last time too many students relied on the corrective device to cast the exhaustion curse, so this class they would practice a simpler curse. Today's curse is a transfer curse, which uses a formula to direct darkness at a targeted object and is the basis for all other curses. The goal of today's lesson will be to create a magic circle in the air without a corrective device. The plants in front of the students had a tendency to bloom when they were filled with darkness, so they needed to use a transfer curse to make the plant bloom. And as soon as Simon started the task, he was completely unsuccessful, and the runic letter would jump out of the circle and hit him on the head. The whole circle would lose its strength and spread like water or just explode in his hands, covering him with clots of darkness. Dick watched his friend's attempts with sympathy and asked if he was okay. Simon told him that he was not. He had to defeat the Cyclops next week, and he was not ready for that and now he was exhausted. Suddenly, Professor Bahil came up behind him, put his hand on his shoulder, and asked him how he was doing. Are you handling it all right? Simon was surprised that the professor had come up to him and another thought popped into his head that he reminded him of someone. Simon was a little embarrassed by the attention, especially when he was not doing well, and told the professor that he was trying, but he was not quite getting it. Professor Bahil advised him to use his core and still kept his hand on his shoulder. The professor also pretended to reason with his trademark smile and added that perhaps he was failing because he was not experienced in controlling his core, so his darkness was not firm enough, and as a result, his magic circle that he was creating could not take the correct shape. He also added that Simon cannot learn how to control his core from someone else, it is too basic a skill that is not taught at Kizen, and everyone has different ways of controlling their core, each one comes to this skill on their own. The professor apologized and cast a spell on him. After a moment, Simon felt as if he was in another world, everything around him became different, now Simon could see the movement of darkness and mana in the air. Professor Bahil began to explain to him what was happening and why he felt and saw everything differently. Curses are stereotypically considered to be exclusively negative, but as a professional in this field, he was saddened to hear this, because everyone who thought so was wrong. He had just used the modified sensitivity curse to maximize his senses. Simon had no words to describe what he was seeing around him. Professor Bahil said that this way he could help him find his way and asked him to focus and do what he told him. First, he had to breathe in and gather mana from the air in his body. Simon closed his eyes and concentrated on following the instructions. Next, he had to pass all the collected mana through his core, and the professor advised him to watch how he did it first. And in Simon's imagination, he saw his core moving chaotically, a ball of boiling darkness that was rotating, and he realized how different it was from the movement in the professor's core, where the mana was moving in an orderly and not chaotic way. Bahil asked him if he could feel the difference. He said that Simon's core was not like the others, and if he used it only to produce darkness, it would not be as effective. Therefore, he should develop circulation and not try to tame his darkness and confine it, he should let it flow and move, and the professor helped him to tune his core, which now shone in a new way. Bahil advised him to forget about the concepts of transformation, change, and modularity because they would not work for his darkness. He would be better off thinking of his core as a living thing and treating it as such, and collecting the darkness in the core until it starts to release into the environment. Simon began to do as the professor advised him and was fascinated by what he was doing. The darkness appeared in his hands without any effort, and the core was full of energy, like an animal that had broken free from its cage. Finally, Bahil once again advised him not to try to control his darkness by force and just let it do what it wants, and said that it was his turn to show that he understood. Simon replied that he would try. He began to gather and concentrate the darkness in his core without restricting it. The professor encouraged him that he was doing a great job. Simon exhaled as he continued to gather the darkness. But at some point Bahil interrupted him and said that he would now lower his sensitivity to 50% and added one more piece of advice. The darkness has a tendency to memorize the flow and move in a similar direction every time. It's similar to how our muscles work. If we repeat something hundreds and then thousands of times, they memorize it and then can do certain actions on automatic. Similarly, after years of practice, the darkness itself begins to perform certain actions without the control of the consciousness. Therefore, it is very important to practice over and over again, training your core and the darkness, bringing every movement, action and spell to automaticity. Simon listened carefully to the professor and memorized his words. Then Professor Bahil suggested that since they had gone so far, he try to create a curse. Simon was still under the influence of the modified sensuality curse, and everything around him seemed to glow for him. Simon agreed to try it and looked at the plant carefully, and the professor added that he didn't have to worry because he would help him. Bahil put his hand on Simon's shoulder and advised him to complete the magic circle as he wanted. Simon agreed. And he began to let the darkness pass through his core and gather it in his hands. Gradually, he was able to form a magic circle in the air in front of him and aimed it at the plant. Bahil praised him and now told him to use the circle. Simon prepared himself and applied the magic circle to the plant. A jet of darkness burst from the circle as he looked at it closely. With a flash, a stream of drops of darkness flew at the plant. At first nothing happened, but then a beautiful blue flower appeared on the plant. But before Simon could rejoice in his success, a giant tree with flowers grew out of the flower, scaring both friends at the desk and making the professor laugh. All the students in the class watched in awe and did not understand what it was or how it happened. The professor only praised Simon and said it was incredible. Bahil told the bewildered Simon that his potential was hard to assess. And he just helped him to use his powers efficiently and thus showed him what he would be capable of in the future. Then he removed the modified curse from him. The professor added with a smile that Simon's darkness was special. And he hopes that he will think carefully about his words and find the best way to demonstrate his talent in the future. And he will choose wisely in which direction to move in order to fully realize the potential of his special darkness. Simon thought about the professor's words for a second, but then decided to ask a question. Would he be able to tell him more about the curse he had just created? Professor Bahil smiled at him and thought for a second. Then he answered Simon that he had a great mindset that allowed him to look at himself objectively, and that was wonderful. He had a great curse, but it still lacked something. He needed to add more emotion. Simon realized what he was talking about and asked him another seemingly ordinary question. He asked if he lacked emotion in the same way as when he summoned the undead. But such an ordinary question brought incredible horror to the professor's face, which he could not hide, and his murderous gaze focused on Simon for a moment. But Bahil was able to compose himself, and in a second a smile shone on his face and he answered that yes, something like that. Then he patted the confused Simon's head and added that emotions are the most important factor in black magic. In his mind, trying not to show his emotions on his face, he tried to answer the question of what was wrong with the professor's face. It scared him very much. Before leaving, Professor Bahil advised him not to forget his words. He was about to leave when Dick raised his hand and called out to him. He asked the professor to help him, because he, like Simon, was failing, hoping for the same attention and help. But Bahil smiled at him with his trademark smile and told him that hoping for luck and waiting to be spoon-fed is the attitude of lazy beginners and advised him to keep trying. Cammy didn't notice that she had hit Malin on the nose and started apologizing to her. Simon was sitting at his desk looking at his hands and wondering what potential they had. And with enthusiasm and self-confidence, he was going to fully master how to cast a curse by the end of the lesson. At the next lesson, Dick and Cammy sat in the shade of a bamboo tree with other students. Dick asked his friend if it seemed to her that all the professors singled out Simon in a special way and paid more attention to him than to the other students. Cammy asked incredulously, "Do they?" Dick continued to insist that it was true. For example, today Professor Bahil was very kind to him and Simon was definitely able to create the transmission curse only because of that. And now there's also Professor Hongpeng, who at this moment was telling Simon how to do one of the physical exercises correctly and told him to tighten his stomach by pressing on it with his hand. He was also holding his leg wrong and she was correcting his stance with her hands. Simon stood in a kind of heroic pose and could hardly hold back a scream from the tension, and from the outside it looked like he had an individual lesson with the professor, which other students were very jealous of and did not understand why the teachers paid so much attention to such a loser. Cammy heard all her friends' arguments and really wondered why the teachers were doing this. Professor Hongpeng, having completed all the corrections and tips for Simon's movements, said that it was time for him to try a pivot kick. But for this kick, he had to use the darkness, which he did by gathering the darkness in his leg. He managed a good kick, creating a whirlwind of darkness around him, which threw leaves and small stones into the air. The professor patted him on the back and told him that he had done a good job, but Simon wasn't so sure, so he asked if it was true and she said yes. But as soon as he was satisfied, she added that only the rotation was good, and the other 4 poses were wrong. His eyes should be concentrated on the target and he also needed to move his back properly and turn his heels more, and the darkness was released too quickly during the stroke. Simon responded to all the comments with a bow and a promise to be more careful in the future, but the professor smilingly assured him that everything was fine and he was doing well. He just needed to practice more. Simon thanked Hongpeng, who finally went to see how the other students were doing, while Malin huffed with disdain at Dick. Then she looked down at him and told him that he was a loser and how he could not call himself a student with such an attitude. Why doesn't he try harder to get more attention from his teachers instead of being offended and whining? He told her that he was not offended at all, but simply asked a question. Besides, who could say, she was the one who was labeled a problem student? Malin reacted very strongly and shook with irritation when she started shouting that she was not a problem student. Dick continued, asking if Professor Hongpeng had even spoken to her in class. If not, it definitely means she is a problem student. Malin denied everything and started threatening him that if he said something like that again, she would put a curse on him. Neither of them paid any attention to Cammy, who tried to calm them down and asked them not to fight. They stopped fighting only when Simon came over and Malin, spitting on everything else, was going to throw something at him. She asked him to come over and teach her, to which Simon was surprised to hear her ask if she was really talking to him. Malin herself was not comfortable asking him, but he was not a bad magical combatant, so since the professor did not pay attention to her, she asked him for help. She mumbled to herself that she had to fight a Cyclops in a group presentation, so she needed his help in developing faster moves and then she would get higher grades. Simon told her that she didn't have to explain all this to him and he would be happy to help her just like that, and that she should strike a pose to start with. She thanked him and got into a fighting stance. Simon sat down next to his friends to watch and give her some pointers. But as it turned out, her stance and movements were quite awkward and all her friends felt uncomfortable watching this spectacle. Malin knew what it looked like from the outside and warned them that she knew she was doing very badly. Simon had a few ideas on how to help her and advised her to relax her body and take the most natural pose possible, which should help her get rid of tension and insecurity. Cammy was watching Simon with admiration, wondering how smart he was. Malin, on the other hand, still couldn't get her body under control. Her movements were more like a cow dancing on ice than the fighting moves of a necromancer studying at the most prestigious school on the continent. Simon tried to correct the situation a bit with his advice, telling her to clench her fist a little and pull it forward and that her feet should not move but remain in the correct position. Malin had never felt so uncomfortable in her life. When she was more or less able to manage the movements of her arms and legs, Simon encouraged her and told her that she should now gather the darkness around her waist and hold it there. At the time, Dick couldn't believe his eyes and asked Cammy how Malin could be so bad at this. Simon went on to tell her to gather the darkness under her foot and make a turn around her axis. Malin tried, but she didn't get it right. Annoyed, Malin started yelling at Simon that she was doing everything right, but she was not getting it right. Simon exhaled tiredly and tried again to explain to her that she shouldn't just spin on one leg, but try to make a kick with all her strength and move the darkness by the hip while spinning. Malin still didn't understand what he was telling her, so Simon had to come over and point to where she needed to concentrate the darkness with his finger, but even so, she still had questions. Finally, she lost her patience and yelled at him that her legs were not naked, but in sweatpants and he could come over and show her, not point his finger in the air pointing in the wrong direction. And let him just come over and touch her. Suddenly, after her cry, silence reigned over the entire clearing, and her last line, "Touch me," echoed across the clearing. Everyone around her froze. And only now she realized what she had said. She stuck her tongue in her mouth and blushed, but the girls behind her had already started whispering what was going on. She had told him to touch her. Were they dating or what? But while she was trying to recover, Simon came over and started touching her to show her where she should concentrate the darkness and where she should move when she turned and hit, which only made her blush more. She was about to resist and tell him what he was doing at such an inopportune moment. But he calmed her down and advised her not to think about unnecessary things if she didn't want any misunderstandings, to which she nodded uncertainly and said okay. Then he advised her to gather the darkness where he showed her and try again. She swung and seemed to make a good hit and Simon was about to praise her when she suddenly lost her balance and fell to the ground under Simon's astonished gaze. He immediately asked her how she was doing and praised her that even though she had fallen, she had done well this time, but she still had a lot to learn and needed to practice. She didn't say anything in response, just looked at him with a displeased expression. However, he was immediately surrounded by other girls who had already realized that he was just helping her learn the stance and now asked him to teach them. They all praised Simon for his cool kick at the beginning of the lesson and wanted him to pay attention to them. Meanwhile, Malin remained sitting on the ground, darker than the storm clouds, wondering who he really was. She couldn't just accept that someone was better than her. After the magic combat lesson was over and Simon was finally able to escape from the girls who all wanted his help in practicing their punches, he and his friends went to the next lesson, his favorite one, summonology. And the topic of today's lesson was recovery. Professor Aaron began his lecture by telling him about the biggest advantage of skeletons, which was that they can regenerate their strength and structure. Simon, who knew this well, sat at his desk and looked at the bones out of boredom. To prove his point, he wagged his finger. And in a moment, the bones that had been scattered around the classroom by the assistants before the class were now flying past the students, scaring and surprising them. And in a moment, the professor had a whole rat man by his side, and he began to explain that the principle of restoration is very simple. Even when a skeleton's body falls apart from a strong shock or impact, darkness remains in its bones, and he separated the arm from the rat man to demonstrate to the class. Professor Aaron held out the skeleton's arm in front of him and began to explain that they just needed to activate the darkness in the bones and maximize its attraction characteristic, which would bring all the bones together into a single original structure. And then he suggested that they start practicing. As it always happened in summonology classes, the practical part began with uncontrolled skeletons running around the classroom, jumping everywhere and scaring the students. And many of them had no luck with the bones, which refused to obey them and barely moved despite their efforts. Malin noticed that Simon, instead of trying to put his skeleton back together like the other students, was just sitting there reading a book. She asked him if it was okay for him to just sit there. Simon, in order to prove the meaninglessness of her claims, assembled his skeleton with one wave of his hand, which surprised Malin. She had little to say to this and only noticed that he was really good at it. But she still haughtily told him not to get too excited just because of the recovery and asked him if he had forgotten his promise. Simon told her that he hadn't forgotten anything and that she didn't have to worry because he would definitely score higher than her. Malin gave up and replied that if she remembered, then it was fine. She turned away from him and muttered that she would have gotten 90 points on summonology if she had solved the 20th problem. Simon heard her words and noted that if she was talking about the exam in Professor Jane's office, and the 20th problem was on the last page, it was easy for him. Malin pulled away from him and replied ironically that of course he had solved that problem without even attending the preparatory classes, and what kind of answer did he get? She did not believe it. That he could have done it and thought he was just pretending. But Simon remembered the answer and said it right away, 1,200,146. This made Malin's jaw drop in amazement. They did not notice that the teacher's shadow was already hovering over them and had been listening to their conversation for some time. Malin was about to ask how he could have gotten that answer when they were suddenly interrupted by the professor's voice, which called out the name Simon Valencia. He asked what he was doing now. Simon was startled by this unexpected appearance and immediately realized that he had been caught red-handed. While Malin froze, Simon began to make excuses that he had restored the skeleton and began to review the material in the next class in the book. Professor Aaron did not seem to be satisfied with this answer at all and met it in silence. And then he added that Simon should stay after class. The friends were upset by the news and Malin began to apologize, but it was too late and nothing could be changed. After the lesson, Simon and Professor Aaron were left alone. Simon sat not knowing what to expect, and the professor read a book sitting on a chair. After a few minutes of silence, the professor slammed the book shut and told him to follow him. They left the school grounds and approached the edge of the forest, and when they were almost there, the professor said that he could not tolerate only a few things. And one of them is students who don't attend his classes even if they want to. Simon did not understand what he meant. The professor told him to take his skeleton. Simon clenched his fist to activate subspace and get his skeleton. As soon as he took it out, the professor snapped his fingers and it shattered into pieces. He then asked Simon to reassemble it in front of him, which he did. And in a moment, there was a whole skeleton standing in front of him again, but he had seen this thousands of times before, so it didn't make any impression on him. He continued casually that Simon really has a talent for restoration. And he added that he would teach him another skill. This surprised Simon, who was expecting anything but an extra lesson. He asked the professor if he was going to punish him for not paying attention in class, but the professor looked at him in disbelief and then asked what he was talking about. And then he said that this was an extra lesson especially for him. And he just said it in class so that other students wouldn't misunderstand him. He was not going to punish him at all, but rather the role of a professor is to give students who are more capable than others additional chances. This news made Simon shine with happiness. But the professor didn't want to take too long, so he told him to get into a fighting stance. The first thing that Professor Aaron showed him was a skeleton made of bones of a demon in armor, and Simon could not contain his admiration for its coolness. The professor began to take it apart and warned Simon to pay attention, because he would not show him twice. Then he confidently raised his hand and pointed his finger in the direction of the tree opposite, an aura of power surrounding him. At his command, the bones began to stir in such a way that the sharp parts were separated from the rest. In a moment, only the sharp parts of the skeleton were hanging in the air in front of him, pointing at the tree with the squirrel. The professor explained that this is an attack skill that uses the recovery skill. And he fired those bones, which flew to the target with a whistle. All of them hit the target with a bang, scaring the squirrel sitting in the tree. Aaron explained to Simon, who was fascinated, that this skill is called piercing bone. The frightened squirrel ran away from the tree in tears. Aaron wasn't going to let it go far and wanted to use it as an example, so he waved his hand. And the squirrel was surrounded by a cage of bones. The professor explained that this is another skill related to recovery. And it is called bone prison. The poor squirrel did not understand why he deserved such a fate. But the professor continued that finally. And he made a rotational movement with his hand. And all the bones surrounding the squirrel flew back to the professor. The defense skill, with a creak, the demon's bones began to put on his armor like armor. And finally, in a moment, he was completely in bone armor and looked very epic. Simon was shouting out how cool it was. The professor gradually began to take off the armor and explain that, depending on the necromancer's abilities, a skeleton can become a weapon, armor, and prison. All the black magic skills that he had just shown Simon were in addition to the restoration skill, and then asked if Simon understood everything. He replied that he did. The professor added that these techniques are usually taught in the second year of training, but he decided to show him earlier because he had already achieved excellent results in recovery. And he was going to teach Simon how to use them earlier. He was very grateful and excited about this opportunity. Aaron advised him to train the piercing bone first, but before that he needed to get rid of one bad recovery habit. Simon didn't know what he was talking about. The professor explained to him that the essence of recovery is to send the skeleton back to its current location. And his recovery instead puts the skull in the center and rebuilds the skeleton around it. In other words, instead of moving the fully restored skeleton, he has to set his will from the beginning so that the skeleton is restored immediately in the right place. Simon thought that this was similar to what Feyer had told him, and he might be able to do something similar to ordering the skeleton. Simon looked at his hands surrounded by darkness and thought, well. And pointing to a spot on the surface in his mind, he ordered the skeleton to gather in front of him. For a moment, the skeleton hesitated with creaking bones, not understanding what was being asked of it. However, after a few seconds, the skeleton began to gather in front of him, though not in a hurry and waving at him with its paw. But eventually it fully assembled and stood up in front of Simon. The professor commented that it wasn't as terribly slow as it could have been, so they could move on. Restore and pierce bone are two different skills, the latter is simply an addition to the restore power, so he should think of them as two different things. Simon took apart his skeleton and tried to separate some bones from others. The professor advised him to get into the habit of turning the bones around while healing, so that their sharp ends would pierce the enemy's flesh. And if he also focuses the darkness in the bone in one direction, he can make it sharp as a blade, and he took one bone in his hand and showed how the darkness concentrated at one edge sharpened it. And for those parts of the skeleton that do not have elongated sharp edges, he advised to make them into motion limiters and said that they would have a good effect. To confirm this, he used the tail as handcuffs and pulled Simon's arms down so that he fell to the ground. Then he released him and told him to try it himself and pointed to one of the trees. Simon pointed the bones of his skeleton at it, which crunched and wrapped around him like a bone snake. Simon gathered all his strength, clenched his fist and shouted, "Recovery!" The bones began to crunch against the wood. And at some point, with a loud crunch, they broke it in half. Simon was happy that it worked, and now the whole lawn was littered with pieces of rollers and wood. The professor praised him for doing a great job. But he noted that so far he was basically just strangling his opponent with bones, but since he was rebuilding the collapsed skeleton into an attack method, it gave him a new trick. And if he continues to train, he will be able to use this skill in real combat. Simon was happy that he was getting the hang of it so quickly. Then Aaron told him that he had heard that Professor Jane had chosen Cyclops for the group test and asked if he would fight. Simon told him that he would not be fighting, his partner Malin would be fighting instead. The professor said that this was a smart move and it was important for him to focus on supporting his friends. He still had a lot to learn, so he had to do his best. And as he was about to leave, he added that it was just an extra lesson and nothing more. Simon only managed to thank him, looking at his back as he walked away into the shadows of the forest. Simon returned to the school and went to the laboratory where his friends were about to make a poisonous paralytic potion. He walked in smiling and apologizing for being late. Immediately, his frightened friends ran up to him, who were very worried about him and now bombarded him with questions. What happened? Was he beaten? And how could the professor dare to punish him? Because it was the period of student protection and it was forbidden to use physical punishment. Especially Cammy was screaming and worried. Dick said that he had heard that this is how physical violence starts at Kizen. And Malin was beating herself up that it was her fault for asking him that stupid question. Simon just tried to calm them down. He told them that the professor did not punish him, but gave him an extra lesson. His friends were very surprised and looked at him questioningly. And then they immediately pretended to lose interest in him and went back to their potion, saying that the professor probably just confused the extra lesson with a punishment and that since he was not injured, they did not care. They were doing this to show that they didn't care about him and were only worried about him because he was on their team and they needed him to be healthy. Malin was stirring her golden-colored potion and her friends praised her for making the highest quality poison. To which she huffed and replied that it could only be so because she was the one who brewed it and the amount of water, the measurement of the ingredients, the boiling time and the separation of side substances, in short. Everything was done perfectly. She added, smiling, that all that was left was to simmer for 20 minutes and it would be ready. Her friends enthusiastically replied that they knew they could rely on her and that they had all worked hard to prepare it and hoped it would be effective. Malin replied that she knew it would, and with this potion they might even do well in their next lesson of elementary black magic. Dick added that since they were all here, they should prepare for the presentation. Everyone supported his idea. Later, late at night, someone asked if they had gone through all the possible questions. He was told that yes, more than 300 questions and they had an answer for each of them. They all sat around the table exhausted, trying to encourage each other that they would succeed and that tomorrow's presentation was in their pocket. But their joy was very sleepy. The next morning in class, the professor looked at the text version of their presentation and slammed it down. Summarizing, she said, 1 damager, 1 support, and 2 on curses. She stated that the members of their group had different profiles, but not roles. In addition, their black magic combo lacks creativity. She also added coldly that their idea of putting the main damager in the support position was not very good. At the same time, the professor was thinking about what the members of this team were thinking. And they were all disappointed because of the time they had wasted and the sleepless night and the fact that she had not asked any of the 300 questions they had prepared for. Vice-Chancellor Jane, ignoring the students' confusion, turned to the students and asked them why they had assigned roles in the way they had. Speaking up, Malin replied that she thought it would be best for them to have a clear division of responsibilities as the most important goal for them was to defeat the Cyclops. Upon reflection, Vice-Chancellor Jane asked if that was the best division in their group. To which the girl replied in a confident voice that it was. Simon, meanwhile, was nervously clenching his fist behind his back, trying to look calm. The next moment Professor Jane turned to Simon and asked him what he thought of their strategy. He understood that the professor must have been expecting a different answer, but in any case it was about protecting the team members. Besides, the purpose of today's presentation was to evaluate their strategy, and that was why he had to show how good their teamwork was. Making up his mind, he turned to Vice-Chancellor Jane and said that he knew that their team lacked ingenuity in terms of combining dark magic. However, he added that safety was still the first priority, as this way the Cyclops hunt in their squad would be more stable than the other groups. That allowed them to thus get a high score for strength, which made up for the lack of points for resourcefulness. Nodding in response, Professor Jane said that if they had decided so, then so be it, adding that they should now move on to the next item. Then turning to Cammy, who, not expecting such attention, excitedly replied that she was listening. Vice-Chancellor Jane asked why, despite the fact that she was studying hematology and should have been responsible for the attack, she had given that role to a catarology student while she herself was acting as a support person using curses. Adding at the end to a frightened and confused Cammy that she would like to hear her thoughts on the subject. It was a difficult question not only for the girl, even Malin and Dick looked unsure as they realized that answering it would not be easy. Besides, the question had been asked by Cammy, who was not known for her confidence. Concerned Malin, who was standing nearby and chewing for her, told her not to be nervous and tried to answer confidently. However, she still could not get a word in edgewise. Simon suddenly came to her aid, calling out to her in a whisper and saying one word, Cyclops. Adding something about a toxicology class. Hearing this, the girl immediately understood everything, and her wings began to move confidently again. And the next moment she said in a firm and confident voice that such a decision was made because of the unique nature of the Cyclops, against which they would fight. Upon hearing the answer, Professor Jane immediately asked her to explain in more detail. The girl nodded and began her explanation, saying that since Cyclops had hard and tough skin, and hematical spells were more for physical damage, it would be hard to defeat Cyclops that way. Listening to Cammie's words, Hector thought about something while the girl continued her explanation, saying that Malin could use the dark element flash, and that was why she thought they could burn the Cyclops with her spell. Finishing by saying that this was why Malin was best suited to be the attacker against the Cyclops. Malin, however, looked at her friend with a smile as she was still able to answer such a rather difficult question perfectly. Professor Jane said that she understood her explanation, and then asked what they would do if their opponent was another monster. Hearing such a provocative question, Cammie started muttering something to herself again, not knowing how to answer. However, in the next second, she said in a loud and excited voice that she would then go on the offense. There was silence in the classroom after her words. Simon and Malin looked at the girl in shock, unable to say anything. Cammie realized that she had made a loud statement and covered her mouth with her hands. Hearing the answer, Professor Jane nodded her head and smiled slightly and said that she would remember her words. Then she turned to Dick, saying that it was his turn. He did not hesitate to raise his hand and said he was ready. But a question of a slightly different nature awaited him. Professor Jane turned to him in a slightly irritated voice and told him not to talk to the student sitting next to him during the lesson. To say that Dick was shocked is a very meager description of what he experienced. The professor, on the other hand, turned to the entire number 7 team and said that they were free to go, then announced that the number 8 team could go forward. After a while, the students in the academy cafeteria were having a good time, discussing their school life. Simon sat at a table by the window, his head propped on his arm, staring out the window, wondering when the man he had an appointment with would arrive. He added to himself that anyone of any value should see her today. At the same time, several students stared in surprise at the entrance. They exclaimed in surprise at the sight of the visitor, wondering who she was. A rather tall slender girl with black hair walked past the students without turning around, heading to the end of the cafe. It was none other than Lorraine Archbold. Noticing the students staring at her, she turned around and asked in a cold voice if they had anything to say. Those who didn't want to mess with her immediately ran away fearfully. While Simon looked at the whole thing in bewilderment. Looking again at the girl in front of him, who was now dressed in her school uniform, Simon was surprised to note that he had a strange feeling, as if a completely different person was sitting in front of her, and that she was a little frightening. Memories came flooding back to Simon. Back to when they first met. She seemed very friendly, they went shopping together and if together. Returning to reality after the warm memories, Simon embarrassedly said hello to the girl. Lorraine leaned on his arm and sighed. The next moment, with a bright smile on her face, she turned to Simon and greeted him cheerfully, adding that it was the first time they had seen each other since Langerstein. Then turning to the confused and shocked Simon, who didn't understand how it was possible to change so much in one moment, she asked him how he was doing. He replied that he was fine. Remembering the joy of the girl who had given him the letter, Lorraine asked him in a dissatisfied voice what he had said to the girl who had made a big fuss about it. He replied that he had just asked her to give the letter to him, not understanding what had happened. Simon turned to Lorraine and said that she looked great in her school uniform, even better than he'd expected. She misunderstood his words and asked in a disgruntled voice if he thought she looked old. Simon, realizing that he'd misspoken, apologetically replied that he hadn't meant that. Then he nervously started gesticulating with his hands, pointing at himself, trying to explain that she seemed a little unusual in her school uniform in Langerstein. The girl laughed and replied that everything was fine and she was just kidding. She added that he shouldn't have been so nervous. Then folding her hands in front of her, she asked him with a serious expression on her face why he wanted to see her. Deciding not to drag it out, Simon immediately told her that Kizen had a traitor. After asking her if she knew about Professor Jane and her assignment to fight the Cyclops, he told her about a situation that had happened to him while he was hiking in the woods. After listening to Simon's story, Lorraine sat silently thinking about something. Simon decided that she found it hard to believe what he had told her, but she interrupted him and said that she believed him. Then she asked him to tell her more about the cross he had seen. Simon replied, remembering with difficulty, that the largest cross seemed to be in the center. Then he added, after a moment's thought, that there was a woman on it, tied to it with a vine. Hearing his words, Lorraine replied that it was obvious that the woman was the goddess Dave, who was the only goddess the saints of Ethnol believed in. Not understanding what the girl was talking about, Simon asked who were the saints of Ethnol. She replied that it was a holy college that was run by the Holy Father himself. While Kizen trained necromancers, Ethnol trained priests. The holy maidens were considered the strongest in the Holy Federation. They only took Ethnol girls to them, and they also kept the entire power of the Federation with them. Lorraine, on the other hand, clutched the innocent glass that had cracked. She screamed furiously how a reaper could dare step into Kizen. The girl turned to Simon and asked who else knew this information, but he said that it was only him and Cammy, who had gone into the forest with him. Lorraine replied that she would immediately report everything to her mom. Hearing this, Simon thanked the girl. Standing up from the table, Lorraine said that telling her was the right thing to do, since it was just as he said, the priest was likely to be as strong as the professors, which made all Kizen professors suspects. After which he added in a cheerful voice that if he had already spoken to them, they could already have destroyed all the evidence or hindered the investigation. It was so that her mother could know about it, so that the priest couldn't interfere, and so that they could do a thorough investigation in peace, to which Simon replied with a smile that he was happy to help. As soon as they got up from the table, Lorraine immediately said with a smile of confidence that they should be on their way. Simon, confused, asked where they were going. She smiled and replied that they were going to the Forbidden Forest. Where he'd seen the priest, there would be evidence of him. Simon said with a smile on his face that it was a good idea. Getting to the place where he last saw the priest, Simon looked around the place and couldn't believe what was in front of him. "Why is there nothing here?" he asked in a shocked voice, standing in the middle of the forest where there was no trace of the night before. As Simon stood still, Lauren walked past him, shocked at what he'd seen. Leaning down and running her hand over the ground, she said that without evidence it was even more suspicious, then added that, as he had said, the priest was quite strong. Even though she hadn't seen the fight, it was still clear to her how thoroughly the footprints had been covered. What was even more shocking, though, was that they had placed the core inside to come to Kizen, even though they were serving a god. Explaining that the priests believed that the core was a power that negated the god. Interrupting the girl, Simon said he had a question, to which the girl turned around and asked what he wanted to ask. Simon asked in an unsure voice, "If you open the core, then being a priest you can't use holiness, right?" To which Lorraine nodded her head and replied that it was, adding that she didn't know the exact principle, however those claimed it was so. Claimed? Simon asked in surprise, turning to the girl. She explained that holiness was the power that came from faith in God. Darkness was the power of the damned devil, which was what the priests believed in. Then adding that whatever their theory was, there was no denying that the two forces were fighting each other. Suddenly turning to Simon and putting a hand on his shoulder, Lorraine thanked him with a serious expression on her face for his cooperation with Kizen, but added that the problem was that the priests were not to be underestimated, which meant that his life was in danger because they didn't know when they would come for him. Then he suggested that he take the day off and rest. Simon replied with a smile that he was grateful for the offer, but said that everything was fine and he would go on with his life. He added that he didn't know if the priest had seen his face or not, so if they came after him they would definitely leave evidence. The girl was shocked by his words. Then she grabbed him and angrily told him to stop talking nonsense, because even if they had evidence, it wouldn't make any sense if he was dead. However, Simon put his hands on the girl's shoulders in a calm voice and told her to calm down and listen to him carefully, then said that if he stopped going to classes or doing anything strange, the priest would probably suspect him right away. Lauren, who couldn't accept this, replied that he should at least be accompanied by Kizen guards. However, Simon replied in a firm voice that it applied to those as well. He would stand out a lot if he had guards following him, which would make it obvious that he had told everything to the top Kizen, and also showed that he felt threatened. They were also dealing with a priest who had infiltrated Kizen, who as she said decided to come here and even opened the core, which was considered sinful. Simon also added that she should realize that these fanatics were unpredictable. To which she replied, not too cheerfully, that she agreed. But on one condition, if she noticed anything suspicious, she would protect him, even if it restricted his freedom. Having no choice, he replied that he agreed. Lorraine added in a cautionary voice that he should remember not to sacrifice himself for everyone else. He laughed awkwardly and replied that he would remember that. Since they had already checked everything out and there was no point in staying here, they decided not to drag it out and head back to Kizen. It was already dark outside, but the bright moon in the sky kept the darkness from completely engulfing everything around them. With a smile on her face, Lorraine waved goodbye to Simon, adding that they would see each other soon. Simon looked at her as she left, apologizing to her, because he couldn't take a sabbatical just for the sake of it. If he did, he would probably fall behind if he didn't go to class. Besides, he could be expelled for bad grades or bad skills, which he could not allow, and since there was risk on both sides, he felt the best choice for him was to keep his academic life. Besides, just like Fayer said, there was a lot to learn in Kizen, and so there was no way he could miss such an opportunity. Being in the cylindrical transparent elevator, which looked very modern, the students inside were looking at it with interest and amazement. Dick, standing beside Cammy, said in amazement that Professor Jane really lived up to her reputation. He added that he had heard that it usually happened in the second semester, but they could try it earlier even before the freshman defense period was over. An excited Cammy, on the other hand, replied that she was so nervous that she still couldn't sleep. Suddenly, a bright blue light flashed, causing the students to cover their eyes with their hands. Then someone's artificial voice sounded, which said that it was a virtual battle system. And it was called Avalon. It was a system that was the only one on the entire continent. It could recreate any monster in the form of a magical creature for virtual combat. After descending into the very room of the system, the students looked around in admiration. Standing in the middle of the room, which was made in the form of a cube, Professor Jane said that this system was the result of the relocation of Galiatsson, which was an ancient fortress of illusions and hallucinations, which was already in Kizen modified for the needs of the academy. Finished with the explanations, she decided to move on to the evaluation briefing. The rules were the same as in practice, at most they could face 3 virtual battles before the real match. Also, the virtual Cyclops would only consider the fighting group as enemies. After that, showing all the students a black vest, she said that they would all wear them since those had a barrier spell cast on them. The training would end as soon as the barrier dropped to 0, then the dropout could wait for their next turn in the waiting room. After saying that in this virtual battle they were to evaluate how well their strategy worked, as well as experience what real combat was like. Finished with that, Professor Jane ordered everyone to go to their assigned waiting rooms. Standing in their waiting room in front of the screen that displayed everything that was happening on the battlefield, Simon and Cammy looked at the screen with interest while the voice of the system informed them that they would mark their auxiliary positions. Looking at the screen, Simon noted that Cindy was in the 5th team, then looking at what their team specialized in, he concluded that they had a good balance. The next second a voice announced that the 5th team's fight was starting. At the same moment Cindy and her team were standing in their positions. Right before their eyes the world around them began to change. Suddenly a foot stepped on the ground, making the ground around them shake slightly. As expected, Cindy was a little confused when she saw the huge Cyclops, because even though they had prepared for it, seeing such a monster even in virtual reality was a challenge. But in the next second, Cindy came to her senses and jumped back a little, pulling out her weapon at the same time. She said with confidence in her voice, pointing her finger at him, that she would definitely defeat him. However, reality was cruel, and despite her fervor and confidence in victory, Cindy lay unconscious on the ground while her comrades ran to her worriedly. The simulation failed at 1 minute and 16 seconds, while the damage done was 22%. Dick, who had been watching the fight through the screen, said thoughtfully that since the Cyclops strike had removed half of the barrier at a time, they would have to use curses sooner than they thought. Kimmy folded her hands together worriedly and said that many of the boys were nervous, even though the fight was virtual. Walking up to Malin and turning to her a little abruptly, Dick asked if she was going to be okay, to which she replied in a firm voice that she was fine despite being worried. After the last fight was over, the system voice announced that the next groups to fight were 7 and 8. Simon and Hector looked at each other. Simon, who was about to leave, was called by Hector, who asked him if he was an attacker in their group. Simon turned around and said that Malin was their attacker. Hector was furious and called her the stupid girl from Ivor's tower and asked Simon if he had changed his mind about protecting her pride. However, he answered without even turning around that it was not so, and then said that she was simply the best fighter among them. Hector was furious when he heard that. Simon, Malin, Dick and Cammy walked down the corridor towards the exit, which was glowing with a bright light. A system voice addressing their group reported that they had marked their auxiliary positions. Then 3 yellow circles appeared on the ground in front of the group. One of the assistant professors turned to the guys and told the support members to take their places. Reminding them that Cyclops would not be able to see them, he added that they could relax, but they were immediately disqualified if they left the circle. Then turning to Malin, the assistant asked if she was ready. To which the girl replied a little excitedly that she was. Seeing the girl's nervousness, Simon together with Dick and Cammy wanted to support her and told her to try not to be nervous as it was just a virtual fight, adding that she would succeed. Thanking the guys for their support, she sighed and went back to her seat. Then the system voice announced that the simulation of Group 7 had begun. And the next moment their group stood in the middle of a virtual forest in front of a huge Cyclops. Cyclops gave a loud roar when he saw Malin. Malin immediately told everyone to get ready in a firm voice, reminding them to stick to their strategy, which they had developed especially for this fight. Simon clenched his fists and tried to calm down. Since Malin was fine, they didn't need to worry and just followed the plan. Standing in front of the huge monster, each of the guys said to themselves that they had to concentrate 100% on their role. However, in the next moment, something lightning fast struck in front of them. And in the next moment, Malin disappeared. Not realizing what happened, all 3 of them turned their heads in bewilderment in the direction where the girl was supposed to be. Malin was lying motionless on the ground, listening to the concerned cries of her companions, who asked her if she was all right. Then the system voice announced that the first virtual battle of the 7th group was over. Praising them for their excellent work, he noted that they had done everything as planned. However, for the tired and broken guys, it was not a very nice praise. The system also noted that they were most impressed that the summoner was able to distract the Cyclops with the skeleton. Hearing the praise, Simon thanked the system voice. However, to their surprise, the system continued, concluding that the rest of the squad had performed much worse. Saying that the strategy of holding the enemy by attrition and winning by darkness sounded good in theory, but in practice, as they had already realized, it was much more difficult. Their biggest problem was their lack of skill. Advising the guys to reduce the number of misses, the system finished analyzing their fight, saying that that was all. The guys realized their mistakes and thanked the system voice. After that they went to the waiting room, where the other students crowded around the screen and watched something admiringly. As expected, the screen showed Hector standing on a defeated Cyclops with his lower body missing. Some of the students admired him enthusiastically, talking about how tough and strong he was. But praise Hector was really for what he was able to kill the monster on the first try, and in addition, for all this time, the Cyclops has not once hit the guy. The students continued to marvel, thinking about how hard they had to work to get the highest score, and wondering if it was even possible. While Simon's group watched the screen with interest, Hector, already back from the battle, walked over to them, attracting Simon's attention. who looked at Hector and saw only a gloating grin on his face as he walked past. Simon didn't have time to pay attention, however, because the next moment Maylin turned to them all. With fierce determination in her eyes, she firmly stated that they should try their best to win the next fight. A short while later on the second attempt, the huge Cyclops swung his huge club, intending to strike, while Dick, who saw that even 2 curses of exhaustion were not slowing the monster down, shouted to Maylin that she should dodge, telling her to remember what they'd learned in magic combat classes. Hearing his words, Maylin used all of her strength just a second before the blow hit her, and she dodged it. At the same time, Dick turned to Cammy, who, like him, was using the exhaustion curse on the Cyclops, and told her that they should use the persistence formula, as it was very important to combine the effects of their curse. To which she nodded affirmatively. The new unified curse then hit the Cyclops with renewed force, causing it to cover its face with its hand and roar furiously, while Maylin, who landed on the ground unluckily, cried out painfully as she fell on her back. At the same moment, the Cyclops recovered from the curse and swung his huge club at the defenseless and unsuspecting girl sitting on the ground. One of the guys shouted for her to dodge, but it was too late for that. As soon as she raised her head, the only thing she saw was a huge baton at a great speed flying towards her. The screen displayed the result of their second attempt. Their final score was E, while the damage dealt was 42%. Walking beside Maylin, Cammy said with a concerned voice that this attempt was pretty close, then added that the next one was the last one. To which Maylin replied that she knew. At the same time, Simon stood pensively, turning to the guys. Said with a happy and confident face that he had an idea on how to beat them. He then went on to give the details, saying that first of all the basic plan was the same, the 2 of them would cast curses while Maylin would use a flash of darkness, but since the double depletion didn't really work, Simon said that Cammy and Dick should use a 4-layer depletion with multiple formulas. Dick said confusedly that he'd never done anything like that before, while Cammy added in an uncertain voice that it was impossible because they wouldn't have enough time to do it. To which he replied in a confident voice that time was fine, as he would buy them as much time as possible with the help of the skeleton. Having no other options, everyone agreed to the proposed plan. Some time later on the battlefield during the third attempt, 2 skeleton mice started climbing Cyclops' legs, distracting him and also trying to do some damage. Besides, while discussing the plan, Simon suggested to use the terrain in their favor. He also asked Dick if they could use his special sorcery, so he said yes. At the same time on the battlefield, Cammy, having created a magic circle, reported that she had created the first curse of exhaustion. Dick also reported that he was already moving on to the next stage. While Simon's skeleton was destroyed by the Cyclops' fierce attack, Marilyn reported that the dark flash was 80% complete. Simon, realizing that he needed to keep distracting the monster, summoned 2 more skeletons again. He sent them into battle against the Cyclops. Even though they couldn't do much damage, they still did a good job of distracting him. After a while, Cammy, who was holding an exhaustion spell in both hands, said she was done, and a couple seconds later Dick said he was ready. Hearing this, Simon said that this was great news, adding that they were now moving on to the next part of the plan. The shattered skeleton in Cyclops' hand glowing with blue light began to fall to the ground. The monster, sensing something wrong, began to turn his head in search of what was causing it. The danger that made the Cyclops' instincts go on alert was Maylin, who held a large red spell in front of her and loudly announced that the dark flash was ready. Seeing the girl in front of it, the monster let out a very loud roar, after which it immediately rushed towards the girl. As soon as the monster was within the radius of the exhaustion curse, Dick along with Cammy simultaneously used it on it. At the same time, Maylin shouted furiously and applied a dark flash. The monster's frightened gaze reflected the combined attack of all the guys. In the next second, the monster was hit by a huge stream of fire created by the dark flash. Turning to the girl, Simon said that with 4 attrition spells, she should have been able to deal with the monster's blows. Hearing his words, Maylin asked in an uncertain voice if he wanted her to go after the monster herself, but Simon said no, adding that he would tell her when it was time to follow her lead. The girl agreed with Simon and said she would try, then concentrated the darkness in her feet. The next moment the monster struck, but thanks to Simon's timely warning the girl managed to dodge the attack. Despite the fact that the monster had been attacked so hard, it was still on its feet, and even continued to try to attack Malin, who had risen to her feet and was running away. Dick used another curse of exhaustion, trying to keep the monster from chasing the girl. Simon shouted to Cammy to block the Cyclops' vision with a game-tick spell. The girl shouted that she understood, then she put her hand forward and used the blood to form a red spell on the end of her finger. After which it formed into a red streak and shot towards the monster. The next moment it wrapped itself around its head, limiting its visibility, giving it a chance for a successful attack. At the same moment Dick shouted to Simon to begin. Seeing that the monster had not yet regained consciousness and was quite close, Simon ordered his two skeletons sitting in the tree waiting for the right moment to begin the operation. The next moment a metal chain was slipped around the neck of the Cyclops, who, unable to see anything in front of him, stumbled against it. As it turned out, the skeletons stretched it between the trees, pulling it down without giving the monster a way forward. The furious monster growled angrily and grabbed the chain, trying to break it. When Simon saw this, he shouted to Dick to use sorcery to strengthen the chain. To which he agreed to use it to amplify the chain. The next moment the chain glowed with a blue magical glow, and the Cyclops, sensing that he could not break the chain, roared furiously. However, it did not intend to retreat and continued to move by tightening the chain. However, at the same moment, Simon turned to Malin and shouted to her to finish the monster off. Shrouded in the red aura of the magic circle, she clenched her teeth and angrily told the monster to just die. Then with a fierce and confident expression on her face, she raised the magic circle above her. She unleashed the full force of the attack on the monster, which plunged into the red flames and roared painfully. At the same time, the rest of the group looked at the Cyclops in anticipation, who burst into red flames and gave a painful growl. After a while, the flames began to disappear, leaving behind a burned monster, which stopped growling for a second, froze in place. However, in the next moment, he fell face first to the ground, beginning to disintegrate into hologram particles. The screen displayed the result of the battle. As a result, Team Number 7 was able to complete the challenge in 6 minutes and 48 seconds with only 3% damage. However, judging from their joyful faces, they didn't care much about the score. Gathering together and hugging each other, they smiled with joyful smiles on their faces as they were happy that they had succeeded. When they came out of the simulation room, Professor Jane was waiting for them and said congratulations on clearing, Group 7. She then went on to comment on their battle and said that it was commendable that they were able to turn their strategy, which was good in theory, into a realistic plan after the experience they had gained in their previous attempts. Dick once again congratulated Simon for his excellent work. But the professor also pointed out some shortcomings. She pointed out that there was a strong tendency to rely on the ability of one summoner, and the length of fighting time was too long, but overall, she had favorable comments. She also advised them to raise the mastery of Dark Flare and Curses as much as possible during the rest of the time and the weekend, as spell boosting through spell duplication was a good solution, but they had enough mistakes and needed to practice and make their dark magic stronger. Cammy was enthusiastic about improving her skills so that she could show better results next time. That was the end of all the advice and comments from the professor, and the whole team happily thanked her. When they left the training room, some students applauded them, but there were also many who looked at them with envy. It took them a long time, but they finally managed to defeat Cyclops. Cindy praised Simon, then came over and raised her hand. As Simon also spread his fingers with a smiling face, she high-fived him loudly. Simon asked Cindy how her group had dealt with the Cyclops. She told him how she turned into a ghostly state that was immune to any physical attacks, dodged the Cyclops attacks, and then returned and repeatedly slashed with the jet black scythe that her teammates had made. While everyone was exchanging stories in a friendly atmosphere, only Hector, who was taking a break after finishing the simulation, had a turbulent glow light up in his eyes and gritted his teeth in anger. After all the teams had used up all their attempts, they were all let go. It was their last class for the day and tomorrow was finally the weekend. Malin said that during the simulation everyone realized their weaknesses, but when she heard how other students were planning to spend their weekend at Rochest, and it annoyed her. She wanted their team to practice on the weekend, not rest. Dick asked her what the real reason for her irritation was. And then he immediately answered his question that Maylene was so angry because Cammy was asked out on a date and her the ace of the ivory tower was not. This did not sit well with Maylene at all. Cammy told her what it was like, but she turned down the offer. Cammy continued by saying that she wanted to practice with Simon because she realized that she had failed during the simulation. After answering like that, Cammy moved her eyes and looked at Simon's face. But our hero was a real dumbass in these matters and skillfully pretended not to notice the girl's sympathy. Then, when she met Simon's eyes, she was startled and quickly looked down. Dick said he'd have to pass, he had his own business schedule. Maylene glared at him, but she didn't say anything more than that. For Dick, who aimed to become a merchant, the weekend schedule was as important as a class. Maylene stared at Simon with a murderous expression and asked him what excuses he would have. He felt a pang of conscience with Maylene's question. He would have a busy day tomorrow and personal training to make up for the lack of preparatory courses, so he would have to decline. He tried to explain it to her gently. There are only a few days left until the actual battle. Simon was going to train really hard with Pierre this weekend. Actually, he didn't tell the other members of the group, but Simon's goal this time wasn't at the level of buying time with the undead. Simon was planning something that none of the summoning aspirants of Class A could even dare to do. Simon headed to the ruins to train with Pierre. He was a little afraid to go back to the Forbidden Forest, but Pierre was kind enough to pick him up in the forest. As Simon rode on Pierre's back, they reached the ruins in minutes. As Simon entered, the conscripted skeletons approached him like puppies greeting their owner. Simon greeted them, smiled and patted their heads. Before that Simon had bought a lot of different weapons for his skeletons, and when he opened his subspace, Pierre wondered if he really came to train or if he decided to move here to live and brought all his stuff. When Pierre was repairing the skeletons, he was surprised by their poor condition after the battle with Cyclops in the simulation. The skeletons that were injured during the simulation needed time to recover, so Pierre suggested using a human-type skeleton. It is quite difficult for a beginner to control such a skeleton, so he had to be careful. Pierre wanted to teach Simon how to control several skeletons at the same time, so before the training session, he asked him how many he could control at the moment. Simon replied that he could not control more than 2 at the same time. If he tried to control more than 3 units simultaneously, the thoughts in his head got entangled, and the command system fell into disarray. Most of all, he couldn't bear it as his mental strength rapidly went down, and a bad headache occurred. Hearing his response, Pierre reassured him that it doesn't matter how many you can control at once, it's how well you do it, even if it's 1 or 2 skeletons. Pierre suggested that they conduct a practice battle using no more than 2 skeletons. Simon agreed. And now there were 2 skeletons on each side, ready to fight. The battle began, and Pierre told Simon to attack first. Simon sent his skeletons to attack and immediately 2 skeletons with swords jumped off the floor. Pierre also made his 2 sword-wielding skeletons charge in. A continuous clash, the harsh sound of iron hitting iron resounded as the swords collided. As Simon was contemplating on what move to make next, when Pierre's 2 skeletons with spears attack and thrust their weapons from behind. Simon's skeletons withdrew and tried to dodge, but it was not enough and the spear scratched the face of one of the skeletons. Then, Pierre's skeletons with swords in front pushed back the skeletons who lost their balance. Simon's skeletons took the sword strikes in a precarious position with their backs bent. Then, as if they were waiting, the skeletons with spears returned and hit the legs with their spears, and Simon's skeletons fell to the floor, suppressed. In a moment, Simon's skeletons were already on the floor, he had lost. He accused Pierre of not playing fair, they had agreed to use no more than 2 skeletons at a time, and he used 4. But Pierre replied with a playful smile that he had only used 2 at a time, just like Simon. Simon began to understand. He did, in fact. Pierre first moved the skeletons with the swords, then the skeletons with the spears. He then returned to the skeletons with the swords again, crossed to the spears, and repeated the movement. Pierre saw that Simon was thinking and said that he seemed to have figured it out himself. It's not much of a big deal. It's called cross-operation. It's to expand the scope of limited control by quickly moving the control of the skeletons. Pierre said that if he can't connect to multiple skeletons simultaneously, the key is to operate two at a time and make all the skeletons move. That was the strategy. Simon took a moment to understand Pierre's words and think it through. Two skeletons with spears came forward among Simon's skeletons and raised their hands in front of them. He made the skeletons with swords spread their palms. Then, he went to the skeletons with the spears and high-fived the spread palms. And now it seems that these skeletons were the best of friends. Simon asked if he had done everything right. And Pierre was just delighted. He replied that it was a pleasure to train Simon and it was really evident in his satisfied face. They continued their training. Their goal was to master cross-operation. After training with Pierre, Simon returned to Kizen where he continued to train with his friends as well. Each of them gradually improved their fighting skills and Dick was very tired after the training, but Malin encouraged him that it was thanks to such training that they were getting stronger. Malin and Cammy took notice of Simon. His skeleton control skills have improved significantly. He used to be able to control only 2 skeletons at a time, but now he can control 3. They were amazed at how he had improved his skills in such a short time. As their interest in Simon's tutor suddenly rose, Simon smiled awkwardly. Simon said it was all thanks to the private lessons. They were just beaming with curiosity and admiration and asked him who was coaching him. Maybe it was some first-class necromancer, or someone from Kizen. Simon began to frantically justify that his father had introduced him to him. The girls really wanted to learn from him, because he was able to help Simon so much in one day, which meant that he was a great master of dark magic. Pierre's clone hanging on Simon's school uniform as a decoration grinned as if he enjoyed the situation. He felt popular among Simon's friends and didn't hesitate to remind him of that, and Simon mentally asked him to be quiet because he had a headache. But he did not want to be silent and asked him to tell them that he would be happy to give them a lesson, but on the condition that they die and become part of their battalion. This was forbidden in Kizen, as Simon reminded him. Simon forced himself to put a smile on his face and opened his mouth. He apologized and said that this is a person who is really reluctant to reveal his identity. And he's really busy too. A disappointed Malin told him that he was just being greedy and didn't want to share because she wanted to take a couple of lessons from Simon's teacher too. Malin made a sullen face. Dick giggled while leaning back into his hands behind his head. He said that Simon had every right not to name his teacher, because the competition in Kizen was very high and if anyone was better at summoning creatures than him, he would have to leave because of their stupid agreement. Jumping to her feet, Malin shouted that she would outperform Simon even without private lessons and added that they should all get up and continue training. The weekend had passed, and a new week came with the scheduled Cyclops performance evaluation. At the same time, there was one big change in Kizen's school life from this week on. That the student protection period had completely ended. The professors could officially evaluate and grade the students now, and they could also punish or take disciplinary action. The professors of Kizen revealed their true colors as if they had been waiting for it. Their attitudes had completely flipped, to the point that it almost made the students doubt if they were the same professors who treated them with kindness. Classes became harder, and students who couldn't keep up with the classes were mercilessly deducted. Students who were judged to be underperforming were also expelled from class. The students were weeping at the changed attitude of the professors, but only now could they feel the reality that they were in Kizen where weaklings were not needed. As proof of that statement, 19 people packed their things after the student protection period was lifted for 2 days. Despite the midterm exam, performance assessment, and dual assessment not yet being conducted, the dropout rate was this high. Simon also had a hard time adjusting to the changed atmosphere during the 2 days when the student protection period was lifted. Professor Bahil was especially unbearable, looking at students' homework and calling it garbage. And the students with the worst ones were immediately expelled from Kizen, saying that they were not worthy of being students and he did not want to see them again. And already 20 students were expelled on the first day. The students resented the little things that some professors took off their points for and how their classes changed after the defense period was over. If there was a professor who treated students the same as before, it was Hong Peng. To speak the truth, she didn't really care about the student protection period at all, as she made the students hang on a running hippo and climb a hill with a curse on since the beginning of the class. She even recklessly bumped them into a herd of hippos. So, unlike other professors' classes, where their difficulty jumped, Hong Peng's classes were the same. The students came to a point where they felt relatively comfortable with the combat magic class. Of course, Hong Peng wasn't really a professor who nitpicked students and gave them deductions or put pressure on them mentally either. Dick, who was running next to Simon while breathing heavily, said that still, it's way better to run thoughtlessly like this. Simon and Dick turned their heads. And they were surprised to see Malin, who usually was always behind in every running session, was catching up with the two today. Simon asked her what had gotten into her and when she had learned to run like that, and advised her not to overdo it. Instead of answering, Malin bit her lip and ran past the two of them at the end. Dick's eyes shook. He breathing heavily said how desperate she is to run like this, and by the way, what's wrong with her even if tomorrow is the Cyclops performance evaluation. Simon remembered his conversation with Cammy, who had told him something about Malin. Cammy had asked him then if he had practiced physical exercises with Malin. And then added that when she was practicing the curses of exhaustion, Malin had been practicing physically all day. As she said that she has no problem being able to apply the flash of darkness, but she can't rely only on the words of her friends to dodge Cyclops blows. As the leader of Group 7 and a member, she felt more responsibility to evaluate Cyclops' performance than anyone else. Malin's biggest disadvantage was her lack of stamina and slowness, which made it difficult for her to properly dodge the Cyclops attacks. So for the rest of the time, she focused more on endurance training than on dark flare. And then in the evening after practicing hard, she would sit down to study. And all night long, she never once got up from her chair. Simon was very surprised to hear that then, because he always thought Malin was just a genius, but she was actually a very hard worker. According to Cammy, Malin didn't even sleep properly so that she could study. They would study together until late at night in the sorority lounge, and when she came back from her nap the next morning, she still saw Malin. She said she overcame her fatigue and sleepiness with medication and potions so that it wouldn't interfere with her while she was studying. From morning until bedtime she had to study and whenever Simon saw her she was studying, and it was truly commendable. But he had no idea what made her so persistent. As soon as the run was over the students laid down on the grass as if it was just what they had been waiting for. The teacher's aides were walking around as usual, handing out stamina-restoring drinks. Malin approached them with a quick step, and smiling asked Simon to look at her. She said she was about to show a leap of darkness, bent her knees, and jumped up on the spot. It was quite high, and a black jet formed under her feet. Sliding on the grass, she came down and looked at Simon and friends who were amazed at her skill. Malin asked them how they were doing and if she needed to tweak anything. Simon replied to her that she was really good and she did great. She was very happy to hear that because she hadn't wasted so much time practicing. Simon replied to her that she was really amazing. To overcome weakness in such a short time. As Cammy said, it was an amazing accomplishment. Of course, backstage, she had to put in an unthinkable amount of effort. And still she looked like she was abusing her legs. When she landed, their condition didn't look the best. Simon advised her not to exert herself too much, worrying about her health. He reasoned that they were able to defeat the Cyclops during the simulation, so they would also be able to handle the real one and get a good grade. But Malin had a fire in her eyes, and she was not going to be satisfied with just a score and a good grade. She wanted to be the best among all the teams. She said her goal was first place and she would try her best to get it. As Simon was about to open his mouth to say something, the teacher's aides clapped their hands and told everyone to get up and start running towards the next goal. Simon stared at Malin for a moment, trying to guess what was motivating her. But then he stood up and walked towards the others. The students who were already accustomed to Hong Peng's classes quickly stood up and lined up. At the professor's command, everyone ran down the slope, enjoying the cool breeze and the incredible view around them. After all, in this place where yellow flowers were blooming, it looked as if the entire mountain was covered in gold. Simon couldn't help but marvel at how Hongpeng only chose to study in places with beautiful natural scenery. When they reached the next point on the trail, Simon stopped to catch his breath, but Hongpeng immediately approached him. She asked him if he was practicing the jet black operation that she had taught him properly. He responded by assuring her that of course he was practicing. Hongpeng had taught Simon the technique of temporarily increasing the body's capability by activating the jet black in the body. The professor was delighted with how fast Simon was learning and kept telling him that magical combat would suit him better than any other subject. But their sweet conversation was interrupted by one of the assistants, who ran to the professor with some urgent news. It turned out that one of the students had hurt herself and sprained the ligaments in her ankle. Hongpeng ran after the assistant, but lastly told Simon to remember that only practice would help improve his skills. Simon walked over to his friends who along with all the students sat on the grass and drank the refreshments. He immediately asked Cammy where Malin was and she immediately said she didn't know. Cammy justified that she was behind all the time, as well as Dick, and they were looking for her together after they reached the right point. And they hoped that Simon had seen her. But unfortunately for them, he didn't know where she was either. Professor Hongpeng asked her assistant what happened. He carried the girl on his shoulders and told her that the injury looked serious. The students, seeing all this, began to whisper among themselves. Indescribable horror seized our friends when they saw who it was. It was Malin and the bandage was wrapped around her ankle. After this incident she was taken to the medical center and there, after a detailed examination and bandaging, the doctor came to her and told her that her ankle ligaments were very badly stretched. And now for the time being, make use of crutches, and going to classes is fine, but make sure to skip all classes with physical activities for about a week. Her friends were shocked at this news and didn't know what to say. Malin jumped up from the bed trying to convince the doctor that she could walk and that she was fine because nothing serious had happened. The next moment, however, she nearly fell over from the pain and Cammy had to hold her up. The doctor was relentless and addressed her in a confident voice, saying that this is an order, not a recommendation. Malin was confused, now she would have to skip the test. The doctor continued that he gets that she's passionate about the classes, but there are things without exceptions and for him the patient's recovery comes first. He's going to exclude her from all classes that require physical activities for a week. Malin clenched her fists with helplessness at this news. Cammy tried to comfort her and felt really sorry for her. Malin was very upset, but she couldn't afford to cry in front of everyone, so she asked everyone to leave her alone for a while. Everyone except Simon started to leave, going to listen to the request. Cammy noticed that he wasn't going anywhere and asked what he was waiting for. But Simon gathered his resolve and told Malin that nothing would change if she drowned in self-pity. Cammy and Dick were surprised. It was a very cold statement that was unlike the usual Simon. Malin asked in desperation what he suggested she do then, what they could do about the upcoming fight with Cyclops. Simon answered her that they would surely find a way out. She laughed. It was a very self-mocking and hysterical laugh. Then she said, "You know it too, right? This is the tactic that we worked hard and planned on for a week. We practiced desperately only in this position, and tomorrow is the actual battle against the living Cyclops. What the hell do you mean by a way out?" Dick and Cammy didn't know what to say to her. Then she asked if he was laughing at her, and even if he was, let him laugh all he wanted because it was her fault. And all of them will get the lowest grades for practice because of her, and then they will be kicked out of Kizen and all because of her. After all, she hurt herself because she was trying too hard. But Simon confidently stopped her, telling her that enough was enough. He had an idea how to solve everything. Dick and Cammy looked at him in surprise and he told everyone that if it was okay with everyone, then tomorrow he would be the attacker instead of Malin. Simon's eyes gleamed. The three of them suddenly felt goosebumps rising up their backs. Was that really Simon? It almost felt like he was a different person. The next day, All the first-year students walked down a corridor of dark and ancient dungeons lit by dim lamps. The students wondered how such a small island could have so many dungeons and ruins. Kizan's underground dungeons were some sort of supersized prison that kept the monsters from the continent captured. Not only monsters, but all kinds of terrible criminals in the continent were also said to be imprisoned at the bottom of the dungeon. Dick assumed that what they had seen was only a small part of Nephthys' collection, who after her travels across the continent had brought interesting locations to the island. Cammy was very surprised. She turned to Dick and asked if it was really Nephthys' work. She found it hard to believe, but Dick was sure it was. Meanwhile, Simon and Malin, leaning on a crutch, walked side by side in silence and a dark atmosphere. There was an understandable reason for this, and around them they could hear the students whispering to each other about their team's bad luck. Some felt sorry for them, but most were just glad to be rid of the competition. Malin found it especially painful and hard to bear the whispers behind her back, because they were saying that if the attacking member is in that state, they can't do anything about it. It's all screwed up from the start till the end. Cammy hesitantly asked if they were going to be okay, and Dick was sure they were, and he was going to show what he could do. And asked her to trust Simon because he knew exactly what to do. His confidence to Simon, who couldn't figure out what he might have missed in his new plan. When they arrived at the venue, they had to wait their turn until one of the assistants called their team forward. When they stepped forward into the arena, the other students didn't understand what was going on. Why were they still participating with the injured contestant? Hadn't the doctor forbidden her? But then they saw that Simon would be in front, which created a new wave of whispers and talk among the students. Someone said that they wanted to show that they were trying their best until the very end to get extra, or even if they couldn't defeat the Cyclops. Watching everything from the back rows was Hector. From the look on his face, it was absolutely clear that he did not wish the number 7 team any good. Before the test began, Simon addressed his team and assured them that everything would be fine. Even though the situation was a little different, it didn't mean that they had tried in vain to prepare. And he asked them to work hard until the end. To show everyone what they can do. At the command of one of the assistants, a Cyclops was released into the arena, who was staring at them furiously with his unseeing red eyes and breathing heavily. He was chained and under a restraining curse. Its size was gigantic. It seemed to be bigger than in the simulation, and there was something else that was different from the simulation. It was the smell. The Cyclops stank incredibly badly, so that tears came to my eyes. Suddenly the shackles fell off the Cyclops with a clatter. And there was the voice of Professor Jane, who warned them that now their test would begin, but they did not need to force themselves too much. And if they felt that they couldn't handle it, they were to immediately ask for the trial to stop. After the last warnings, a curse was lifted from the Cyclops, which dissipated with a small explosion. The very next moment, the professor's words were heard that the trial had begun. And the Cyclops ran to attack without delay with a shout. Simon's skeletons ran forward to distract the Cyclops, while Simon told his friends to do everything like in training, because only their formation had changed, but the plan remained the same. First they had to distract the monster's attention. But as it turned out, Cyclops just ignored the skeletons and continued to run straight at Simon, crushing one of the skeletons on the way. And ignoring the other skeletons, he tried to attack Simon with his club. Simon barely had time to bounce aside, and the Cyclops' powerful blow hit the void. Something was wrong with his behavior. Dick became indignant. What was up with that? During the simulation, the Cyclops was primarily aiming for the skeletons. Malin tried to explain it away by saying that reality and simulation were different and he was just hitting everything he saw. But what was happening in the arena was not like that at all. Cyclops was purposefully pursuing Simon. And as soon as he dodged one blow, the next one followed. Each blow was so powerful that it scattered the rocks it hit. Simon managed to recover one of his skeletons and tried to use it to attack the Cyclops from the back. But to his surprise, the sword not only did not do any damage, but broke against the Cyclops' skin. Dodging another blow, Simon thought that this was much harder than the simulation. As the Cyclops stalked Simon, he walked into the area of application of the curse of attrition. Immediately, Cammy and Dick used their curses at the same time. The Cyclops stopped for a moment and cried out in pain. This moment was used by Simon. He jumped high above the Cyclops, and his skeleton threw him a spear, which Simon caught in flight. He half-turned and threw it at the Cyclops' head. But his throw did not hit the target, only scratched the Cyclops' cheek, who now looked at him in surprise. Simon landed some ground and pound. This time he was so close but he lacked accuracy. The Cyclops came to his senses and continued his furious hunt for Simon. Dodging time after time, Simon thought that if he hadn't learned to control the darkness he would have been out long ago. Right now, he was only holding on thanks to Hong Peng's lessons. But it couldn't go on like this for long, and at one moment, the Cyclops brought his club right above him. It struck with force, aiming straight at him. Everyone was notified that Simon's shield level had decreased to 72%. And that was from a simple scratch, because Simon had managed to dodge. It was too much. Simon held on to his bruised arm and tried to regain consciousness. Meanwhile, in the observation room, one of the assistants came up to Professor Jane and said that there seemed to be something wrong with the Cyclops, because it was much stronger than the other teams. Even strong curses didn't work on it. He recommended that she stop the test immediately and replace the Cyclops with another one. However, the professor didn't think so and suggested he'd better observe for now. The assistant started to protest that it wasn't fair, but she paid absolutely no attention to him and continued to watch the screens. Then she added that honesty is not an important quality in Kizen. She continued to grade them as if nothing had happened. Then questioned her assistant, do they only choose weak opponents for real combat? Do warriors surrender immediately after it turns out that their opponent exceeds their expectations or when unforeseen circumstances come up? The assistant could not find anything to answer her. But then he did answer her that this was not a real battle, but a simulation, and these students were too young and inexperienced for real battles. The professor still stood her ground. She thought that age didn't matter. What was important wasn't the numerical values such as tests or scores, but what a student could learn from a particular experience. In other words, what was important was that they were from Kizen and should be able to get out of any situation and learn from it. So she advised the assistant to trust them and just see what they can do. And added that from the looks of it, they had already guessed what they needed to change in their strategy. Meanwhile, Simon was hiding behind one of the ruined pillars, trying to catch his breath. Simon realized exactly what was wrong, and after a little breathing he was going to act in a new way. Dick meanwhile couldn't understand why there was absolutely no effect from the 3 simultaneous curses of exhaustion. He looked at this Cyclops and didn't realize how many more times they would need to use attrition to stop him and what would be left of Simon in that time. Simon advised them to give up trying to use the attrition curses since they didn't seem to have any effect on the monster. Malin was indignant that this couldn't be the case, since they had all seen how all the other teams had succeeded in using attrition. Simon replied that he didn't know why that was, maybe they were just unlucky in that they had gotten a Cyclops in good shape. But they needed to change their strategy and attack differently. But the question remained, how? The attacking member, the drawing of attention with the undead, and even the cursing didn't work. Everything they had planned was in vain. What more were they supposed to do here? Simon rose from his hiding place and said whatever they had to do, just do what they want and can do. His movement caught the Cyclops' red eye and it began to turn toward him. Simon, standing right in front of the giant, advised them to forget about the tactics they were developing, and ran towards the Cyclops, telling them to help him as much as they wanted. He ran as fast as he could and dodged the Cyclops' club. Hearing his reply, Cammy immediately attacked the Cyclops with a spell of blood silk, which immediately blocked the enemy's vision. She smiled happily and said that she could help Simon as much as she wanted. At the same time, Dick tossed Simon 2 blades with blades covered in darkness, telling him he could use them. The skeletons jumped high into the air and caught the darkness-enhanced swords, then rushed at the unsuspecting Cyclops, intending to strike him from the back. In the next moment, the skeletons armed with blades struck at the Cyclops' unprotected back. The Cyclops roared painfully, then tried to remove the bloody silk from his head. At the same time, Simon told himself to focus. There were still too many different thoughts in his head. The fierce battle continued. Perhaps it was madness, but he closed his eyes. The noise on the field instantly subsided. His consciousness expanded and his spirit strengthened. The sound disappeared and time slowed down. This was the world Bahil had shown him in his curses class. With a single experience, Simon was able to partially replicate that image. Thanking Professor Bahil to himself, Simon opened his eyes. A large number of armed skeletons burst out of subspace onto the ground. Following Simon's orders, they immediately attacked the Cyclops, who had already freed himself from the red silk and raised his cudgel in the air with a menacing roar. But the skeletons did not care about the size or strength of the enemy, because they obeyed the will of their summoner. Simon split them up and sent 3 skeletons at a time to the Cyclops with a cross-action. Some furiously attacked the leg, while others tried to do damage to the giant's back. A few more warlike skeletons at the same time threw several spears at once at the Cyclops, which were reinforced by a spell. The Cyclops covered himself with his arm, but the pain even from a hit to his arm was very strong. Yes, so much so that the next moment he opened his eyes wide in pain and let out a very loud painful roar. The students watching from the waiting room, seeing a strategy that was not in the introduction, began to wonder if Team Number 7 had come up with a new plan. Someone answered that since they had changed the formation, the plan must have changed as well. Hector, who was sitting behind the others, smirked as he watched the fight. At the same time, Simon, breathing heavily and with abrasions on his body, was thinking to himself that he was still missing something. It was as if he felt he could do better. Suddenly he remembered the words of Fair, who had told him that in order to move the undead one must have a strong will. And so all high-level necromancers should be able to act in all situations. And also with the same fervor they should use emotions like anger, hatred, because the more negative the emotion was, the stronger the effect was. Hate, anger, a determination stronger than anything in the world, these were the emotions that overwhelmed him at that moment. Simon opened his eyes wide. Kill him, were his only thoughts that filled his every thought. The recovery speed of the damaged skeletons became faster. At this moment, under Simon's absolute order, the Legion existed to destroy Cyclops. The students who were watching all of this were amazed at what was happening, as they had never seen the undead summoned by a necromancer be so strong and bloodthirsty before. A relentless assault. A strike route with no pattern. A mixture of the irregular and the regular. It was a scene that truly showed the essence of the necromancer. The Cyclops, who could no longer bear this pain, roared furiously, throwing the skeletons away from him. Then exploded in rage with countless wounds all over his body, pierced the skeletons and rushed at Simon. Seeing this, Cammy screamed in horror for him to dodge, however it was too late. Simon was now in a state of total immersion beyond concentration. His reaction was delayed. No sooner had Simon prepared himself than the Cyclops club came crashing down on his head. Black elemental magic, dark ice, wall of ice, spoke a cold and confident voice that belonged to the Malin standing behind him. Hearing those words, Simon turned around with incomprehension. A bright blue light began to shine in front of him. The next moment, a huge wall of ice appeared in front of him and blocked the monster's attack. Turning to the incomprehensible and confused Simon, Malin shouted in a firm voice to him not to stop, as he would succeed. The ice wall continued to rise, preventing the Cyclops from moving. He tried to break free from the wall, and the blood from his wounds soaked the blue glacier. Simon, who was able to catch his breath thanks to this, looked at the Cyclops breaking through the ice wall, saying that all the conditions had finally been met, then shouted to Cammy to start. When she heard the boy's words, the girl said she understood. She used a spell that only vampires could use, which made her eyes bleed. And in the next moment, black flames erupted all over the body of Camabears, who was standing in the established pose. Her hair swept upward, and red, tear-like streams of blood flowed from her eyes. A flower amongst flowers in blood magic. Specifically the spell Bleed Overflow. Forearms, chest, shoulders, thighs, and heels. Fountains of blood gushed from the countless wounds that Simon's skeletons had inflicted so far. The bleed and poison spells were the most powerful means of support a team member in a given position could provide. The scene where blood flowed from wounds all over the huge monster's body was both terrifying and amazing. In an instant, the entire dungeon was colored red. Cammy, who had used up too much energy, began to fall to the ground, staggering from anemia, but she was caught by Dick, who had arrived in time to stop her from falling. That was the end of her work. Breathing heavily, she shouted to Simon that everything was now in his hands. Hearing the girl's words, Simon shouted for them not to worry and leave it to him. This time he put his hands in the air. This was a skill he had practiced over and over again until now. In fact, it was a secret skill that out of all the Kizen freshmen, only he knew. The skeleton bones scattered on the ground of the dungeon flew into the air. Simon clenched his fist. After which, he applied the skill, Simon Valencia Original, Bone Nail. As a result of which, the many bones floating in the air flew forward and pierced into the Cyclops' wounds opened by Camabear's bleeding magic. A secret technique that allowed over 100 wounds to be attacked at once. The Cyclops went into a frenzy of pain. He screamed, toppled over onto his back, and began mindlessly banging his head against the wall. Simon clenched his fist and twisted his right arm to the side. The bones penetrated the wounds and began to gather toward the center to execute the restore order. They severed blood vessels, tore organs and penetrated through muscles. The development also caused a storm of emotion among those watching, who exclaimed in admiration at how cool it was. No one could have imagined such a stunning scene from Group 7. There was something about Simon and Group 7's performance that warmed their hearts as necromancers to the point where they completely forgot that they were competing against each other. However, on the battlefield, things were not as rosy as they might seem. Simon's right arm had gone stiff. It was impossible to order further recovery as he had used up all the jet black remaining on his bones. Realizing this, he shouted to the guys to throw potions. After listening to Simon, Dick and Malin took out the nervy potions and threw them at the wounded Cyclops. After the hit, the Cyclops' muscles could be seen twisting and contracting as the liquid from the potion entered the wound. Which was a sign that everything was working. However, that alone was not enough. Looking at the badly wounded but still alive Cyclops, Simon with hope in his eyes asked himself not to get up. However, contrary to all expectations, the miracle did not happen. And Cyclops, covered in blood, and also emitting a fierce roar, began to rise to his feet. No one could not believe what was happening, because usually after such wounds he should have already died. Breathing heavily and with an angry look, Simon looked at the Cyclops, who despite the fact that the bones of his body were twisted, blood sucked out, and organs smashed, he was approaching him like a living corpse. Realizing that anything short of instant death would be useless, he shouted to Dick to prepare reinforcements. Dick immediately threw him an enchanted claymore. The body of the sword was painted jet black. Then he added that he'd put all his jet black in it. It had a lifespan of only 10 minutes. After catching the sword, Simon replied that it should be enough as they would direct all the darkness at the monster. Simon grabbed the hilt of the claymore and adopted a fighting stance. He could no longer use the activation technique he had learned from Hongpeng. In such a situation, both the monster and Simon had run out of strength. From now on, it was a battle of wills. Simon too rushed forward with determination and grit, holding the enchanted claymore in his hands. The Cyclops reached out in fury to grab Simon, but his movements were incomparably slower and sluggish than at first. And just as Simon was about to catch his slack, something happened. Suddenly his body froze in place, and the world around him turned an unfamiliar color. His vision flickered. Because he was pushing the Cyclops, he didn't even realize that his strength, both physical and mental, was at its limit. His right leg jerked and slipped, causing Simon's body to roll on the ground. Kneeling on his knees, he tried to comprehend what had happened. At the same time in the waiting room, Cindy and Jamie were excitedly shouting for him to get up and cheering him on, saying that he could beat him. At that moment, even Hector, who had been sitting on the chair all this time, got up from his seat and stared shocked at the battlefield. However, he wasn't the only one who stood up from his seat. In the observation room, not paying attention to the fallen notebook and pen, Professor Jane got up from her chair. Seeing her stare as she watched the unfolding events, the assistant was shocked, as she had been his boss for 5 years, but this was the first time he had seen her behave like this. At the same time, Simon, who was kneeling and unable to move, was staring at the huge club that was approaching him at breakneck speed. The next moment, however, a blue magic circle lit up beneath him. It was followed by Malin's voice, shouting at him to jump. Clenching his teeth, Simon rose to his feet with firm confidence and prepared to jump. The very next moment, he pushed off the ice that had thrown him, and Simon found himself high in the air. He dodged the Cyclops' attack, which immediately hit him where he had just been. However, Simon's problems didn't end there, as he began to fall right onto the Cyclops' back. This could have been a great chance to deal with the monster, but not in Simon's case, because in the next moment his eyes reflected a huge club, which flew straight at him. In the next moment Cyclops struck a strong blow, which launched Simon like a rocket into the nearest wall, which he crashed into, creating a loud explosion. The screen in the waiting room showed that the resident had only 7% defense left. As Simon leaned away from the wall he had crashed into, he began to fall forward under the shouts of his comrades for him to hold on. Eventually, however, he managed to stay on his feet. Standing in a pompous pose with his head down, he began to raise his right arm. Then clenching it fiercely into a fist, he told himself with determination in his eyes that ending things like this was unworthy of a necromancer. Continuing to hold his hand in front of him, he began to pick up the scattered and broken bones, gathering them together, the bone hands that held the sword. The next moment, the hands raised the sword intending to strike. The next second a red line was drawn across the Cyclops' neck, his eyes widened in pain. Immediately after this attack, the exhausted Simon immediately fell to the ground, leaving the Cyclops standing alone. However, the Cyclops didn't stay on his feet for long, as his head was cut off by the guy's attack and rolled on the ground in the next moment. Just then, a report was heard that Group 7 had defeated Cyclops. Hearing this, Simon kneeled down and shouted with joy that they had succeeded. He couldn't rejoice alone, however, as he was immediately embraced by Dick with tears in his eyes. "Simon! Yes! You did it, great job! I'm so proud of you, buddy! You're the best," continued to shout as Dick grabbed Simon. Malin and Cammy, who had come over, were also very happy and touched by their victory. Cammy wiped her tears and turned to Simon and said that she was very happy that he had managed to pull it off. Malin had a face containing a lot of emotions passing through her head. After wiping her face once with her hand, she returned to her usual arrogant expression and raised an open hand. "Humph. Well done. I guess I owe you for this one." As she finished saying that, her voice began trembling. To which he immediately replied that she'd done well too. Simon's words caught her off guard. Excitedly and a little nervously Malin began to mumble something, apologizing to him for yesterday. Without having the time to hear her voice, Dick and Cammy embraced them both from each side. Once again, everyone burst into cheers and rejoiced. "Let me be serious for once, you idiots." Simon laughed harder than ever as he watched the situation. After all the performance evaluations for the morning and afternoon teams were finished, everyone in Class A gathered in the beginner dark magic lecture room. Adding that regardless of the results and scores, she was satisfied as the professor in charge that all members of Class A carried out an actual battle without any accidents. To which the students enthusiastically thanked her for her praise. However, taking the clipboard in her hand, she also added that it was the results that mattered. Jane naturally poured cold water after creating a warm atmosphere. She decided to start the evaluation with the first group and asked them to come forward. Simon sat down on his seat and listened to the other group's evaluations. As expected from Jane, she analyzed the strengths and weaknesses of each group and made suggestions for improvements that'd almost give you goosebumps. Her comments were logical and analytical, to the point where people who knew nothing about that certain group were nodding their heads without even realizing it. Suddenly turning to the two girls who were standing next to her, Professor Jane told them to shake hands. Not understanding what was happening, they stared at her, not knowing what to do. Seeing their bewilderment, she explained that they didn't ruin the teamwork like an amateur, but it'd be better to blow off the steam right away if they had problems with each other. Jane was also able to see through the relationships and mentality of students. It wasn't enough to say that her skills were out of the world. Other than that, if there was one thing that Simon thought was unexpected, there were more groups who hunted the Cyclops than he thought. Seeing Simon's surprise, Malin explained that in the first simulation, the proportion of successful groups was slightly over 40%, but in actual battle, 13 out of the 16 groups succeeded in hunting the Cyclops. Even considering the difference in practice time, they were exceedingly strong in actual fights. It was a time when they could feel the potential of Kizen students once again. And in this case, the scores they received were more important than whether or not the Cyclops was hunted. Then turning to the next group, which was Hector's group, Professor Jane graded them an A, adding that they had done well. Cheers, applause, and gazes of envy were directed at them. Hector's outstanding fighting power and leadership, the clear roles, and the teamwork between each member. They were also the only ones with 3-minute hunting time. They even had stability, as the barrier gauge exceeded 90%. Upon hearing this, the students began to murmur, wondering if Hector's group was the best in the class. Finally, turning to Group 3, the professor said that she was looking forward to seeing how each of them grew. Hector, pleased with the result and the praise, nodded and thanked Professor Jane. Finally, it was time for Group 7, which was the group Professor Jane addressed, asking them to come forward. She rustled up and took the grade sheet in her hands. It became as quiet as the grave. Then looking at the guys, she informed them that they were in a mess that couldn't be called anything else but horror. Malin squeezed her eyes tightly shut, and Cammie's lips trembled. After which, the professor reported their elapsed time, 13 minutes and 58 seconds. The participants' barrier rate was also in the numbers, 7%. There were even haphazard and improvised actions that didn't match the originally planned strategies. Putting the documents aside, she looked at the group of 7 with expressionless eyes. They had nothing to say as she presented clear numerical values. All 4 were silent, and Jane opened her mouth. Having said that their grade for the task was D, groups with a grade of less than F were the ones who failed in hunting the Cyclops. It was practically the lowest grade among the groups that hunted the Cyclops. When everyone was about to solemnly go back to their places. However, they were stopped by the voice of Professor Jane, who added that this could be the result if some information was not taken into account. After which, holding up a piece of paper, at which the members of Team Number 7 stared with a confused look. She explained that after an autopsy of the corpse of the Cyclops that Group 7 hunted, found traces that the curse and drugs used at the time of capture caused unusual side effects. What was the only thing she could tell the students was that the Cyclops exhibited extreme aggression. As soon as the curse was lifted, it became enraged and its physical abilities were temporarily strengthened. It's the upper class's judgment that the test's difficulty was significantly different from that of the Cyclopes hunted by other groups. You could hear the students whispering throughout the lecture room. Jane waved the report bearing the seal of Kizen headquarters to the student and saying that as a result of comprehensively judging the Cyclops' aggression, physical strength, and curse resistance, they'll apply the new scoring rubrics on the premise that Group 7 hunted an upper-rank Cyclops, one with the level of a red Cyclops. Hearing this, there was a look of shock on the faces of all the team members. Professor Jane continued, saying that they should therefore make an honest assessment of the group. Hector's facial expression became harsher. If it was the decision of the top Kizen class, the students couldn't argue with it. Of course, it was also true that all the A-class students had the same question about Cyclops as Simon. After which she began to announce the grades, starting with Malin. Hearing her name, the girl excitedly stepped forward. Turning to the girl, Professor Jane said that she had played a key role in defending a participating member with coal-black elemental magic that far exceeded the average of first-year Kizen students. That's what she was given 80 points for. Malin couldn't answer immediately, and her shoulders trembled slightly while tears appeared in her happy eyes. Then turning to Dick, she informed him that he had applied highly effective black charms at the right time and place to play the role of Group 7's lubricant in the hunt for Cyclops. Similarly, he was given a score of 80. Again there was an explosion of applause. Dick thanked the professor with a happy face. Next, turning to Ursula Camemberts, Professor Jane said that even as a novice student of hemomancy, she had done well as the main attacker of Group 7. Even among necromancers working in the field, it was hard to see such a level of excessive bleeding magic. Because of which she was given a score of 85. Camembert's eyes filled with tears from the emotions that came in a wave. Finally, Simon Valencia. After these words that Professor Jane said, there was instant silence in the lecture hall. Then turning to Simon he informed that he had contributed as a member. Was also able to take care of the team members despite the unexpected change, and found time on his own to escape the Cyclops attacks. Also fulfilled the prerequisite for bloodletting by damaging the monster's body with a dramatic summoning operation, and his use of the recovery skill was impressive. In the end, he finished off Cyclops as well. After reading the protocol, she slightly exhaled and opened her mouth. Then saying that his performance was perfect, for which he is given 100 points for his personal score. When he heard that, he stared at the professor dumbfounded, unable to believe what he was hearing. She added with a slight smile on her face that it was a pity that there was no grade higher than A+. With those words, Jane hinted that the best A grade was Group 7, and that drove a wedge. Shouts of surprise and admiration immediately echoed around the hall. Hector closed his eyes and leaned back deeply in his seat. One of his friends wanted to address him, but he ordered him to shut up in a cold voice. He added that if he didn't, he'd rip his tongue out. Looking angrily at Simon, he could not accept another defeat. Team number 7, in a warm atmosphere, rejoiced at their victory, which was their first step towards becoming the strongest necromancers on the continent. But that's another story. Sitting under the starry night sky by the fire, in a warm and friendly atmosphere, the whole team number 7, along with Professor Hongpeng, happily raised their glasses, celebrating their victory in the exam. Looking at her glass with confusion, Cammy said with surprise that what was in the glass was very similar to berry tincture. Hearing this, Simon looked into his cup in surprise. Professor Hongpeng, seeing the guy's confusion, confirmed Cammy's words, saying that there was indeed tincture in their cups. However, she then told them not to worry about it as she had received special permission from Kizen to congratulate them on their perfect performance. Looking at the boys, she added that it must be hard for them after finishing their defense as students, but said that even so, they should know that the professors didn't hate them. Adding that they should keep trying no matter what. To which all of team number 7 responded in unanimous agreement. As soon as she finished, Dick, who was already a little cheerful, leaned slightly toward Professor Hongpeng and said in a provocative voice that since they were enjoying this rare opportunity to drink with her, he wanted to ask her something. To which she replied that he could ask. Not wanting to miss such an opportunity, he said in a cheerful voice that it was only his assumption, but doesn't she make Simon stand out among the other students? Hearing her comrade's provocative words, Malin immediately intervened, telling him not to ask such things. However, the professor did not evade the question, and replied that his assumption was correct, saying that professors were also human, and they also had students they liked better. When Dick heard the answer, he scratched the back of his head nervously and laughed. Afterwards, already in a rather strong state of mirth, he picked up his cup and, still laughing, suggested that he drink and just forget about the matter. Professor Hongpeng laughed and replied that it was all right and she was only joking. She patted Dick on the back and ruffled Simon's hair and said with a smile that she loved and appreciated all the students. Apologizing for her jokes, she said she had good news for them. Simon asked her what she was talking about. To which the professor replied in a solemn voice that next week they would all finally go on a mission. Upon hearing this everyone except the main character got excited while he sat there confused, not knowing what was going on. The next day on his return to Kizen. Walking through the alley, Dick was telling Simon about the mission, which was one of Kizen's major systems. Once the students' defense period was over, the mission period began, which usually took about 5 days, and during that time they could take themselves on various assignments outside of Kizen. The assignments were very varied, and could be as simple part-time jobs as well as monster slaying, personal defense, assassinations, and trial fights. It was impossible to list everything. Simon asked Dick in surprise what kind of test fights he was talking about. He replied that it meant that the students could get an assignment from an experienced necromancer. However, many of the assignments were dangerous, so Simon asked if there was any compensation for the risk. His friend replied that depending on the complexity and completion rate of the assignment, Kizen was assessed a fee, while the client paid for the completion. Then he added with a smile that assignments were the best way to cover the costs of the academy. Besides, since he was going to major in summonology, it would be a great chance to make some money. However, there were a few things he should not forget about during this period. The first was that they had to complete at least one assignment. Simon asked, what would happen if they failed all the assignments they would take in 5 days? To which Dick replied that then they would fail the mission. And if they fail the mission, they won't get any money or grades. Plus, they'd have to write a letter of explanation. It was possible to continue doing the assignments after the mission period, but Dick added that he would not advise them to do so. Because during the extended mission period you couldn't attend classes. And it was better to give up and quit than to ruin attendance. Looking at the students who were gathered around the blackboard, Dick turned to Simon and said that they could come up with their own plan, like some of the students who took the easier assignments, and after they completed them quickly, they focused on their studies. While others, on the contrary, leave the island to complete a difficult mission for the sake of money and grades. Hearing his friend's explanation, Simon asked if they could do as they pleased, to which he said with a smile on his face that in Kizen only the result was important. Suddenly Dick stopped Simon, saying that they were here. Then, pointing to the blackboard, on which hung a poster with some information, he said that there was an explanation of the colors of the envelopes with assignments, which he had to look at and choose the right one. There were 4 colors in all, white, blue, red and black, each of which was responsible for the difficulty. The easiest errands were in the white envelopes. The mission in them was within the island, while the possibility of meeting the priest was 0. The hardest errands were the ones in the black envelopes, because the limits of the mission were in the entire Holy Federation, while meeting the priest was guaranteed. Dick also told Simon not to take any assignment that was too easy, as his grades depended on it. This was the difficulty of choosing missions in Kizen, because you had to choose the best mission that would fit your goals and priorities. Then pointing his finger at the protagonist, Dick added that if he failed the grades on the mission, he could forget about dangerous tasks. In addition, delaying too long will not work, even though the assignment has time. And as a result, he would simply be expelled for failing grades. Simon answered fearfully that he would do his best and would not put it off. When he had finished explaining, Dick waved goodbye and said that they would meet when he had decided on his assignment. Simon agreed, thanking him for the information. Walking between the students, who were busily looking for companions for joint missions, Simon pondered which mission he should choose. Turning to one of the students who was handing him a mission sheet, he wanted to look at it, but Fayer immediately told him not to accept it, since they would definitely have to leave the island. Then adding that their priority should be to be able to get to the continent, all in order to gather soldiers for the battalion and restore the former glory. Hearing his words, Simon asked him with interest if the undead were stronger than him. He replied in an indignant voice that he was the leader of the battalion, and no one was stronger than him. However, he then added that some battalion generals were real monsters. Hearing Fayer's words about generals, the protagonist was surprised, as he had never heard of anything like that before. Turning to Fayer, he asked him to explain more about battalion ranks. Sighing, he immediately began to explain, saying that the battalion consisted of several undead units, while it was ruled by an ancient undead who had intelligence. Hearing this, Simon asked with his eyes sparkling with excitement and joy, if he thought it was right that their goal was to find the ancient undead representative who could become the general of the battalion. Fayer replied that it was exactly like that. Then when the protagonist asked him where to find them, he told him not to worry, as they were all crazy and were probably making a mess on the continent right now. This news didn't make Simon very happy, but he decided to keep silent. Not wanting to delay, Thayer offered to take a closer look at the errands as he remembered all the characteristics of his former soldiers. Passing by the board on which the missions were hung, Simon thought that the island assignments were out, because if there was one of the undead on the island, that the battalion commander would immediately inform him. Then he turned to him and asked him how the mission went and if he saw anything interesting. To which he replied that there was nothing there, telling him to go to the Reds. Heading towards the board where the red difficulty level missions were hanging, the protagonist suddenly bumped shoulders with someone. It was none other than Hector. He coldly looked at Simon and greeted him. He asked if he was also going to the neutral zone. He answered in an uncertain voice that he just wanted to take a look. Hector did not pay attention to his words. Cold voice reminded the protagonist that in the neutral zone established lawlessness, and the influence of Kizen there did not work, which meant that no one will know if someone gets into trouble. After that, he left and added that he hoped that they would meet during the mission. But suddenly Simon called out to Hector, who immediately turned his head at the sound of his voice. Then, with a slight smile on his face, he told him to watch himself. Hector was shocked and furious. Simon turned around and walked towards his original goal, leaving the enraged classmate standing alone. On the way, Thayer asked him what was wrong with that guy, to which Simon replied that he had no idea either. After glimpsing a few missions, he asked his interlocutor what he thought about the village being attacked by infected zombies. He replied that the infection was too common, even an ordinary necromancer was capable of such a thing, then added that all the missions had nothing to do with the general's abilities. Suddenly, however, Thayer's attention was caught by a blue leaf that was hanging on the board below several red mission sheets. When Simon saw it, he first thought that it had been put there by mistake. However, when he got closer and read its contents, he realized that there was a higher level of difficulty. The assignment was to investigate a missing persons case. The level was upgraded from D to B and the fee was 50 gold. In the details, it was reported that young girls were found in a state of completely desiccated corpses. After reading this, Thayer immediately asked the protagonist to show him the detailed materials of this assignment. Looking at the photos, Simon shockingly exclaimed that they were indeed completely desiccated, while Thayer laughed and said that it was exactly what they needed. He added that it was probably the one he was thinking of. Hearing his words, Simon asked who he was talking about. Thayer replied that the one he was talking about was one of the ancient undead leading the spider squad, and her name was Elizabeth. At the same time, a man stood near the table on which several pictures of desiccated girls were lying, and turned to his interlocutor and asked if he was sure he could handle it. The man in a white cloak with a hood covering his face, respectfully addressed the man and replied not to worry, as it was the will of the great goddess to save the people of the continent from the undead. After which he took off his hood. A teenage girl with medium-length white hair and violet eyes said in a confident voice, in the name of the Holy Father and the goddess, that she was Ellen Zyle, a sophomore at Ethnal Holy College, who would handle the situation. When he reached the door to Professor Jane's office, Simon paused for a second and exhaled decisively. He knocked and told the professor, who was sitting at her desk writing something, that Simon Valencia had arrived. Hearing his words, she said he could come in. She asked him if he had come for the mission, to which he replied that he had. As soon as the professor asked him to give her a sheet of paper with the mission he had chosen, he immediately put it on the table in front of her a little nervously. After a glimpse of the mission, and then continuing to write, she told Simon to take another mission, since this level of difficulty was too much for a first year to handle. Such a quick rejection shocked the boy a little. However, he did not intend to give up so easily, so the next moment he said in a firm voice that he wanted to take it no matter what, because he was sure that he would be able to cope. Hearing his words, the professor only grinned. Then, under Simon's puzzled gaze, she signed his mission. She handed him the assignment sheet and told him that he probably had a reason to say that to Professor Kizen's face, but then added that he didn't need to convince her. Looking at the confused Simon, she said that he was a student of Kizen's, so all he had to do was take responsibility for the outcome. Then the professor added that she hoped he would live up to his words. A pleased Simon, with a smile on his face, thanked her for believing in him. When he returned to Dick, who was waiting for him in the corridor, he happily told him that Professor Jane had let him go, but from the look on his happy face one could have guessed it all. After a while, Simon and Malin stood near the teleporters that sent students to different places. The girl asked him if he was really going to take up the mission, as she had already told him that it was very difficult to do the investigation in 5 days. But he didn't say anything else, just thanked her for her advice. She blushed and replied excitedly that she hadn't given him any advice, and it wasn't like that. Simon smiled and asked Malin where she was going to go. She replied with a smile on her face that she had taken a personal security mission near Langerstein. She added that despite the fact that it was quite easy, she got good grades for it. When Simon asked her what she would do if she encountered thieves, she lifted her robe and showed her academy badge and proudly declared that if they had brains, they wouldn't dare touch a Kizen student. To which he remarked that it sounded a little cowardly. The girl replied that it wasn't cowardly, and that was why everyone was sending an errand to the academy. Malin waved goodbye to Simon and said that they would see each other next week. Simon waved back and wished her luck. As he approached his teleporter, he noticed the girl who was already sitting inside waiting to be sent out. His appearance surprised her. This girl was none other than Cern. With a smile on her face, she greeted Simon and said that they hadn't seen each other since the performance ceremony. She then formally introduced herself with a smile, saying that her name was Cern Eindark, the official heir of Ivory Tower, and special admission number 2. Simon sat down across from her and replied that his name was Simon Valencia, and he was from Les Hill. After a second of awkward pause, the girl turned to the protagonist and said that she had heard that he was looking after Malin. She added that she might be harsh, but deep inside she was very kind, and then asked him not to refuse or betray her. However, Simon's reaction puzzled Cern, as he asked her in a cold voice why she was telling him that. And someone like her shouldn't be underestimated or defended, because she was doing just fine on her own. The silence was broken by a voice announcing that the teleportation device would be activated soon, and also warning the passengers not to step outside the boundaries of the device during the teleportation. Dissolving, Cern smiled and replied that they would see each other again. Simon also teleported and appeared in the city that was his destination. Finally saying goodbye to the girl, tired and exhausted from their conversation, he noted that she was under a terrible pressure, as if he were talking to a queen or noblewoman. Since Malin was also from Ivory Tower, he could understand her concern, but he was troubled by the way Cern treated her. His musings were interrupted by the voice of Feyer, who, being dressed in knight's armor that made a terrible grinding sound when he moved, irritably asked Simon why he had given him such small armor that was terribly tight for him. He replied that there was no other, and that was all that was left, since he couldn't just show it to people. Hearing the guy's answer, he swore irritably. Not wanting to waste any more time, the protagonist took the materials out of the envelope and asked the battalion commander what they had to do now. He replied that the basis for the completion of their mission was to collect information, and the only way to collect information was to meet with the client. Following Simon, Feyer told him that their client was the lord of this city, so they just needed to tell him that he was from Kizen and then find out all the information they needed. But since he still hadn't figured it out, there was probably a reason for that, and that was why this option wasn't suitable for them. The other option was to go on a run. Pointing a finger at the protagonist, who was walking thoughtfully, he said that he used to do a lot of similar things on missions with his father. Then, continuing to creak his armor, he added that from his own experience, he could say with certainty that it was the fastest way. Simon replied that it all sounded cool and interesting, but they only had 5 days. Hearing the guy's words, Feyer suggested that they should resort to the last method, which was to buy information from the Thieves' Guild, or as they called it, the Information Guild. Simon replied that this was probably a good option for them. Then he added that in that case they should start looking for the Information Guild right now. The battalion commander said that they could ask the innkeeper or pub owner about it. To which Simon, with a smile on his face, enthusiastically replied that then they should hurry up and fulfill the mission as soon as possible. Entering the inn, they were immediately greeted by the owner, who was standing at a table waiting for customers. Tossing a bronze coin to the owner, he informed them that they needed a clean, spacious room, as well as breakfast and some bread. After taking the payment, the owner gave the protagonist the change. But he did not accept it, saying that in return he would like him to tell him where the Thieves' Guild was located. A little hesitantly, the owner asked what had brought them here. Simon folded his hands in front of him and asked the man if this was how they talked to customers. Then tossed a coin on the table. He asked for information in return for a gold coin. At the same time Thayer grinned happily, as he was pleased with Simon's actions, who in his opinion was acting beyond his years. Seeing the strange knight behind the boy grabbing the hilt of his sword, the innkeeper frightenedly asked if they were really talking about the Information Merchant Guild. Simon slapped his hand on the table and added in a confident voice that he still needed information about the missing people incidents. After that, emitting a confident atmosphere, the strength of which was added by the fearsome knight threatening with his sword, Simon demanded that the owner tell him everything he knew. As the sun began to set and the sky was colored pink, Simon walked down the street and said he was glad they had found out everything. Thayer, who was following him and still rattling his armor, replied that it was a great move and that it would make things go much faster. Looking at the information sheet, Simon read in his voice that most of the missing were men, but only the girls were found in a mummified state. Furthermore, there were no signs of molestation on them either. Hearing this, Thayer replied that the one they were looking for used to kidnap guys and have fun with them, while the girls she wasn't interested in had their blood sucked out. And all these events were exactly in her style, which made him sure that Elizabeth was in this city. Entering the right bar, Simon and his somewhat strange knight went straight to the bartender, who immediately greeted them. When the man asked what he would like to order, Simon started digging in his pocket, saying that he had heard about their special menu. Then, placing a silver coin on the table, he asked the bartender if he could sell it to him. He agreed and said he would take them to the right place. They went down a rather gloomy staircase into the cellar, guarded by several men armed with crossbows. The man opened the door for them and invited them to enter. They entered a rather well-furnished room, in the middle of which stood a table and which was lit by many candles. Simon and Thayer were greeted by an attractive woman with long yellow hair who was wearing a red dress. She smiled at her guests and asked what could have brought the foreigners to her guild. Simon simply replied that he had come to buy information. The guild leader asked him what information he wanted. Simon replied that he wanted to know about the missing people and mummified corpses, all the information the guild had about the case. The woman put her hand under her chin and looked at the protagonist thoughtfully. Then replied that it would be very expensive, and such a thing is unlikely to be able to afford a first-year Kizen. These words shocked the protagonist a bit, as he could not understand how she knew who he was. Seeing the guy's reaction, the guild leader laughed loudly, telling him not to get so worked up, adding that it was just a deduction. Since the lord of these lands wanted to resolve this situation very badly. And for that, he had sent out many errands to different places, which made her certain that they had gotten into Kizen. Then, under Simon's gaze, she continued talking. She said that as he could see on the way here, there were lands of small areas, so their lord didn't have enough money to hire a necromancer from the main headquarters, so he only had to look for students. She leaned close to Simon and told him that the students arriving at this time were first-year students. But despite the woman's behavior, he remained unperturbed. Then placing his hand on the woman's hand, he said that it was an interesting proposition, adding that he couldn't try his luck in such a case. Taking the guild leader's hand and raising it in front of him, he exuded a cold atmosphere and said that there were dangerous events happening in their area, and just like she said, their lord must have asked many people for help. Then without releasing her hand, he added that many of those people had indeed accepted the errand and came to her guild. However, none of them ever made it. As a result of which, this receipt fell to him. Even though the same thing had been happening for the past few years, no one had even had any thoughts about it, let alone solve the problem. Looking at the guild leader with a cold gaze, he asked if she thought that such a small amount of available information was very suspicious. Adding that he would even say that everyone was confused because of someone's clever lies. However, even despite the seeming accusation in her direction, the woman remained silent, her emotionless face continuing to stare at the guy. Simon continued, saying that in that case it made one wonder about the incompetence of the Thieves' Guild, but adding that he didn't think that was the case. Since if one thought back to all the things they had encountered before, she didn't seem like an incompetent person at all to him. "Am I wrong?" the protagonist asked in a cold voice, putting his hand behind the woman's neck. Then grabbing her head and bringing it close to his own, he demanded that she tell him the truth before he turned the place upside down. But to Simon's surprise, she didn't panic. She apologized with a smile and asked him to let go of her hand, which he agreed to do. Taking a step back from Simon, the guild leader said that it seemed she had no choice if they wanted the truth so badly. But she warned them that the risk for that information would be on their shoulders, and then asked if they still wanted to know. To which he replied that he was ready to take responsibility. When she heard his answer, she told them to wait for a minute and then she left. As soon as she was gone, Simon, pouring sweat and sighing heavily, said that it had been very long and hard for him, but that they would probably succeed now. And if they could find out where Elizabeth was. He couldn't finish, however, because Fayer standing next to him started laughing. And in the next second he burst into loud laughter. Seeing this, the protagonist was puzzled and asked him what was wrong. He replied that he wasn't completely sure at first, but now it was obvious. Adding that he should take a broader view of things. The words of the battalion commander did not help Simon to understand anything, and he asked again in bewilderment what he was talking about. At the same time, the man who stood behind them had his arm in an unnatural position, while his face contorted. After that, spider legs began to emerge from under the skin that had begun to slip off the man's face and struggled to get out, while many red glowing eyes could be seen from the holes that had already formed. "That woman is Elizabeth," shouted Fayer in response to the protagonist's question. The next second, as if out of nowhere, a multitude of spiders began to appear. When Simon saw them, he asked what kind of spiders they were. Fayer answered that they were the woman's children, namely corpse spiders. There was the sound of footsteps, after which Elizabeth appeared. She turned to the protagonist and said that his strong will had impressed her. Then, with a smile on her face, she added in a cold voice that unfortunately they would not see each other again. Her face had undergone some changes, the skin on the left side of her face had partially peeled off, and in place of one eye, 3 eyes had appeared at once. In addition, several spider tentacles appeared from her back. When Simon saw this, he shouted to Fayer to start acting. He grasped the hilt of his sword and told Simon not to worry. Then, with a strong but smooth motion, he swung his sword, and as a result, the crowds of spiders were killed or thrown away in an instant. Hearing the voice of a knight in armor who shouted her name, Elizabeth immediately recognized the battalion commander. Fayer pointed his finger at her and in an irritated voice asked her what she was doing and what her plan was in this petty little town. Then he added that the battalion was back, so she had enough of this nonsense and had to go back. With a playful smile, she listened to the battalion commander. Then opening all 3 of her eyes wide, in a voice of terror and hatred, she replied that she was not coming back. Then turning to Fayer, she said that he was quite stupid. Suddenly the ceiling cracked, threatening to fall. The next moment, the debris, along with countless spiders, fell on Simon and the battalion commander. The protagonist screamed fearfully, while Fayer ordered him not to panic and dodge. Elizabeth said in a cold voice that Richard had used them and threw them away like garbage. Then she asked him, in a voice of resentment and hatred, why he still clung to the battalion after all the shame they had suffered. He replied, after killing another spider, that she was the only one who was stupid, and that her dirty thoughts must have contaminated the affairs of men. Then, in a firm voice, he added that the battalion was strength and will. And how could a general like her give in to such pathetic emotions? Hearing this, Elizabeth replied that Richard had pushed aside his partners, with whom he had fought shoulder to shoulder for decades, sending them into a death trap, all for the sake of some girl. Simon hiding behind Fayer's back, he watched their conversation with a concerned face. Exuding a cold terrifying atmosphere, the spider headed towards our heroes, adding that she despised him to death. Hearing this, the battalion commander sighed heavily. The next moment, a sword flew straight into Elizabeth's face, which she immediately blocked with her spider paws. Throwing the sword, Feyre told her in a cold and angry voice to stop being stubborn, as he was not going to put up with her selfishness anymore. Catching the sword that returned to his hand the next moment, he asked how dare she defy the battalion head. Then swinging the sword again, he asked if she had forgotten the days when she crawled after him like a dog. Sensing the danger, Elizabeth with a tense face grabbed her spider threads, preparing to repel the attack. The next moment, Feyre swung his sword with force, while the Spider-Woman swung her arms and threw a web at him, which, like a net of blades, flew towards her opponent. After the explosion that was caused by the collision of their attacks, Elizabeth mockingly told Feyre that he was a good talker, yet was much weaker than her. Standing on the roof, and looking down at our heroes through the hole in the ceiling, she added that his seal had most likely been broken recently. Seeing her turn around to leave, the battalion commander asked her irritably if she was just running away, to which she simply replied that they would see each other again later. Then turning to Simon, with a radiant smile illuminated by the bright moon, she added that they would also meet him soon. As soon as she left, the protagonist turned to Feyre and told him that the entire Thieves' Guild was Elizabeth's gang, to which he confirmed that it was, adding that it was easier for her to control the information. Feyre swung his sword and chopped up another spider, swearing and complaining about how many of them there were. The next moment he heard a voice, which made Simon raise his head. A girl stood on the roof where the spider had been a few minutes ago, and she said in a frustrated voice that she was sorry she hadn't been able to watch the deadly battle between the two monsters. Then raising her staff, she said that she would go after her when she finished them off. The next moment, the stone at the end of the staff glowed with a bright blue light. When Simon saw this, he cried out in surprise, while the girl smilingly waved goodbye to them. After that our heroes were swallowed up by the bright light. When the smoke cleared, the priestess saw that there was no one there, but she wasn't too upset about it. She had missed the boy and the soldier, but that didn't matter. She was determined to go after the monster to fulfill the order. Meanwhile Simon and Feyre hid from the priestess' attack in the depths of Elizabeth's lair. They were surrounded by many withered corpses and cobwebs. Feyre was not happy about dragging the priests into this mess. Simon was in agree with them and didn't catch how it had all come to this in the first place. He wondered how they were supposed to find Elizabeth now. Feyre reassured him that she had to be somewhere nearby. After all, after using the skills, her darkness was tangible enough, and for the moment he could track her. If they went after that darkness, they would surely meet her sooner or later. Simon was glad they had that opportunity. But he was worried about something else and asked Feyre how strong was that priestess. Feyre thought for a moment, then answered that she was certainly stronger than Simon. And judging by her white uniform, she was from Ethnal and had probably accepted a mission equivalent to a black assignment from Kizen, which meant she was definitely not a first-year student. Simon thought, then he would definitely need to be outraged that the Lord had sent the errand to different schools twice. This case was getting more complicated than a simple blue assignment, and he had to do everything in 5 days. These thoughts gave him a headache. Feyre ignored it all and said that there was still something else he needed to know, but he shouldn't take it all to heart. Elizabeth loved Richard. Simon's jaw dropped at this news. Feyre told him that once the undead of the battalion had fallen in love with a human commander, when she first joined them she had been through too much emotion. But he never thought she could develop real feelings. Now it was clear to Simon why she had reacted to him that way. Now that Feyre had made it clear to him, he advised him to go look for Elizabeth sooner rather than later, and he himself had nothing against it, but in the corner something among the cobwebs stirred. And when the unfortunate captives noticed them they began to beg for their release and rescue them from the spider monster who had left them for his supper. Simon immediately ran up to them and helped them free themselves. The captives were very grateful to him for this. Feyre, seeing all this, said that he was too soft as a necromancer. Simon asked if he was. What did he think a necromancer should have done? Feyre replied that it sounded like his father's answer. Simon didn't quite understand what he meant and asked again. Feyre only smiled in response and said that it was nothing. After all, if that was what he decided as the head of the battalion, he would gladly support that decision. They set off together on the trail of Elizabeth's darkness, but they didn't have to walk long. Not far from the city in the woods among the ruins they quickly found her. She was sitting and waiting for them. Feyre picked up on the fact that she had decided not to run away. Elizabeth stood up and replied that since he sensed her darkness he would have followed her anyway, so she decided to deal with them here. But before she could attack, Simon stopped her by addressing her formally. Elizabeth, former battalion general. She froze in place, waiting to see what he would say next. Simon formally invited her to join his battalion. But she only laughed in response and said she would never go back to the battalion that had already betrayed her once, even if she had no choice. She came closer and closer to them, tapping her heels. Elizabeth continued, claiming that he was asking her to follow his orders, the orders of a rookie, without favorable terms and chosen only for silly sentimental reasons. Simon responded by asking her if he had said anything about his reasons. He introduced himself to her that his name was Simon Valentia and he was the son of Richard Valentia and Anna Valentia. She was shocked to hear this. Simon started to say that she was his father's subordinate. But she asked him to stop. Her body was twitching and her skin was starting to crack. But he kept saying that he was now his son and the current battalion commander was offering her back. She screamed at him in rage to stop. Simon repeated that he wanted to take her back to his battalion, but she yelled back at him to shut up. She started screaming horribly, remembering that damn girl Anna and everyone else who had betrayed her. Her skin began to unnaturally stretch in different places, ready to tear at any moment. Until it finally ripped, releasing 3 pairs of spider legs. Elizabeth had turned into a huge spider and now wished them all nothing but death. She screamed in rage for them to just die. Her eyes burned with anger and hatred. And she immediately took a leap at Simon, who was standing in front of her. And was cocky enough not to dodge. And when her sharp claws almost reached him, Feyre praised him, saying that it wasn't bad. The armor holding him back crumbled with a creak of metal. And in the next instant, he was chopping off the spider's legs before it could reach Simon. Elizabeth hadn't expected this. She was blinded by the rage and lust for revenge that was now causing her to lose her legs. Blood spurted from her severed limbs and she screamed in pain. Simon saw this as his chance. He quickly pulled out a spear from his subspace. And grabbing it, he amplified it with darkness and rushed towards Elizabeth, preparing a powerful strike. In the next instant, he pierced her shoulder with the spear. And with a thud, he brought her to the ground. She only moaned in pain. He pressed her face to the stone floor with his foot and told her it was her last chance. He asked her one last time if she would join his battalion or would she prefer to die. She just laughed in response. But then something whistled at him and he barely had time to dodge it. And if it wasn't for Feyre's sword, the next shot would have hit him for sure. Feyre cursed, this was bad, Simon had to get out of here. Feyre grabbed him by his uniform and dragged him away. The next moment a flash of light hit them and Simon was unharmed only because Feyre had his back to him. Simon didn't yet understand where the holiness had come from here, but it was pretty clear that it was very close, a perfect timing hit. It was the same priestess again, who was now holding a staff and preparing another spell. She joyfully announced to them that the old evil spirits, the disgusting swarm of spiders and all the others would be banished here and now. She tossed a ball filled with holiness in her hands. And after saying bye-bye to them all, pointed the staff at them, which shone brightly. That light was destroying all the spiders in its path. Simon, seeing all this, asked, what should they do? Feyre advised to attack the priestess first. Elizabeth meanwhile used the commotion to hide behind a nearby rock. Simon meanwhile asked if they could defeat her since she was strong enough. Feyre replied that holiness would be a problem, but she wasn't that strong and they could defeat her, he would take her attack and Simon would have to attack her. That plan suited him. The priestess meanwhile noticed the wounded Elizabeth and liked what she saw. Seeing her severed legs, she realized that she didn't seem to be doing too well. Elizabeth knew it herself. The priestess began to spin her staff and cheerfully told her that she need not worry, for she would send her to hell painlessly. She raised the staff above her and it glowed with a blue light, forming a magic circle above her. The priestess was sure that with this attack she would complete her mission and finish off the spider. She stared in horror at the face of death flying at her and couldn't move. But then suddenly a silhouette appeared in front of her and covered her. It was Simon, who had taken the brunt of the blow. Elizabeth couldn't believe what she was seeing. Elizabeth didn't understand why he had sacrificed himself for her. Simon fell to the ground with a thud, groaning in pain, the energy spear of holiness still in him and hissing as it began to disappear. Drops of blood fell one after another onto the stone floor, and he barely held himself up to keep from passing out. But even so he couldn't hold on much longer, his vision blurred and his body began to shake. The next moment he fell senselessly to the floor, unconscious, and all that was in front of him was endless darkness. Somewhere far away he heard the cry of Feyre calling him, "Boy." After a while, a fire was burning brightly among the ruins, creaking with burning wood. Several figures were gathered around it. Simon slowly opened his eyes to the sound of a bonfire burning. The atmosphere was so quiet, the chaos a while ago felt awkward. As he moved his head, he suddenly saw a multi-eyed corpse spider right in front of him. As soon as his vision focused on it he immediately shrieked in fright. But the spider didn't attack. Rather, it rubbed its face on Simon's arm and looked up at him as if asking if he was okay. This only frightened Simon more, and he immediately jumped up and threw the spider off his arm. Feyre was glad he was finally awake. The first question Simon asked, not realizing what was going on around him, was what happened to Elizabeth and the priestess. Feyre mundanely pointed his finger in their direction and said they were all here. They were still inside that abandoned castle. Those terrifying spiders were quietly crawling around the floor near their mistress. Elizabeth had returned to human form and was sitting quietly nearby, near the priestess who was entangled in cobwebs and hanging upside down. She was desperately trying to get Simon's attention. And now she was calling him young master, where all her arrogance had gone. The priestess was desperately begging to be let live, sobbing and screaming for all she was worth. Feyre saw the incomprehension on his face and decided to explain to Simon that he had missed something while he was unconscious. Feyre and Elizabeth formed a temporary alliance to face a common enemy, working together to capture the priest. According to Feyre, it was a very boring battle, as the girl was only from Ethnal's high school. The priestess was swaying in different directions and screaming the whole time, making Simon feel uncomfortable. So with a nervous smile he offered to bring her down to the ground and interrogate her. Since the lord of these lands had contacted both Kizan and Ethnal, it was imperative to find out what she knew. She was no longer a threat to them, so Elizabeth released her in one motion. The priestess fell to the floor at the end and began to thank them all tearfully for sparing her and freeing her. But Simon stopped her and advised her not to be too hasty with her thanks, for she had several questions to answer. The first question was if she was a student of Ethnal. She immediately answered that she was not at all. To Feyre this answer was expected, and he noticed that she was lying from the first word she said. Simon thought so too, since she was wearing her school's uniform, which he pointed out to her. The priestess replied that it was a fake uniform. Her answer surprised them. Either she was a masterful liar or still telling the truth. She explained that she was actually expelled from Ethnal 2 years ago, or to be more accurate she didn't even manage to finish her first year. After that, she started taking various commissions to earn money for her living. That's why she pretended to be a student of Ethnal, so that the customers would trust her more and pay her more. She desperately apologized to them, trying to convince them to spare her. Elizabeth snorted contemptuously and asked if she really thought they would believe that. And then added that she was just looking for an excuse for the situation. She then abruptly walked over to her and yanked the sleeve of her robe, which immediately ripped. The girl shrieked in surprise. It was not the result Elizabeth had expected, and she stared at the torn piece of cloth. It was indeed a normal cloth. But from what she had heard, Ethnal's form was supposed to be as strong as Kizan's. The priestess repeated that her form was not real. It was indeed a confirmation of her words, so Simon walked over to her with his cloak in hand and suggested she cover herself with it and forgive them for this behavior. Simon helped her put the cloak on and asked her what her name was. She replied that her name was Ellen Zyle. Elizabeth was watching from the sidelines, and she was shaking with envy, rage, and the realization that she had seen it before. Simon ignored all this and continued to question Ellen. He wanted to know how she had accepted the assignment without being a real student of ethnol. Ellen replied that she just bought it from the border guards. They told her that there were undead associated with the case, and that it was located within the Dark Alliance and paid well for it. And she agreed because, like Kizen, ethnol offers more money for missions within enemy territory. Simon understood her motivation and asked if she had met the local lord. Ellen answered him that yes, she had personally taken the mission from the lord. Then he asked if she had any corroboration of her words to back her up, maybe some document describing the details. Anything would do. As they chatted so sweetly, Elizabeth couldn't believe her eyes. She didn't understand why she had to go through all this again. She had just forgotten everything and hoped never to remember again. Well, now again before her eyes Simon was sitting and talking to Ellen, and it all looked exactly the same as it had in the past. When Simon's father Richard sat and talked to his mother Anna, she had witnessed it all too. She thought she had long since forgotten everything and would never remember it again, but that was not the case. It turned out that even monsters like her could truly love, and the wounds left by that love were too strong to forget. While Simon continued to talk to Ellen and asked if he could take the contract from her and if she would give it to him, he would handle the rest. Elizabeth clenched her fists at the painful memory. Thayer asked Simon why he wanted to do all this. He told him that he was going to meet the Lord and wanted to get what he could from him. When Thayer heard his answer he laughed and said that it was all very well and that the apple didn't fall far from the tree. Simon sighed tiredly and said that everyone should go. When suddenly Elizabeth asked if his name was really Simon Valencia. She wasn't going anywhere until they had settled one thing. Thayer and Simon looked at her questioningly. She continued by saying that his offer to join the battalion. She was willing to accept it. However, she had one condition. Hearing this Simon shuddered at the thought of what she could possibly want. And then she immediately pointed at Ellen, who shrieked in fright. Elizabeth wanted him to kill that priestess with his own hands. The poor girl was horrified at such a condition. Simon stood towering over them, as if choosing which side to take, and his face showed no emotion. After a moment's thought, he asked if Elizabeth really wanted him to kill Ellen. Upon hearing this question a satisfied manic smile appeared on Elizabeth's face and she confidently replied that yes, it was her only condition. She thought he had already made his choice and was anticipating the show. Simon started from afar and addressed her formally, Elizabeth, former general of the Spider Forces. Tell me why I should kill Ellen. Elizabeth replied that by doing so he would show himself and prove his resolve. In this way she would want to know that her leader was worthy of her loyalty. Simon froze for a moment, then asked in a cold voice, and why exactly? I should deserve your loyalty. Elizabeth had not expected such a question. She looked at him with incomprehension and asked if she had heard him correctly. Pretending not to understand what he meant. Simon continued and said that he thought she was deeply mistaken, and even though she had once belonged to his father's battalion, it didn't change anything because he wasn't his father. Thayer listened thoughtfully as Simon continued to say that he would create his battalion by personal standards and reasoning and based on what he had seen so far. Elizabeth did not fit those standards. For her, such words were like a cold shower and she didn't know what to say back. Simon continued and explained to her that as a member of the undead she was consumed with negative thoughts, too easily given to emotions and not paying attention to the important things. And then looking at Ellen asked what would he prove by killing her. He suggested that Elizabeth simply admit that she does what she wants and only seeks to control it based on her own impulsive and vulgar desires. A shadow enveloped her face and she couldn't find anything to answer. But Simon kept going and finally added that he couldn't trust such a creature. His new battalion didn't need people like her. And without even waiting for her answer he turned and left, calling Thayer and Ellen with him. They immediately followed him, glancing nervously at Elizabeth. Simon said goodbye, that they had wasted their time here. He said it loud enough for Elizabeth to hear. She was left alone in the ruins under the moonlight, shocked by what she had heard and unable to believe that someone else had been chosen instead of her again. They headed back to the city together to pay the Lord a visit. They walked through the dark forest, filled with the sound of night creatures, each of them silent and thinking about something different. The silence was interrupted by Feyre, who asked if he was really going to leave Elizabeth out of his battalion. Simon answered him that no, of course not, it was all to gain power and supremacy in their relationship. Elizabeth is clingy and has a tendency to do things her own way. And so he had no other choice if he wanted to control her in the future. Feyre was intrigued by his answer and incredulously asked if being impaled by the holy spear was also part of his plan. Simon smiled in response and said he wouldn't comment on that. Hearing this, Ellen began to apologize, saying that she was really sorry about the attack. But Simon looked at her and assured her that it was okay, because she hadn't even been aiming at him then, so it wasn't her fault. Ellen asked incredulously if he was sure, as she remembered the holy spear had gone straight through his chest. Isn't the necromancer's core centered in his chest? If his core is damaged it could end badly for him. But Simon reassured her that everything is perfectly fine and he doesn't think it went through the core. Simon's words reassured Ellen but didn't hold Feyre, who knew for sure that the spear had gone exactly through the core, but he didn't understand how he could be fine after something like that. He looked at his hand in darkness checking if they were okay. It turned out they were. It turns out that not only was Simon fine, but more than that there was also no effect on their contract. None of this seemed possible to him, and he was beginning to doubt that the spear had hit his core and he had just gotten lucky. It was all rather mysterious. Simon noticed that Feyre had fallen behind in his thoughts and asked him what was wrong and hurried him up. Feyre replied that everything was fine and he would catch up with them right away. They were just approaching the castle of the local lord. When Simon entered the castle and the lord himself came to greet him. He pretended to be very happy to see him and said that he was honored to have such a high-ranking guest. The man introduced himself as Count Raymond, the Lord of Arnish. Simon introduced himself in return as well. The lord escorted him to the living room where the table was already set. He said that Simon must be exhausted after such a long journey. After all he had to come all this way because of his request and he wasn't sure if he could repay such kindness. The Lord invited him to make himself at home, to rest and let go of his fatigue. He assured him that he would try to make him as comfortable as possible. Simon smiled and replied that he couldn't say that he was tired, since he had arrived here through a magical teleportation circle. The Lord pretended to be surprised and said that Kizen did indeed live up to his name. Since that was the case, he offered to serve him dinner and asked him to sit down at the table. But Simon was in no hurry to accept his offer and replied that dinner sounded good, but he wanted to talk about his request first. The Lord sat down in his chair and laughed nervously saying that this was all important business of course, but it was getting rather late. And he had heard that the life of a Kizen student could be very taxing, so why not take a good rest when he had the chance? The Lord's behavior seemed strange to Simon. And when he raised his hand to summon the servants and tell them to bring drinks and food, Simon stopped him by saying no. And imperiously announced that he had important business to discuss with him personally. The Lord realized that there was no way he could get away with it and sighed tiredly, saying that he was sorry to tell him this when he had come all the way here, but that the matter was already settled. But he was grateful for his time and interest and was willing to pay the fee for the case. Lastly, he advised him to get a good night's rest before he left. Simon was not going to agree to his terms and told him that it was strange because according to the information from the guild, the incident related to the case had happened this morning. Therefore, he couldn't accept the payment because he hadn't fulfilled the terms of the request. In the future it might be a problem for the two of them if Kizen sent an inspection later. The Lord was beginning to lose patience and a grimace of anger crossed his face. And when Simon asked why didn't he just say what was really going on around him and what was wrong with his request. From that he clenched his fist and began to ask in a menacing voice. Why can't he just stay put when he tells him to stay put? And hitting the table furiously added that he may be with Kizen, but he's just a freshman. He immediately called for the guards while continuing to shout that he had no right to rebel against him, a count and the lord of this fiefdom. He couldn't understand why Simon was making such a fuss about it, since he was paying him anyway. The guards surrounded Simon and pointed their weapons at him. But he remained calm and asked the Lord why he first gave him sweet speeches and now he was trying to intimidate him with threats. What a strange determination. And he even used his guards. While he was saying all this, then he imperceptibly clenched his fist, calling Feyre for help. And when Simon said that in that case he couldn't just sit there, Feyre appeared behind him with a squad of skeletons, which scared the hell out of the Lord and his guards. They started trembling and were ready to flee at any moment. The battalion commander, pulling out his sword, said in a cold voice that they were welcoming some new family members today. Looking at the terrifying skeleton that loomed over him, the Lord was frightened to the point of terror, wondering how a freshman at the academy could have so many undead. He fell to the ground in a panic, realizing that he was in for a rough ride. Simon took the initiative and asked the Lord in a cold voice if he wanted this to continue. But he didn't seem to realize the situation he was in. The next thing he knew, he was shouting at the guy in an irritated voice, asking how dare he treat him like that, because he was a nobody. He continued yelling and added that even if he was a Kizen student, he still had no right to interfere with the autonomous rights of the Dark Alliance, nor did he have the right to use his power without proof. To which Simon asked did the one really think that they had no proof? The next moment, Feyre opened his cloak of darkness, from behind which Elend's head appeared. Seeing the girl, a look of shock appeared on the man's face as he couldn't believe his eyes. In front of him was the girl he had also hired for this assignment. Her hands were bound while her gaze was blank. Ignoring Lor's shock, Simon explained to him that while they were investigating the case, they had captured a priest from Ethnal who was currently under a curse and was unconscious. Adding that they would have no problem getting the information they needed from her if they sent her to Kizen and interrogated her. A look of despair appeared on the Lord's face. But Simon continued, saying that bringing a priest to this place would be considered treason. Then, with a sly smile, he leaned in and asked if he was wrong. The Lord had no answer to that and fell to his knees in despair. Hitting his head on the floor, and continuing to stand like that, he began to apologize, saying that he had to solve this case no matter what. His words left Simon bewildered. The Lord pleaded in a trembling voice, saying that his men were in a panic, and so he wanted to solve this case as quickly as possible, no matter what methods were used to do so. Then asking for his men to be spared, as he was the one who had to bear all the responsibility for his actions. Hearing this, Simon asked him why he had tried to keep it a secret if he cared so much about his possessions. He replied that their business environment was finally becoming stable, and the Crown Prince was expected to visit their domain soon. But if such atrocious incidents were to continue, then all prospects could be forgotten. After hearing the Lord's words, Simon couldn't help but agree. The Lord continued, saying that he had tried to deal with it as best he could, contacting Kizen and all the mercenary groups, but the matter was still not resolved, so he had to contact Ethnal. He added that he never thought a real priest would come. Simon replied with a smile that he had. The next moment, the Lord hit his head on the floor again and asked them not to punish the others, but only him. To which the protagonist replied that he now understood why he had done so. Folding his hands in front of him, he said that this city was a strategic point that was closest to the Holy Federation, so he would hate to see such an important place destroyed, adding that he also liked this city. The Lord stared at the protagonist in bewilderment and asked him what he was talking about. Simon replied that he would solve the case in such a way that it would not cause any problems for their city. The man and his soldiers smiled happily as they heard this. However, Simon added with a smile that it might cost them a bit. However, the Lord didn't care about money, and he immediately replied that he would prepare as much as they needed right away. But suddenly their conversation was interrupted by a soldier who ran into the room and panicked and said that they had a problem. Namely that a lot of undead were standing near the castle. These words perplexed both Lord and Simon. Climbing the castle wall and seeing an army of spiders with someone standing in the center, the Lord panicked and asked where all the undead had come from. Without answering the man's question, Simon put his hand on Lord's shoulder and told him to calm down and open the gate so he could come out and look. He looked at the boy and replied that it was too dangerous. But he smiled back and said it was fine and he knew what he was doing. Adding that he might be a freshman, but he was still a necromancer. At the same time Erzsébet stood in the middle of the army of spiders, looking thoughtfully at where Simon stood on the wall. The protagonist came down from the wall and stood alone before the girl and asked her what had brought her here. Simon Valencia, son of the former commander Richard Valencia. I Erzsébet wished to serve you as my master. Then bending down on her knee and lowering her head, she asked him in a humble voice to allow her to join his battalion. And also to take the test. Looking up at the sunny blue sky, Simon turned to Erzsébet and said that if she wanted to join his battalion, she had to fulfill some conditions. Turning his gaze to the happy townsfolk, to whom the Lord happily informed that Kizan had sent a necromancer and everything was now settled, he said that the first condition was that she must not kill people without his permission. The second was that she must not harm anyone close to him. Continuing to look out the window of the building at the square, he turned around and said that the third condition was that she obeyed him no matter what it cost her. Standing opposite him, Erzsébet contemplated going to hell of her own free will again. The contract was unpleasant and constraining, and she realized that she might have an unhappy future ahead of her. Even so, she did not regret the choice she had already made. She would have made the same choice in any other opportunity, for what she had experienced that day would remain in her heart forever. Bowing her head and placing her hand on her chest, she promised that she would tolerate anything as long as she had the opportunity to be with him, and that he could also limit her freedom as much as he saw fit. Adding that her body and soul belong only to him. Listening to all this, Feo shook his head and told himself that she was definitely into him. And he was not mistaken, for the next moment Erzsébet looked at Simon in love and said that for her loyalty she wanted only one thing, and that was his love. She grabbed his hand with her own and said that she would do whatever he wanted, but that she wouldn't force herself on him, because it was enough for her that he simply cared for her. Simon didn't realize what he was getting into, but he agreed. He thought to himself, noting that although she had become obedient, he was now a little uncomfortable. Hearing his answer, she pressed his hand to her breast with a happy face and asked him impatiently why they should not go to the conclusion of the contract. He was clearly unprepared for such pressure, and embarrassedly replied that she was too close. Blushing and closing his eyes, Simon waited for the contract to be signed. As soon as it was done, the darkness was dispersed by a burst of energy. Continuing to cradle his hand to her breast, Erzsébet with a warm smile on her face pondered how he could be so adorable. As soon as they were done, Feo turned to her and welcomed her back to the battalion. Feo looked at her hand and said that she hadn't been contractually bound to anyone for a long time. Then turning to Simon, to whom her words were hitting the sore spot, she said that he was now incredibly weak, and that Feo had become weaker under his influence. But putting her hand on her chest and closing her eyes, she said that despite this, the darkness warmed and soothed her mind. Not wanting to waste any more time, or feeling awkward, Simon said that they should move as quickly as possible, since Ellen was waiting for them. Taking such haste to mean that he was offended by her words, Erzsébet said she would comfort his wounded heart. To which he replied excitedly and awkwardly that he didn't need it. When they arrived at the place where Ellen was waiting for them, Simon greeted her and thanked her for her work. She smiled happily and asked how they liked her acting, which everyone seemed to have bought into, to which he smiled and said that she had done a great job. Opening a wooden chest, he showed her several bags of coins. Seeing them, the girl was surprised, while Feo said in a disgruntled voice that there was much less than he had originally wanted to get. To which Ellen replied that it was still 10 times the original reward. She was more surprised, however, when Simon handed her one of the bags of gold and told her that it was for her. He smiled and said yes, because she needed to help her family too. Taking the bag of money, Ellen tearfully thanked him, saying she would never forget his kindness. When she said she was glad to help, he asked her where she was going now. The girl replied that she was heading back to the Holy Federation, to a place called Lokeren. Then with a firm voice she added that if they were ever in the Holy Federation and needed help, they could always turn to her. After smiling and thanking her for the offer, Simon said that he hoped that the next time they would meet would not be on the battlefield. Hearing his words, Ellen replied that he was too cold. Looking at Ellen, who was waving goodbye, Feo turned to the protagonist and said that he not only let the priestess go alive, but also gave her money, and asked why he did so. He waved back at the girl and told the battalion commander that when he was in his later year of training, he would probably take black assignments. He thought it would be a good idea to get some connections by then. Adding that besides, if she was given some money, she would probably make the perfect accomplice. Looking at Simon, Faya replied that he had indeed bought her trust. To which he replied that he knew he would understand him. Erzsébet, standing behind him, continued to look at the protagonist with a loving gaze, thinking that he was the best. The battalion commander said that when he looked at his actions, he couldn't tell if he was a good guy or a bad guy. Simon asked if he had to be good or bad, adding that he got half of his blood from a priestess, so he didn't want to hate someone just because they were a priest. It didn't make sense for him to resort to extreme measures, after all he only had to do what was necessary. Although Faya couldn't fully understand such thinking, he couldn't help but agree with it. Looking at the carefree-looking Simon, he said to himself that it would take him a while to realize what kind of person he was. Then turning to him, he asked if he was going to go back immediately. The protagonist replied that since he still had plenty of time, he would like to train before returning, because it would be hard for him to use the battalion's power when he returned to Kizan. Hearing his answer, Faya agreed with him, saying that it was a great idea, and suggested that he train at Erzsébet this time. Hearing this, she replied thoughtfully that it was a good idea. Calling some spiders to her, she turned to Simon and said that since he was her new master, he should know how to control her children. Then adding that therefore she would teach him the basics of undead spiders, corpse spiders. Hearing the words about the new skill, the one's eyes immediately shone with anticipation, and he happily replied that he was looking forward to it. She began her explanation by saying that the corpse spider's main ability was the web that it threw at its opponents. It was a deterrent skill, but it was also versatile as it helped them move around along with it. Finished with the theory, she suggested Simon shoot the web at a tree. Concentrating, he followed Erzsébet's advice and told the spiders to act. Following his order, they immediately released the web, which the next moment flew straight into the tree. Seeing this, Erzsébet praised him, saying that the most basic strategy in controlling spiders was to limit the enemy's movement, followed by a bite with poisonous fangs. Hearing this, he replied that he understood. Suddenly, their conversation was interrupted by some noise that made them turn around. 2 orcs armed with clubs were wandering nearby, roaring loudly. Seeing them as a great opportunity, the Spider Queen suggested using them as targets to hone his new skills, which the protagonist gladly agreed to. 2 spiders approached the unsuspecting orcs wandering through the forest, moving along the branches of the trees, which in the next moment, at Simon's command, released a web. However, the web was not aimed at the orcs. When they saw the web flying, they became alarmed, trying to understand what was going on. They didn't have time to realize what was going on, because the next moment Simon commanded the spiders to jump. The spiders jumped high from the branches. Using the threads they had released earlier as a rope, they headed straight for the snarling orcs, who noticed them and prepared to fight. However, the protagonist also had a plan for this case. He immediately ordered the packs to release the web, which was now much larger and looked like a net. When it hit the enemies, it confused them and prevented them from moving properly, causing them to growl furiously. Taking advantage of their confusion, the spiders immediately jumped on their heads, biting through their skin and injecting their venom. Standing in front of the bodies of the defeated orcs, Erzsébet clapped her hands and said with admiration that Simon was incredible, and had done a great job controlling the spiders even though it was his first time. To which he himself, pleased with the progress, replied that it was just the basics. From the sounds of growls that didn't disappear even after they destroyed 2 of the individuals, Erzsébet guessed that there was an orc settlement nearby. Then folding her hands together and smiling brightly at Simon, she said that this place was the perfect opportunity to demonstrate the power of the spider battalion. Simon thought for a second. In the next moment, Simon smilingly replied that he wouldn't mind doing a 500 gold job if they had the opportunity to do so. At high speed approaching the village, Simon shouted to Faya to deal with the boss at 3 o'clock, while he ordered Erzsébet to block escape routes with spiders. In his own head, he repeated the words that he was the commander who should lead the battalion and read the course of the battle. Anticipate the enemy's moves and take them by surprise. All in order to win. Looking across the battlefield, where only his allies remained, Simon clenched his hand into a fist and said, "This is what it meant to be a commander." He finally felt like a true necromancer. Walking up to him, Erzsébet said admiringly that they had won only because of his excellent command. To which he replied that he hadn't done anything special, then calling her Erz, he said that it was her and Feyer who had done all the work. His words surprised and excited the one very much. She grabbed his hand and excitedly asked him what he had just called her, to which he awkwardly replied that he had called her Erz. When she heard that, she shrieked with joy and said she was glad her master had given her a nickname. Simon thought to himself that he had just shortened her name. But judging from the way she liked it, he decided not to tell her the truth. His thoughts were interrupted by Feyer's voice, who said it was his turn. Pointing at the orc bodies, he told the protagonist to turn them all into skeletons. Rubbing his hands in anticipation and chuckling, he added that thanks to them, their battalion would become much stronger. However, Simon immediately brought him down to earth, saying that he had forgotten one important detail, namely that he had not yet learned how to resurrect corpses. The battalion commander froze in place. Afterwards, grabbing his head, he angrily replied that he had indeed forgotten that he was still in his first year of training. However, Erzsébet calmed him down by saying that they could just sell the corpses for money. Then turning to the main character, she said that she had a proposition, to which he asked what she was proposing. With a bright smile and a wink, she said that since it was a shame to throw the orcs away, they could send a letter to the Lord and sell them. Some time later, after returning to Kizan and exiting the teleporter, Simon looked at the letter and noted that the orcs must have caused a lot of damage, as the Lord himself had promised to make a request to give him an extra reward. Sitting in subspace with Erzsébet, Feyer said that this was great news, then asked how far away the ruins were. When he didn't get an answer, he bent down and complained that it was very cramped. At the same time, Cammy came running toward Simon. She waved at him with a smile on her face and said that she was glad he was safe and sound. Running up to him, she excitedly said that she was very worried about him, as she heard that he had taken on a difficult mission. He replied with a smile that he was just lucky this time. When he saw the books in her hands, he asked her where she was going. She replied enthusiastically that she was going to the library, as she was supposed to study with Malin today, and asked if he wanted to join them. Erzsébet, sitting in subspace, listened to their conversation with a disgruntled look. Answering that he would do it next time, since he was busy today, he said goodbye to Cammy. As he waved goodbye to her, the Spider Queen appeared behind him. Then, exuding a gloomy atmosphere and suddenly approaching him from behind, which scared him a lot, she asked who the girl was in a cold voice. Hearing her question that sounded like a threat, he fearfully replied that she was just his classmate. Not satisfied with his answer, she replied in the same cold voice that for a normal classmate, she had a too annoying look in her eyes when she looked at him. She added that even though she remembered her oath and wasn't going to touch her, she couldn't help it if she was annoyed. Hearing that, Simon said he was glad she remembered her vow. Erzsébet said that she was only his servant and he could order her anything he wanted. Erzsébet replied that in that case it would be better for her to go back to subspace, because even though the place was remote, there were still people here. She replied that if that was all there was to it, she had a solution. In the next moment, her eyes on her forehead disappeared and her face took on the appearance of a teenage girl. Her clothes, however, changed to the uniform worn at the academy. As she began to spin around, she asked Simon with a smile how she looked. Didn't she look just like a Kizan student? He looked at her and asked if she had been wearing cobwebs instead of clothes all this time. She replied that she had, adding that they were of the highest quality. Then he said that if he had any errands inside or outside the academy, he could always call her to help him. When he heard that, he asked incredulously if it was possible, because he had heard that there were surveillance spells all over the academy. She waved her finger at him and told him not to worry. She then proudly announced that she could not only change her appearance, but also that she had stealth skills that could help her avoid surveillance spells. She also said that her spiders also specialized in ambush and surprise attack, so in an emergency, he could use them. The spiders, meanwhile, circled around the disgruntled Feyre, putting their paws on his head and saluting. When Simon heard about Ur's abilities, he exclaimed in admiration that it was very cool. He thought to himself that he was glad he had recruited her, as she could be of great use to him. Seeing the protagonist's thoughtfulness, and thinking that he didn't like the way her body looked, she asked him what he thought about it. In the next moment, she turned into an exact replica of Cammy. Simon was amazed at what he saw and said that she did look exactly like Cammy. Urs coughed and started to check her new voice. In the next moment, she spread her arms and, with a dazzling smile on her face, rushed over to Simon, saying in a happy voice that she was glad he was back safe. Clinging to his arm, she parroted Cammy, saying that she was worried about him, since she had heard that he had taken on a difficult mission. He was unprepared for this, but blushed and told her to stop, as he had seen enough of her skills. Not wanting to let him go, she replied in a sweet voice that she was afraid he might be hurt, adding that she had to examine his body. These words of hers drove him more into a blush, and his head started to spin. He immediately started to panic and shouted for her to let go and be the same. Urs did not calm down and said that he could have fun with her skills and hoped that this day would come very soon, to which he immediately replied that he had already said that he did not need it. But their sweet talk was interrupted by Feyre, who in an irritated voice told them to stop talking, and to get to the ruins as soon as possible, for the spiders were sucking the soul out of him. Replying that he had almost forgotten about him, Simon told Urs, who was still clinging to his arm, that they should hurry. Upon reaching the ruins, Simon suggested that they get busy organizing a battalion. Agreeing to this, Feyre asked Urs how many spiders they roughly had, to which she replied that it was 30. In the meantime, the spiders had managed to make peace with the skeletons. Pointing a finger at the protagonist, he said that there were two ways to replenish their army: increase the number of spiders, or learn how to revive corpses. Hearing this, Simon asked how they could replenish the ranks of spiders, if they had to catch them across the continent. Urs replied that no, since she was the queen of the spiders, she just needed to lay eggs. Seeing the bewilderment and shock on his face, she repeated with a smile that she just needed to lay eggs. Then she embarrassedly added that if he was interested, he could always come and see. But he blushed and quickly replied that he didn't need to see it. But she insisted, saying that such an opportunity was very rare. But this so annoyed poor Simon that he asked why he had to watch it at all. Urs shut up and stared at him resentfully. At the same time Feyre, watching from the sidelines, asked the skeleton and the spider sitting near him if they thought Urs was acting too provocatively for a boy of his age. They nodded unanimously in the affirmative. Deciding not to dwell on it, Simon looked at Urs, who looked offended, and said that they had decided that she would give birth to spiders. Then trying to calm himself, he wondered what else they needed to discuss. Suddenly a memory popped into his mind, causing him to immediately have an idea. Turning to the Spider Queen, he said he wanted to ask her something, to which she replied that he could ask her anything he wanted. Saying that he was very curious, he asked her with a serious face if she could take on the form of a priestess. After his words, the atmosphere around him became a little gloomy. Urs looked at him and asked if she had understood correctly that he wanted her to take on the form of a priestess, and he said that he had. He then began to recount the events that had happened to him recently in the forest. When she heard his story, she replied that she now understood why he wanted her to pretend to be a priestess. After some thought, she replied that she could do it, but it would be better to send the spiders first, because no matter how good her disguise was, if their opponent was a real priest, it would be useless. Hearing this, Simon asked what the problem was. Urs replied that mages who used holy magic had special skills that could quickly detect the undead, and even if she could conceal what she couldn't use holy magic, she would still be exposed. Hearing that, the one replied that she didn't have to worry about it, saying that that priest had a core in his body. These words shocked her as she found it hard to believe his words. When she came to her senses, she turned to Feyre and said that although she wasn't sure what their goal was, she could tell that they were determined. He replied that that wasn't all, because on top of that, that priest could control darkness as well as one of the professors. Hearing this, she thoughtfully replied that with the core in their bodies, they wouldn't be able to use holiness, adding that they would most likely lose the ability to detect undead as well. Which meant they had a chance. She said that in that case, she would send the spiders out to observe the forest and at the same time study the appearance and demeanor of the high-ranking priest. As soon as they found the priest, they would report it to him immediately, and when Simon heard this, he said that he agreed to this plan. Putting hand on her chest, Elizabeth said to give it to her. Simon smiled and replied that he was counting on her. As he walked into the classroom and looked around, he noticed that there was a happy atmosphere in the classroom. He immediately thought that since they hadn't seen each other for a week, everyone must have missed each other and wanted to share their successes. Suddenly he noticed Malin in the company of two giggling girls, who turned around a little excitedly as soon as he called out to her. While Simon watched them in bewilderment, the girls wished her luck for some reason while she irritably told them to shut up. Simon greeted Malin, who sat down next to him, but Malin merely replied that he had no shame. Then she looked at him thoughtfully and added that it looked like he was just plain stupid after all. He don't know what the matter is, so he asked what she was talking about. She decided not to continue and handed him a pink box. Simon was surprised to see it and asked if it was for him. Malin replied in a serious voice, so that he wouldn't misunderstand her, and that it was only because they were in the same group. Simon didn't care, however, and looking at the box with a satisfied face, he asked casually why she had suddenly given him the cake. Then, looking at her, he added that it wasn't his birthday. She looked at him contemptuously and replied that tomorrow was cake day. Simon asked with a puzzled look on his face what that meant, to which the girl replied that it was the day girls gave cakes to guys. When Simon heard this, he immediately realized and thanked her profusely, saying that it was very kind of her. She looked away, embarrassed, and said that it was nothing like that, and that she had only done it out of pity, because he and Richard had never gotten a single cake. The next moment two girls came over to the desk where Simon was sitting and handed him boxes of cakes, smiling at him as they asked him to accept them. Saying that it was a thank you for teaching them during the magic combat lessons. Simon immediately thanked them with a smile, saying he would definitely eat them later. Malin on the other hand was looking at all of this with wide open eyes. As soon as the girls left, she turned to Simon and grinned, saying that she thought he was popular, adding that only 2 people had thanked him, but their conversation was interrupted by a cheerful voice calling out to Simon. As it turned out, it was Cammy, who with a happy smile on her face and holding a huge gift box in her hands, greeted Simon happily. Putting it on the table, she embarrassedly began to thank him for taking care of her all this time, saying that she hoped they would be good friends for the next semester. Then she bowed and excitedly asked him to accept her gift. Simon was a little confused by such a sincere gift. But then Malin intervened in their conversation, who looked at the huge box of cake and asked Cammy if she had baked it herself. Excitedly waving her hands, she answered that no, adding that she wouldn't dare to do it herself. Then she said that she just bought it from Rokostov, and also asked to decorate it on top. Looking at the excited Cammy, Simon pondered to himself, thinking that the day of the cake was to be tomorrow, and that she must have gone through a lot of trouble for it. Getting up from the table, and taking something out of his pocket, he called out to Cammy. He took out a handkerchief and wiped the cheek of the confused girl, saying with a smile that she had something on her cheek. After a moment the girl's confusion changed to panic, as she was obviously not ready for this. Her face immediately became like a red tomato. After a moment, she stammered and thanked him profusely, and then quickly ran away, leaving him alone with the gift. Simon wanted to call out to her, but she was already running away, almost knocking over Dick, who was just entering the classroom. Not understanding what had caused this reaction, Simon asked what had suddenly happened to her, to which Malin sighed and replied that he couldn't understand. At the same time, Dick came up to them and asked if the seat next to them was free, to which they said yes. Simon said he finally understood why everyone was so happy, not only because they hadn't seen each other for a week, but also because it was cake day. Malin grinned and said that thanks to that day they had an interesting memory, and when Simon heard that, he asked what she was talking about. The girl immediately pointed to a party hats, which was put on someone's blonde head. As it turned out, the owner of that head was none other than Hector, who was sitting in the middle of a pile of presents with a grim look and a murderous atmosphere. When Simon saw this, he said sympathetically that it must have been very hard for him, and Malin, together with Dick, replied unanimously that it was the right thing to do. The next moment the girl suddenly asked him if he really didn't know that today was cake day. This question took Simon a little by surprise, and he asked if it had been so noticeable. She answered that it was a little, adding that he should remember that they were at the academy, so he'd better be aware of the events here. After all, even if their teammates understood, the other students wouldn't. There was a lot of competition here, so if he was weak, they would pounce on him and drag him down. Hearing this, Simon thanked her for her advice. Then he asked if there were other similar holidays, because if there was a day when girls gave presents to boys, there must have been a day when it was the other way around. She nodded and replied that there were, adding that the next holiday was Accessory Day. When the main character heard the word accessory, images of gemstones and all sorts of diamonds immediately appeared in his mind, and he confusedly replied that it wasn't fair. Malin reassured him, however, saying that he didn't need to give the real rare stones. After all, since they were just students, a toy or cheap ring would have been fine. Afterwards, she patted him on the shoulder with a smile and said that she wouldn't stop him if he wanted to give her real jewelry. Then smiling brightly and winking at him, she said that she would look forward to receiving a gift from him. Watching her happy face, Simon thought to himself about how unfair it all was. As soon as class began, Professor Jane announced that all the A students had returned safely to Kizen, adding that as their tutor, she was pleased with their progress. Going to the blackboard and taking the chalk, she said that the first news she wanted to tell them was that starting this week, they would be graded on combat. Simon, who didn't know what she was talking about, sat puzzled, while Dick, who obviously knew something, grimaced. The professor went on to say that the grading would be done during the first semester. The rules were quite simple, and they were that they would be going head-to-head against other first-year students, and all 14 Kizen classes would be their opponents. Drawing a diagram on the board, she explained that the winner would go to the top row, while the failing ones would go to the losing squad. The squads will be updated every week, and promotion or demotion depends on wins and losses. Also, each squad has different points that can be earned or lost at the end of the battle. Pointing to the board, she said that for example, if a top squad is defeated, they lose more points than the students from the lowest squad get for winning. In simpler words, their task was to break through to the top squad at any cost, because the students who would be left in the lowest squad by the end of the first semester. With a dramatic pause, she added that those would be expelled. Excited discussion went through the class, while the professor continued by saying that 10% of the students would be expelled in the first semester and the same number in the second semester, then added that if they didn't want to be among them, they should think about how to survive with the cards they had in their hands. After she finished explaining the rules, she said that she thought she had done a good job as Kizen's vice-rector and mentor for their class, as only their class had gone through a lot of training and a real battle with the Cyclops. After that, she said in a firm and confident voice that she believed that there was no class better than theirs. Such inspiring words immediately lifted the students' spirits. The professor continued, saying that she had become their mentor despite her position as vice-rector, and that she believed they would not let her down. As soon as she had finished, Dick stood up from his seat and put his foot on the table, thundering and animatedly telling her not to worry, for they would do their best to make her proud. As he excitedly shouted that their class would win and be the best, Malin blushed in embarrassment. Sighing, Professor Jane called out to Dick, who asked with a joyous mood what she wanted. His cheerful mood evaporated, however, when she said she was most worried about him. Some time after the students were informed of the new test, Professor Jane stood in front of a group of students dressed in their training uniforms. They were as usual a little scared of her presence. She asked them one question: if any of them could explain to her the difference between the battle with the monster they had participated in before and the interpersonal battle that awaited them ahead. Jamie Victoria, as always, was the first to speak and was eager to answer the question. She immediately said that she knew the answer. In the battle against the monster, they themselves made a strategy to defeat it, but in the interpersonal battle, the enemy can also make a strategy against them. It was the usual correct answer, which did not surprise the professor at all, so she asked the other students if they had any other thoughts on the matter. She hoped to hear something new and interesting from someone instead of the answer memorized from the textbook. It turned out that Hector had a different understanding, and he raised his hand and said that unlike in the monster battle, there are limitations in the types of black magic that they can use in interpersonal battles. Hearing this interesting thought, Professor Jane asked if he could explain it in more detail. Hector continued, pointing out that skills that take a long time to cast, skills that are easy to track or slow to shoot, and trap-type magic circles installed on the floor will rarely work in interpersonal battles, so those will be limited in use. Simon listened with interest, not knowing what to expect from him next. Suddenly, Hector looked directly at him with his hateful gaze. He said that along with all the above, summoning skills from summonology are also not effective in interpersonal battles. His words sounded like a threat to Simon and made him tense up a bit. But Hector didn't stop and continued, explaining that the tactics to win against summoners are obvious, and unlike monsters with low intelligence, humans can ignore the summoned creatures and attack the summoner directly. Even Dick realized what Hector was getting at and looked at Simon excitedly. When Hector finished his answer, Professor Jane was completely satisfied with it, because all the necessary points were mentioned. And she said that it was really like Hector had just said, so it might be difficult for some students specializing in a certain field to get good results. Then she suddenly pointed at Dick and added that despite this, there are skills that might not be the best for interpersonal battles, but they can still be great weapons if used correctly. As an example, she cited the enchantment that Dick usually uses. Seeing his confused and uncomprehending face, she explained that if he took a simple approach using the enchantment, it would be the easiest to battle against a magical combat student. As they would need to get close to combat, it would be easy to make the enchanted weapon touch the opponent. But if he meets a hematology student specializing in long-distance attacks, he will lose before he would know it. But things were not so hopeless and students could get good results if they could identify their strengths and weaknesses and study ways to make up for their shortcomings. Cammy looked over at Malin, realizing that she, as a hematology specialist, would have to prepare herself against close combat. After the briefing was over, Professor Jane told them that they would now train and test their specialties. She also advised them to make sure they were wearing their safety vests before they started interpersonal training. Finally, she advised them to think about what type of black magic would be most effective in interpersonal combat during training. All other questions could be asked by the students to her assistant Taz, who was to supervise their training and help them. Having settled all the organizational issues, Professor Jane told them to start. The training began with the students putting on their safety vests and discussing strategies. Malin was going to try out the darkness arrows first, while other teams were developing their own strategies to win. Everyone around them was actively preparing for the training battle and discussing their strengths and weaknesses with their friends, only Simon was sitting on the sidelines. He was thinking about his dismal prospects in the upcoming interpersonal battles, because as Hector said, summonology is disadvantageous in interpersonal combats. He could not understand how he could get good results using summonology. Simon could have easily defeated all his opponents using battalion, but he just couldn't do that in the middle of class without putting his battalion and himself in even more danger than expulsion from school. The only thing he could do was to use the 3 summoned skeletons, but they had a lot of flaws and since they were quite slow, it would be difficult for them to keep up with human speed. He leaned against the wall tiredly, realizing that the more he thought about it, the more he felt like he was losing. But he couldn't relax for that long, as Taz approached him, and seeing his appearance, commented that he had a lot on his mind. However, he could feel free to ask her questions about his problems, because she had spent about 2 years at Kizen herself, so she would definitely be able to give him some useful advice. Simon explained to her that he was thinking about how to fight in interpersonal combats, since he was majoring in summoning. Taz told him that in her experience, it was much better to just try your hand at it yourself than to spend a lot of energy thinking about all possible cases on the battlefield. Simon didn't even understand what she was talking about at first, but she immediately threw a protective vest into his hands and advised him to put it on. She smiled at him and told him that she would play the role of his opponent. But before they started, she asked Simon if he knew what a barrier gauge was. As he put on the vest, he replied that Professor Jane had explained it to all the students in the last practice session. This answer satisfied her, and she advised him not to worry about their practice battle, since she would only use black magic at the first grade level. Simon was already ready to fight and clenched his fist and summoned his skeletons. Taz also didn't stand still and raised her hand, creating magic circles. Several magic circles appeared around her at once, and she was also ready to meet all the attacks of her opponent. Simon decided not to waste any time and immediately sent all the skeletons to attack. Arrows from the darkness began to appear from Taz's magic circles, and it turned out that this spell was called the Darkness Arrows. Taz explained that it was a spell used by most first graders for long-distance containment, and he should have known all about them if he had been paying attention to the Darkness Dynamics class. Hearing her say that, Simon thought that it looked like she was really only going to use skills that first graders could handle. So he sent his skeletons on the attack again, but changed the tactics a bit, ordering 2 to go forward to attack and protect the other skeleton. The 2 skeletons selflessly accepted their fate and took the brunt of the hail of arrows from the darkness. While the last one was rapidly approaching Taz, who was happy that he could already control 3 skeletons at once. She clenched her fists surrounded by darkness, and it looked like the skeleton would not be a problem for her at all. Taz told him that for a first grader, he was pretty good, and then smashed the last skeleton with 1 punch. With a sweet smile, as if she had just picked flowers in a meadow, rather than ruthlessly smashing a skeleton. Simon watched in amazement as his last skeleton fell to pieces. He had hoped that this attack would achieve more. Taz created another magic circle and began to approach Simon, asking him why he was staring at his defeated skeletons like a fool for so long. She immediately used her magic circle and streams of darkness surrounded Simon. It was a powerful exhaust curse and he immediately felt its full power. It was immediately obvious that she was a very experienced necromancer, even though she was only using basic skills now. But he wasn't going to give up, and he had something unexpected in store for her. Taz, meanwhile, slowly approached Simon, sure that he was barely standing up after her spell. So she told him, in a matter-of-fact tone, that now that she had gotten rid of the creatures and cast the exhaustion spell on the summoner, this is a great chance to get to the summoner itself. To do so, she clenched her fist with the darkness and was about to strike a blow that would guarantee her victory. However, Simon still had a chance to turn the tables in his favor, because he had practiced so much in Hongping classes. He acted with lightning speed and threw a quick kick. However, it did not reach its target and just flew through Taz. She was really scared that he didn't defend himself in such a situation. Instead, he delivered a powerful kick with a reversal, and even the other students were fascinated by his counterattack. Simon was surprised himself, but because he hit the target. He was sure that he had struck her exactly where she was, but he felt absolutely nothing when he hit her. Taz jumped away unharmed and apologized for saying she would only use basic black magic, but ended up using spiritualization before she knew it. So she advised them to end the practice battle now. And although she did her best to pretend that everything was under her control, she realized that if she hadn't spiritualized in time, she would have been dead by now, and that was scary for her. She even imagined a picture of one of the students shouting to Professor Jane that the special admission number 1 had killed Taz. Eventually, she recovered from the shock and coughed up an explanation to the students about why she did the mock battle. It's because some students, like Simon, don't know their own strengths and discover them when pushed to their limits. The thing that he relies on at the most dangerous and important moment. In his particular case, he started the fight using summonology, but immediately changed his strategy in favor of magic combat without any hesitation when he was backed into a corner. But not only that, he was also reinforcing his body for a close as he was sending out the skeletons. Even when no one knew what strategy she had to use against him in close or ranged combat to win. She was sure that Simon was preparing for close combat almost instinctively. Simon shuddered as she read all his movements. Taz walked closer to him and patted him on the shoulder, telling him not to jump to conclusions and not to give up when he had both talent and skills. He still had time to think about it and make his choice. But if she were in his place, she would have chosen magic combat without a second thought. She wished Simon good luck and left to help the other students. Simon began to think hard and remember everything he had heard from Hector today about the ineffectiveness of summoning skills in interpersonal battles. And also the advice from Taz. Gradually, he came to the conclusion that it would be really hard to fight with summonology. Suddenly, his thoughts were interrupted by Hector's voice, who called him by name and threw a protective vest on the ground next to him. Hector told him to put on the vest and get ready for an unforgettable walk through the streets of pain and suffering. At the same time that Simon was training with Taz, on the other side of the training room, Malin and Dick were having a training match. Malin was outraged that he couldn't even hit her once. Dick made the excuse that he was just giving in to her. She looked at him suspiciously and asked who he was trying to fool. After all, she was only using basic spells, and he couldn't even take one step. Suddenly, the sound of a loud thud behind her caught her attention. It was the punch of Simon, who had finally finished his training match with Taz. Looking at him, Malin thought that she hadn't even realized that he was going to go out against Taz. It looked like they had completed their training, but the question remained who had won. It was not clear for sure. Dick assumed that Simon had lost, since he was exhaling exhaustedly, but that was not surprising, considering how hard it is to win against an instructor. Then they noticed Hector approaching Simon and throwing a safety vest next to him. Malin immediately went over to them, not wanting to stand aside. Hector suggested that Simon put on the vest and start a training fight. But Simon knew his intentions and was not going to agree yet. He picked up the vest from the floor and threw it back to Hector, saying why doesn't he look for a fight somewhere else? Because he wasn't in the mood for any of this right now. Hector gritted his teeth at this response and quietly called him a bastard. Suddenly, Malin stood between them and told Hector not to dare. He told her with contempt that it was none of her business. Ivory Tower. Cammy and Dick were surprised at his insolence. However, Malin was not at a loss and advised him to speak for himself and not to behave like a little child, because if he continued to insult her, she would definitely tell the professor about his behavior. But even so, Hector wasn't going to back down, and with a sneaky smile, he told her that she was just CERN's stooge. Malin could hardly contain herself from such an insult. She clenched her fists and was ready to explode from the rage that filled her. Dick and Cammy did not understand how he dared to say such a thing to her. Even Hector's friends advised him to take it back, because even though he was annoyed, it was too much. Malin held on a little longer, but it couldn't last. Because the next moment she exploded with rage and created a magic circle of hellfire in her hand. She was going to teach that bastard a lesson, and no amount of screaming from her friends could stop her. Suddenly, Simon ran up to her and told her to stop. He was going to close the flames with his hand. Because she was blinded by rage, she did not notice how one of Professor Jane's assistants started to approach them. He approached them and asked, "What's going on here?" Hearing his voice, everyone immediately turned to him. Hector immediately began to apologize for disturbing them and pretended that he was completely innocent. When Hector left, Dick, looking at his back, said that he was a freak who always pretended to be nice to professors and their assistants. However, the assistant saw much of what was going on, so he told Malin and Simon that he was giving them a warning. After all, they almost did what Professor Jane hates the most. The only thing she could say in response was to apologize. Seeing that they understood everything, the assistant left, advising them to get back to practice. But Dick couldn't calm down, complaining about how much he was pissed off at the piece of shit who didn't understand that certain things shouldn't be said out loud. Cammy went over to Malin and asked her if she was okay. Malin pretended that everything was fine and nothing had happened, as if she was just a little lost. But Simon, who was standing next to her, couldn't help but ask her how lost. She didn't answer his question, but she did ask when he was going to let go of her hand. Another awkward moment for Simon that day, but not the last. He began to make excuses that he was in a hurry to hide the spell. Malin had a headache, but she still told him that he was out of his mind. What was he thinking when he grabbed the dark flare magic circle with his bare hand? It's no wonder he got burned. When Malin saw his burned hand, she told her friends that she decided to take him to the infirmary where he could be taken care of. When they got there together and Malin was bandaging his burns, she asked him a question. Why did he decide to cover her back at the cost of his health? He told her that it was obvious, because she would have gotten in big trouble if it was found out that she was going to use magic against another student. Even though Hector was wearing a protective vest, he wasn't wearing it properly, so it could have ended badly for him, which would have led to even worse consequences. However, Simon was curious about what Hector had said to her at the time. So he told her that he didn't understand what he had said, but it was something he wasn't supposed to say to her, right? But as soon as she started to try to explain something to him, he interrupted her by saying thank you for coming and standing between them and stopping Hector when he tried to pick a fight with him. And she almost got into a fight with him herself, so it was his duty to save her from trouble, even at the cost of his arm. Malin began to feel uncomfortable and fidget with her legs. She let out a tired sigh and told Simon that this was his biggest problem. Of course, he didn't understand what she was talking about. Then Malin suddenly jumped out of her chair and screamed at him that he was too kind. And he's too gentle that it's almost annoying, but it won't work this time. Simon was shocked and scared and didn't understand what she meant or what she was going to do. Malin got close to his face and confidently said that she was going to tell him this only once, so he should listen carefully. And no one expected such a turn, because then she said, "Thank you, Simon." Immediately after that, she ran out of the room, slamming the door, as if she had just done something indecent and was now running away from the shame. Simon did not fully understand what had happened. But Faye understood everything, and said, "Geez, just listening to those two puts him at a loss for words. Like father, like son." But Simon just told him to shut up. The next day, all the students in Class A were divided into two groups, the attacking and the reserve. Malin and Dick were in the attacking group, and Simon and Cammy were in the reserve group. According to this division, Cammy and Simon were supposed to attend a spiritology class. However, when they came back from the class, they had a shadow of sadness on their faces, as if the experience was not a pleasant one. And when Dick asked if they were okay and what happened to the backup team in the class, Simon could only answer with a pale smile that it was too painful in a completely unimaginable way. Dick did not understand what he meant and asked again, unimaginable. It turned out that the professor of spiritology was going to teach them until they could feel spirits, and until they could do that, they had to be part of the reserve team. But there was one problem in all of this, and that was the professor's appearance, and it wasn't even his wolf's head, but the fact that he didn't think it was necessary to wear clothes. And when one of the students complained in class that he couldn't feel the spirit no matter how hard he tried, the professor just said, "Feel it." And he started doing a ritual dance, saying that they should all just feel it, not tell themselves what they can't do, but just feel it. In his opinion, the only thing they all lacked was effort, so they had to try harder. And to put all their energy and heart into the ritual dance, just like he was doing now. He didn't even think about how the students were looking at it or trying not to look at it. It seemed that Cammy was the worst off. Simon tried to explain it all to Dick, that this process of feeling the spirit was too unusual. Seriously, he didn't want to see a dance like that ever again in his life. Suddenly, Cammy started crying and complained that she felt so humiliated as never before. All Simon could do was support her. Malin and Dick, not fully understanding what they were talking about, looked at them carefully. Simon didn't want to bring up all the shame they had experienced and decided to change the subject by asking them what they had learned from being on the attack team. This change of topic surprised them a bit, but the answer was obvious. They had learned attack spells, and all the professors they had classes with had mostly taught them attack strategies since the interpersonal battle evaluation was coming up soon. Then Dick suggested that hematology didn't require prerequisites like spirits in the spiritology class, so they would probably learn something useful there. They hoped so themselves and prayed that this would be the case. Fortunately, their prayers were answered, and when they arrived at the hematology class, they were greeted by Professor Siaj himself, who advised the students who were late to get ready quickly and sit down. He started his class by apologizing for their class starting so late due to his private matters. And since they were behind schedule, they needed to move through the material quickly. The professor began his lecture by first of all explaining what hematology is, which is black magic that uses blood as a medium. Many people think it's the study of reenacting the secret skills of vampires or werewolves, but contrary to popular belief, hematology boasts a long history as blood is the substance that has the best compatibility with the darkness. But before they could start practicing, they had to put on a special device that was designed to help beginners extract blood. The practice was to begin after all students had put it on. The professor also explained that darkness and the caster's blood are as compatible as possible, so necromancers can artificially mix blood with darkness to create various magical reactions. In other words, it's a simple waste of power for necromancers if they don't know how to use their own blood. Since it does not consume stamina and blood can be the fastest and strongest weapon in a critical situation. Cammy was just beaming with happiness and excitement, and it was not surprising at all, since she was a vampire and she always liked talking about blood. Professor Siage announced that today they were going to identify the properties and corresponding characteristics of each student's blood and try to use hematic bullets in real combat. Hearing this, Cammy immediately lost all enthusiasm. She was afraid of battles more than she loved blood. When it was Cammy's turn and the professor invited her to come closer to the shooting range, she was very nervous and unsure of herself. But Simon, as always, supported her, saying that she would do well. She took a concentrated breath and walked closer to the shooting range. But she was still too hesitant and nervous, thinking what if she failed. She was not the first in line, and other students had already shot at regular targets before her. At the professor's command, they had to shoot bullets made of blood. And then, when they tried to hit the target with their bullets, the professor determined the type and properties of their blood. The blood of this particular student was able to hit 3 targets at once, and judging by the diameter of the bullet, the professor determined his blood type as AP5, the diameter of the bullet was 45 mm and his bullet was able to hit 3 targets at once. This type of blood had an interesting property, and he took a vial of the student's blood and decided to demonstrate it. Adding the blood to the darkness, he explained that when AP5 blood meets darkness, a chemical reaction occurs, which leads to an increase in the density of their mixture. As a result, a necromancer can create a powerful ammunition that will have armor-piercing properties and can even penetrate cover. However, an experienced necromancer can control this process at will, which is actually more about creating the desired shape and increasing the size of the bullet than about achieving maximum density. Professor Siage began to demonstrate how to change the darkness mixed with blood by making something similar in shape to a model of an atom. After the demonstration, the professor told this student to take an AP5 token from his assistant and return to the other students. Taking a similar token from his pocket, he told all the students that they would have to wear their token every time they came to his class. Then he told the next student to come to the shooting range. It was Cammy's turn, and despite her nervousness, she was ready to show what she could do. When she raised her hand to shoot, she thought that she simply had no right to disgrace her name and her family of vampires. And when Professor Siage gave the command to shoot, she fired without hesitation, putting all her strength into the shot. When her bullet hit the target, there was a powerful explosion that destroyed absolutely all the targets and almost reached Cammy herself. Malin and Dick watched her shot with surprise and admiration, they did not even think it was possible. At the same time, the professor correctly identified this blood type as KP1, its diameter could not be determined. All the targets were destroyed in one explosion and the other students began to whisper among themselves and envy her strength. Someone said that it was not surprising because she belonged to the Ursula family. The professor explained to everyone that KP1 blood, when combined with darkness, can cause an explosion. And according to the information available today, this type of blood is considered to have the greatest attack power. However, it is quite rare and only vampires possess it. Cammy was shocked by her own strength and blushed at the amount of attention focused on her modest person. Even Professor Siage did not stand aside and addressed her as Camabarez and told her that they would probably see each other often now, hinting that he was suggesting that she specialize in his subject. Hearing this, Cammy beamed with happiness, she was very excited about this offer, it was even one of her dreams to study with the legendary Professor Siage. She happily ran to her friends who were already congratulating her for the great shot, Cammie's wings fluttering so fast as if she was about to fly. Simon was really happy for her and that she had succeeded. Finally, it was his turn, and when the professor called his name, he raised his hand to show his readiness. He approached the shooting range and took good aim, waiting for the command to shoot. At the command, a magic ring formed at his fingertip and a bullet of darkness and his blood gathered. Simon concentrated and fired. However, then nothing happened and his bullets simply disappeared. Silence reigned around him. It was like everything was repeating itself and Simon had failed again at the beginning, so the other students started whispering and wondering where the bullet had gone. Suddenly, his bullet appeared right in front of the target, hitting the 10. Again, for a second it seemed like nothing was happening, but then all the targets to the side and behind the first target were destroyed by an invisible circular shock wave. It turned out that this type of blood was new, and the professor's assistant did not know exactly what to do. She only stated that all the targets had been destroyed by his bullet and that it was impossible to determine the diameter of his bullet. This was the first time she had seen a bullet disappear, then reappear and cause fan-shaped damage. Simon was more upset than happy with the news, especially when the assistant asked him to wait because she could not give him a badge because she did not know his blood type. When he approached her, she apologized for the inconvenience and promised that she would make a special badge for him for the next lesson. Cammie and Malin happily congratulated him. They thought the new blood type was cool. However, Simon did not seem to share their excitement about this news, as he had heard a lot about his special blood since he was a child. Dick agreed with them that it was cool to be special, but on the other hand, he noted that there were downsides to it. Because his blood type was unique, no one would be able to share their experience with him and give him advice on how to use this particular blood type. Malin agreed with him because, according to her, hematology is a special science that requires specialized training for each blood type, even though the general principles are the same for everyone. This is because all people are different. For example, none of the 4 of them had the same blood type. That's why Professor Siage had an army of assistants, each of whom specialized in one blood type and helped students with that blood type. Dick added that if 60 different blood types were found among the students, then 60 assistants would be involved in the class, respectively. Simon was surprised by the number of helpers. But he was much more concerned about what exactly he was going to do with his new blood type. And his friends did not know what to advise him. After the class ended, Professor Siage went to his office and began to recall Simon's shot and analyze everything, and after a few moments of hesitation, he quickly found an explanation for what had happened. He came to the conclusion that the peculiarity of the combination of darkness and Simon's blood was multiplication. When his blood met his darkness, it immediately absorbed it. After that, its strength and capabilities increased many times over. And although it seemed that after the shot the bullet disappeared, in fact it was just the darkness absorbing the resulting blood and it could no longer be seen with the naked eye. But before hitting the target, its darkness would reappear and it seemed that at first it caused minor damage to the target. But then something very interesting happened that he could not explain. Then he thought about an interesting comparison between Cammie and Simon. In the case of the girl, her strong vampire blood absorbed the power of darkness and thus became bigger and more powerful. Simon's case was different. His blood had the opposite effect, it was absorbed by his darkness and strengthened it. Tapping on the table, he came to the conclusion that the whole thing was very useful for research and he should study it more deeply. This became especially important to him when Professor Bahil came to his office a few days ago with a proposal. As usual, he started from a distance and tried to blur his eyes with politeness and idle talk, so Siage was forced to ask him directly what he wanted from him. Only then did Bahil answer that he had come to propose some arrangements and a deal. With his ever-present smile, he offered to help him get one female vampire student from Class A to specialize in his particular subject. As she currently started to specialize in catarrhology, but her last test results show that she got the best marks in hematology. She's as special as the vampire blood in her. Of course he was referring to Cammie. Professor Siage was in no hurry to answer and calmly drank his tea, wanting to hear the proposal to the end. Bahil continued to promise him that he would convince that student to change her specialization to hematology and that her success in the future would bring him many benefits. But he was unable to convince the experienced professor of the value of his proposal, and he, radiating a cold atmosphere, put the cup on the table with a thud. Professor Siyaj turned to him and replied with restrained anger that he had always been a cocky kid since his school days, but he advised him not to get too excited about his achievements at such a young age. Bahil immediately raised his hands to show his unwillingness to quarrel. He apologized for the fact that his suggestion might have been too bold and explained that he was only trying to help his colleague who had only one graduate at the moment. And most of the students who chose his subject as a specialization dropped out before the end of the second year. He believed that this student was his long-awaited chance to improve his performance. He wanted only one thing in return. His smile became maniacal and he stated his only condition, that Professor Siyaj should abandon the idea of taking the student from Class A, Simon Valencia, as he would like to do it himself. Now recalling that conversation, he knew very well that Bahil does everything for his own benefit and is ready to play any game for this, but he always has a clear plan of action. However, all these offers from Bahil did not stop him, they only fueled his interest in this unusual guy. Now that he had seen his abilities with his own eyes, he was beginning to understand why Bahil and the other professors were so eager to have him as a personal student and was ready to join the chase for the prodigy himself. So when his assistant brought him coffee, he already had a game plan in mind. He warned the assistant that he was going to the research room and asked her to come back later to help him sort through his notes and prepare a research paper. However, the assistant had a logical question: what topic would the article be about? To which the professor replied that the research would be on a new blood type. The assistant was surprised and asked him if he was really going to study Simon Valencia's blood. He was going to do exactly that and was in a hurry, worried that someone would beat him to it. Professor Siyaj was going to name the new blood group SM1 and spread the news along with his research as quickly as possible. Because now he was ready to openly join the war for Simon Valencia. The next day at the catarrhology lecture, Professor Bahil looked at his students and noticed their cheerless and tired faces. Of course he knew what the reason was, it was all about the upcoming assessment battle against the other students. As always, he said with a friendly smile that he understood them all very well, because he was also a Kaizen graduate. And he knows that the thought of having to fight other students overwhelms them with anxiety and excitement. So he decided to give them some friendly advice. Such kindness on the part of the professor surprised the students as well as the fact that he was going to teach them a way to quickly overwhelm their opponents. To do this, Bahil suggested that the class split into two groups. In one group would be those who had already decided what dark magic they would use. They would definitely need an extra curse, and he would teach them the limp leg curse, which could be used quickly and easily. The second group, on the other hand, would be those who would mostly use curses and students who had not yet decided what type of magic they would use on the test. He would teach them the paralysis curse. As it turned out, the students had not heard of such curses. Bahil had created them himself and changed them to suit the situation, so he advised them to be careful and do their best in this lesson, because they would not learn it anywhere else. Dick and Cammy were thrilled at the opportunity. Next, Professor Bahil decided to explain each of the curses in more detail. Drawing diagrams, he began with the lame leg curse, which creates a narrowly targeted immobilization and affects the legs, making it difficult to move. This curse can be applied more easily and quickly than a normal immobilization curse. The other curse is a modified paralysis curse, which is less effective than the original, but Bahil has improved it specifically for use in combat so that it takes less time to activate. Having finished with the explanations, the professor asked all the students to choose which skill they would like to choose and to divide into groups accordingly. When the students began to lively discuss among themselves what they should choose, Bahil constantly looked at Simon Valencia. In his opinion, a genius like him should study and use the right magic for the test. In his manic thoughts, catarrhology was the best way to make the most of Simon's darkness. Bahil wanted him to forget about his ridiculous plan to use summonology as his main skill in the upcoming battle and choose the more appropriate catarrhology. Suddenly, some student approached Simon from behind and he turned around at the sound. This caused him to notice Bahil staring at him intently. The professor immediately turned away with a frightened face. He didn't want to draw any unnecessary attention to himself. But thanks to the girl who approached Simon, he heard that the group was going to study the curse of the lame leg. When he heard that, he realized that Simon wanted to make catarology an auxiliary magic again. He had a strange expression on his face. It was so noticeable that one of his assistants even came up to him and whispered that he had that face again. Bahil had finally come to his senses, and now he had to excuse himself that he must have lost his temper and gotten too caught up in his thoughts. The professor exhaled heavily and thanked her assistant Chihekel for her help. But she only replied that she was only here to help him and now he had a class to teach. Before she could say that, she was surprised by the professor's next order. He demanded that she send all the assistants away to help the students who would be studying the remodeled paralysis, while he himself would take care of those who would be studying the lame leg. The poor assistant didn't understand what this was all about, because last week the professor had told her that he was going to teach the paralysis himself. Bahil just told her he'd changed his mind. The assistant tried to argue with him, arguing that the other assistants were up all night preparing materials on the limp leg. The professor didn't seem to be paying attention to any of this at all. All his attention was focused only on one student. The assistant clenched her fist in frustration, realizing that he wouldn't change his mind no matter what she told him. So she announced to the rest of the surprised aides to set aside the materials on the lame leg and get ready to teach the students about paralysis. They tried to resent it too, because they had spent all last week preparing for another spell, but Chihekel couldn't do anything about it herself. And only told them that this was not the first time circumstances had changed, so they should get ready soon and listen to what they were told. Chihekel once again thought to herself that Professor Bahil would not listen to them even if they tried to change his mind. The only option left was that she would teach the students herself and the other assistants would only help her. Chihekel even knew and for whom the professor had changed everything so drastically at the last moment. All because of this Simon Falentius, the genius to whom the professor paid too much attention and interest compared to the other students. She realized that it would be harder for both of them now. Finally the preparations began and the professor asked his group if everyone was assembled. Bahil pretended to be glad that they had decided to make catarology their auxiliary skill, so he advised them to study the skill more thoroughly. He believed that there was no dark magic better than a curse to buy time to prepare their main spell. One student immediately had a question about what types of magic take a long time. The professor liked such a question because answering it helped students know more about themselves and their opponent. He pretended to think and started with the dark magic that takes a long time to activate, and the first one on the list was summonology spells. After the lesson, Simon sat alone on the bench and thought about his choice of basic magic, for Professor Bahil's words had only added fuel to his doubts. Now he felt he needed help and decided to seek advice from Thayer. He asked if it was necessary for a battalion commander to specialize in summonology. Upon hearing this question, Thayer realized what he had been thinking about for so long and told him that there was no such rule. Thayer assured him that he could lead a battalion even if he chose another magic as a base. It was up to him to decide how to run the battalion, and his loyal commanders would respect his choice. Then Thayer asked him if he hoped the battalion commanders would stop him. Simon answered, a little embarrassed and holding his head, that to be honest he hoped so. After all, everyone around him said that summonology was a weak form of dark magic and that it was a thing of the past, even the summonology professor himself had said so. Then Thayer asked if that meant he would give up summonology. Simon hesitated and was slow to answer. But finally answered that no. Thayer chuckled and suggested that Simon was feeling what his heart wanted, and that he was worried about something else. Even Simon himself didn't quite understand what he was talking about and asked again. Then Thayer explained that it wasn't about quitting or insisting on summonology, but that he really just wanted to win the evaluation battle using summonology alone, and that was what was bothering him now, wasn't it? Simon was very surprised at this insight. He replied to Thayer that he really couldn't hide anything from him. However, he still needed some advice. Was he being foolish for wanting to win in this way? After all, there are types of magic that are much better suited for winning. Thayer asked why he thought that. Simon began to explain irritably that it just pissed him off. All those professors who say summonology takes a lot of time and support and that it's weak on its own. He's just tired of hearing it all. And even before he chose it as his major, he doesn't like the way summonology is treated. Thayer waved his hand at Elizabeth to get her to come closer. And then answered Simon that he had always chosen efficiency before and now he was having an internal conflict between that quality and his feelings. This was indeed true, but there was still the final question of what would be Simon's conclusion after so much reasoning. Simon seemed to have made up his mind and answered that this time he would follow his heart. He dreamily closed his eyes and asked Thayer to imagine what it will be like when everyone says he won't succeed. But he would still win with the help of summonology and show them all what he could do. Probably after that, Simon would have the wonderful feeling of having conquered an impregnable peak through his hard work. Thayer was glad to hear that, he thought so himself and tried to push him into it. One should gladly choose a path that others dare not tread, such a decision alone is already special and priceless. Simon should have remembered that. But Thayer didn't stop there, and added that Simon was the commander he had chosen. He should not pay attention to the restrictions that fools set, it is better to do as he wants. Simon agreed with him and was confident to win this assessment battle using only summonology. After a while, Professor Bahil found out about his decision and he was furious with him, smashing his office. He just didn't understand why Simon didn't realize that he was doing all this just for him. All those hints and help in class. Why the hell was he letting his talent rot in summonology? He gritted his teeth and screamed a silent scream, what the hell? Trying to catch his breath after destroying his office. When suddenly there was a knock on the door. An assistant entered the office and calmly asked if the professor was done giving vent to his anger. Professor Bahil looked at her with his crazy look, as if her days were numbered and something terrible was ahead of her. However, she had seen that look more than once during her time working with him. But in the end, her presence didn't make a difference and Bahil just continued to lament, complaining that he just didn't understand why Simon didn't realize that he would just become the next Aaron if he continued to delve into such an outdated subject as summonology. Looking at his old school photo, Bahil was sure that no matter how hard Simon tried or how much he excelled in summonology, if he chose to go that route, his maximum would be to become like Aaron, who himself was once special admission number 1 and was once a promising student who had outstanding talent. And just look at how he is now treated by everyone in Kizen as a gloomy and unassuming professor who is tired of life. Looking at all this, Bahil was breathing heavily and rage was overwhelming him. Finally he couldn't stand it anymore and turned the picture over so that he couldn't look at this pathetic sight anymore. He loudly declared that they were all too pathetic and he just couldn't stand such weakness. They were both shining talents who were driving themselves into a bottomless pit from which there was no way out. Bahil decided that he won't just watch it happen again. Only he himself can bring Simon back to his senses. Only he can engrave and polish the raw gem into a piece of jewelry that will shine brightest in the world. Chiheko, listening to such a fiery speech, only exhaled tiredly, and asked him why he should not say honestly. Turning to her, he suddenly liked her idea and said that it sounded great. With his manic smile, he, this time honestly stated that he wanted him. Bahil wanted Simon to be his apprentice so badly that he was willing to pay any price and go all out. He was even willing to sacrifice his soul for him and was willing to see to it that his talent blossomed and reached its peak, and it absolutely didn't matter what it took. Chiheko, looking at him, only thought that Bahil was up to his old tricks again. He wanted to create the next Nephthys, only more powerful. Bahil was ready to sacrifice everything, his efforts, his care, his dedication, even his soul with his life. He was willing to put everything on the line to help Simon ascend to the world of the gods. In return, he wanted only one thing, for Simon to consider him his only mentor. And that when someone asked him how he got to the top, Simon would reply that it was because of his mentor, Professor Bahil. Just thinking about such a future gave Bahil goosebumps. He was enjoying his dreams so much that it looked like Chiheko was completely unnecessary here, so she said she was leaving to stay out of his way. But he suddenly grabbed her hand and didn't let her leave. Pulling her closer to him, Bahil told her that he was a man who needed to own whatever he wanted. Just like he owns her. Chiheko didn't seem to share his view of the situation at all. And stepping painfully on his foot with her heel, she claimed it was sexual harassment in the workplace. When she was rebuffed, the professor let her go and reminded her that she had not had the most attractive character since her student days. And he could not allow his successor as professor to be so harsh. Chiheko had not expected such a response, for she had thought that Bahil had already decided to make Simon Valencia his heir. The professor explained to her that she had misunderstood everything. There is no way Simon should become a teacher at Kizen, for he is far beyond that and will far surpass himself. He is a talent that would rival Nephthys herself and most likely outshine her. And Bahil was sure he was expressing his legitimate desire as a teacher. It would be abnormal not to be happy for such a talent. After these explanations, he looked at his assistant and asked her if she thought his predilection was vulgar still. Chiheko corrected her glasses and replied that she thought his desire to monopolize the right to teach was a vulgar obsession. But her words did not upset him in the least, even more so, they only fueled his excitement. Since Chiheko always had something to object to every word he said, Bahil offered her what he thought was an ingenious idea. Since Simon Valencia was now more or less satisfied with his skills in summonology. And that's not surprising considering his success with summonology in all practical tasks, but because of that he doesn't realize that he could achieve even more brilliant results with another type of magic. This has been a problem from the beginning of his Kizen training, he was doing too well and too fast. Now it is necessary for him to experience the most massive and bitter defeat of his life. Only then would he definitely reflect on his chosen path, discover the problem and correct himself. Chiheko was pleasantly surprised, that was the most sensible thing Bahil had said tonight. She wondered if he really wanted to purposely make him taste defeat. Of course he wanted to, and he thought it would be the easiest thing for him to do. The next day, Dick and Simon took a walk in the fresh air and discussed their schedules. It turned out that they had no summonology class scheduled for this week. Dick, who was always on top of the latest news and rumors, said that many Kizen professors were practicing necromancers, so the lesson schedule could be flexible because of the missions the professors were taking on. It was a real disappointment for Simon, he had hoped he could learn something else useful before the evaluation battle. Dick could only sympathize with him, the lack of summonology classes was really critical for Simon. They noticed that they had just put up a table with the allocation of opponents for the evaluation fights. While they searched for their names, Dick asked all the gods in existence to make sure he didn't get any of the so-called monsters, like a gifted students. Finally they found their names. It turned out that Simon would have to fight a certain Garen Koch from Class G. And Dick against some Ligong Chopra, also from Class G. Even Dick didn't know them, but he promised that since they were both G class, he'd ask around his friends from that class and find out all about their specialization and likely fighting tactics. Simon didn't even feel comfortable that Dick would do all the work for him. But Dick just waved him off, saying that's what friends were for. Simon was grateful to his friend, and he couldn't wait to find out what kind of dark magic Garen Koch was using. He couldn't wait for class to end today, because he had plans of his own. Dick knew at once that he wanted to go to private lessons after the lectures. This surprised Simon a little, and now he wondered how he had guessed it. Dick explained to him that it was easy, for Simon always liked to go to classes, but he wanted them to be over as soon as possible, and it made perfect sense. Still, Dick wondered, what was the point of Simon practicing if only a small fraction of the students could survive his deadly magical leg kick? Simon didn't like that his friend called his kick deadly and assured him that this time, he wouldn't use magical combat as his main skill. Then Dick asked in surprise, what was he going to use then? The answer was expected, summonology. Suddenly Dick showed him 2 fingers and asked him to choose one, well Simon chose one of them. Then Dick started to mimic Malin and said in a similar tone, don't forget what I told you. I told you to fight with magical combat. But just as he was starting to ask how well he'd done Malin, she appeared behind him. And gave him a good smack on the head with a book. It hurt enough, but in Malin's opinion, not enough. So she also advised him to die, how can you be such a retarded comedian? Finally, in the evening, after all the classes were over, Simon went to Rochester. He liked the quietness of the place in the evening, but unfortunately he didn't come here often. First he planned to visit the necromancer store that Dick had advised him about, which, while it couldn't replace the professor's lecture, should help him prepare for the evaluation battle. There were many skeletons on display in the window of this store, making it impossible to confuse it with any other. When he entered the store, he was immediately greeted by the salesman and asked if he had come for something specific. Simon immediately replied that he needed skeleton archers. The salesman was surprised at such a request. He recognized Simon as a first-year student and didn't understand why he needed skeleton archers so early, as they were not easy to collect. But Simon insisted that he would like to try. The salesman reached for the boxes and praised his fervor. But still asked Simon if he knew that skeletons could have different stances, not just archers. Of course he knew that there were skeleton mages, riders, and so on. But still Simon wondered why skeletons were named after their specialties. The salesman explained to him that the simpler the names, the better, and asked him why he had chosen skeletons of archers. It turned out that Simon had tried to teach his regular skeletons how to shoot a bow, but it didn't work out well, they were too clumsy. Hearing his story, the salesman laughed good-naturedly and started opening boxes. In the first was a Sapiro skeleton, the safest and most docile. It was perfect for beginners. It also offered him a look at a better quality skeleton called Vanilla. The specialty of this skeleton was that it was properly cooled during creation and its joints were smoother than other brands, also the magic circles were very carefully applied, making it one of the best skeletons on the market. Also, this brand offered excellent repairs. Hearing all this, Simon assumed that they must be very expensive. They were, and one box cost as much as 30 gold pieces. But the salesman assured him that the brand was worth the price. Fayer intervened with his advice and advised him to buy Vanilla, because even if the skeleton broke, they could make it part of their battalion or recycle it, so there was nothing to think about, it was worth buying. Seeing his indecision, the seller also offered cheaper options. The price gradually fell from 30 to 20 gold coins, but those that cost 20 were made by an unknown necromancer, and whether they would serve well or not depended solely on luck. Simon didn't want to take that risk, so he decided to buy 3 boxes of Vanilla. The salesman liked doing business with him, and Simon was in no hurry to leave the store and wanted to buy more. When he finally left the store, Fayer advised him not to make a big deal out of the fact that he had unexpectedly spent so much money. But Simon believed that he really needed it all. Well, Fayer wasn't going to argue with him and said that if that was what he wanted, he had nothing more to add, but advised him not to let these things go to waste and to use them properly so that he wouldn't have any regrets later. To this Simon agreed. As he was walking down a busy street in the town, he suddenly noticed a familiar silhouette. Simon froze in place. Then Fayer asked who he had spotted, a friend? But it wasn't a friend at all. It was Professor Bahil himself. And he was on his way to do his dark business. It turned out that he'd met one of the students there and performed some kind of operation on him. And judging by his satisfied smile, it was quite successful. This student's name was Garin Koch, and now Bahil was wondering how he was feeling. Garin felt overflowing with energy and a desire for revenge for all of life's injustice to him. With this power he was ready to crush Simon Valencia. When he heard this, he replied indifferently that he could go back to Kizen and live as before. He added, however, that he could not show his tattoo to the others until the evaluation fights, by which time it would be gone. Bahil also added that he shouldn't worry about it being discovered during the doping test, and that the curse would last for about 2 months. The boy wondered why he was helping him so much. He smiled and answered that it didn't matter, because he just had to do what he asked him to do. Which was to defeat Simon Valencia, the first specially enrolled student from Class A. He also reassured Garin, saying that he shouldn't worry about the special invitation, because he was much stronger than him now. Hearing this, the boy immediately raised his hand and clenched it into a fist. In the next instant, darkness erupted from his back, which immediately turned into a third hand. After which he slammed it against the table he was lying on before. Finally, really feeling the power of the strength he had been given, he thanked the professor, saying that he would never forget his help. He then asked if he should kill the guy since he was so annoyed with him. However, as soon as he said those words, Bahiel's tone of voice changed very drastically. He immediately replied in a cold voice that he shouldn't do anything stupid and just follow his instructions. Then he added with killing intent that if something went wrong and he died, he and his family would not be able to die in peace. He added that he would make them suffer even after death, without bending down and looking straight into the guy's eyes with his murderous gaze. A look of horror came over the boy's face. From the shock he could no longer stand on his feet and just fell to the ground, then said that he would do everything right. Bahiel looked at him with a cold stare, but he wondered how he could dare to behave like that, because he wasn't even worthy of being part of the plan. He was saddened by the fact that he had to resort to such methods, but there was no other way out, and he promised himself that he would apologize to Simon for this incident at some point. In the bright moonlight, he stood in front of the academy and said in a solemn voice that he would thank him in the future if he knew about it. At the same time, Dick entered the room where Simon was opening the box and asked if the guards had caught him, to which he replied that it was close, but no. Hearing this, he asked why he was not in his room. He replied that he had come to collect a skeleton, since this time he had bought archers. Dick immediately asked with interest what brand they were, but something the one said vanilla. Praising his friend for his excellent choice, he pointed to the magic circle, and said that the instructions said that it was on it that the skull was to be awakened. This took Simon by surprise, and he asked what kind of circle he was talking about. Dick answered that he thought it was one of the techniques for creating magic circles, belonging to the dynamics of darkness, which they hadn't gone through yet. Ignoring the curious looks of the others, Simon began to look for the information he needed. After reading some obscure terms, he said with a clever look that he thought he could do it, which surprised Dick. Thanks to the information in the book, he was able to remember what Professor Bahiel had once told him. It was that darkness works just like hands. If the flow is repeated hundreds or thousands of times, the darkness begins to repeat your actions subconsciously as it tends to memorize the flow. So his task was merely to set up the center and simply observe. With these thoughts he immersed himself and began to collect the darkness in his hands. Putting his hand on his skull, he said that the darkness would pass even without his intervention. Since this was the way the magic circles were set up, he activated the circle in the next instant, causing the skeleton's eyes to glow blue. Dick was shocked at what he saw, for he didn't understand how he had managed to do it just by looking at a book. Simon replied that there was nothing unusual about it, for the technique was similar to one he already knew. Looking at the manual, Dick said that it would take about 2 days to assemble the skeleton, and asked if he could do it, to which he replied that he couldn't wait that long, and would do it right away. Then turning to the already alive skeleton head, he smilingly told him to wait a bit, as he would quickly assemble it. After a while only Simon was left standing, while Dick slept sweetly. However, that was the price for him managing to collect the skeleton that now stood before him. After a while, the skeleton began to spin around the room, as if to show all that it could do. When he saw that he was more or less used to his body, Simon tossed him the bow that would be his main weapon. Moving outside, he ordered the skeleton to shoot at a tree. Concentrating, the skeleton immediately took aim. Then at Simon's command, it fired, traveling at breakneck speed across the distance. The arrow was instantly embedded in the tree. Simon had a happy smile on his face, as his efforts and money had not been wasted. But in the morning his joy was gone, for he had not been able to sleep well because he had spent the night collecting the skeleton. Seeing the terrible state of his classmate, Malin asked him if he was all right, and he replied in a tired voice that he was. At the same time, an excited Dick came running to them and immediately asked Simon if he was preparing the skeleton archer for his evaluation battle. When he answered in the affirmative, he advised him to forget about his plan. Simon was puzzled and asked why he was saying that. He replied that he had learned that his opponent, Garen Koch, was the son of a notorious family of necromancers, and was known to use the dark hand in battle. Malin added that this was a magic they had never heard of before, and that it was probably a family spell. Dick confirmed her words, saying that he was indeed pulling out from behind his back an arm that was made of darkness, and which was supposed to be good against archers, which meant that his skeletons were unlikely to work against that one. However, he also comforted our hero, saying that he had heard that he couldn't use other spells while using that arm. Hearing this, Cammy immediately concluded that catarology was the most suitable for fighting such an opponent. Malin also agreed with her, adding that he could win even with attrition alone if he kept his distance and cast a lot of curses on him. Their words really made Simon think, because he realized that he couldn't defeat such an opponent with just skeleton archers. But suddenly he had an epiphany and told his friends that he had a good idea. A few days later, Cammy, Dick, and Malin looked at the man who had once been their friend with horror on their faces. But Simon, who was furiously scribbling something with a pen and chuckling, wasn't listening to anything they told him. As if he were some evil genius, Simon continued to write something with a chuckle, paying no attention to anyone. His friends were very worried about Simon's miserable condition. Malin and Cammy reproached Dick for not being able to stop him as a roommate. Simon had already been in this condition for days and at this rate he would soon die. But Dick did his best, but nothing helped. For now Simon resembled some maniac who listened to nothing and only worked all day long on his plan and strategy of victory. It was frightening to look at him. So Dick suggested that they just leave him alone for the time being, so as not to make things worse. But Malin opposed that, saying that they just couldn't let him burn out a few days before the evaluation fight. Besides, he was already starting to scare the other students with his appearance. Malin decided to take action and walked over to Simon, causing him to shudder in surprise and finally tear himself away from his notes. He looked like addicted ones, barely resembling his old self, and it was immediately obvious that he hadn't slept in days. Malin could hardly bear to watch him suffer and advised him to go rest now or he would get sick. Even though the grade battle is important, but you also need to take care of your health or else you would start skipping classes and get bad grades. But Malin's arguments didn't mean anything to Simon, he was going for his goal and he wasn't going to give up. He just thanked her for her concern and asked her not to distract him and to come back to this conversation later. Suddenly Malin grabbed his cheeks and ordered him to open his mouth. The poor guy couldn't turn away anymore. Malin was about to give him one of the energy pills she herself had taken and advised him not to chew it and to drink water immediately. She wanted him to live to see the evaluation fights, but she still advised him not to rely on these pills for long, as it was not a solution, but only a temporary solution. This time Simon obeyed her and swallowed the pill with water. Immediately afterward he felt better and asked for more pills. But Malin refused him, repeating that she had already told him not to count on them, because they had side effects if overdosed. Then Dick asked Simon why he shouldn't talk to Professor Aaron. There's nothing wrong with asking for help, especially if you're researching a new-to-you type of dark magic and you're stuck on something. But Simon was sure the professor wasn't here in his office right now. But Dick had recently learned that he would be back today at lunchtime. This was great news for Simon and he went to wait for the professor in the hallway leading to his office. A few hours later, footsteps were heard in the hallway, and as expected it was Professor Aaron. When the professor saw him, he was a little surprised to see him here, and even in such a form. He asked Simon Falentius, who was sitting near his door, what was he doing here? Simon immediately jumped up and explained that he was here to ask for advice. However, Aaron replied tiredly as always that his working hours were over. Simon didn't get the joke and was shocked by this response. He remained frozen in place until Aaron said that he was joking and he could go into the office. The study was full of all sorts of skeletons and just mountains of books. He had never been in Aaron's study before and was looking around with interest. The professor, seeing his indecision, offered to sit wherever he wanted and asked him what he wanted to ask. Sitting down next to the dried-up zombie and looking at him warily, Simon answered that he wanted to know how to win an assessment fight using only summonology. Pouring coffee, Aaron asked, why would he think of such nonsense? After all, he knows that Simon has shown his talent in magical combat, catarology and other more appropriate subjects. And right now, He doesn't understand why Simon wants to make life difficult for himself when he has plenty of ways to pass the assessment more easily. And put the cup in front of him. But Simon wasn't going to give up and ask the professor for permission to ask one more question. When a student who is going to make summonology his major wants to win with his major, can that be considered a good enough reason? Aaron took his time answering him and sipped his coffee. He silently stared at Simon for a while, sizing him up. Simon was beginning to regret coming here and asking such questions. But suddenly the professor interrupted his silence and asked what Simon wanted from him. To give him a ready-made solution or to compliment his personal way of winning? Simon glowed with happiness and replied that he wanted the professor to help him finalize his plan. Finally, the day of grading came. But amidst the packed arena, the anxious voices of Simon's friends could be heard, who couldn't find him. Immediately there were complaints about Dick, who had shared a room with him and yet didn't know where he was now. Dick explained to them that he had not seen Simon since yesterday, and he had not slept in the room the previous night. So, he advised them to wait for him to go and look for him himself. Cammy and Malin stayed in the stands, where they were surrounded by many people. It was not surprising, because today's fights were extremely important to the students and also quite interesting to watch, so almost the whole school was here. The result of today's fight depended on which row of the standings the students would fall into, in case of victory in the middle row, in case of defeat, in the bottom row. And if they lost, they could end up in the bottom row. This would mean that the student would be on the verge of being expelled from Kizen. When Malin repeated all this, Cammy cried, not at all confident in her strength. Malin had to calm her down and assure her that everything would be alright. Cammy however was still shaking with tension and didn't understand why there were so many people here. Malin advised her to ignore the other students who just came for the exam, because they were just waiting for their turn. However, Malin didn't tell Cammy the whole truth. There weren't just students in the stands, there were also outside observers from the Dark Alliance who were interested in the talented students. They had probably come to observe Simon and the rest of the hopeful students. But Cammy shouldn't have said that, because then she would definitely faint from excitement. It was time to begin and Simon's fight was the first for the day. It was announced that Simon Valencia from Class A and Garen Koch from Class G would enter the arena. Garen came out immediately, but Simon was nowhere to be seen. So the organizers had to repeat his name several times. Garen grimaced and thought to himself, what a scoundrel he was. He hated with all his soul the rich nobles and specially enrolled students who were lucky enough to have parents and families who took their position and talents for granted. Now he was sure that he could smear this nobleman across the arena and after the fight all the rapturous looks of the spectators would be fixed on him. Bahil had told him not to kill Simon, so it would be all right if he played with him a little. And he'll break his arm or leg at least, and break it in such a way that it won't heal and he'll remember it for the rest of his life. One of the assistant professors who was the referee today said that they were behind schedule and if the opponent didn't show up in 5 minutes, they would disqualify Mr. Valencia and the winner would be Mr. Koch. Dick dragged Simon into the arena just in time and helped him reach his opponent. Simon apologized for being late and sent Dick to the stands. The referee told all competitors to put on their protective bracelets. The bracelets are enchanted with a barrier spell and should absorb damage from spells. As they put on the bracelets, Garen looked at Simon and thought that he looked really bad. He couldn't hold back a gloating smile, now he was sure that victory would be easy. The fight would end if one of the participants fainted or the barrier shield reached 0. The command, "Begin," sounded and each of the opponents prepared for battle. Garen summoned his arm from the darkness and Simon a group of skeletons with shields. Garen was ready to slay his opponent. He knew that his opponent, although he wanted to specialize in summonology, was most dangerous with his magical combat. With Bahil's enhancement, he could now use his hand of darkness and curse spells at the same time. He was confident that as long as he kept his distance, he would not be threatened. However, his opponent was not doing at all what was expected. Garen didn't understand what he was up to and why was he stepping back. What was his strange strategy? Why is he stonewalling and pinning himself against the wall? What the hell is he doing? Maybe he's preparing some kind of spell. Garen decided he didn't care what the psycho was really up to. And he would deal with him quickly with an arrow from the darkness. But one of the skeletons with a shield deflected the arrow. Then Goran shouted to Simon to attack and used the curse himself. The skeletons couldn't help and the curse hit Simon directly. It was a curse of nausea. While Simon was trying to come to his senses, Garen approached and with his hand from the darkness began to smash the skeletons one by one. Malin began to reproach Dick for his information, saying that Garen couldn't use other dark magic while he was using his black hand. But Dick himself did not understand what was happening. Maybe for the first time he was mistaken or someone deliberately deceived him. Maybe he was even hiding his real power. He didn't know exactly, but one thing was certain. This bastard was much stronger now than before. How could he become stronger so quickly? The professors had also come to watch the fight. Bahil thought it was busy that his colleague usually never came to watch the evaluation fights of first-year students. So he asked Aaron what had brought him here today. After all, Bahil had always thought that he couldn't stand the suffering of the students because he himself understood the pain that awaited those who chose summonology. Looking at Aaron's grim face, Bahil said to him, "You refuse to be a mentor because of guilt, but now you have given in to temptation and taken one follower. Then behold what torment our dear disciple will go through." Bahil was sure that as soon as Garen used another curse of exhaustion, Simon would be weakened and the match would be over. He even wondered what Aaron thought about it, wasn't he right? But he only said nothing and turned to leave. Looking at all this, Professor Bahil was surprised. He could not understand why Aaron was so indifferent to his student. And even asked him where he was going. Aaron took one last look at the arena where Simon was barely hanging on and said that, "The match is as good as over." And with a grim face he added that, "He came to see just in case but there's no need anymore." This strange answer only made Bahil more tense. He felt that something was wrong. Meanwhile, Garen was about to finish off his opponent with another curse of exhaustion. With a flash of dark flame he activated the curse and was sure that his opponent was finished. The curse hit Simon and he only groaned softly. He fell to the ground in the middle of the arena with a thud. Garen, looking at how helpless he was, mockingly asked him, "How does it feel?" "It sucks, doesn't it, Mr. Special Admission Number 1? Simon seemed to be holding on with all his might to keep from passing out and didn't answer. While Garen continued to taunt him, certain that he probably thought a nameless guy from Class G would be no match against him. How does it feel to be defeated by that guy? But suddenly, a moment later, Simon's hand was gripped by darkness, as if he'd been preparing something all along. He said in a confident tone, "Nothing in this world should be taken for granted." He rose to his feet again, staggering. Looking at him, Garen didn't understand what he was saying and asked if that meant he was giving up. Simon craned his neck and answered that of course not. A smile appeared on his tired face. "Because it's complete now and now it's his turn to counterattack." Garen started looking around in a panic, not sure what he was talking about. He looked around at the empty arena around him but still didn't understand what was going on. What was he preparing? Nothing had changed. Then Simon asked him, "Do you know what?" From what he said next, even Bahil was shocked. Simon announced to the entire arena that according to the detailed rules of the battle evaluation, Article 3, Paragraph 4, students who are participating in the battle evaluation shall be disqualified if they leave the arena during the evaluation. Hearing this, even his friends who were supporting him standing up, fell into their seats. Was he really going to escape? But then suddenly the whole arena shook like an earthquake and loud powerful blows were heard against the arena wall. Many cracks formed on the arena wall behind Simon, but Simon didn't seem to be bothered by it at all. He explained to everyone that, no matter how thoroughly he looked, there was no rule against bringing something into the arena. Finally, with a loud crack, the arena wall collapsed, creating a large hole through which a giant mud golem Cyclopes flew into the arena. Looking at the shadow looming over him, poor Garen was so frightened that he started laughing hysterically. He still didn't understand how the golem could be at the first graders' battle evaluation. The golem was huge and towered over Simon. Garen now thought he was completely insane for summoning the golem. The poor guy didn't understand how a freshman could summon a mud golem, because he had thought before that he would never even see one in his entire life. Malin and Cammy were just thrilled. Malin knew well that this was the spell that applied summoning magic to operate the golem's core. It's like the symbolic spell of summoners. She explained that a summoned mud golem is born from golem's core, made by clamping sand, mud and soil. Depending on the materials, the types of golem can vary. Even so, the spell is very complicated and none of the freshmen had ever summoned a golem in a combat assessment before. Simon had really done something impossible today. Here Dick intervened in their conversation and said that when he went to look for Simon he noticed something interesting. Malin also asked where the hell was Simon, that he almost missed the evaluation. Dick explained that he was right outside the arena. He was burying a golem's core and planned all along to bring a golem in from outside of the arena. Now Cammy understood why he had been on the defensive from the beginning and trying to stay close to that wall. It was on purpose. Dick confirmed all her guesses. Indeed, Simon had moved to the side where the golem core was buried and was creating a golem outside the arena during the battle. And since the core was outside, there was no danger of it getting attacked. Even Malin was surprised at such a clever plan. It was brilliant. Garen looked at the golem and realized that Simon was just so freaking good at summonology. But still, he wasn't going to give up. Talent, wealth, social status, body, race, nationality. Everyone is born into different conditions, and that's why life is unfair. Garen already knew that. So he clenched his fist and gathered all his determination and decided that that's why he wanted to break it all this unfairness of life towards him. Now he wanted to punch in the face someone who had never tasted despair, someone who had everything right away and who only had things easy. But even so, looking at the giant golem, he realized that it was too much and all his enthusiasm evaporated. Clenching his teeth, he decided to try and attack it. Screaming, he struck the golem with his hand out of the darkness, but nothing happened. It was as if the golem didn't even feel his blow. Immediately after his attack, it was the golem's turn and the golem under Simon's control took a good swing. Simon even commented on Garen's attack, advising him to put all his strength and weight into it when he made a direct hit. The golem under his control struck so hard that Garen flew across the arena and hit the opposite wall. The wall almost crumbled and Garen was barely alive. Now everyone knew who the winner was and the official announcement was made over the arena. The winner is Simon Valencia from Class A. Now he could finally breathe a sigh of relief. The spectators immediately began to whisper among themselves, wondering how the freshman had been able to summon a golem and how he had been able to win without using any other magic than summonology. While his loyal friends couldn't contain their joy, shouting all over the arena how good he was and how incredible his strategy was. They even frightened the other students who were sitting near them. While Garen was being taken away from the arena on a stretcher, Simon was basking in the glow of his success. Every now and then there were cheers from the audience that Simon was the best. And he was indeed special admission number 1. Suddenly Simon walked up to the stretcher on which Garen was lying and startled him. Simon told him that he didn't know what kind of grudge he had against him, but he's never going to win against him with a power that isn't his. Garen shuddered. How could Simon know? Simon didn't get an answer, but silently looked at the stretcher with his opponent. Well, then, Simon said, and turned to his golem. It was time for him to leave, too, and he only bumped fists with his new pet for the last time. What an epic victory this was. When Simon left the arena with his friends and the golem, they immediately showered him with praise, saying how cool it was. But they were still a little hurt at him because he hadn't told them anything and had disappeared to parts unknown. Simon had to apologize for making them worry. Malin, in her usual manner, immediately said that she wasn't worried about him at all and that he was just imagining things. While Malin was convincing Simon of this, Cammy walked over to the golem and greeted him. She was so enamored with the golem that she turned to Simon and asked if she could ride the golem. But she was stopped by Malin, advising her to ask him later. Because Simon is using his darkness to keep the golem alive, and if he continues to do it for longer he will surely die of fatigue. From his shaking and tired look, it was already clear. Cammy immediately started apologizing that she was sorry for being so inconsiderate. Simon said it was no big deal, he himself didn't know that before he tried summoning the golem. After that he finally let the golem fall apart and all that was left of it was a pile of dust. In the middle of it lay the core that was the golem's eye. When Simon picked it up, Dick stared at it intently. He knew that the golem's core was worth a fortune, and he wondered how Simon had gotten it. The story, however, was quite ordinary, but he had succeeded thanks to his charisma, which left no one indifferent. Simon went back to the necromancer store where he had bought skeletons before. He asked the seller if he could buy a golem core for 610 gold coins that he had left after buying 3 vanilla skeletons. Unfortunately, the prices for the golem core started at 700 gold and the vendor wondered what he could offer in that case. Then the seller offered him a special discount of 50 gold and also agreed to get 600 gold now and 50 gold Simon would owe him. The seller also advised him to keep 10 gold with him in case of an emergency. Thanks to all this Simon was able to get this core, yes, with credit in spending all his money from the previous mission, but the main thing is that he was able to. Speaking of which, Simon was now wondering when the next mission period would be. Dick looked at him questioningly. Despite all his wit he somehow didn't immediately understand why he was asking. Simon picked up the golem core and explained that he had learned the hard way this time. But Dick still didn't understand what he meant. Then Simon turned and looked at the school and said that now he realized that being a necromancer is all about money, which is just needed to buy components. After a short break, it was Dick's turn for combat evaluation. His opponent was Ligong Chopra. Dick had prepared well for the match and studied his opponent closely. According to the intelligence he had gathered about her, Ligong is an enchanter, just like him. And she controls weapons at will using the darkness to form thin threads. Thanks to this technique, she was a tough opponent. But Dick had a plan to defeat her, even though she was difficult to get close to. He inhaled deeply and drew in a lungful of air. The next moment he was shouting across the arena, pointing his finger directly at his opponent. The name is Ligong Chopra, full name is Phlianka Chopra. A native from Dipak fiefdom in Shahid Kingdom. And Chopra is the name from her mother's side. A sage from her village opened her core. Ligong was frozen in place and did not know what to do. But Dick did not stop there and continued to reveal all the facts about her. It took her a year from opening the core to her first darkness. She's good at hunting and her hobby is to cook. She were assigned to Class G after she entered Kizen and her subject test score was 70. The first friend she made is Narsha Abra. She want to major in darkness dynamics, but she's very much interested in magical combat too. So far she was still holding back and not showing any sign of it, so he moved on to the heavy artillery. And he started telling her that she has a minor knee injury, she's 5 feet 4 inches and weighs 60 kilograms. And her bust, waist and hip measurement is. And she couldn't take it anymore and she yelled at him, "What the hell are you doing? Shut up." That's when Dick realized he'd hit the mark and got her in the right state. Now he summoned the strange black staff and told her it was always worth keeping your friends close and your enemies closer. And now he knew her weaknesses better than anyone else. Dick stuck the staff into the ground and said that was why he was so interested in learning about others. That was why he had studied her so well and so diligently that he had found an effective way to counteract her. Now he wondered what she thought about it. Ligong was so furious that she couldn't find any other words except to shout to him again to just shut up and die. While immediately attacking that insolent man with all her swords. But suddenly all her swords stuck to Dick's staff with a metallic clang, instead of slicing it into little pieces. Quite looking at it all, Dick explained that it's sort of an electromagnet and it attracts metal that has the same element. And since her swords are made of carbon steel and amerinium alloy, they're pretty easy to neutralize. He also discovered that she bought 20 swords but no armor whatsoever. A silver coin appeared in his hands. Creating a magic circle and preparing a spell, Dick assumed that she must have let her guard down because she thought that he was just a pure enchanter. But that was a big mistake, because thanks to the information he had gathered, he had a strategy to defeat her. So he began to fill the coin with darkness. After all, its weakness is long-distance accelerating attacks. After collecting enough darkness, he fired the coin. It flew so fast that Li Gong didn't have time to dodge, still shocked by what she heard. The coin hit her forehead, knocking her out. And she fell to the ground with a thud. Then a voice called out, "Stop the match, Ms. Li Gong Chopra has passed out. Mr. Dick Hayward wins." He was just basking in the glory and was in no hurry to leave the arena, greeting all his imaginary fans. Malin and Cammy only clapped awkwardly at him, afraid to show that they knew the narcissistic bastard. Watching his behavior in the arena, Malin said that she should have been happy that her teammate won, but why did she feel so embarrassed? Cammy couldn't help but agree with her. Next, it was Malin's turn. When the fight was announced, Malin Villeen from Class A and Eben Barshani from Class C. She was confident of her quick win and Simon and Cammy cheered her on, not doubting her success. As she entered the arena she met Dick on her way out but ignored him completely, leaving him behind to stare at her perplexed. Dick didn't seem to understand why he was being treated that way. When he approached Simon and Cammy, he asked what was wrong with Malin, had something happened. But his friends didn't want to upset him, so they said it was nothing at all. And since Dick was here with them, they asked him to tell more about Malin's opponent. It looked like her opponent specialized in magical combat. Dick confirmed their guesses, for she did look impressive. But still, the key point of this battle is whether she's able to get close to Malin or Malin can push her away. Eben saw her opponent and said that she didn't expect her first opponent to be such a big shot. Malin just looked at her arrogantly and said, "Oh, yeah. Remember this moment as a source of honor for your family, commoner." Hearing such an arrogant answer, Eben decided to give her an unforgettable experience and completely stomp her face into the dirt and watch her sing when she was defeated by a commoner. And immediately launched a frontal attack on Malin, who had a surprise behind her. As soon as Eben got close enough, she used her prepared spell, saying how naive her opponent was. Eben barely had time to cover herself from the stream of fire. Malin only laughed at her pathetic and primitive attempt to win, and advised her to give up before she had to fry her. Simon watched the fight admiringly and didn't understand how Malin was able to use Dark Flare so quickly. Dick explained that it wasn't Dark Flare, it was the Darkness Elemental Flame and it was easier than Dark Flare. This spell uses the darkness to express the elemental magic of pure wizards reinterpreted in a modern way. That flame has a slightly black shade and that's the flame's characteristic. The casting time of this spell with Magic Circle is much shorter, so necromancers can cast it even quicker than the pure wizards. As Simon thought about what he had heard, he remembered that he had heard that spells were stronger and easier to use when they were cast with pure elements such as fire, water, earth, and air. For Malin, this was indeed the perfect improvement. Meanwhile on the battlefield, Eben realized that, it's tricky to just avoid the attacks and now she could really see that Ivory Tower's really on a different level. But still, she thought that she still had the speed advantage. And all she had to do was to keep distracting her and make her stop using the dark flame. Then once she got a chance, one single chance, when there was a minimal pause between Malin's attacks, then she could attack. Meanwhile Malin had used another spell and now it was a true dark flare that engulfed the arena. Malin repeated again, didn't she tell her? She really is too naive to expect to win. But Eben didn't see it that way. In her opinion, it didn't matter how strong her opponent's spells were. After all, they would all be meaningless if she couldn't hit her. Eben was confident in her speed, and began to run fast circles around Malin, confusing her and asking her if she could beat this. Eben was sure that Malin wouldn't be able to keep up with her movements and it seemed that was the case. Because suddenly Eben was able to be at her back and was already preparing to give her the final blow. But what was Eben's surprise when her blow didn't reach its target? Because Malin had just dodged it. And now mockingly asked her, did you really think I'm so bad at magical combat that I couldn't dodge a punch like that? In the next instant she simply fried her opponent with a blast of dark flame. Eben was too close and couldn't dodge in any way. So the match was over and Malin Villine was declared the winner. She had behaved almost like Dick, but now she did not seem to be embarrassed by it. She had plenty of pride. Now Dick looked at her and said that she was being so irritating, but he could not say anything against her because she was too good. Simon agreed with him. Indeed, in Kizen talent was valued above all other qualities. Each of them realized that they would never want to fight against her in the future. It would be better for them to compete amongst themselves. But then a strange sound from behind caught their attention. They wondered where that sound was coming from. It turned out to be Cammy, who was shivering with worry so much that it could be heard for several meters around. She was really worried that all her friends had won and she now just had to win too, so as not to let the others down. Now that it was her turn, she was terrified and asked herself if she could handle it.